this first qual session underway. Burb, wait,
Hold on. Kyle's giving us a look. Hold on.
Oh, wait.
Green is go. Okay, hold on. Starting the stream. Let me just confirm the stream is up.
Yeah. Stream is waiting a second, confirming something. Bear with us.
Yep.
It would not be a Tetris tournament if there wasn't some complications.
Yep. See chatter happening, so.
All right, we are live. Go ahead and count them down.
All right, everyone, let's get the first qual session of CTWC counted down. We're going to start from 5. Here we go in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, Tetris!
Buko.
So over here on CT1, we'll be having Eric Redshirt, Cheese, and DMJ.
Yeah, it should be. It's a, like I said, a minute ago before we went live, it's objectively the smallest qualifying period of the day, right? Most people opting to qualify later, but still some heavy hitters here, Sharky, right? A former world champ, the innovator of rolling there on the bottom left, Cheese. It should be, it could be a good run.
Yeah, it's going to set the tone for what things are going to be like at this year's World Championship, because it is going to be a bigger one than last year, which when we put last year in the context with all the things that happened, to say that this year again is still wild on its own, and for it to be just completely true.
Yeah, the lead organizer of the tournament, Vince Clemente, he was telling me at one point, hey, this is my goal every year. Like, make it the biggest tournament ever and then somehow outdo ourselves the next year. And I think it's going to absolutely live up to the hype this year.
Speaking about things living up to the hype, we have DMJ going with level 19 starts, while everyone else is starting with level 18 for the first game. Now, there is a strategy difference between level 18 and level 19, Burb.
Yeah, there is. With the level 19, you get the faster, right? The pieces fall faster, so it is objectively a bit harder to play. But at the same time, at the highest levels of Tetris, you get the chance to basically squeeze out a couple more games since the pieces are falling faster. The games are shorter. They go faster. So that's kind of what DMJ is banking on here, just trying to make sure that he can consistently hit max out after max out. And, hey, who knows? Maybe this year we'll see the perfect, 17 max run, maybe,
Yeah, I mean, we already seen the perfect 9 from me back at the Genesis tournament.
Yeah.
And so that already sets the stage for what we could see. Now, I believe the highest qual that we have seen at a CTWC event was Scuti's qual last year. I can't remember if he got a kicker, but I do know it was 16 maxes.
Yeah, he did have the #1 seed last year, and had a very impressive run himself. So I'm sure he'll be looking to have another good run as well this year.
Yeah, and of course, if you are watching right now, I definitely think that you should check out IGN. There is something special for you if you want to check out IGN.
Yeah, we'll leave it at that. Yeah, we'll leave it a surprise for you, right, to find out yourself.
We'll leave it a surprise for you, but definitely check out IGN. But that being said, we do have all of our games decently underway. Of course, DMJ further ahead in lines than the rest due to the level 19 start. 295 for DMJ, 241 and 240 for for Cheese and Redshirt respectively, and Eric at 148.
Yeah, looking pretty solid so far. Pretty efficient games all around. Eric having a little bit of struggles early on, but, it's the early game. We got a couple hours, and we, certainly a chance to just put up some sort of score and then give yourself that baseline, right? Like, okay, I have some score in. This is my target. Let me at least, if it's not a max, at least get the kicker, right? Get your kicker. Give yourself a good tiebreaker, even if it's like an 8 or a 900K. It could be beneficial for seeding.
And, of course, being able to, this is their first official game of the qualifying session, and so maybe it's like the game, you warm up and you get settled into things. Not to mention, this is the earliest qual session, so maybe players, have to wake up a little bit after. It is a possibility.
Yeah, and, and certainly, too, for a lot of the players, as the first qualifying spot, the way I always looked at it is, you're the one that gets to set the tone, right? You're not. It's not like the later slots where they already know what they have to get. You get to be the benchmark, right? Of, hey, if you want to make the bracket, you got to beat me, right? So it's kind of always an interesting sort of, it's an interesting mindset to see, what specific time slots players choose for their qualifying session, whether they go earlier or later. So these people certainly going to be setting the tone.
Yeah. Real quick, while we are waiting on these players to get started, wanted to thank Abby. Hold on one second. Want to thank Abby for a $75 contribution to the Matcherino, and Def Eye 5 for a $30 contribution to Match Arena with a comment that says, "Shout out to Hank Rogers and Alexei Pachinov." Of course, without them, there would be no Tetris.
Oh, yeah, we would not be here.
We would not be here.
I wouldn't even know who you are.
Yeah. It's crazy to think how this game has brought people literally all around the world. Because I think one thing I do want to share, and they won't be qualifying today, but they will be playing in TGM later. Green Tea and Corian are at this year's CTWC for a first time since 2019.
Yeah, it was really cool seeing them at setup yesterday. Yeah, they are just as, bundles of joy as ever, man. It's going to be really fun to watch them later. And, I watch them tomorrow, right, when they go to qualify. So that's going to be, it's going to be a blast, man.
I really am curious to see how the TGM goes because Green Tea is one of the few TGM4 Grandmasters now.
Yeah.
Which
wow.
It was only going to be a matter of time.
Yeah.
And if you haven't played TGM4 yet, the Master Mode is brutal.
Yeah, I've played it once, and I lasted probably about 5 seconds. it was bad.
It is. I don't want to spoil too much, but your Tetris blocks will be frozen at various points in it, and the strategy involved is tremendous when you start talking about those higher levels.
Yeah, but speaking of higher levels, Sharky, we got DMJ past the 19, and Redshird and Eric ICX have made it to 19 as well. Some decent paces. Eric has actually brought it back a little bit. He's back up to about a 50% rate, so certainly Maxo's still on the table if they can get a deep run into 29 going.
Yeah, and of course, all these players on this main stage are rolling, so there is 29 playability. So even if they don't necessarily max in the 29, there's still the chance for them to get that max while playing through the 29 higher speeds.
Yeah.
The only thing that is going to cost them is, a couple more seconds or, you know.
Time. Yeah, that's the big thing there. Yeah, you lose out on some of the time. So obviously, and that's kind of the strategy for the players too, right? People like DMJ who are starting on 19, right? If you can play so efficiently that you get the max out, like say level 26, 27, like that's going to save you precious seconds, right? To be able to start another game because when the timer runs out, like you're able to continue the game that you're already, like if you're already in a game when time runs out, you can continue and finish that game. So being able to fire off that last game at the end in a couple hours from now, that's going to be crucial.
And I think it's another thing to point out that this isn't like when you're playing on your preferred setup at your house. So then players might have ways, like a Game Genie code to like bypass the rocket screen. You're playing on the original Tetris cartridge here. So once you get over that 30,000 points, you have to sit through that rocket screen.
Yep.
And sometimes sitting through that rocket screen has been make or break for players of getting that one last game.
Right.
So then if you can save seconds anywhere, because rocket screen can be like 10 seconds, 10 to 12 seconds.
Yeah.
Anywhere you can save those extra couple of seconds to give you more time, the better.
Yeah, speaking of saving time, DMJ right there. He's one off. 990 his score at level 27. Can he get the first max out of the day? He's getting droughted. And there it is, max out for DMJ, and he's going to strike first. Get the first max out here at CTWC 2025.
Level 28, a max into level 28 too.
Yeah, and this is what we were just talking about, right? Saving those few extra seconds. He saved, those 10 lines, being able to not having to play them out, right? And just topping out. And there you go. Just like that, he is underway for his second game of the night.
We have our 3 players, Redshirt right here, trying to fight for survival. Of course, at this point, if Redshirt's able to get the board down to the bottom, still might be able to get really close to a max, but 29 playability might be required. And she's going to have a top out at 817, so raise the hand, going to submit the kicker.
Yeah.
So from this point forward, she's just aiming for maxes. Meanwhile, Eric has made quite the comeback in terms of pace.
Yeah, they've really turned things around, certainly could actually max out into 29 provided the pieces cooperate, but so far they're not. That's a misdrop of an L piece. Oh, boy. And Barf. Oh, there's the bar. Dirty Tetris for Eric.
Great maneuverability there and able to find the necessary pieces to at least open up that Dirty Tetris well. Going to try and go for the delayed split double.
Yeah, and they got to get this down quick because we are approaching level 29. 6 lines to go. This is rough, and that'll be a kicker, 908. And will surpass Cheese, if nothing else.
You saw that Eric wanted to get that T piece all the way over to the left, so that was a piece that he needed in order to get that burn. And unfortunately, was unable to do so.
Yeah, meanwhile, Sharky Redshirt has got the second max out of the tournament here. Had to go to level 30 to get it, but was able to line it out, get it done, and there you go. Now tied with DMJ at 1 max out apiece.
Yeah, but DMJ also 40 lines into that that another level 19 start game. So you're already seeing the strategy play out in real time.
Yeah, it's so far at least paying off for DMJ, and again running into a bit of a drought right now. But certainly, I mean he's a pro. Made the top 8 last year at the World Championship, and certainly has the ability to survive this situation.
Of course, if you are watching on YouTube or watching on Twitch, we do have more action. We have CT2, which has Armstrong, Bland, Brodendamp, and Hydrant Dude. CT3, or Classic Tetris 3 on Twitch, which has Poyo, Shake, T-Storm, Tyler, and Classic Tetris 4, which has Aofi, Kiradev, Rose, and Storm and Norman.
Yeah, it's actually pronounced Aoife.
Oh, Aoife, my bad.
Yeah.
Well, Aoife, there we go.
Yeah.
Thank you, Burb.
Yeah, of course.
So we
right,
have...
We got to fact check each other, right? That's it.
Yeah. And Nestor's Champs is... We got a 1.3 for red shirt on level 18. This is all kinds of pace lines.
Yeah, that is the biggest pace of all time. That's world record shattering. Oh man, but yeah, and of course for the CT2 broadcast again with Bland and Armstrong and Hydra Dude and Brodendamp, that is of course called by Ronkley and Meme, right? One of our top players, and honestly one of the hottest players right now. In terms of progression, right? And, of course, you can also catch that on YouTube at the CTWC Archive channel, right? We are trying that out this year, getting more action on YouTube for all you lovely fans out there.
Yeah, so you'll be able to get that Classic Tetris 2 action. You won't have to wait till the polished videos comes out, but you're still going to watch the polished videos because...
Yeah, they're very well done. So.
Yeah, and at the end, you'll get the signature lore drops. So extra context that you might not be able to get during commentary because there's so much going on.
Yeah, exactly.
But it looks like all players are, in fact, underway here.
Yeah. Of course, yeah, we got DMJ right now at about the 100-line mark here. So, as someone like King would call it, the Joey Parker turn. He is at about 277. I mean, he's been playing decently, fine. It's not like he's necessarily been in danger of topping out. Even right now, I wouldn't say he's in danger of topping out, given his rolling abilities, but he's just been having to burn a lot. And now he's in trouble.
That is a crazy commentator's curse. That is insane.
Wow.
That is.
Jeez. Stop listening to me, man. Stop listening to me. Just play your game.
That is a Fractals level of commentary curse.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Just sitting here watching that and just watching it was like a train wreck in motion. I was like, Burb, stop. It's gonna. It just kept on.
Yeah, as soon as I shouldn't have said anything.
But I think that also illustrates another good thing about the level 19 starts is because it's so fast, you're able to get more games. So even if you do have a game that ends up like that, well, the amount of time that you spend on level 19,
have time to make up for it.
Yeah, you have time to make up for it. Whereas level 18, you're spending maybe 4.5, depending on if you push down to 5 minutes to get to that level 19 point.
Yeah, and of course the point values on 19. I don't think we specifically brought this up, but because we probably think if it goes out saying, but we should probably say it anyway. It is worth more points. Right? All the Tetris on 19 worth more points than the 18, right? So certainly, that also contributes to being able to max out quicker, right? Than you would with an 18 start, since just inherently you're scoring more points early on. And there we go. There's a big dirty Tetris right there for DMJ, right? Just to earn him all those extra points.
Yeah, still trying to get the board just down under control. And right now it looks like Cheese, Redshirt, and Eric are all on similar paces.
Yeah, because they all kind of had their game endings at around the same time, right? Cheese with his 800K and Eric with their 900K, right? And then it was Redshirt getting his first max out of the day here shortly after.
Yeah, and as you can see, real time, we do have our leaderboard being updated. Shout out to our judges and, of course, our scorekeepers helping. Oh, DMJ going to have to do another soft reset there.
Yeah.
But shout out to them getting that update. It looks like there is 4 players that have maxed so far.
Yeah, of course, Brodendamp and Bland as well, as you can see there over on CT2. Again, just a reminder, have them both open, right? Have us all open. Have more Tetris than you can handle. That's nonsense. That's a nonsense saying.
So real quick, while these players are getting things stacking away, we got 2 more contributions to the prize pool from Troy Den, $50 contribution, and from Drumstick, also a $200 contribution. Let's get this prize pool going. Love from Belgium.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, currently up, and you can see on the bottom right of your screen there, yeah, we're at about $400, of course. If you like what you're seeing, definitely make sure you contribute. And, Sharky, do we have any of the codes to redeem, or have they all been redeemed, all the claim codes?
Yeah, all the claim codes have been redeemed.
Awesome.
Way back whenever we did, I think that was the Reckoning.
Oh, that's right. Okay, it must have happened night 2. Yeah.
Yeah.
So there you go. So that's good stuff right there. Glad those have all been redeemed. But, yeah, of course, if you like what you're seeing, any amount helps, right? Any amount helps, raise the prize pool for our players. They put in a lot of hard work, and I think they're very deserving of it. So. And, of course, meanwhile, speaking of our players putting in the work, Eric putting in the work right now along with Cheese. If they have both reached the 19. Cheese at level 21 is going to have to put in some work here to potentially max this out. Has been having some burning to do, and, is unfortunately dealing with the drought at kind of the worst time.
Yeah, drought continues to grow from here. 27, able to find that long bar, so still with a Tetris 30 board. Redshirt with, it looks like a 600,000 transition.
Yeah, definitely a very efficient 18 game. Eric hits a Tetris, goes 6-15, so certainly on a decent pace here. That 30% definitely is not correct. But either way, is playing pretty efficiently here. Certainly, all 3 of our players that have reached the post-transition on pace to potentially get another max out here. And in the case of Eric and Cheese, they're first. Meanwhile, DMJ still kind of chilling here, 19 speed. And again, this is limited time, right? So players do be doing their thing, trying to send it. As we are continuing to race along here, Cheese trying to up the pace as, certainly probably, we're probably looking at some 29 play on Cheese's side if he's going to try to get the first max out of the day here.
But honestly, the pace recovery has been quite impressive because I think we were looking at, 480 at level 22?
Yeah.
And to bring that to 734, which mathematically speaking, if Cheese plays perfect, this actually can be maxed.
Could do it, yeah.
Before 29.
Yeah.
Wow, that was a crazy synchronization there.
Yeah. Same brain cell. Mom said it was my turn with the brain cell. Oh, man, speaking of brain cells, though, Eric going to need something to get out of this mess for sure. It's definitely not the cleanest of boards.
And Redshirt, look at this game, 917. Make that 947.
Oh, yeah.
We are looking at
26.
Yeah, we are looking at a 25 max.
Yeah, let's see. There's a long bar, but not Tetris ready. Yeah, keep your eyes on this. Eric in trouble.
Eyepiece, actually, hold on. There is a way that this is salvageable.
No, not going to happen. But meanwhile, Redshirt Sharky is just one Tetris away.
Looks like we'll get a max into level 26.
Provided the bar shows. And there it is. Boom, Tetris for Redshirt. And the max out.
Second max on the board.
And this is huge. I mean, again, we were talking about it earlier. This is huge for time, right? Is able to save literally 3 levels of play. And plus, right, you remember his first one didn't happen to level 30, so that was a really strong way to make up for that lost time there. Wow, excellently done there by Redshirt. That is max out number 2 on the board.
And Cheese on level 30. That left side is not going to be accessible.
But he will up his kicker, right? He had about an 800K before, and now is going to up that to a 914. So certainly, again, once he does get the maxes flowing, right, that's going to be, this game will still be helpful.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest things is that it is still early on in the qual session. I think we're 2 games in for Redshirt.
Yeah.
So, and we're, I think, a couple games in for DMJ, who just reached transition. DMJ, of course, playing level 19 start. So we got plenty of time. That's the interesting thing about this format is that it is both a marathon, but you have to be skilled at all parts of it in order for you to guarantee a spot in the gold bracket.
Yeah, and you have to really, you almost have to play a little bit safe. Like at least in terms of the top players, you almost have to play a bit safe just to, instead of trying to send it for like, a 1.2, 1.3, 1.6 or whatever, they're even, all these crazy high scores, right? They have to just make sure that they stay alive and that they're able to get the max out and not go too aggressive for it. Not go too aggressive for a higher score because it's not needed here. But speaking of which, DMJ having to do a bit of burning.
About, I want to say a level ahead of pace, maybe be able to extend that more. Because generally, if you're looking for that max and not having to go extremely ham in the last 3 levels, you're going to want like 800K going into 26. The closer you can get to 800K going into 26, the better. That is a hang on the left-hand side. It's going to prevent a Tetris from being scored until another long bar is received. And now it's, okay, good. J piece dependent.
Yeah, that was a good game. There's the J. And now it's fixed up. There's the Tetris DFJ. 767. Still having a pretty hot game here. And there we go. Yeah, and we were talking about the 800K benchmark into 26. We're there at before even 25, so certainly could get another early one here.
Yeah, but with that being said, things are now kind of chill here.
Yeah, things are pretty chill. And yeah, besides DMJ's side, again, as he is approaching, right, the later levels of this game and approaching the max out as well, right, about 100 and change away.
Still long bar dependent over there in column 3. And ooh, I like the way that
nice,
that's solved.
Yep.
Couple of S's, so just going to have to go for the split double, bring the stack back down to the bottom.
Yeah, and again, this is kind of what I was talking about, right? Like, you know, not trying to go too aggressive for a higher score. Just keep it safe, make sure you get it, right? Don't top out early, right, and not get it. That's, you know.
Yeah, I think that is also one of the more challenging things is that obviously we talked about the speeds earlier in the qual session, but then one of the bigger concerns is if you are on a game like this where it is max possible before 29 and you go too aggressive and then you end up topping out and doesn't even beat your kicker, you're talking about, depending on what level you start the game, you're talking anywhere from 6 to 7 minutes
like
of wasted time.
Yeah. Well, here we go. He's about to Tetris and some change off. Has got 2 more on the table, so could still get it before 29 easily. And there we go. There's Longman. There's the Tetris. And just a few burns. Take the triple. There it is. Right at a 29. And that is max out number 2 for DMJ on the board. Man. So there you go. And he did exactly what he needed to do. I actually really liked it. He knew, like, oh, I'm only a few burns away. Let me just take the triple. Because even on 28, the triple's still worth a fair number of points, right?
It's worth
Obviously
9,000.
Yeah, so even not as much as the Tetris, but it was enough. And you know, the awareness was good there.
Speaking about awareness, we need to be aware of another Matcherino contribution. Thank you so much, Cody Bolin, for a $250 contribution to the prize pool.
Wow, that's a big one. That's huge. There you go. Shout out to Cody. As we are now up to about a $700 prize pool. Again, let's keep it going. Right? Keep this thing going.
We got all weekend long, and of course, I can't foresee what's going to happen, even though I know we're going to see some insane Tetris.
Right.
Because the narratives that have been built up over the past week, she's getting up a bit high.
Yep. Speaking of narratives, right? We're going to build one here. Oh, well, no, maybe just a stack up to the ceiling.
Just building the top out.
Yeah.
The narrative there is the end.
Yeah. Oh, man.
But there are so many narratives that are building. Obviously, you have Alex T. He's coming to defend his championship. You have Dog, made it to the finals, always been a semifinalist minimum, 2-time world champ. He's looking to be that next player to win a 3rd gold trophy.
Yeah.
Because, you know, Jonas has
he really pushed Alex as well in that finals match last year.
Yeah.
Right? It was a really close match all around. And honestly, yeah, I think Dog will be hungry for it for sure.
It's just one game away, and then of course there was, you know, the small issue where the chair, it didn't feel right for him. You know, chairgate.
Chairgate.
As soon as he swapped the chair, that's when he tied things up. Like, if you haven't seen the finals for last year, definitely
check it out
before you know the match action gets started this year. Watch it. I mean, it also features a song at the end by Dog himself.
Yeah.
But
yeah, it's crazy. Like, is there anything these friggin' kids can't do, man? Like, my God. Right? They're good at Tetris. They're good musicians. Like, it's crazy.
So that being said, you know, that you have that narrative, Dog trying to be, you know, after Joseph, who was the last person to win at least 2 in a row. Or not 2 in a row, but at least win. Joseph was the last person to win 2.
More than 2.
Yeah, more than 2. That's what I'm trying to say. It's kind of enthralled by some of these stacks that I was seeing. Of course, you know, we get to see what's happening at CT2 or Classic Tetris 2 or the Classic Tetris archives.
Yeah.
So there's always interesting stuff all around.
Yeah, we got these huge screens here at the SoCal Gaming Expo. They're treating us well here, man. Right? You got these giant, you know, LED monitors. Like they're very fancy. They're high tech, and they make a great viewing experience for those here in person, including us.
Yeah, and especially like. Shout out to the production because the lighting last year, very cinematic. Lighting this year too.
Yeah.
I saw how we looked on the commentator's desk. I was like, holy cow,
Yeah.
that looks amazing.
Amazing, yeah. And honestly, it's less blinding for us too, right? Like I feel like last year the light that we had was, like I was having like squint a bit at times, but this is like it's bright enough, but it's like it's soft enough to where I could just look normally, right?
Yeah, I'm able to see all that I need to see and then not have to wear my sunglasses.
Yeah.
I mean, the sunglasses will be worn. That's the Sharky signature.
It's a style choice, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man, but it's not a necessity. At least,
It's not a necessity this year.
So if you forget them, man, whatever. Like, it's not a big deal.
Shoot, people in high school used to always try to clown me. It's like, dude, why are you wearing sunglasses indoors? And it's like, because I can.
Right.
Why? Does it offend you?
Right? Hey, at least you're not wearing them at night. Like, that's the real, move right there, right? That people, I think, should really be making fun of. People that wear them at nighttime outside. Like, that's like, what do you, like, how can you even see anything? Oh, man, we got a transition here on red shirt side. DMJ pretty close to that himself. Again, with the 19 starts, that's going to come up at about 140 lines to the level 20 transition. But, oh, man, both players in a bit of trouble here. DMJ with a nice dirty triple there, but Redshirt still in a bit of a bind up at the top.
Ooh, great burns. Oh, that was fantastic.
Oh, my God. Oh, but didn't make the adjustment for the S. He knows it, and...
OCR issue? But that's fine because he's still alive.
Still alive.
Oh, great timing.
Wow. Oh, misdrops the L on the left side, and that'll do it.
Now he got the kicker, though.
Yeah, he's got the kicker. If he chooses to submit it, yeah, and he's going to. Yeah, you got to raise the hand. And Eric going to get the max out, too. In the meantime, while we were watching that, Eric just casually making it to Max Out City, and that will be, I believe they're first. Yeah, they're first of the session, so nicely done.
Yeah, we got a lot of, surprisingly, a majority of people just looking around from what I can see, majority of people in this qual session, with now the exception of Redshirt, there's been a lot of 18 starts. DMJ and has been one of the few that has gone to level 19 stars throughout the majority of the qual session so far.
Yeah, and again, he's definitely got the skill to do it, right? And I think if you have the level of skill that these players do, like, I think you could definitely do it. And it seems to me like it's knowing DMJ, like it's probably something he's practiced like a lot, even just coming into this, right? Just at home, in his home setup, just like, all right, I'm gonna just practice explicitly, exclusively for if I'm doing a mock qual, I'm doing it on 19, just to see what I could do, right? So that way when I get there, I can save the time. And again, it's paying off. It's really paying off for him so far.
But right now, DMJ 700,000 at 22. Waiting on, oh, wow, that is a healthy drought.
Yeah. Man, did you bring Gauntlet here? Like, what are you doing, man?
Look. Ooh, nice. We get the close-up, the intensity. Yeah. That was one thing that I loved that production did last year that I hope we can do this year is just all the rotating close-ups. Yeah. Because you got to really see just more facial expressions and didn't feel as static.
And the emotion, you really get the emotion with it. Yeah,
well,
like right
back
here,
to
like,
back.
See,
it's like, oh my gosh, I'm getting another drought.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, that's disgusting.
That is a DMJ impression of all time. Oh, man. Oh, Redshirt trying it. Tops out early. You can't believe it, man.
He's like, come on, give me this long bar. Yes, there we go. We got the long bar. The well is open. Yes, Tetris. Just need 5 more.
He's like, stop. He's like, Sharky, stop, man. Oh, my God. But he is still on phase, right? He's still very much on phase. He just needs a few more, like you said.
But, yeah, 4 Tetrises should be good enough. So we're looking at 3. Yeah, 3. So we're looking at about a 28 max, maybe.
Unless he gets all 3 of them here, but he's going to have to take a couple burns, so not looking like it at this point.
My PB is 600K. I'm not going to qualify it.
Oh, there we go. A couple good burns.
Waiting. I swear, it's just so many droughts. What, did you move to Texas? Hello?
Oh, my God. Come on, man. There we go.
And then imagine getting droughted an entire level. You know you need 3 Tetrises to max. You get droughted an entire level.
And there we
There's
go,
the max.
level 28. He held on strong, and that's going to be max out number 3 for D of the MJ variety. Meanwhile, we got another player on 19 here, Cheese, innovator of rolling in the house. He is on the 19. He's on a pretty good pace here. 700K at level 22, about to hit level 23 here. So this is going to be one to watch, Sharky.
Yeah, funnily enough, almost the exact same pace that DMJ had around this time.
Yeah. So yeah, he's taking his time to get those couple warm-up games in, and honestly, they were pretty good games. Like they certainly were not bad games by any means. So he's got a good 900K kicker, right? So certainly, should this turn out to be a max out, right? That again, like I said earlier, that the kicker will help.
Yeah, and
oh come on, man.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Nothing bad has happened yet.
Oh man.
See, look.
We're like so on it now.
Yeah. Oh,
there
great burn. See, all's well that ends well.
Yeah.
See, and boom, Tetris.
Boom. Yeah, there you go. We all know King would have loved that. The freaking long bar flat. It's his favorite move. So.
Ooh. But I think that another thing, because you talked about like how Cheese needed or could use those games as warm-ups, and I think it's very easy to get desensitized to the level of skill that's on display by these players, because rolling is a very, very precise technique, especially when you're talking about those higher levels. I mean, I'm not a roller, but you have rolled,
I
and
used
so
to be, yeah.
you know how difficult it is to be super precise for an entire duration of a game, because it's not like they're having to maintain a level of precision just for like 5 minutes. And some of these games, especially in match play, if they're going all the way to level 39, we're talking about a high level of precision for up to 12 minutes.
Yeah.
And you're having to
especially with
actively
29, and the competition at least, right? So, yeah, definitely no. It's very hard to be able to do that. And oftentimes, like just getting the mechanics right, like. Honestly, in some ways, like call me out for this or whatever. But like, it almost feels like DAO sometimes in the way where it's like, it almost feels random. Like, oh man, how did I miss that like 5 tab? Like I did the same thing as before, but Cheese doing the same thing as he's done before, and he's gonna get the max out. And the crowd goes wild.
Woo! Yeah. Our players are stacking up. We got more contributions to the Matcherino. Summer B76 with a $76.78 contribution.
Yeah,
saying,
she's here somewhere. So Summer B, let's go.
Saying CTWC exclamation point.
Exclamation point.
Very important.
Yeah, no, it is.
And then we also got another contribution, or 1047, saying go dog go, and we'll be seeing dog in session 2. If you're deciding that there's only one session that you could watch today, like you only had enough time to watch a session, session 2 might be that session.
Yeah.
You have so many heavy hitters where it was, even on the organizer side, it was a challenge to find out who to put where. It's like, we want to put you on CT1, but there's other people that could be on CT1
that are
too.
also good enough, that are well known enough at this point, right? Established is the word I was looking for, right? But speaking of established players, right, we got Eric here on the transition. He's going to be looking for their second max out of the session.
And this is looking incredible as well. 699, make that 725.
Yeah, no, this is a pretty hot one. So again, this is one of those situations, right? If things start to not cooperate, you can see a nice safe double there. Like they definitely have the space to hold out for that, right? And just take the safe burns, right? Do what they got to do. I mean, they're having a very efficient game right now.
Of course, these players, I think that's one of the benefits that having the rocket screen is that rocket screen does allow you to call over the judge for the max, and so then it doesn't get missed, because there are situations where players, because they just get so into it because it's 2 hours of playing, and so then maybe, you just got a max and you're like, oh, whoa, those are some massive hangs over there from Eric.
Oh, my word. Longbar on its way to column 2. Like, my God.
He's hard to column 2.
He's like, what? You talking about me? Oh, man.
So, Red Shirt on yet again another hot game. We're looking at a high 600 transition from him.
Yeah, we're looking at just south of 500K, at least at 130 lines. Right? Obviously, it's not the transition technically, but it's at the same point of the game, right, for DMJ. So here we go. Yeah, 458 at, what we would call the transition if it was an 18 start. So, again, right now he's looking pretty good. So, I mean, yeah, DMJ, with 500K, that's certainly still workable here, right? Could certainly up the pace as well. And, oh, no, but hangs a bar in column 9 and gets the next one over. Okay, he's going to be all right.
Just trying to make sure that everyone is awake. Is like, hold on, I don't hear enough noise. Let me just hang a bar real quick. People like start opening their eyes. It's like, whoa, hold on a second.
Whoa, yeah.
And it's like, oh no, it's
all
fine.
The gasps out in the crowd. Yeah. Yeah, Just oh. Yeah, all the crowd knows. But we live for that, man. We live for all that. So.
We live for the extra drama. Ooh.
Oh.
I was hoping to see that Z spin tuck on red shirt.
Oh, man. Yeah, I was trying to hold on for the T-spin. Oh, there it is, a few pieces later. So, of course, in the meantime, right, getting DMJ and Redshirt both on pretty good paces here, right, trying to reach Max Out City once more, right? They each have more than two. Actually, yeah, DMJ has 3. That is not updated, but on the leaderboard. But, yeah, it's DMJ going for his 4th. Redshirt, I believe, the 3rd. We're at 7:05 here for DMJ. There we go, another Tetris. So yeah, definitely has made up some ground, right, for sure. It was like a little bit like just not that he had a bad pace going into level 20 and beyond, but like it was you know a little bit like okay, maybe step on it a little bit to try and get it before 29.
Yeah, help save some extra time as Redshirt is looking to save a lot of time with this one.
Yeah, oh my god.
Oh, great delay burn, but poor nice. There's the
the
bar for
Tetris. Wow, are we gonna see another max out into 26 or even earlier?
No, it's going to be like a 20.
Oh my god.
Almost a 25 max. I think you would need a triple.
Yeah. Oh man, but guess what, Sharky?
Double.
Game's not giving it to him.
And there
we go.
Max out for Redshirt
again into 26. And it's max out number 3, right? 3?
I believe so.
Yeah. I'm like, man, there's so many max outs happening. I'm already starting to lose count. So you're gonna have to keep me in check here, man. That's. But speaking of losing count of maxes, DMJ looking to lose count here as we are on level 26 on his side. We're at 875. There's a Tetris.
3 Tetrises more. Oh,
nice.
Great pieces for the stack.
Yeah, he knows what he's doing. He's got, he really has the good fundamentals.
Yeah.
And
Total opposite of last level 27, where not a single bar.
Nothing showed up for him, yeah.
I think that's like one of the worst feelings to have while playing, for me personally, is where I'm playing clean on 19, and I just go a full level without a long bar.
Yeah, and there we go. He's going to max right there.
Especially on the later levels, because, a full level of like 3 Tetrises, that's almost 100,000 points.
Yeah.
Or get added to your score.
Yes, there you go. That is max number 4 for the man with 3 first names, DMJ.
All right, we are back to another comp. Everyone's on the beginning of the game. She's just transitioned, so he's not quite at the beginning, but just transition.
The beginning of the post-transition.
Yeah,
right?
the beginning of the post-transition.
Right, you gotta save it. Oh yeah, that's what I meant to say the whole time. That's
Clearly.
Yeah.
I'm just making sure that the audience is paying attention,
right?
Because it's easy to just get lost in the magnificence of the Tetris.
Yeah.
So I gotta make sure that they're aware.
Oh man. Yeah, so there you go. But so you passed. That's what I'm trying to say. Is you all passed. There we go. Tetris Cheese at 566. We're on level 20 on his side, as he is just south of the max out pace into 29. Certainly.
A couple of Tetrises here on level 21 certainly help.
Yeah, certainly would would certainly help him get back on that pace. But of course, game says go fish, so no bar showing off right now, as it often tends to do.
Yeah, this is a 37 and counting drought.
Okay, we're at 40 at this point, and
there
finally it shows up. I'm telling you, you brought Gauntlet here, man. That's
hey, I like that sly reference you said, go fish, because before cheese was just known as cheese, it used to be cheese fish.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, that's what the game often says. You got any bars? Go fish. It often tells all of us, but Cheese starting to find him again, right? Right, the game has decided, oh, actually, no, I do have some bars. Here you go. Right, not when you can use them, but, here's some bars. But he's still on a good pace here, 703 at level 24, as he is working his way to max out City. He's at about a 58% rate, so definitely could still max out before 29. All right, and right now that is kind of where all eyes are at the moment, at least if you're watching here at CT1 on Twitch or YouTube, or here in person at the SoCal Gaming Expo in Pasadena, California. I'd say sunny, but it's actually not super sunny today. It's a little overcast, but it's a nice day. It's nice chill morning. But, oh, Cheese with a couple hangs. That's not so chill. Mechanics had no chill there, and at 768 he is finished and is going to look to start another game. And meanwhile, for Eric up at the top, they've transitioned. We're at 660 on their side. We're at level 21. So again, another really hot game for Eric go in early phases of the 19 speed.
All right, we are currently 38 minutes into our qual session. It's 2 hours.
Yep.
So first 38 minutes feels like it's been a lot of action that has already happened already.
Well, I mean, there has been, right?
Yeah.
There really has been. Yeah.
And it's, like I said, it's more
but there's
like
still
a
over an
marathon.
hour to come. You know, there's.
It's a marathon. These players having to play, lights on the stage. It's a little bit chilly in here.
Yeah.
Made sure to bring my jacket.
Right. Well, I mean, better than yesterday when we were setting up.
Yeah. Okay. Yesterday, it legit felt like Texas.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's not a compliment.
Most times, it's not a compliment.
Yeah. Oh, man. So, yeah, no, a little chill, they got to get used to the environment, but that's the point we're trying to make here, right? You got to use the environment, and it's been a while, right? And, as we start to approach the hour mark, Sharky, you almost got to wonder, like, are players going to try to take a break, or are they going to just keep going? I think our top players here will likely keep going, but, I know back, when I played even when I was on stage, I was, the 1 year I ended up being like, you know what, I was having a particularly frustrating qualifying session. I'm like, you know what? I'm going to just take a break early. It was like 45 minutes, just take a break, go to the bathroom, just take a breather, rest the head, right? And, just, come back fresh and, be ready to go, So we'll see how that pans out for these players, whether they decide to, take, because that's the thing. You have 2 hours. You could use it however you want, right? Like,
yeah.
You want to just go, go screw around for like 15 minutes, like, do it, I guess. Like, it's your time.
It's your time. It's up to you. You're qualifying.
But speaking of qualifying, Eric looking pretty good here. 950. We're looking at a pretty early max out here for him if they can get a couple more touches. Just one off at this point.
Is it bad my brain defaulted to a Vitz there?
Jeez.
I saw it and I was like,
yeah, you're a war criminal, man. And there we go. Tetris Eric. And they'll be on the board with another max at level 27. Again, saving that precious time.
Not the prettiest board. Wanted to look away. But now that he's nice and clean, it's pretty solid. So, we'll focus back in.
So, yes, joining me with comms, because I see some questions in the chat. Joining me on comms is, in fact, Burb Wizard, the wizard of burbs.
The one, the only. Yeah. yeah, not Cox Danny J, right? He's not the real Burb Wizard. It's me. So. Right. He's like, oh, I'm the real Burb Wizard, guys. I've got my parrot. That's not really a good impression of me, but you know what? That's my voice for today.
Yeah.
So. Yeah. Right. So I'm sure he would. Yeah, I'm sure he'll be all up in arms with me later, but he'll be fine.
Yeah, it's all good.
Yeah. But yeah, I am the Burb Wizard, host of the Monday Night Show. If you've heard my voice, that's probably where you've heard it before, right on this channel on Monday nights. So.
Yeah, Monday Night Mayhem.
Yeah, exactly.
Every Monday at 5 p.m. Central. Tune in for Tetris action.
Yeah, we call that a shameless plug, so thank you for that.
Yeah. But if it's our own show, is it really a shameless plug, though?
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, you know what? I'll roll with that. I like that logic. I'll roll with it.
We're just simply providing more avenues for
people
the
to watch
audience to
Tetris.
consume more Tetris.
Yeah.
Because CTWC happens once a year, but Monday Night Mayhem happens
weekly. Yeah.
Yeah, it's weekly.
Not this Monday, but right. I mean, unless you want me to host from a plane, but Oh man, but I was gonna try to make a segue. We got Redshirt soaring to new heights here, right? There's the segue.
Yeah, there you go. Flying his way into another max with this. Is going to have to play a little bit more efficiently if he's looking to get it before level 29. Well, I say have to play more efficiently. More like he has to get the bars to play efficiently. There's one. And there it is. Going to burn that down. Perfect timing on those. Looks like a little bit of 29 play might be necessary.
Yeah, it's like he's kind of. I mean, if he plays perfect, you would maybe, right? But obviously, you don't. In this situation, you don't want. You've come this far in the game, right? You don't really want to put that pressure on yourself to have to continue scoring at an aggressive rate, right? Like just keep it clean. I think really, if you're Redshirt, that's the priority right now.
Yeah, you can keep it clean. If you miss it, because mathematically possible, if he gets all 3 Tetrises here, he maxes.
Oh. It'll
Might be
close.
just shy. Might be
Might
just
need
shy.
Yeah, I think he's going to need a few burns on 29 regardless. So let's see. There's a Tetris.
Yeah, we'll just miss it. So he'll need a couple of burns.
A couple skims. So there we go. He's set up. Will the game give him the piece? Let's see how long he holds out for it, and is not going to very long.
There's the triple,
knows.
so a Tetris will be good enough. And
there
there it is, another max for red shirt.
And that'll be max number 4 at this point. There you go. Very nicely done. Yeah, and you know, he did what he had to do, right? He took that safe triple. He knew, like, okay, this bar's not coming. I should not be holding out for this. Like, I'm very close. I just got to trust my mechanics on 29 and you get it done. So, kudos to Redshirt. Yeah, making that happen. But meanwhile, we have another max out on the horizon here, potentially here for DMJs on level 25, 770. And, you know, we were kind of talking about earlier that 800K benchmark into level 26. He has surpassed that, is now at 837 as we get there on his side. And it's just all clean looking on that board there.
Nice burns. There it is, another Tetris for DMJ. We are looking at a early 28 max. Oh, nice adjustment.
Wow.
See, that's the puzzles working in Tetris puzzles.
Yes, yeah, it's a good segue there. Yeah, shout out to Ansel, man. That was really well done. That whole Nestris.org website, you know. Yeah, and if you want to try it, he has Tetris, right? That's a good way to do it, you know.
Yeah, and then there's also Tetris Effect connected that has classic score attack.
Yeah.
And then, of course, I was fortunate enough to have a Hyperkin controller, and it plays just like an actual NES controller.
Yeah.
And that helped me not be nerfed because Tetris Effect connected, I feel a little bit nerfed because I struggle with quick taps.
Right.
And that's, you know, a key component of my play. So something that's a key component is Redshirt. All right, able to just narrowly get that bar. A triple and a single.
And there
it is, another one for DMJ.
Got it done.
But that website has just become so ingrained. It's like anytime I do something and it's bad, I'm like, puzzles would not like that.
Yeah. What would puzzles tell me? Yeah.
What would puzzles think?
Oh man. Yeah. You know, it is really impressive though, right? And if nothing else, like, makes you at least like think more about what you're doing. I know it does for me, right? I just, like, even if I don't always agree with all the placements as a DAS player, right? Like, certainly someone was like, okay, I'm a DAS player, I'm not gonna hit that, right? But, like, you know, but in certain cases, you know, like, Cheese probably benefiting from some of that too, as he is way up at the top, right? Like,
54 pieces before a long bar for Cheese.
Yeah. Well, there you go. But yeah, but my point was,
right before
wow.
transition too.
Wow. Yeah, sure, Cheese thinking a lot about his decisions, and there we go. There's the long bar for the Tetris, and that's good. And more importantly, Sharky, relief.
Yeah. But now this presents an interesting predicament because, like I said, level 18 does take 5 minutes, and Cheese has a pace where unless he has a phenomenal post-transition, he's going to have to play level 29. And so the question is, does he continue to play out this game? Or,
right.
You know, yeah, the 5 minutes was wasted, but now you don't have to spend that extra time or, you know, play down and try to make the most of each attempt.
Right. Or does he just cut his losses, right, and just try again? But looking like he's going to go with just, you know, send it and see what happens, right? You know, he does have a max out and a 913 on the board, so certainly, you know, not a bad run so far. You know, certainly if your Cheese would like to see, you know, at least a couple more.
Well,
oh, something happened over there.
I hear
Hear the no.
it's not the GD press. No.
Oh man, wish he was here, man. Wish he could have made it.
Yeah.
Oh man, but Cheese hoping he can make it to Max Out City again here. He's actually, I mean, he's up the pace here.
Yeah,
on the
quite
19, right? He's kind of shaking his head at me, right? But you know, maybe whether it's a cringe segue or the fact that I'm talking about him, but regardless, he's upped his pace a bit. That's, you know. Oh man. Yeah. Meanwhile, speaking of games going on right now, Eric's got a good one going here. 767 here, level 22, as we'll get just south of 800K into level 23, so we could be looking at an early one here. Oh man, but Cheese though at the top. This is. Oh no, there's the Cheese bar to column 2 right there. Sorry, I couldn't resist. Sorry, Cheese.
That's one of the things that I love about the Tetris community is all the inside jokes. I mean, while we were doing mic checks earlier, which unfortunately for you guys that are watching at home, you didn't get to hear it. but got a chance to sing the 12 Days of Tetris.
Oh yes, yeah. That was yeah, that was entertaining to listen to. I'm like, oh man, what a throwback, right?
Yeah. We
One
need
that you and like Joseph and them made all those
Yeah.
years ago, yeah.
It'd be cool if we could. We need Chris Forrest to give us
His rendition of
when
that.
you get the line.
Yeah.
Does it almost feel like a sign sent from the sky?
Oh man.
Such good parodies.
Yeah.
The writing
That
is
was
also
that
clever.
was fun that after party too a couple years ago, right? When they busted that out. Game Scout was on the piano, it was a huge jam session. It just turned into that. I don't know. It felt like, what, were we in a Disney movie? Like, it's honestly what it felt like. But it was fun. It was fun. Oh, man. But Eric looking to have a finish to this game, not unlike a Disney movie here. Right? As we're at 9:08. Oh, come on, man.
What kind of Disney movie? Like a Disney original or like an actual like Walt Disney Productions movie?
Right. Yeah, like like a production, right?
Okay,
Walt Disney
okay.
Production, right?
Because hey, some of the Disney originals back in the early 2010s. Ooh, I'm showing my age.
We're dating ourselves here.
Yeah, but man, some best times. That Disney XD.
Disney XD. Yeah. Yeah. Well, no, don't bring up Crash and Bernstein, Tyler and Reed. Oh, Eric with the
Oh.
hang. And
Well.
9:53. There's the kicker.
See, that was your fault because you said Crash and Bernstein, and that game kind of crashed and burned right there.
Oh my God. What have we
That
done?
was-
Oh man.
But we got a couple of good games on the right-hand side. DMJ 6:15 at 137, and Redshirt at 7:06 at 153.
Yeah. So some good ones going here. All right. Definitely. These are games to watch here, right? Games to watch for the Maxes. It's just, man, this is how good all these players are now, man. Like, it's just one after the other. Like, one player max is like, oh, this guy's on max out pace. Oh, that guy down there's on max out pace. It's just, it's crazy. It will never cease to amaze me. Like, just the level of consistency that all of these players have.
And I think that when it comes to like learning Tetris, if there is one place where you can like consume a lot of high-level Tetris to like learn at least a good chunk of fundamentals, even though these players are able to stack higher, I say that qualifying is a good place to learn that. Because these players, they're not going hyper-aggressive most of the time, unless your name is Tetris Time. They're not going hyper-aggressive most of the time, and they're just trying to focus on solid stacking so they can get that max. So that if you're, trying to learn how to play, looking at these players, seeing how they stack to consistently get that max, time and time again, this is a great way to try and facilitate that learning.
Yeah. Yeah, even when we were just practicing the format at home, right, before coming here, right? Yeah, just, like figuring out the aggression, maybe tempering it a bit if you're, used to going aggressive on the 19 to try and match your opponent, right? It's a good opportunity to do that for sure. And it really, it really is a different skill set when it comes down to it. And I think, honestly, it's what qualifying rewards. Like, there's a debate, there's a debate in Discord every freaking year, right? Like, do we do away with Max? Speaking of Max's, Redshirt just got one again. But, but there's the debate of, like, should we, do away with that, just do high score instead, but, like, but it's a different skill set.
The craziest thing, though, even, like, it gets brought up, and it works.
Yeah.
It's always been accurate, which is, like, the wildest thing. But, like, if it's not broke, don't fix it.
Right.
Because Chris Tang is like, well, until it's broken, then.
Yeah, like, it's still working,
Which, of course, you guys are going to hear Chris Tang and James Chen later on, especially this week.
Yeah, certainly tonight at our right. They're on for our the TGM tournament, right?
I believe so.
Yeah.
I opted not to commentate it because I just didn't know enough about TGM4.
Yeah. Oh yeah, those two. Those two are going to be great for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I believe we got Japanese commentary going on for that as well with Corian and Green Tea. If memory serves.
If they're not playing.
Yeah, if they're not playing, that is. Yeah, exactly.
You got Green Tea, won the few TGM4 Grandmasters, and then Corian, I've seen him play Konoha a lot, which is, the perfect clear mode.
Yeah.
And he's insane.
Yeah, he is. Speaking of insane, another max out, Sharky, right, for DMJ, right? We're just, get yapping for even 5 seconds, and, these guys are just like, hey, guys, max.
Yeah, but I think that's also one of the coolest thing is that I think this year we have the most amount of multilingual broadcasts for top 8 than we've had all
Ever.
year long.
Yeah.
And then, of course, we also get Japanese commentary in-house.
In person, yeah.
From, Korean Green Tea and Site. The Site is the organizer of the Waku Waku tournament, or one of the organizers of the Waku Waku tournament.
Yeah.
So that is, we got Persian, we got French, we'll have Italian on another collaborator's channel. We'll have Spanish.
Yeah.
It's so
yeah,
many.
Spanish in-house too, right? Yeah, with Pollo and all them, right?
Yeah. The fact that we have all the way up to CT11.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, not even a CT8 the Ocho, right? Wait.
Yeah,
Well, I don't even remember what 11 is in Spanish. I'm going to be honest.
Once.
Once. Yes. Yeah. See, yeah, Classic Tetris 11. The once, right?
Yeah,
That's-
the once.
Yeah.
Honestly, that doesn't sound too bad.
No, it really doesn't. It's got a ring to it. So yeah. So Pollo, that it is free, right? That's a free idea. Next time I'm going to charge you. That's.
But we got another post-transition game for Cheese, 6-16. So on track for that max by 29.
Yeah, it seems like he's really found his rhythm here. After that kind of tougher game he had the last one.
Yeah, and it was just a combination of unfortunate misdrops, but then also that 42-piece drought right before transition.
Well, it was a 50-piece drought right before transition. Yeah, but still, your point stands. Yeah,
it's a lot. And that's, the challenge is you're having a bad game and then it's made worse. It's man, I'm just not getting the bar.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's just like that.
Yeah, and sometimes it even becomes a mental game at that point, too. It's all right, next game's a different game. It's
Yeah.
a new game.
You got to sit back. It's all right, this game just wasn't it for me. We'll just go next.
Just run it back, yeah.
I think when it comes to.
Oh, you can see some indecision there with that LPs, excuse me.
No, you're good.
Yeah.
I think when it comes to when you start talking about at the highest level, when they have the mechanicals down, they got the technicals. I think what separates the players and what is one of the biggest determining factors of who walks away with this championship at the end of the day is the mental game.
Yeah.
Because this moves slow enough for people to process what's going on, and then for players that are used to playing at these speed, that's a lot of time that you can be thinking.
Yeah.
Because a lot of the time, we place pieces just instinctively, especially if we're streaming and we're playing, we're not entirely focused on the game. We're interacting with chat,
Talking with people, yeah.
and so then a lot of that could just be autopilot. So then you could be thinking, and especially when you start talking about situations you're down maybe 2-1 or even worse, down 0-2, and you gotta lock in for that game, trying to compartmentalize that mental to where it doesn't distract you is very important. And speaking about things not distracting, look at the score from Cheese.
Yeah, he's still going here. He's still cooking. Uh-oh. The CT3 chants have started already. I don't know what the heck happened over there, but
if you want to find out, go to Classic Tetris 3
have
on
that pulled
Twitch.
up too. Yeah, yeah. All the tabs. Have all the tabs open.
She's not quite liking the pieces that are being received right now, but is one Tetris and a little bit of change.
Yeah, so, the Tetris should do it.
Oh, wait. The Tetris. Wait,
Oh!
no, he's going for the perfect max. Come on, long bar. Come on.
Give it to it.
Perfect max! Oh my gosh!
1 million right on the dot, baby.
1 million exactly.
Oh, yeah, that was the look on his face. Like, wait a minute.
I was like, hold on a second. That's exact because the Tetris in the 29 is 36,000 points.
Wow.
Automatic highlight.
Get it? Yeah. Just doing the math mid. It's one thing for us to do that math, but to do it mid-game like that is crazy.
I got way too excited. I saw that. I was like, wait, no, he's going for it.
Yeah.
Please.
Yeah, give it to him.
For at least as long as we could see the screen displays, I think that is the first perfect max
that we've seen here. Yeah, certainly here at the World Championship.
Yeah, here at the World Championship.
Oh man.
Gosh. Already a special year.
Oh yeah. Yeah, but he's a pro. That's he could do stuff like that. He can get away with all that. Man. But meanwhile, got some other transition games going on. They'll pale by comparison.
Yeah.
But no, but of course, some good games going on here too. We got Eric up at the top left, with an 820 here. Certainly on pace to get a max out before level 29. All right, we got 853 on level 26, so a couple levels left to go. Meanwhile, Red Shirt and DMJ both on level 20 each. Red Shirt with the higher pace at 677, DMJ at 516. But of course, keep an eye on Eric here as we are approaching the level 29.
Yeah, about 3 Tetrises and change will get us that max number.
Oh,
Ooh.
didn't get the rotation.
But the burns are going to be great. Nice timing
Wow.
on the O pieces. Hold on.
Oh! Didn't come quick enough. He was trying to get one more over there. Just nada. Not going to happen.
So another game going to have to be started up there for Eric. But Red Shirt is storming in with another one.
Yeah, 794, level 23. I mean, yeah, 'cause we've seen 2 max outs for him already going into level 26. It's been very, very efficient today.
1 hour warning in 1 minute.
So again, 852 here for Red Shirt. Jamming here. He's got the good tunes going, I would imagine.
Yeah.
Got to get the, maybe Red Shirt, like, send me your playlist after this. Like,
Yeah, I unfortunately I didn't have time to update my playlist, but Discord was nice enough to give me YouTube Premium for 3 months.
Oh, there you
so
go. Yeah, just
my,
make it on
songs on
YouTube,
YouTube. Just get to listen to that, no ads.
Yeah. And, Eric, what a board. Anyway, Red Shirt here at 953. Right, and we're looking
at a 26 max.
Again here, yeah.
Discipline burns. I love to see it.
Yep,
Tetris.
988 now. One more will do it, or even could just take some burns if he wants to play it safe. But it's set up.
He's going to do it in style
And
with
there
a
we
Tetris
go.
and another max for Red Shirt.
Another 26 max, and we're at just about an hour remaining here, right? 1 hour to go. So we're about halfway through, and yeah, you're going to see it. Red Shirt got to get up, just take a breather, right?
And I approve of that.
Yeah.
If they're, always stretch, make sure you're comfortable, make sure you're hydrated.
Yep.
The water buffs go insane.
They do. They absolutely do.
Having a bad game, it's like, all right, let me drink some water.
Yeah, you got
and
the jumping jacks, going on up there.
That's actually what I contribute to my victory up against Ninu back in 2020 was water. Because I was down 0-2, and after that I started drinking water after every game. And then
it helps.
Yeah, it helps. It's like it helps clear your mind.
Yeah.
And right now, DMJ looking for a clear path to another max. Just one more Tetris, and there it is, another max for DMJ.
That's max number 7. So if he keeps up the pace, 7 per hour, right? If he continues the pace, we could be looking at 14 here from DMJ.
Yeah.
God, still crazy. Oh my God. Yeah, and again, make sure you have all 4 channels open. Right here at Classic Tetris, Classic Tetris 2, Classic Tetris 3, and Classic Tetris 4.
Yeah. Chat asked a question, is it hot in California? And believe it or not, it's actually pretty pleasant.
Yeah.
Like, I think I was genuinely surprised when I looked at the weather, and I was like, oh, that's actually like perfect weather. It almost feels like Portland kind of weather.
It did, honestly. Yeah, I almost I stepped outside after I parked the car. I'm like, man, I almost kind of regret leaving my hoodie in there. Like, but but it was comfy. It was really it's really comfy out here, actually.
No, I was like, oh, this is nice.
Honestly, like being a Detroiter myself, feels like I'm at home. Honestly, so.
Yeah, it feels cooler. I was expecting, a little bit more Texas-y weather, like a little bit more on the hotter side of things. Because I've that built-in heat resistance. Plus 50.
Yeah.
My code is
you Texans are built different. Yeah.
Man. It's actually been cooler while these players are still getting on the way. It's actually been cooler in Texas this year than it has in previous years.
Oh, certainly, yeah. I mean, I saw that blizzard you guys got this winter. Like, sorry for your losses. Having to deal with that.
I was fine. Yeah. I was fine. I was chilling.
Yeah.
Well,
honestly, you guys probably had it worse than us in Detroit.
But it was like, so far, at least where I live, it hasn't passed 100 degrees yet in Texas.
Yeah.
Which is good because.
Yeah, that's good news. I remember when I came out for Lone Star the one time, it was just during the
that was
100 degrees till further notice.
That was awful.
It was horrible, yeah.
Lone Star, that was 2022, yeah. Right?
Or 23.
Yeah, 2023.
Yeah.
2023 Lone Star, Austin, Texas. It was anywhere from like 100 to like 105 every day.
At nighttime, 100 degrees.
Yeah. And then whenever it rained, I remember specifically because I was so mad. It rained for literally 5 minutes. And then it stopped raining and the sun came out. And I was like, if you're going to do that, just please keep raining. Because then it just made it humid, which humid heat, disgusting.
Yeah. You know, like every Midwest dad would say ever, you know, it's not the heat that gets you, Sharky. It's the humidity.
It's the humidity.
Oh, man. But these players not being got by the humidity here, they're the ones cooking here right now. As Cheese at a 662 at level 22. Having to take a few burns, but is in very good position. There we go. As soon as I get done saying it, he's way ahead of me, Sharky. He knows what's up.
Quick tap, and that'll be a top out.
Yeah, so again, 696 here.
Franco also digging up high.
You know, with 420 there. Hey now, 696, 420. He's going to take the burn
Ooh.
and the Tetris.
DMJ going to have to go for a soft reset here.
Oh, man, yeah. A few misdrops there up at the top.
Getting it down.
But, of course, again, kind of game to watch right now is Cheese there on the bottom left. You know, was able to get into a rhythm that last game, and it looks like that's going to, so far, carry over into this one, too.
Brilliant down stacking. Or I say down stacking. It's just more so opening up the well.
Yeah, more so just some skims, really. But they were efficient skims, and they were definitely necessary to keep the board safe.
Keep this up, looking for a bar to run it down towards. Taking the triple with the L.
There we go, at 767, just hoping, you know, these bar will friggin' show up. He's like, bro, what is happening?
He's like, why am I getting another drought?
There we go.
No, maybe it's because that Cheese is from Arizona. The RNG
Yeah.
followed him. The dryness of the desert.
Yeah. Yeah. That dry heat out there, man.
Man, I will never forget. I had the one time I went to Arizona. It was 2023 CTWC. I actually had a layover in Arizona.
Okay, yeah.
I got off the plane, walked into the airport, no AC. I was like, this is awful.
Oh my God. Yeah, if you're like walking through the walkway from the plane or whatever,
I
you
was
can like feel it.
I was like, all right, okay, you know, this is pretty cool. Get inside where, you know, all the flights and stuff are. No AC. I was like, oh.
Yeah. Oh my God, I thought you were gonna die, but someone who's not gonna die right now is Cheese, as he is on level 28. He's got a couple Tetris left before 29, and could at least get close, very close to max out beforehand, but only has one more on the table now, so he's gonna have to play some 29
Ooh,
to get it.
Oh, brilliant
Wow.
burn. I love that from Cheese. What I don't love is this RNG. There
There
it
we
is,
go.
Tetris. One more will be necessary or could line out.
Yeah, we'll see how he handles this here. But man, yeah, the game was just, it took so long to reward him for those good burns there. There we go, good burn here, went 981. A few burns will do it. Oh man, it's all eyes on Cheese right now. It's a hang of a bar. Let's see if he can get another one over. Oh no, the SP's gonna hang! Oh my gosh. Okay, wait, he's got the skim set up.
A couple more
Left
1,000
side,
points.
Flat, he's playing so safe here.
He needs five.
Dude,
He
you
needs,
got
no,
it.
can't do it. 997.
Oh my God. That could end up being the highest kicker of the tournament, man. Oh my God.
And you can just see it. There's just not too much that he can do.
Oh my God. It's heartbreaking, man. Wow. What a heartbreaker. And just like that, he's just right back in it here. He's just no time to waste. He's got to get another one going. Got to just, you know, in that situation, you just got to shake it off. That's all you can do. Oh my gosh. Wow. I'm still speechless, man. That was. Oh my gosh. But in the meantime, folks, we got Eric ICX here at 882. And again, if you like what you're seeing, right? Well, we're just cruising along here. If you like what you're seeing, make sure to contribute to that prize pool. These players put on an absolute show here for everybody. We definitely want to see that prize pool get higher. These players deserve it, man. Right? You'll have that occasional slip up, right, or whatever, right? But you know, but honestly, it's hard. I mean, but that game that you just saw, it's a testament to how hard it is to play 29. As Redshirt gets the max out as well, right? He will get it. So that'll be max out number 7 for him. He'll tie up with DMJ. Like I said, level 29 though, it is hard to play. Yeah, the fact that Cheese, the innovator of rolling, like having some misdrops on 29, like it can happen to anybody.
It's a very fast speed. Don't let the fact that it can be played. There's a max for Eric. It's a very fast speed. Don't let the fact that it can be played distract you from. It's still incredibly difficult.
Yeah, even for the best players. Yeah, it's like pretty much the way that I felt when I first tried playing 29 as a roller. Like felt the same way that it felt when I was first starting playing at all, right? As when trying to learn how to play 19. When I played that for the first time, I thought it was impossible, you know. And that's the normal reaction, you know. And it was the same way for 29, you know. And it's hard. My point is, it's really difficult.
Funny story about level 19. So my sister, this is like back when I was still like a budding player. My sister came in my room and she was like, "Oh, you know, what you doing?" I'm like, "I'm playing Tetris." And she's like, "Oh, that looks easy." And I'm like, "Oh yeah? I bet you $20 you can't get a line on level 19. She spent 20 minutes trying to get a line and couldn't do it.
Wow.
And she got close, but the thing is like unless you know DAS or like how
Anything
stuff works
about
on that,
Tetris, yeah.
she just couldn't get it. And she gave up, and she was like, "You know, you're mean for that." And I'm like, "I didn't say you had to pay me 20. I say if you could get it, I'll pay you 20."
Yeah.
So I kept my money that day. She never played Classic Tetris again.
Oh my god. Oh man.
But it just goes to show, like, 19 in these higher speeds are very difficult unless you're, like, practiced on them. And even then, misdrops still happen at the highest level.
Yeah, you know, like, these are human beings after all, right? Like, you know.
What? They're human beings?
Yeah, right? It's not, we don't have Stack Rabbit up there, right? Or, you know.
Beta Tetris.
Yeah, Beta
you know,
Tetris, Triple Machine, like, you know.
These are actually humans. They're not just robots that are capable of high precision inputs almost every single time.
Yeah. Yeah, like, you know, a mistake will happen, you know, but these guys are very good at minimizing the amount of mistakes that are made, you know.
There it is, Tetris over there for DMJ on another good run, 750 here.
Yeah, we're at about that coveted 60% rate, you know, going into the later levels of this game. Yeah, and DMJ, Sharky, still has yet to submit a kicker, right? Like every game that hasn't been a max out, it's been like, you know, a 100, 200K game, you know, a fairly early top out, right? And he's just been like, nope, I'm going to just go for another max. I'm just going to reset, save the time. You know, like if I'm going to get a kicker, I can get something higher than that. So there we go, another Tetris, 851. So certainly could get it well before 29 here.
Yeah, looking at a 28. I want to say that 27 is possible, but given our situation that we've seen with these players and these droughts, which I'm kind of scared of what we see during match play, because last year, I know for a fact I was talking about the droughts a lot, the amount of references I made to Texas last year, just because of like how dry the boards were. But DMJ looking for one and change.
Yeah, he's home now. And speaking of which, no, okay, there we go. 18-piece drought, easy against the bar. Just needs a few burns. Could triple it at this point.
Oh, he pushed down. Maybe unintentional, maybe intentional.
Oh, say
Wait,
another one.
hold on.
Hey,
48 points over.
48 points over the perfect max. I was trying to pull a cheese there, but nah, he did too much. There you go. But max out number 8 for DMJ. It's
Another
on the board.
max.
Yeah, that's the important part, right? You got it.
And Cheese 506 looking at a very high 500K. Well, not quite. With the board state in mind, we're looking at a mid 500K transition.
Yeah, because he's likely going to have to burn all the way in unless he sets up something really dirty. But certainly at this phase would be ill-advised.
Ooh, I like that burn.
Yeah. Yeah, the solves are just so good, man. But that's why he's there, man. That's why he's on our stage. That's why he's, you know, a top 16 finisher at the World Championship just last year. So, you know, he's...
Yeah, Cheese has always been an innovator. Back in 2020, when we had certain restrictions on how to play online, Cheese had played with the controller like up to his chest.
Yeah.
Like, a lot of people called it like the Guitar Hero grip. Like he's shaking his head, he knows, but it was still like in order to comply with the restrictions that were imposed, Cheese found a way and adapted, and that kind of adaptation kind of worked its way into rolling a bit.
Yeah, just a little bit. Yeah. You know, and plus, you know, and this is in addition to some other research, like, you know, how can we, you know, like trying to do the fly hack technique on the top of the controller, it just didn't work. You know, there was a lot of innovation that went into it, into the competitive scene you see today. Like, you know,
I think one of the coolest things, and it's always wild because, you know, obviously hindsight is 2020, but the fact that, you know, it took someone like Chi saying is like, hey, we're tapping with like 1 to 2 fingers. Why not use all 5?
All of them, yeah.
It's like, it seems like something like a solution that would just be like, just right there, but no one really thought of that.
Yeah, everyone just kind of, in their ways, right? It's like, well, this isn't very ergonomic. Obviously there was a lot that went into it, but but just the base of the, right, the idea behind it, it was kind of right there,
But right now, we're looking good down here at the bottom. I think there was a pretty sizable, okay, there it is, Red Shirt's OCR issue corrected for the most part.
Almost,
He's not at, what is happening?
we got Yobi hard at work, man. Got to shout him out with the Nestor's champs.
Yeah, Yobi coming all the way out from Singapore to help troubleshoot tech. And look at this drought Red Shirt had to endure into level 19, not level 59.
Yeah.
This is so funny.
Whoa, he's at level 61, right? Oh, man. So, of course, Yobi hard at work. We do appreciate him very much, right? So, it's, it's cool that we have, the nice-looking pieces, right?
Yeah, the high definition.
Like, and obviously, it's difficult to get old and new technology to work together, as Jonas would always put it, right? Like, it's just getting them to be cooperative, right? It's difficult, so.
And knock on wood, but it's always impressive that we don't have more issues.
Oh, why would you say that?
I already said knock on wood. Like, when you think of, like, the catastrophic issues that could go wrong working with
tech, I know what you're getting
working
at.
with tech that's older than me. Like, bro, this game is older than me by, like, almost 15 years.
Yeah.
Like, that's kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, a little bit. Oh, man. Oh, hanging with T from Cheese.
Hold on.
This is diggable.
This is diggable, but we're closing in on level 29, though.
Yeah, I mean, if you can find something efficient, maybe an
That
L piece would be
Z-piece.
nice. No, not going to happen.
That Z piece was awful.
Yeah, that was like honestly the one piece he couldn't use.
Red Shirt, level 66. No, it's level 26.
26. Yeah, just subtract 40 levels and a few hundred lines and,
Yeah. 40 levels, so 400 lines.
Yeah.
That Tetris rate is definitely not 12.
Yeah.
But it looks like 29 play might be necessary.
Yeah, we are at just south of a 900K.
Wait. Okay, maybe subtract more than 400 lines.
Yeah.
Ooh, this is going to be tricky, though.
Yeah, assuming, yeah.
It's kind of scary because I don't know when it's going to hit.
Yeah, I think it's about to.
Okay, this next one, surely.
It's got to be, right? Yeah,
there
we go. So we're on level 29. On Red Shirt
And
side.
several missed drops.
Okay.
And that's going to be a kicker. It is better than the earlier kicker that has been submitted.
Yeah. Yeah, of course.
We got another good game over here for Eric.
Yeah, 579 here at the level 20 at the moment. So this is looking strong, right? Looking like, so again, Eric currently with 3 max outs, looking for their 4th. Right, and and as we're starting to get closer towards like we're in the back half of this this session, right? This first qualifying session, this is starting to bring the question of how many do we think are going to be needed to get into the bracket, right? The gold bracket, certainly it was like what 4 or 5 last year, 4 I think, if I recall correctly. But
I think it was like, oh wow,
oh my God, what a save! Yeah.
Downbound, she's having to reset, and DMJ fighting for survival and is going to
what a kick from DMJ. Just masterclass maneuvers right there. But but as I was saying, right, like I think it was about 4 max outs last year, if my memory
it was
serves
like
right.
4 max outs and basically a one-off kicker. So like you needed 5.
So basically 5.
Yeah, basically
so,
5.
So then the question becomes, right, like is again. DMJ and Red Shirt, above that already, right? We had last year, but of course, people like Eric and Cheese that have, 3 and 2 max outs respectively, it's almost, you almost got to wonder. It's like, man, are they going to start feeling that pressure to, get a few more, right? These last few games, right? Back to back to back, however many more they need, I guess it depends on how many they think they're going to need,
Yeah. And that I think that's also one of the scariest things. It's like as the first qual session, you don't know what it's going to be like.
Yeah.
The most that you can speculate is what everyone's been saying. People have been saying like, oh, it's going to be 6, it's going to be 8. And definitely one of the challenges is to not let that get in your head.
Yeah.
So you have to play your game, and since you're part of the first group, you set the bar.
Yeah. Yeah, that's how I always like looking at it, It's like, all right, well, you're up first. You're setting the bar, So I always found it interesting that, a lot of people don't want to do that. A lot of people sign up for, the later slots, but, I don't know. I find that interesting. So
I sign up for the later slots because I can go and get food right before and have the food boost. Because after I'm done with my commentary shifts here, going to get Chick-fil-A and boba.
Yeah, get some lunch, yeah. Yeah, that's true. That's a good call. Yeah, that's a good way to look at it too. But breakfast buff.
True.
There's breakfast buff. At least you have something good for breakfast, right? Like,
yeah. But.
All right. But in the meantime, Eric looking for that breakfast buff right now. Is there a level 27? Probably going to be looking at some 29 play to be able to get the max here. And man, this bar is just not showing up.
Yeah, and DMJ having to go for the max in post 29 as well. And that's the thing.
And needs over 100,000 points too, so he's gonna have to play decently far into it.
And we already saw it happen with Cheese with him failing to get that 1 max.
Oh, and Eric gonna hang a bar on the right. There's a 906 and not enough to even up the kicker there.
Yeah, one of the scariest things is that when these players do get to that 29, they're forced to max. Now there's that added pressure of not only do they have to play at a higher speed, but they want to get that max. And
MJ 1 burn.
There it is.
Yeah, there we go.
The max for DMJ. But as I was saying, like, they want to get that max on 29, so now there's that added pressure because if you don't get that max while you're playing 29, that's 8 to 10 minutes gone.
Yeah.
And we're well more than an hour in our qualifying.
Yeah.
So now every minute matters. Because who knows, you might have a couple of rough games where you have an early top out, and then all of a sudden, rocket screen, time expires, you don't get another game.
Yeah. Yeah, even just those few seconds, right? Those few seconds can make all the difference, and that's something we're going to be looking at as we start to get close to the end of our time here in this first qualifying block. Right? I was looking at probably about, just checking general time, somewhere about 25, 30 minutes remaining here. So,
red shirt, nice down stacking.
And there we go. So we were just getting underway here, but man, it's been a crazy run. A lot of surprises, some drama, high drama, right?
Yeah,
certainly.
I mean, already. Oh, DMJ actually. How long is DMJ going for 18 starts?
This is the first one I've seen.
Yeah, maybe we just also been like locked into all the other drama that's been happening.
Right.
Oh, dirty Tetris.
Yeah, no,
right
this
there.
is the first one I've seen. So I think, it's possible he has played a few more, but that's the first I've noticed.
Yeah, but we have a lot of exciting stuff that's happening today. Obviously, you have the qual sessions. Then there's something after session 3. Definitely going to want to stick to see what that is.
Yeah.
You'll just have to see.
Yeah, you're going to have to see. It's worth your time.
It is worth your time. So after qual session 6, there's something special. And then there's the TGM4 tournament, which I saw TGM4 recently updated because now that people are starting to get GMs, they started adding additional grades. So you'll have like GM Grandmaster rounds 8 or Grandmaster round 6.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that's kind of cool because, TGM3 wasn't really accessible to us in North America, and nor did it really receive updates.
Yeah.
So then now you got a game.
Well, yeah, because it came out so long ago, right?
Yeah.
It was a different era, really, like of just gaming in general.
Yeah,
so.
the only way you got a chance to play TGM3 is if, you go to one of these retro gaming conventions and they have a cabinet that just so happens to have the board. Or you go to Japan, which one day, I'll be there one day.
Yeah, I mean, we pull up for Waku Waku if they do that again. Please do Waku Waku again, Site. Thanks.
Yeah, this time I'll actually be in the proper time zone and not commentating until
at like 4 a.m. Yeah.
Oh, red shirt. That's going to have to be a soft reset. Not too much could have done there.
Yeah, meanwhile, Jargy, we got Cheese at transition just south of a 600K at the transition, and now we'll go up to 623. So, got to just stay strong, keep it going. He's
You know,
laughing at something, whether us or the
you
other
know,
players.
hang in there. Get your motivational cat poster.
Oh, man,
Ooh,
yeah.
nice, dirty Tetris setup.
Yeah, give
Oh,
it.
you already see that preemptive handshake.
No.
He wants it.
Oh, no, it's not going to show up. Oh, come on, man.
How about next time we like take away some focus off of Cheese? Because it feels like every time we're looking at Cheese, he just runs into a drought.
Yeah, the game knows. The game
It's
absolutely knows.
It's like, oh, wait, Sharky and Burb are commentating over Cheese? All right,
Like, nah, bro.
let's drought him right now.
Yeah.
40-piece drought.
Yeah, and just and then blame it on them, right? Blame it on the commentators.
Yeah.
That's it.
Oh, yeah, it's all the commentators' fault.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, while we're just kind of cruising along here, Cheese opting for the 19 start, and I think it's just because, you know, running out of time, right?
Yeah, you want to get more, especially when you have games like that where they're making a decent amount through the progression of the game, like halfway, somewhere around there. And so then you want to lessen that time in case another thing like that does happen.
Yeah, exactly. You know, and yeah. So anyway, so Cheese trying to, you know, make up some time here. You know, he's only got 2 max outs on the board right now, and honestly, while we're just getting started here, you know, maybe just kind of looking at some of the remainder of the leaderboard as well. You know, got 14 players that have maxed out so far, at least of those that have been put in already. But you know, Murphy and them have been doing a good job at keeping it, you know, updating very quickly. So, you know, of course, Pollo at the 14th seed right now with at the high 800 kicker too. You know, so. Certainly some pretty high scores going on right now. You know, we got Aoife with a couple, I believe over at 4, I believe where she was. You know, Draco got a couple. So, you know, this is, you know, a lot of people maxing out this year. That the floor has really been upped, right? Players have really upped the floor this time around.
Right now. Yeah, players just kind of stacking along. DMJ on track for looks like a 500K transition, so going to be needing roughly the same equivalent in in level 19.
Yeah. Meanwhile, at the top, Redshirt just had to endure a 50-piece drought. Gets rewarded with a Tetris, but you know, luckily still pretty early on. So if you know had that continued and was unable to, you know, resolve that, still would have been able to, you know, reset. You know, would have been totally okay. Yeah. And meanwhile, of course, speaking of which, another friggin' drought from Redshirt. Another 30-piece drought. Oh, man. So Redshirt having to do some burning up at the top. Meanwhile, DMJ has transitioned at 526. So does have the max out potential here. And he's looking to be the first one to get to double digits today. Right, he's already got 9. Still has yet to submit a kicker, right? So either he's maxed out or he's topped out very early, right? So he hasn't. He's like, no, I'm not even worth submitting, right? So so if he can get this here, I mean, if he can really just stay on this pace, so we'll kind of keep an eye on that, see how that goes. Of course, still keep an eye on Cheese as well, who's on the level 19 stars at 384, having a very efficient game actually.
How much time is left? Yeah, so we have 33 minutes left here in this first qual session.
Yeah, so again, so still some time. I mean, so probably, you know, a few more games. Oh, but DMJ with a couple misdrops. But, you know, again, has some room here, right? Try and take these burns, you know, if he wants to get this 429.
So 33 at level 8 game or level 18 game is going to take you around.
Yeah, so probably roughly 3 to 4 more games.
Around 4 to 5, depending on how early you max.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, if you max early too, yeah, it could end up being even 5.
But that would be the challenge, and that's why you're going to see Cheese go for that level 19, because now that 4 to 5 games becomes more like 5 or 6.
Yeah.
And considering how there is all this talk about how high the cutoff is going to be, Cheese is definitely looking to get as many attempts to try and get as many maxes to even just make sure that a bracket spot
Just make sure he gets in.
Yeah.
That's really what it is. Just make it in, and then, you know, if you're good enough, you'll be good enough to beat anybody else that's seated above you. At least that's how I always look at it. You know, it's like, oh man, you know, really you want, you know, this ideal seed or whatever. Like, No, if you could just make the bracket, you know, even if it is a very low seed, like you can surprise some people.
Yeah,
You
don't,
know?
don't let it get in your head. I think that's one of the big things that happened to me in my debut in CTWC in 2019. Missed drop over here from DMJ, potentially, but no, it's going to work out. So DMJ is on track for a max here. But one of the things that, so is Eric. One of the things that kind of got in my head when I made my debut in 2019 was, had I progressed through my bracket, it would have arguably been more difficult than JD's bracket in 2018. Because first I had to go through Microblaze, and then I'd have to go through Jeff, and then I'd have to go through Green Tea, and then I had to go through Joseph.
Yeah.
And that got in my head because I was like,
Yeah, you're thinking too far ahead, right?
Yeah.
And then, not just focus, like, all right, let me just play. Like, just play. Like,
'Cause I
not
was-
even so much like win this match, like literally just play.
yeah, because I've been playing for less than a year at that point, and
Yeah.
it was, all a surprise for me to even go there thanks to my mom and dad, flying me out there.
Yeah.
And so I was like, dude, how am I even going to, try and make a run with, all these people as like my opponents, especially Green Tea and JD being in my bracket kind of spooked me a bit.
Yeah, well, I mean, that is a spooky bracket. But what's not so spooky is DMJ. Well, he is pretty spooky if you're his opponents because max number 10, it's on the board. He'll be the first to reach double digits today.
And, another top out from Eric as well.
And 944, just south of the kicker, Sharky. Just literally less than a Tetris south of it. That one's got to hurt. But meanwhile, we got redshirted Cheese still cooking here. We're on the 19 speed. 744 Cheese on level 24. Add a Tetris, go to 774. 680. That is your score for redshirt going into level 23 here. There we go. Again, they're just letting it rip right now. We're hearing some cowbells, potentially some more max outs going on, either off stream or on our other streams. Again, make sure if you're watching this, if you like what you're seeing, and you want to see more Tetris right now, you see all these other players that are qualifying right now. You can see the leaderboard, right? Make sure to tune in to Classic Tetris 2, or if you're on YouTube, Classic Tetris Archive, CTWC Archive channel. And of course, on Twitch, Classic Tetris 3 and Classic Tetris 4. Have all the tabs open. Maybe projecting your TV, whatever you want to do.
Get a multi-stream going,
Yeah.
Have CT4 on your phone, on your computer,
Yeah,
split
like an
screen,
iPad or
CT1 and
something.
CT2.
Yeah, tablet, whatever.
Consume all the Tetris. But yeah,
There we go. Cheese with max out number 3
We're now
at
taking,
level 28. And again, it was a little bit early, so not super early, but still before 29. Right?
see what trying to figure out what level we're at for red shirt here.
Oh, yeah. Well, 69, apparently. Right?
Hey now.
Yeah. That's it. Right. Funny number, apparently.
Yeah, apparently. And ooh, missed drop. And there it is, Tetris for red shirt. I am going to assume this is level 28.
Yep,
Oh,
there we go.
There it is.
29.
It's just that commentator's intuition.
Yeah, just based on, context clues, right?
One more Tetris should be good enough for red shirt.
We're excited to work with them to make it attack together. So type in exclamation point SUC in chat for more information. Letters and numbers
And there you go. Red shirt with another max out. Had to do it post 29, but he's got it, and he is going to go up to 8 max outs, and with a decent kicker, too, right? The 946 kicker for red shirt. So he's looking strong today, Sharky.
Indeed, he is.
And, and I have to say, speaking of other players that are on our stream in front of us right now, I do really think that the 19 transition, wow, the 19 starts right now, right, certainly working out for our players that did it. We saw that from Cheese the last game and is continuing to do that here. We'll see if he can go back to back. I mean, he's going to have to take a few burns right now, but certainly, I mean, again, if he's going to go all in, now's the time, right? Now is the time to do it.
So
Oh my goodness, coach producer's messing with us. My God. Oh man. In our ears.
Yeah, got to make sure that everything is situated before we get into match play, which, it's the first qual session, so there are going to be, a little technical hiccups.
Yeah.
We were up here till 11:45 last night.
Yeah, pretty late.
Trying to help set up stuff, and everything still wasn't 100% good to go. So there is a lot of work that goes into putting together these events, especially all the tech. If you're able to attend a CTWC, obviously to watch the Tetris, but then just to see how much actually goes into it, the scales.
Just take in the setup. Just take in the whole setup, man.
Hey,
it's
you guys will see it whenever Kingsman probably is doing his announcing, but there is like the single greatest flex that I've seen in my life, just having the CTWC logo spin on CRT TVs.
Oh, yeah.
And then a total of, 16 PVMs.
PVMs arranged in shapes, right? Tetris shapes.
Yeah, Tetris shapes. And PVMs, for those of you that don't know, are expensive as hell.
Yeah, they are. They are literally professional video monitors, right? That a lot of the old, TV stations would use, right? For for all their monitors and all their, their setups that we now use like the monitor equipment for, right? So, those go. I mean, literally like over $1,000. I've seen some of them go for. Like they're very, very expensive. So yeah, that's a pretty big flex. Not even a weird flex, just a flex.
Yeah.
I don't want to flex, but speaking of flexing, I think DMJ will be okay with flexing it a bit here if he can pull out this max out. He's at 730 right now. Even nodding in agreement. Yeah, he'll flex. Oh my goodness. Yeah, so 734, level 21, so certainly on a pretty good pace right now. Meanwhile, on the bottom left of your screen, she's not looking too shabby either. 407 here. We're on level 19 still. About 30 lines to go till we get to the level 20 transition. Right? No speed increase there, of course, but the colors change, so that's important.
Yes. Yeah. And we are winding down.
Yeah, winding down here on this first session. Right, again, so not a lot of time left, and these players really trying to make the most of it here. Eric included, as they are at 520 here, now 544 as we're on the 19 speed for them. So lots of fast action going on right now. Just keep your eyes peeled. Certainly if we do see some max outs, DMJ be the first to get there. And again, at that point, we looking at 11. And like I said earlier, when we got to the hour mark, right? I'm like, if he gets 7 in just an hour, right? If he can just keep that same level of efficiency. And so far, he really is, right? Because he definitely still has time for a couple more. I could end up being right about that, 14 max outs for him.
Yeah, definitely it's time, especially if the level 19 starts is utilized and we get early maxes too.
Yeah, it's definitely possible. So let's see. He's at 880 right now. We're at level 25. I mean, definitely, if he can get out of this mess and maybe set up a dirty Tetris right here. Oh, he's going to. Wait on the bar. That aggressive flat burn right there, which I know is a weird sentence, but it really was kind of aggressive that high up. But, of course, bars come way too late.
Yeah, the drought, massive backfire right there. We got identical paces on the left-hand side, 671 for Eric, 673 for Cheese. And they need these maxes, the both of them.
Yeah, they really do. Because, again, if the predictions that have been out there for how many are going to be needed are right, they're certainly going to need a couple more. DMJ still in a bit of a bind. Up at the top is getting droughted pretty heavily. 30-piece drought, and he's going to succumb to it at 9:05. And, ladies and gentlemen, he will submit a kicker. DMJ with a kicker. It's happened.
It only just took, over an hour and a half.
Yeah, right? Yeah. Thanks for clapping at that, Barrett. I appreciate it. Oh, man. All right. In the meantime, we're going to
watch. Cheese has really been struggling with these pieces. It's always getting the wrong piece to try and downstack out of this, and then the occasional misdrop in between the downstack as well.
Yeah,
really,
like that misdrop of a T we just saw a moment ago.
Yeah, really harming his chances.
Oh, but okay, he's getting some good pieces here. Has a nice long bar flat. We're going to need a couple other good pieces to get out of it. Opted to fill the dependency with a long bar. So he's going to try to get out of this mess and try to get himself back on pace. You can kind of see that frustration there. right? And understandably so, because, my God. But in the meantime, Eric at 974 here. We're at level 28 for them. They are looking to get max out number, I believe number 4, 5? Where's Eric on the leaderboard? Number 4. Max out number 4.
Very
for
crucial
Eric.
max out at this point in the game. This is tough because Cheese needs every game here, but to play this out, that's a lot of time that's going to be spent on post 29.
Yeah, but at this point has already spent so much time.
Yeah, this is, what's it called?
A little sunk cost,
yeah,
right?
sunk cost. That's where I was looking for.
Yeah, but there we go. Tetris Cheese will go to 833. So hold on.
We are locked into Cheese right now.
Oh, man. Oh, we need something on the left side. That was
hang is
not
gonna be
it,
fatal.
man. That was not it.
It
Really,
is
some
tough.
more L pieces would have been good. Like, I don't disagree with what he did with the one that showed up by any means, but, like, if he had got maybe a couple more, could have thrown him left. Like, they're so good for down stacking on the fast speeds. So here we go. Again, starting to run out of time here for our players. Again, we're at 7:49 redshirt, so looking to lock in max out number 9. But it's got a hang of on the right, but gets another one over. Got that good control there. Yeah, and of course, again, as a reminder for folks, we do have 2 more qualifying sessions today coming up in just a little bit. A few minutes after this one is concluded, we'll have our second block of players. Again, certainly some heavy hitters there too, right? As Sharky was saying, that's going to be one to watch. And then we will have a third qualifying session after that. So Tetris happening all night long, right? All sorts of qualifying going on. And then, of course, tomorrow morning we're going to have a few people qualifying as well. As mentioned, Corian and Green Tea among them.
Dan V as well.
And Dan V,
Alex Kerr.
Yeah, so some heavy hitters, even that are, arriving later or, are otherwise, unable to qualify today, right? And that are going to be going tomorrow instead.
Yeah, because of the TGM4 tournament that they want to participate in as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, next call session, you'll be having Dog, Fractal, Meme, Andy, Eyeball, Miles, SV, Tristop, Knight, Opok, Sodium, Tetris Time.
Heavy.
That cutoff is going to balloon from whatever you see right now to, I think, is going to get to max territory.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. So here we go. We're at 964 for red shirt. He's got a little bit left before 29. There we go. We'll max it out. We'll max it out. That is max out number 9 for that guy wearing a red shirt there.
Pretty on brand, if I do say so myself.
Oh, yeah. No, he knows what he's doing. He knows what he's doing. There we go. So red shirt trying to hang on to what is currently the number 2 seed in the tournament. I expect that will change based on everyone else that's going later, right? There are a lot of players yet to go, so a lot can happen. But certainly, right now, you got to feel good. Yeah, of course. DMJ continuing the 19-start approach. Right, had that 118 game, like literally just that one game. And it's like, all right, I'm going to go back to 19. It was working. So, a few lines left from the transition. He's at 447, so if he wants to max out before 29, probably want to up the pace a little bit. But, again, he's certainly capable of playing 29. So either way, really looking good. But, like I said, I'm really excited for how this tournament's going to go, though. It's already been I've been having a blast already, man.
Yeah, it's been a great open. We already got to see some really cool stuff like the perfect max.
Yeah.
I think that's, even though there's all this amazing Tetris that's being displayed by players all around, I think that, and then the awareness to execute on it.
Yeah, just mid-game, right? Just to know, just deliberately set this up. And the fact that he was rewarded, too.
Going to have to go for a soft reset here. Just not great pieces on that 19.
Yeah, he's really just trying to recenter himself here, Because, for Cheese, I feel like kind of a, it's a good qualifier. Don't get me wrong. Like 3 at a 997. That's good, right? I'm not going to say that's a bad qualifier. Yeah. But I think, Cheese certainly, probably someone that, would expect to get a bit more than that. I think more he himself, right, would expect to get more than that. But could still happen. There's still some time left. Not a lot, but there's still time left to get at least one, maybe two more. Yeah, there we go. Tetris cheese, and he is gonna look to get himself back into a rhythm here. And meanwhile, DMJ, kind of our player to watch at the moment, right? He is at 660 here. Yeah, at level 23. So still having a pretty solid game, as we have about 16 minutes left to go in this qualifying session. And with that in mind, and for those of you that are playing, it's session 2, right? We got a lot of heavy hitters playing at qualifying session 2. If you are in session 2 here at SoCal, right, at the convention, if you are here at the convention and you're playing in session 2, go to the front desk. Don't make King chase you down, all right? You do not. That's not what we want to see happen. So go to the front desk and make sure that you are checked in for qualifying session 2. Thank you very much. Yeah, well, maybe you should be more scared of Marfan. But anyway, if you are in session 2, make sure you go to the front desk and get registered. Yeah, get checked in. But speaking of players that are checked in and are playing, right? DMJ, they had an 825 here at level 26. Needs a few more Tetrises to get that max out. We're at 858 now. So certainly some time before the level 29 to make it happen.
Cheese needs these next 2 games to max. Because we just said there was like 16 minutes left.
Yeah.
So Cheese has to max this game and needs to max the next.
Yeah, and likely the next one too.
If he can somehow fit all 3, that's the thing. He needs those early maxes and maybe a level 19 start.
Yeah. So we'll be kind of keeping an eye on that. Right now, early days is certainly looking all right. Like no real major hiccups at the moment.
Yeah,
oh, come on. Don't do this to him just as I say that. Oh, man. Meanwhile, Eric with a 655 here. We're on level 22, so potential for another max out there. But there's one for DMJ. Got it done into 29, and that is a max out number 11.
Small misdrop over there from Cheese, but should be able to recover. Waiting for ideal pieces. And another misdrop, but still gets that T-piece over. And this is a weird position that Cheese is in because of there being so little time left, even if you're having a game that's not great like this, you don't want to really reset because you don't have that time.
Yeah. Yeah, especially knowing what you likely need. Like, that's... Although, I don't know.
Hold on.
Ooh.
Maybe?
That Z would have been nice a piece earlier.
This is
I'm surprised I didn't
so
see him go for the berm of
challenging.
the square. I was really surprised not to see it, but regardless, going to reset.
That's 2 games. Cheese has 2 games left now.
Yeah.
It's going for 19.
Yeah, wants to maybe try and squeeze even one more. He's gonna avoid club 0, Sharky, with a 1 pushdown point, so certainly respectable.
Have Eric up at 740 now.
Yeah, and there we go. Eric just having to get those pieces over to the left side. Is a 746 here. We're now at level 26. So again, he's gonna have to get out of this quick and looking like may need some 29 to make the max happen. And again, they've got 4 right now, so certainly a max here though, Sharky, would be really good for their odds of making it in.
Definitely.
Which is crazy to say, but
Yeah, our former world champion potentially not making it in a gold bracket. It is definitely a possibility, which is scary.
Oh man, this has been quite a ride already, Sharky. These players are good at bringing the drama. Like G's right there with that high up board.
Speaking
of
drama, this is a high up board for Eric.
Eric! Oh my God, we need 2 more Tetrises. And we're going. We have 1 line left.
That's a top out from Eric.
And that's not even enough for the kicker. Again, just short. Man. Wow, that's insane. Just that. It's always so heartbreaking, man. That's
you can literally feel the energy shift in the room.
Yeah.
We already know that Red Shirt and DMJ, they're good.
They're good, yeah. They're our top 2 seeds for the time being. You know, we'll see what our Session 2 and Session 3 players have to say about that.
Yeah.
And as a reminder for Session 2 players, if you still have not checked in for Session 2, get to the front desk.
Now.
Yeah, it says right on my note here in big bold letters, all caps, now.
Unless you don't want to qual, then you're.
Then don't, I guess.
Yeah, then don't. Less competition for me, am I right?
yeah, exactly. Oh man, but of course, Red Shirt's a competitor. He'll keep competing. He's at 695 here. We're on level 24 now. Definitely with the potential to be the second player of the tournament to get double digits in terms of number of maxes. Yeah, and DMJ, and honestly, DMJ having a solid game too here.
A lot of nice adjustments being executed as well.
Yeah, and it's crazy, like these two, the players that probably needed the least, but that's how they're professionals. That's just how good they are. It's like that's fine. I'm gonna just just keep going until it's over. Like it's not over till it's over. I'm gonna give it all I got. It's like Detroit Lions, right? It's like, hey, we're winning by a lot, but we're gonna, it's not over yet. We gotta keep going.
Speaking of good paces, Chiefs is on a good pace too. This is exactly what you want. That one game to shift the momentum, change the energy, where it's now it takes off some pressure when you're playing like this.
Yeah.
Because now you're like, all right, I can afford to take burns. I don't need to go aggressive. I don't need to push myself. If I'm feeling uncomfortable, then I can take it a little bit slower.
Yeah, I could take my time, do my thing. There is time. Again, not a lot of time left, but there is time. It's not zero. And honestly, it could end up even, if that momentum could shift, it could even end up turning into a HEP situation from back in 2021. It was one of the online years. I think it was 2021. I don't know. It all feels like a blur, I'll be honest. But it was one of the online years, where HEPS was able to just barely, get his only 2 max outs. Oh, Red Shirt! Just gonna miss max out number 10, but will up the kicker to a 980. So if somebody else gets 9 max outs, I mean, that's going to be tough to get ahead of Red Shirt. All right. And, of course, ladies and gentlemen, this is your 10-minute warning for qualifying session number 1.
And Red Shirt started right at the 10-minute warning, so that means he gets 2 games on level 18.
Yeah.
Unless he has to play.
Yeah, depending on how far he has to play, but typically, about 8 minutes, right? So he'll have time to start one more, most likely.
Another good games down at the bottom. 675 for Cheese, 595 for DMJ.
Yeah, so some good games going to the bottom here. Yeah, we're going to see. Can these two make some more max outs happen? Let's see it. Certainly, gotta give yourself the best chance. That's really what it's about at this point. Just give yourself the best chance at still being in, or at minimum, right? Being in the gold bracket. Because that top 48, that's some tough competition.
Indeed.
As you're just slowly, even right now, I've been watching just people get slowly bumped down past number, 34 there, right? That's, it's just kind of just watch yourself slowly, as I go down.
Eric with another reset, and I don't know how much time passed since we made that 10-minute announcement, but there is
maybe about a minute or two. Yeah.
There is an actual possibility this could be Eric's last game.
Yeah. So here we go. Meanwhile, DMJ at 815. We're on level 26 on his side. Meanwhile, Cheese at the bottom has at 67, on level 25. So this is exactly the game you're looking for, Sharky.
Exactly the game you're looking for, Berg. Yeah. Just waiting on the long bar now. DMJ on track for another one, too. Might actually require some 29 play on his part. But our eyes are trained on Cheese. This game is make or break.
Yeah, it could be an early max here. There we go. There's the Tetris. We're at 942.
Set up for another.
Yep, there we go. Yep, 975. One more will do it. There's the Tetris and cheese.
There's another max. If he starts a level 19 game, I think he can fit in 2.
Yeah, he can squeeze in 2 more. So that's max out number 4 for cheese. That's much needed. As DMJ's now at 29. He's going to have to get a few more lines here to get max number 12.
Oh, that
this
piece
board's
is not
falling
what he's
apart
looking
here.
for. Oh, nice. Getting that TVs over to the left was crucial.
Oh, my God.
The burns. Nicely done, DMJ.
Gets the bar for the dependency, too. A few more lines to go. There's a triple. That'll
and there
do
it
it.
is.
Max out number 12 is on the board for DMJ. He's got time for at least one more here.
All right, so we got our level 19 start from Cheese.
No. Gilbert has the time.
All right, but either way, we are underway with our next games here. Cheese continuing the 19 approach because it's working out for him.
And it's a guarantee of 2 games,
Yeah.
especially if he can get an early max here.
Yeah, so right now, you know, again, pretty early days of these ones. Games that we got going on right now. And again, yeah, it's just, like I said, it's just a race to the finish. Just how high of a seed can I get at this point? Man, and again, seriously, just I cannot emphasize enough. Like, what a session this has been, Sharky. This is.
Yeah, this is very dramatic.
Yeah, I have no doubt it's going to finish that way too. Like, regardless of what happens with our players at this point, it's going to be. I mean, they're gonna make it exciting.
Yeah. Eric wants this max. Cheese wants this and another.
Yeah, because Eric at 4 at the moment, you know, and it has just barely missed the 5th one a few times now at this point.
And same can be said for Cheese. Like, the near misses would have pushed both of those players past that theoretical qual threshold.
Yeah. Yeah, and right now, I mean, look at this for Cheese right now. Having another really efficient 19 game. And again, like I said before, now is the time to get that to happen. Right? It is now or never. All right. And ladies and gentlemen, there are 5 minutes remaining. Yeah.
So Cheese is looking for an early max here. Doesn't want to play too deep into 29.
Yeah, or really at all.
If possible to avoiding 29. But man, these pieces are slowing down the pace. But having 400K at 80 lines, that's a
good game.
Quite good.
Yeah. And is setting this up. No, it's not showing.
It's just more pieces that keep perpetuating this burn.
Yeah, oh my God, these squares, dude.
There it is. You see Cheese not in approval. He approves of those pieces, allowing those burns to cascade the stack down.
Yeah, I'm Cheesefish, and I approve this RNG.
But still, just the pace just keeps falling further and further away as a drought ensues. And the accidental overadjust.
Yeah, see, and I don't doubt that Cheese could still get the max out off this pace, but it's just a question of how much more time is it going to take than it otherwise would have.
Exactly, because it's literally not a question of if, it's literally a question of when.
Yeah. Oh man, something just happened. Someone did something crazy over there. Yeah, make sure you got all the streams open.
There it is, another Tetris for Cheese. So a 470 would be the equivalent transition if we were doing level 18. So
yeah, which is not bad. Yeah.
It's still definitely possible to get the max before 29. It's just that the post-19 levels are going to have to be efficient, and it is on a right track with those two Tetrises right there.
Yeah, he's going to have to hustle. Yeah, if he wants to squeeze in another game.
All right. Missed drop.
Yeah. I thought maybe that was a Vitz at first. I'm like, nope, that's not high enough.
Yeah, that was only 3 highs, sir.
Yeah.
Eric
Hey,
with a missed drops, and Eric's going to top out, so one last game.
Oh, no.
That's official.
Yeah, Eric's got one last chance here. Got to get max out number 5. Red shirt is the second player now to get max out number 10. He's got double-digit max outs. And he's got time for could he maybe even get 11?
Yep. One more game left available. DMJ might be able to get one more game. It'd be a challenge, but it's also in the cards for DMJ as well.
Yeah, certainly.
Actually, no. I think this might be DMJ's last game. This is DMJ's
this is his last game. Thanks, Bidwell. So there's 2 minutes remaining here. This is it, now or never, to make something big happen for all of these players.
Cheese needs this max.
Yeah, probably more than anyone.
So does Eric.
Yeah, so let's see. Right now we got, Cheese the only one at the post-transition. DMJ about to get there too, but.
Yeah, this efficiency spike over here from Cheese, that's exactly what you want. Now we're looking to where it's definitely max possible before 29.
Yeah.
Oh, that adjustment from Cheese. Brilliantly done.
Yeah. Yeah, the question is, can he get another, whether he, when he gets this max, because I think he's going to get it. I mean, it looks, so far is looking good. The question is, will he do it with enough time to start another game, right? Again, there's less than 2 minutes left. But obviously
60 seconds.
60 seconds. He's got 60 seconds to get this max out.
He needs
and
these
start another
bars.
game, but it's not
Miss
coming.
the spin. Or the tuck, either or. And that O piece.
Oh, no.
Now the focus has shifted. He now needs to just try and focus on maxing this game.
Yeah.
The 29 play is going to be necessary. I don't think there's a way that this could be cleaned up fast enough to get a max before 29.
Yeah. Oh, my gosh.
This is so tense. Okay, that T-piece helps.
30 seconds remaining.
He needs to get access to that left-hand side. Okay, left side is
good
open.
burn.
Perfect eyepiece. Okay. 130,000 points is how far Cheese is away from the max.
Yeah. Let's see it. There we go.
There's one Tetris. 3 Tetrises is left. And a double flip. Cheese goes into 29. Opens up the well.
God.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Time has expired on our players.
And Cheese now trying to not have his board expired. That left side's a concern. Can't get the 5 tap. There's still a chance. He needs the eyepiece. He needs it now, but it's in a drought and hangs.
Get it over.
Cheese with a 928 top out means that Cheese is
gonna finish with 4 max outs.
4 max outs and a 997 kicker.
Wow, that's.
Eric also not in a great position either. A Z burst. Them Z's possibly gonna put this board to sleep, but no, he's finding a way to open it up.
Oh, it gets it over.
Eyepiece comes just a tad bit too late, but now the well is open. That's important
that
that Eric survives.
Tetris. It's gonna stay alive, and again with time expired, that's all that matters at this point. You gotta make this one game count. And DMJ doing just that, Sharkies. He's at just south of an 800K here. We're on level 26, as he is gonna look to make it 13, lucky 13. See if he can do it. As our other 2 players, Eric and Redshirt, still on 18 here. They've still got a bit of time left before their games will conclude, provided they stay alive. So here we go. So right now it is all eyes on DMJ. There's Longman. There's the Tetris. We're at 873, so certainly could still do this before 29. He's going to have to play decently efficiently, though, to make that happen.
Couple of burns forced, so yeah, 29 play is going to be needed. And hearts go out to Cheese there.
Man, yeah, that was entertaining. I mean, maybe not so much for him. I mean, certainly, you could tell he was struggling a little bit, but
3,000 points away from that 5th max.
Yeah. So here we go. DMJ 985. We're on level 29. He can line this out.
And a little bit shaky.
Uh-oh. but he's been so good on the 29.
All right, just needs a triple is actually good enough. A double, nice, nice.
Yeah, 96, 97.
99, and there it is.
Yeah, lucky 13. DMJ has done it. That's a walk-off. Max 13.
Now our focus shifts to Eric in red shirt. Eric tapping
Yeah.
in red shirt, looking to add one more max to the total.
Yeah, it is interesting to see Eric tapping. You know, was known as, you know, one of, if not the fastest tapper in the world, you know, back in their heyday, back when they were doing that primarily, right? So it is interesting to see, you know, just perhaps maybe to rest the rolling hand, or, you know, not sure. But either way, it is interesting to see.
Maybe it's for more control.
Yeah, that could also be.
Because back when rolling did first, debut, one of the issues was that players weren't consistent at controlling it at a high degree of proficiency. And a drought for Eric. Okay, gets the long bar in time.
Oh, man. Oh, Eric. It's up very high at the start of the 19. Oh, gets that tee over. Okay, this is diggable, but again, he's got to
And it's also very curious because he's tapping too.
Yeah.
Maybe has he swapped to rolling?
Yeah,
it's
can't
possible.
tell. Where's our hit cam? Where's it? Right.
This is okay, able to get pieces over. All right, the well is open down to the bottom.
Yeah.
Oh no, the
hangs
hang
the bar.
Gets it over, and that's the triple. The stack is
red
brought
shirt's in
down.
trouble at the top.
And with a 600K transition too, nice,
Ooh.
gets it all the way over. Needs something to that left though.
No,
no.
doesn't get the rotation.
There's still a chance. Nice,
Gets
gets
it.
it over. Red shirt staying alive. Now needs another J or an I. Neither piece is coming, and red shirt tops out. All attention
683.
focuses on Eric.
Yeah, but gotta say, job well done there from Redshirt though. 9 max outs, or actually, I believe there was a 10 that wasn't in there. But anyway, a lot of max outs. It's currently the number 2 seed. It's gonna hang on to that at least for the time being. So here we go. Comes down to this. What can Eric do here? Can we see one more max? I think we can, but it's just it has not been the most efficient game, at least coming into the 19. He's gotta either, most likely he's gonna have to get himself ready for 29 regardless.
Yes,
but certainly
mathematically speaking.
Yes, yeah, but you want. I guess my point is you want a high score as possible going into it.
Oh, Eric accidentally brought that back because he was Tetris, or they were Tetris ready.
Yeah, so we'll see how this goes. These last few levels, it's certainly a good chance to at least get a couple 100,000 more points and at least make the 29, chase down, for lack of a better way to put it, chase down efforts a bit easier, right?
Yeah, because the longer you have to play 29, the more uncomfortable that could be. Especially now you're in a high pressure situation. You need this max.
But that being said, Eric, well known, right? As they now switch over to the rolling technique. Thank you, production, for showing us that. As they're just switching back and forth, but Eric known as, when they won the world championship, 2 years ago, or 3 years ago, excuse me. That was really what did it, was just the strategy of just lining out, staying efficient, right? Or rather staying alive, right? Just making sure that, hey, I can play 29 as long as I want. I'll make it happen.
Ooh,
so
misspin over there from Eric.
So my point is, certainly it could, no matter how much 29 they've got to play, certainly it could be done.
Yeah, this is going to be a lot of 29. That's going to have to be played.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, needs a couple 100,000 more points. So we'll see how this goes. I mean, this could be a really exciting way to finish this. Here we go. 1 line to go. They're going to set up down the middle and are going to burn in. Okay, 720 to score at the second transition. So can Eric chase down a cut like 300,000 points?
That left side needs, okay, he's brought it down. Potentially trying to go for this center wheel. No, it's just going to bring the stack down.
Yeah.
Square not quite hitting its mark, and now the board's starting to elevate.
Oh,
another
misrotation.
And now that left side.
No!
The hang.
Oh, no, can't get it over. And that'll do it. Eric will finish with 4 max at the 953 kicker. Man.
What a qual session.
Yeah, certainly. Wow. What a heartbreaker there right at the end. I mean, it's just, but that's how it goes sometimes, you know.
Yeah, it's tough because, I mean, there were so many games that were so close.
Yeah.
And especially in Jesus' case, it was 3,000 points away. Just needed a couple extra burns on the level 29 speeds.
Yeah.
And unfortunately just was unable to find it after a couple of unfortunate misdrops.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate, you know, and like we were saying, it's hard to be put in a position where you got to play a bunch of 29 to even have a chance to get the max out, right? You know, and at the last game of all times, like that's tough. That's really tough to do. And, you know, but yeah, certainly very good qual scores for everybody involved, you know. DMJ looking really strong there with 13 maxes, you know, about what, you know, I ended up predicting at about halfway. I'm like, hey, if he keeps this level of efficiency up, you know, could end up getting about 14. So was pretty close on that, right?
Yeah.
And of course, Redshirt too, making it to double digits. You know, it's very, very solid quals for them. And I'll be looking to see how good they do in the tournament.
Yeah, especially, you know, now we got our more heavy hitters.
Yeah.
I can't say now we got the heavy hitters because we have a lot that were in all
spaced
sessions.
out, absolutely.
So now we have more heavy hitters. That's argued the highest volume of heavy hitters coming in this next session. I mean, you heard me rattle off, you know, all those names.
All those names, literally everyone. Yeah,
you have the Arteaga brothers that are, you know, going to be qualing. And, you know, Andy has been picking up rolling again after, you know, the injury that he had last year.
Yeah.
And so then who knows?
It'll be good to see how he's recovered, you know, hopefully well.
Yeah, it's going to be very exciting. And, of course, players are getting situated.
Yeah, there's only just a little bit. Yeah, we'll be starting our second qualifying session. You know, and of course, you know, surely some players, you know, off stream here, you're still wrapping up, right? Maybe on, you know, either 3 or 4.
Yeah.
You know, check for yourself, right? If you want to see how the endings of all that goes.
Yeah, because you're allowed to start a last game, but before the countdown ended, you were allowed to start a game. So maybe, you know, they're on that like final game.
Yeah, maybe they started right at the last second, right? So, you know, it's like it still counts. It was before time ran out, so.
Yeah. So. Oh, I need. Yeah.
Uh-oh.
All right, but while we're that, you know, want to say, you know, hope everyone has been having a great time so far, and hope you're ready for more epic stuff to come, because this weekend, it is a lot. And in celebration of World Tetris Day, because that's what today is, we have an exciting opportunity to showcase the Red Bull Tetris.
Yes, we do.
Brand new, like literally just released today.
Yeah.
It is going to be exciting. We're going to watch a Red Bull video, and then we're going to showcase some of the gameplay, too.
Yeah.
And you guys are going to see it all over the week. There's a lot of stuff. It will be open to players in over 55 countries. And Red Bull, you know they always like to go big, and they got some big stuff in store. So I believe when our production is ready to play the video, we're good to go. So check out this video. All right, so I'll start playing, and then Burb will start talking a little bit more about it.
Yeah, you know, so of course this is a pretty history-making event, right? It's not just any competition here with the Red Bull Tetris that you are seeing on screen right now. You know, players have a chance here. They're going to compete. And, you know, the players will have a chance to compete on the leaderboard for a chance to compete in the U.S. National Final in Miami, in sunny Miami, and ultimately the World Final, where over 2,000 drones will take over the skies above the legendary Dubai frame to take over for the first ever official live playable Tetris game in the sky.
We're experiencing some minor technical issues, so bear with us.
Yeah, it looked good a minute ago. So. Oh my goodness, yeah. So bear with us. Bear with us.
Tech issues, plague events everywhere.
Yeah. So appreciate everyone's patience.
But how it works while we're waiting on this to show is you're going to head over to www.redbulltetris.com, and you will play it on the mobile game. You'll be able to climb the leaderboard and submit your highest score. Obviously, you want to keep playing to beat your own record because improvement is amazing. the competition starts today, World Tetris Day, and it will conclude on October 31st.
Yeah, and what better day to start it, Sharky, right? Than our holiday, right? Our holiday, right? Tetris Day.
Yeah, the top 32 scorers, will, like we mentioned earlier, will have a trip to Florida for the national finals with airfare and accommodations covered. And then, if you're crowned the U.S. national final winner, you'll head to Dubai for the world finals.
Yeah.
With travel, lodging, food, and an
all of it.
unforgettable
All
experience.
inclusive. Yeah.
All included.
Yeah. You know, Tetris in the sky, like, you know, it's something you always, like, imagine, right, as a player, right? The, you know, the Tetris effect. You're seeing all the pieces just everywhere that you go, right? So that, you know, that's going to be a literal thing in Dubai. That'll be really cool to see. So, yeah. So, once again, competition starts today. It starts today, and it ends on October the 31st, right? And, yeah, it should be a great experience. So, whether you're a casual fan or a Tetris master, now's the time. Get in the game, right? Red Bull Tetris is open to everybody 18 and up of all skill levels. But, of course, only the best of the best are going to make it to the top.
Yeah, and like we mentioned, it ends in October, so you have plenty of time to up your skills. And as you can see, there was a little power-up right there, Red Bull can down at the bottom, and different things will happen. So you would hard drop by sliding down, and to hold, because this is more modern Tetris as opposed to classic, all you do is you would swipe up. Yeah. Of course, you got to go as fast as you can, want to try and get as many points as you can.
Yeah, he's got 30 seconds left. Yeah. Oh, man. Yeah, of course. Got to. Yeah.
Ooh. I am running out of time. Kind of like blundered.
There you go. Got to get the Red Bull in full effect. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, there you go. Oh, it went out. Yeah, Satarki. Take his wing, man. Yeah, there you go. That's your Red Bull. That's all you. There you go.
All right.
There you go. There you go. So, of course, if you want to get in, start playing. Head to RedBullTetris.com, and maybe, just maybe, we'll see your name lighting up in the skies over Dubai.
Yeah. I'm going to try and get it again because I messed up. But it's really fun. It is a challenge because you have to go fast. You know, aim with your fingers left and right.
Yeah.
So then we're just
letting it load up. So yeah, no, it's really exciting. So again, shout out to Red Bull, partnered with us on all of that.
I mean, and like we said, you have plenty of time to practice. I mean, October, that is a lot of time.
Yeah, it's a lot of time. Yeah, to get good, rise up the ranks, right?
There's also like some unique strategies that you have to do. So for example, since you are swiping down, it is more advisable for you to avoid doing tucks. Yeah. So then you would be able to go faster because if you don't have to do tucks or you don't have to do spins, then you're able to go faster because it's swipe controls.
Yeah, push downs are actually favorable here. So Harry, I'm sure would approve. So.
So as you can see on the bottom row, there is a Red Bull power-up can. And as soon as I clear that line, hopefully with a Tetris, because points are important.
Yeah, it is more like the modern games, right? You got the whole chamber, you got all that stuff. So there you go, Tetris.
And then all the pieces shifted over to the left. Yeah, so that was the shifter power-up. I think, oh, hello, I almost misdropped.
Yeah, right. It's all going to play at the same time, yeah. So, it makes her a nice clean stack, right? You definitely got to use them to your advantage.
Yeah, and it's interesting because, in other modern versions of the game, you would have more than just a one next preview.
Right.
And so then it does feel a little bit classic in that way, if I can not misdrop. So then, for example, there was the pusher power-up.
Pusher, yeah, it gets you set up.
And so I was able to get a quick back-to-back Tetris.
Yeah, so of course, the keys, some of the keys, right? So we're giving you some of the meta on how to do this, right?
Like this is the first time this is being played, and I'm giving you the keys, the lay of the game.
Yeah, maybe you'll discover your own, strategies, right? Your own different strategies, right?
Oh, look, there's the golden eyepiece. Yeah. Oh, wait. Okay, that was actually great.
Yeah, nice little shift there. Yeah, to open things up down the middle. Yeah, and the whole chamber used perfectly there, right?
Yeah, you got to swipe up to hold.
Yeah, anybody can get it.
And so there's a pusher, so now I have more of my stack, which is great because it helps you with speed.
Yeah, that's the important part. Yeah, again, time is of the essence.
You know what? I'm going to do something just for it. I'm setting up a bits.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, for the people.
Yes, for the meme. We got to do it for the memes.
Gotta do it. Yeah, there we go. Long bar's coming. Here we
All
go.
right, let's see. You got to slowly. Wait.
Wait.
There we go.
Yeah.
Nice little bits. As you can see, it's not practical because you have to wait for it to like fall. Or you can like slowly slide it down.
Yeah, now we got 30 seconds left, so, you know.
Yeah, that was
score potential a little lower.
A little lower.
Yeah.
But meme potential is always full.
Exactly. Yeah, meme potential is always the important thing. So.
And of course, we'll be seeing meme qualify later today. Oh, let's see. 13 seconds.
Yep, 10 seconds remaining. All right, 5, 4, 3.
Wait, no.
Oh, no. Here
okay, I still got it.
Nice, nice. There you go. Sharky showing you how it's done.
Yeah, not bad. 56,000.
Yeah.
I would guarantee you the bits cost me.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely. That's, you know, but hey, it's for the memes. It's for the memes. That's why we do it. So there you go. You can scan that QR code on your screen right now, right? If you want to play that for yourself, maybe get a trip to Dubai, man. You never know, right?
Yeah, all expenses paid for.
Yeah,
that's like huge.
That's worth playing for, I think. So
yeah, even if it's just to put a score, because I mean, you never know.
Yeah.
Like especially if you're able to practice beforehand.
Right.
I'd say that it's
you've got several months, so you've got all summer, even a bit into the fall. So
and we're gonna be playing it throughout the weekend. So who knows? Maybe I learned some more things and I share with you guys.
So just keep your eyes peeled. Yeah, for all the new meta, all of that. So
yeah.
So again, right, that QR code or Red Bull Tetris.
Scan that QR code, Red Bull Tetris. Remember, you do have to be 18 years or older in order to participate.
Yeah, in order to get on the leaderboard and participate in the tournament that is going on. So.
Fortunately, I am older than 18.
Yeah. Wait, you are?
No way.
Yeah.
Wow. There's a Tetris player older than a classic Tetris player older than 18.
Yeah, whoa.
What is that? That's an anomaly.
Yeah. Truly an anomaly. So there you go. Again, shout out to Red Bull for putting this whole thing together, and yeah, it should be really exciting to see. You know, maybe you'll recognize some faces from around here in Dubai whenever that happens.
Yeah, which still wild. So we're gonna get stuff with our Qual 2 sessions started soon. They're gonna be warming up. So on CT1, you're gonna have Dog, Andy, Fractal, and then it says the Asian. I'm pretty sure. That last spot is supposed to go to Meme.
Yeah, most
so
likely.
You'll have Meme on CT1, CT2. You'll have Eyeball, Miles, SV, Tristop, CT3, Knight, Opux, Sodium, Tetris Time, and CT4, AB Geek, Guapi, ID Kirby, and Laser. But Burb, commentating this first qual session with you has been amazing.
Oh, yeah, no, likewise, man. I've had a blast. So of course, you'll probably see me up on stage taking qual scores at a moment here. So you know.
It is now time for me to go get food and boba so then I can qual for qual session 3.
All right, yeah, good luck, man.
Yeah, y'all in chat, don't go anywhere. Be right back with some more action.
Yeah, stay tuned, everybody.
face each other to talk, I would love to see you face each other. The beautiful face.
Yeah, just bring him so just inside.
Exactly.
Yeah. Maybe pass down the king in them too.
Yeah, that's fine. Take each other. Let's see the mics on the opposite.
Yeah.
Did it work, Chris?
Hey, was it? Yeah. Good, bad. Yeah, because I have him, but I was not. So thanks for bailing me out. Yeah, I'm like, oh boy, yeah. I'm like, oh boy. Yeah, I was not prepared for that. Yeah. Oh yeah, because you do an invite. Oh yeah. No, I'm excited to work with Chris Pang tomorrow though. Like I'm a big fan of both him and James, right? Like, you know. Yeah, like I'm a big fan of both, so you know. Yeah.
Go back there.
All right. See you in a bit. I'm good, man. Fun, man. I mean, I know a little bit, but Keith and Eric. Oh yeah, they only got 4 each. They might be. I might be. A good year when you Yeah, I was not prepared for them to be like, hey, you know, they're requesting them to bring your top. I'm like, I can't say that. Yeah, you wouldn't got it. So yeah, I'm like, sure, I can't appreciate you killing me out on that one. He's like, that was my first time. It was open.
Oh, that's what Chucky said.
Yeah. So I'm like, well, I appreciate you killing me out. Yeah, I don't really drink it.
Only girls are.
Yeah, no, she was like, hey, great job. Yeah, no, she was happy. I think whenever they get started, I think I gotta grab scores and stuff. I think they got me to it. Yeah. And then I was gonna take over Kyle later, but King was like, yeah, I don't like that. Yeah, he just said that, you know, yeah, because King had put me in for qual session 3 to go yesterday and but he's like, just, I'll take the break and I'll go walk around. Because I want to watch the TTO for sure. Oh, yeah. So, like, you know,
I haven't seen their team. They came by yesterday.
yeah.
Is that your team?
No.
I'm not drinking. I have a heart attack 5 months.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, that was my feeling too. Yeah, they like in my ear, like, yeah, they're reporting that somebody, you know, grab a thing of grab a whole drink, and I'm like, dude, I'm gonna die if I do that.
I mean, you can take a picture. You didn't drink it?
Sharky did. Yeah.
Sharky did? Okay. Where'd he go? That's going right.
Just set it there. Yeah. Oh, so I don't know if Gilbert brought this up with you. I'm just gonna pass on some knowledge. For you and you know, when you got the mics on, like, you know, facing each other, like the mic should be. So for your case, the mic should be on the right side. Yeah.
Yes. Like,
And then right side of you, but left side for Adam. Right. That way, when you like turn to face each other, right? You
right.
still
The way it is right now. Yeah.
Yes, the way it currently is. Yeah. So.
What are people on the stream? Tell us about these wonderful players, because I have no idea who they are.
I will be biased towards every one of these players on the stream right now, and none of the players are amazing. Top left corner of your screen. Top left of your screen, everyone right side here at the ass. Bowling.
King is here. Test, 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 test.
No, no, okay, now listen, Ryan, I got you. 2 minutes. 2 minutes till we start? Kirby. Kirby also is a up-and-coming player, kind of similar thing to Waffy. Laser Monkey, longtime community member as well, also has not been too active monthly.
It's just a blank call.
Hi, Ryan. But we're about to start in just a second here.
Ooh. Your burp telling players, could hear it over here. He's telling players, let's go. Final warm-up's getting cold. Is it over? It's very over.
Player profiles. It doesn't guarantee the answer, but we will see the question. But I think we can be better at than at least CT3. I see you, Polio. I see the time. Tyler, they are nothing.
Oh, there he is. You're causing trouble already, aren't you?
Headphones, yeah, keep it that way.
Yep. So keep it on the.
Yeah, the mic should be on your left, because mine is on my right, so it should match up with when we're talking to each other.
Yeah.
So aside from the shenanigans, how'd you qual?
It was okay. It was. Oh,
There you go.
With the Adam Irish of all people.
Yes.
Amazing. Test, test, test. You can hear me, Adam, right?
I can hear you loud and clear. Can you hear me?
All right, wonderful. I can hear.
Adam Irish. Yeah, one word. Yeah.
All one word?
Yeah.
Capitalize the I in Irish?
Capitalize the A and I. Yeah.
Who's doing the countdown for the
Yeah.
next round?
I am, yes.
You are.
Yeah,
We're
so
waiting for you.
we're waiting for me. Yeah, we're waiting for Adam. We should start in like two minutes, yeah.
2 minutes?
2 minutes, yeah. We're getting ready now. Kyle, are you able to hear? Adam, let's go.
Let's go.
Hello, Frodo. Snowy Tetris. Adam Irish on the main channel. Yeah.
Yep, I'm
imagine
here.
That happened. Adam, say some words. Say some words.
Some words.
Some words. Some words.
Some words indeed.
Indeed. Well, welcome everyone. Yeah, we're here at CTWC 2025. This is the next qualifying session.
Yes.
This is going to be quite amazing. This is going to be quite amazing. We're going to be seeing major superstars. Fractal's getting into it. He's so excited. This is jam-packed action. I can't wait. We're about to get set for our next qualifier, Adam. It looks like our players are getting into their final warm-up here. So players waiting for judges. When judges, you know, players are ready to go. Thumbs up to signal.
They were like perfect for like.
Adam, we're here.
We're
live.
here. We are here
It's
for
us.
session 2
Right.
of qualifying. It is a really stacked session. This is going to be really exciting. Session 1 was great. We had a lot of max outs, a lot of great performances. But we've got some heavy hitters here, don't we?
Oh, absolutely. We got the big guns are here. They're ready to go. They're going to absolutely put on a show. It is the king of the restreams, along with the B4B Restreamer Award winner, soon to be B5B, right, Adam? The crowd is absolutely excited. We're getting set to go, folks. If the judges are ready, give me the thumbs up. We're going to get session number 2 started. Going to get that simul countdown all around.
Yes.
They love you, Adam. They love you all around the world.
I love you all too. Thank you.
All right. Judges, make sure we get the thumbs up so we know that we are ready to go all across the board. We've got a ready over there. We got a ready over there. We got a ready over here. Baby, let's go. It is session 2, dynamite time. Let's get it down together in 3, 2, 1. Tetris! Here we go. Absolutely awesome. We are ready to go, folks. Session number 2 underway. The big guns are out. They are ready to put on the show. Max outs galore on the docket. Again, this is the king of the restreams, Kingsman. Your favorite not underwater host. I'm above ground, usually on a pirate ship. And I'm here with the flavor of the year. This is Adam Irish, all the way from Ireland, we'll say, right?
Yes.
Right, but way of many other places too.
Exactly. Isle of Man, currently living in the UK. I've been a lot of places, but now I'm here in sunny Pasadena, California with you, and we're getting this session underway.
Yeah, it's a very, very interesting session. We just saw session 1, DMJ and Red Shirt at the top of the leaderboard. Good to see Hydra as well, too. Bland, an excellent qual, 8 max outs. Broden Damp returning. He told me before, Adam, that he hadn't been really playing at all, so for 6 max outs in 2 hours, that's pretty incredible.
That is very impressive, especially if you're only just really coming back and get it into gear for the CTWC season. 6 max outs is a very respectable score indeed.
Absolutely. And now we've got the heavy hitters. Major contenders for the World Championship. 2-time World Champion Dog on the top left. His brother, finalist of 2020. Multi-time Dash champion for many variants like Masters.
Yes.
You've got Meme on the bottom left, considered a major megastar, a huge player, potentially someone who could win the World Championship. Shaking her head. Nope, that's not true. I'm not that good, King. How dare you?
Yes.
Come on, Meme. And then, of course, 2023 World Champion Fractal, who has told me I'm really going to hate having to defeat all my friends.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a close-knit community that we have here. So a lot of these players will be really close to each other and be really close friends as well. So although it's obviously never nice to do that, but like, everyone knows here that it's a really nice competitive attitude that we all have here. I'm sure no one is going to feel bad if someone else beats them, for example, because as we all know, whoever wins this will be the deserving champion.
Oh, without question. Yeah, it's quite.
Oh, Dog is in a bit of trouble here early on, but does get some nice pieces to get that dug out, has the well back open, and gets that Tetris. Very nicely done.
Quite a Tetris there from. It's crazy. Level 19 starts. You can see 3 out of the 4 players, Adam. They are going with that strat, trying to maximize their time and efficiency with those 19 play, and obviously Dog just kind of going all in, knowing that got to at least get on the board with 1. Don't want it to go to waste because time is precious in these qualifiers.
Exactly. 2 hours might seem like it's a long time, but however, once it gets down to it, especially if with these players where games can go on for 10, 15, maybe even longer minutes, it adds up, and it starts getting to a point where you realize oh, I've only gone through about 4 or 5 games and now I only have an hour left, so you have to maximize your time as much as possible. And that's why you'll see a lot of these players doing 19 starts, because they'll be able to get those points as quickly as possible. As 19 scores higher than 18 for Tetrises.
And you can see Pixel Andy, the return, after having to deal with some injury woes coming into CTWC 2024 last year. Has been on the mend. Mainly has been involved in DAS tournaments and has really dominated there.
Yes.
Coming back to the World Championship this year, looking like he is refreshed. Has had some good showings, but that'll be an interesting storyline we're going to watch throughout the weekend here, Adam. Can Andy return to form now that he's recovered?
Yes, if with him being injury-free. But I want to go on to the point about he's been doing a lot of DAS tournaments recently, like across the online scene, and he's been absolutely dominant throughout that scene, winning multiple, I think at least 5 Classic Tetris Monthly DAS Masters tournaments, as well as winning the inaugural DAS Champions League as well. So he's been very dominant in that space, but recently has come back into the fold, so to speak, of normal sort of play. But it will be interesting to see if he can sort of recapture that form that we know he's capable of.
Of course, Adam got to get the DAS Champions League little cut in right there.
Exactly, exactly.
Got to promote DAS Champions League. Love the opening video you guys did.
Yeah.
Except when I saw it like 800 times. It got a little bit much.
Yeah.
Nice T-spin for a meme over on the left side. We're watching. We got players in transition mode. Andy, the one who's going to be behind at the moment because I'll be starting on level 18. A little bit slower speed, giving him the advantage to take his time, right, Adam?
Yeah, but I mean, look at that. I mean, 77% Tetris rate. He's still on very good pace going into level 20, although it will be a bit slower. Andy is still very much on course for a first max here, but let's see if he can close that. Meanwhile, everyone else hovering around 50% Tetris rate. So they'll still be able to obviously maximize their points here from level 23, 24, all the way to 20. Nice bits there from Dog. And gets that Tetris as a result. Very nicely done.
Ooh, Dog, that was cheeky.
But you can afford to be cheeky when you're a 2-time world champion.
Well, apparently. Tetris with Dog. So he's looking pretty good so far, Adam. Everybody good out the gate. I mean, if this was a match going on between all our players, it would be a pretty close, tight one.
Yeah, exactly. All these scores only within about 60,000, 80,000 points away from each other. But that just goes to show how tight it is at the top level of competition in our field.
Not for nothing, Adam, but this is kind of like a dream for me right now. This would be like a fatal 4-way match happening.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
You're getting ideas now, aren't you?
I'll have to call them after this is done.
Exactly.
So welcome, Adam, to the World Championships. Your first time out here.
First time here.
You just did a little qualifier a little while ago.
Yeah.
You know, technical difficulties for you on that one, but
exactly.
you held through. You did a great job, and I'm sure it'll be one for you to remember.
Yeah, absolutely. I was fairly happy with it. Got above 500K, which is all I can really ask for.
There you go.
But right now, Dog is going to try to get as much of this dug out as possible before that level 29 transition hits. And so far, so good. Still has 2 lines to go. Gets that split double and goes in. 879. Meanwhile, look at Fractal here and Meme both inching towards their first maxes. And Meme is going to get her first max. And then Fractal as well into 29. And Fractal very happy. And Andy with the max out as well. And will Dog be able to also get a max here so we can make it 4 for 4 in their first games? Let's see. Gets the Tetris. One more should do it.
He's getting there.
Just getting there piece by piece.
This is the one thing, right, about qualifying, that the 19 start allows him to get these extra lines in, take his time, not have to rush, because it would be almost like he were playing a level 18.
There's the max out for Dog. And all four
done.
players off the mark in their first games.
Well done. Well done. So there we go, Adam.
There we go. And this is why people were saying all day long, Session 2, the one to watch here.
And that was less than 10 minutes, Adam, right? So
yep.
People at home now are going to start getting into that groove of trying to figure it out. Well, if they continue this pace of 10 minutes, 10 minutes, 10 minutes, right? So starting to think, what's the number going to be for them? Is it going to be around 12, 13, 14, 15, right? Right now, the number to beat is 13, DMJ. But an excellent qualifier. He's looking good right now.
But we'll see, because these players all capable of matching or even surpassing that. 2 hours is a long time, but we'll have to wait and see. Fractal, though, a bit of a rough board right now. Should be able to get out of this with the right pieces, and so far so good. Very nicely done, and gets that Tetris. Nice dig. And Tetris from Fractal there.
You know what I find funny, Adam, is that you seem very concerned for Fractal. He's like, Fractal with a little high board. Come on, Adam, you know better. It's
I know better,
Fractal,
but
man.
I have flashbacks from times where Fractal's been on 19. That's all I'll say.
Now, one of the things that I had an opportunity to do was I had a chance to talk to Fractal, and we had a very good conversation. We jokingly said, I got to beat all my friends so I can do what I got to do, right? But he also is coming in very focused, right? We had a chance to, great videos that Mari put out on our CTWC YouTube channel, kind of giving player profiles and showcasing things, and you should go over and watch it right now.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, we want to watch you qualify, Fractal. That's the main thing. But certainly, it gave you perspective, right? And we kind of give you what he's locked in. He really wants to win this again. He's found that fire within that maybe some people thought he had lost. So when Fractal's locked in and he is focused, he's probably one of the most dangerous players in the game.
Absolutely, because every move just has a precision to it that is very difficult for anyone in this field to match. And I did have the fortune of being able to talk to Fractal yesterday about this kind of thing. And while he was highlighting that, although there was some inconsistencies before that he was worried about, he feels confident that he'll be able to, or he has that ironed out. So the hope is that we will be able to see the peak Fractal that we know. But so far, everyone's on some fairly good pace here. Everyone hovering around that 60% Tetris rate on 19 starts. Andy's on 75 right now.
Yeah, right now, this is pretty much what you expect from these players. You're not going to see them kind of deviate from the standard, right? This is them in their prime form. This is where they're going to show you how well they can play. They know what's on the line.
They know exactly what's on the line. Fame, glory, and that big, shiny trophy at the end of it.
Oh, yeah. No, we got the trophy. It's tucked away very securely, Adam. We have high security, keeping it at bay. Nobody able to see it. We'll unveil it tomorrow when bracket play begins, and that way players know exactly the prize that they are gunning for. Adam, a lot of talk has been, how many max outs it's going to be to get into the gold bracket. So as the show progresses, as we get into the next qualifying sessions and so on, you're going to start seeing a number of people start falling down on the board. And you can see right now, if you're looking at your screen, where players are currently, we have a bunch of other players going on right now, too, on all our other channels. Your first time, Adam, we're on CT2 on both our Twitch and YouTube page. So if you want to check out the qualifier, if you're on YouTube listening to this right now, say, oh, man, you got another one on YouTube I can watch? Yeah, we're over at the CTWC Archive channel, which is the home of where all our VODs are being saved now. So you can go back and watch all the classics dating back to the 2010s and so on. Like all the old VODs we got, they're up there. So people can enjoy that. You've got, we've got Eyeball from Canada. We got Miles. We got SV. There's a whole host of players that are getting in there, and it's really going to be good. Tetris Time is over on our CT3 channel.
Yeah, absolutely. Now more than ever, so many good players. Like, of course, we love to have everyone on CT1 or CT2, but there's so many good players this year. We physically just can't fit them all on the screen because you want to watch everything.
Right.
So,
and for those wondering, like, oh, where's Tristop? Where's Tristop? Tristop's over on CT2 as well.
On CT2.
Yeah. Him and Miles got a little rivalry going right now, saying, I can get more max outs than you. Easy, bro.
We'll see who wins that rivalry, but right now, everyone around 600, 700,000. Mostly clean boards. Dog a little bit high, but should be able to get out of this. Gets a bar, gets a Tetris. Very nicely done.
Adam, one of the great things that I love at these live events is that when you're watching players and you hear the ambiance of the room going on, you can also hear the roll clicking happening too.
Yeah.
Just the amount of roll clicking throughout the entire room because we have so many rollers, right? So all you're hearing is click, 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 click. It's all over the place, and it's such a sweet sound to hear.
Absolutely, yeah. It's kind of surreal. I mean, I've been watching for I'd say close to 8 years at this point when it comes to watching it live, CTWC, and it took a bit from when I got here to for it to really set in that this is the place, this is the event where so many iconic moments and memories are made, and even more I'm sure will be made this year.
Without question, Adam, that's what CTWC, the World Championship, brings out the best in everyone, brings everyone all around the world like yourself here. So, maybe, Adam, perfect segue now that you're kind of explaining a little things here. Why don't we talk about your journey into Classic Tetris? How did you pick up the game? How did you get involved? And the things that you do now that have put you in this spot that you're hanging out with me?
It's been quite a journey. Yeah, I discovered CTWC when I was probably only about 13 from, of course, all the clips and broadcasts that were put onto YouTube and that were put onto the recommended page, especially after 2016. And then from there I got hooked and I followed it regularly. Then after that, we got a couple we got Fractal with a max out there. Interrupting my life story here with the max.
Well, you should be used to that with restreaming.
Yeah.
But then again, you're used to when people top it out.
Absolutely. Me with a max out as well. And Andy on 942, level 26.
So we'll put Adam's
Tetris
story
for
on
Andy.
pause so we can.
Yeah, we're putting on
check
pause. These players right now take importance more than me at the moment.
And now, look, noticing the timer at the bottom, right? You can see how
Yeah.
much time players have left. So it was about 7 minutes or so because Fractal meme kind of started around the 151 mark. Now we're down to 144. So the efficiency there, Adam, that's where the key. We were kind of estimating, 10 minutes for that game to get the max out. Okay, but you could see they could do it in a lot less time, right?
That time, and if they can keep that average of about 8 minutes or so. Dog with the max out as well, and Andy as well. These players, all of them 2 for 2 right now on a massive efficiency so far when it comes to their time. Yeah, they're average about 8 minutes per max out right now. If they keep that up all the way, then sky's gonna be the limit. They could get 13, 14, maybe 15 or 16. But they had to just keep that intensity up, and it's hard to do that over a 2-hour period because we know how good these players are, but I mean, fatigue hits everyone.
Absolutely. But again, these are the best in the world here. They're going to put on a show. They're going to show you how you can get 14, 15, 16 max. Obviously that 16 number, right, Adam? That
Yes.
number is significant to these players. They want to break it. They want to beat it because they've seen it's possible to do it.
Yeah.
Meme, when we were at Genesis, 1 hour qual, 9 max outs, right? So if we do something similar to that and replicate it in a 2-hour span, Meme could certainly break the record.
Absolutely. I mean, any of these players, in theory, could do it as well. They're all capable of it, and we've seen that countless times across various events. But that is the big number, 16, that they'll be searching for here. But anyway, back to me.
Back to the Adam Irish show. Yeah.
Absolutely, yes. But yeah. And then eventually, after sort of being a spectator for so long, around January last year is when I started picking up the game. And I would just play it on and off for fun whenever I was kind of bored. And then in about March is when I decided, okay, I like Tetris, and especially after getting the 2023 final in my recommended, that was Sidnev and Fractal. I got hooked on it again because it had been a while since that point since I watched Tetris. And seeing that sort of rolling had taken over and just become such a dominant play style in the field was just sort of, it opened up a whole sort of different part of the game that I didn't really know, because I came from sort of the era where it was, Hyper Tat versus DAS.
Right.
But eventually then I found my way to TNP, Tetris for the Non-Pros, a great organization for, especially if you're a player who's just starting out, want to get their start, it's a great place to start. I got my start there, not only with playing, but with commentary as well. And I guess some people thought it was pretty good. One thing led to another, then eventually I got to do Classic Tetris League, some monthly stuff, and I guess a year later, here I am on CT1 with Kingsman.
Imagine, living the dream you are.
Living the dream,
Living the
and
dream.
time flies. It's been a wonderful journey, and I'm so grateful to Kingsman and everyone at CTWC for this opportunity. And you at home, if you've ever tuned into any of my streams or any time I've been commentating, you guys are responsible for this too. Thank you.
Oh, there you go. With a tear in his eye, he said that. And we thank you for coming and spending your money with us here.
You're welcome.
There you go. So players are continuing on. You know, just for those watching all around the world on our main channel right now, Adam, we are streaming to many platforms. We're over on Twitch, as always. We're on YouTube, our main channel. We're over on Kick, Facebook. And one of my favorites, X. X is really bumping these days. I mean, we've had some really good viewership on those streams, and I've been very impressed with that group. So I'm sure they're killing it again today. And I'd be remiss to mention something, you know, in Twitch chat, they're having a great banter going on. Trailer Swift, maybe people don't know who that is. You know, OG for the Classic Tetris scene, one of the founding members here for CTWC. This version looks so slow. I could beat these guys easy, where to someone else in the chat, local no life _ said, you know Tetris speeds up over time, right? Which I found funny because Trey helped to kind of create the first OCR version of our Classic Tetris. You know, today we got Yobi, the man behind the Nestor's Chance, which is what we've been using for the last several years now. He's here in attendance. He's making sure it's all working. He's a superstar. Many others have been helping him out, so kudos to all of them. But I found that comment funny, Adam. I had to say it out there.
Yeah.
I had to say it out there. And, of course, we got Maturino going on right now. We got another contribution. About $100 was just thrown in there today. We're at $1,100, and I think it's 34 cents. Adam, we're starting to make some waves.
Making some waves, and yeah, again, if you use that command !Maturino, you'll be able to get that boosted up. Any contribution helps. If you can't contribute anything directly, just spread the word. CTWC is looking to get some money in that prize pool for these players. It's a long 3 days that we got here, and at the end of it, we will crown a champion, and we'll want them to take away a good prize. Not just the trophy, but of course the prize pool as well.
You know, another segue here, because I'm a guy that likes to promote stuff, Adam. You know, our friend Chris Higgins is here. He's doing camera work. See him right in front of me. He's the man.
Yep.
You know, Trailer Swift, also famous from the film that came out not too long ago, Adam. It feels like it's yesterday. It's almost like a year now. But the Best of 5 movie, which Chris directed, produced, pretty much did everything, wrote. He did all that hard work. It's here. He's got DVD Blu-rays available for sale here at the Expo. Of course, you can go to bestof5movie.com and get your own copy there, too, if you want to check it out.
Yeah, but yeah, there's always something about physical media, especially with DVDs and Blu-rays. That nice max out for Fractal. Just over 20 minutes gone, and Fractal already with 3 max outs.
Yeah,
speeding through these games, wanting, and I'm sure gunning for that 16 max out that I'm sure all these players would love to beat.
Oh, yeah.
Meme coming up right now, 887, level 26, now up to 920. Meanwhile, Dog and Andy, look at those scores. At one point, it was only about 30 points separating them. Meme trying to keep that column 4 well back open, gets it back open, gets the Tetris, and up to 994 now. Taking some burns, gets that well back over to the right-hand side. There's the bar, and there's the Tetris for Meme. And that is another max out on the board, 3 for Meme and Fractal.
Pretty much keep it up together, racing towards greatness.
Yeah, Fractal in the lead at the moment when it comes to that race, but Tetris is a wild and wacky game, especially this version. Anything and in terms of their fortunes can change in the blink of an eye, pretty much. One moment you could be stacking clean, getting perfect Tetrises, and the next you'll get 1 or 2 wrong pieces, and suddenly you might be digging and losing precious, precious time. Now we go back up to the top here. Dog on 919. 5 lines away from level 29. Back in the day, this used to be the limit for the vast majority of players, but those days long gone now. It's just another transition, especially at this level.
This is more like the warm-up speed for them. Right?
Yeah,
So
this
that's the
is
real
more-
one.
They're probably like, oh, now it gets interesting.
Yeah, now I can play for real. Right, we're coasting a little bit to the finish line, so Dog will continue to do what he needs to do. He knows still plenty of time left. Over 90 minutes remaining, hour and 35. You're watching on our screen. So you wait with bated breath. Oh, what a dirty Tetris!
Dirty Tetris.
You know we had to say it there, Adam.
Andy closing in here. And Dog will get it. It's the max out on level 31. Andy's 12,000 points away. Where is that bar for Andy? Banking everything. Gets it. Gets the max out anyway. What?
Clutched.
That is a clutch moment if I've ever seen it.
Tremendous. Tremendous by Andy right there. Take a moment.
That takes guts.
Perseverance.
And a bit of luck.
Well, yes, there's got to be a little bit, but when you're a player at that high level, you know, sometimes you don't need the luck. You're just that damn good.
Absolutely.
My word. What a job. All 4 again. They're just matching each other right now, Fractal. They're on pace.
Yeah, a couple of them might be a few minutes ahead, but I'm sure things will even out eventually. It's been such a close contest between all 4 of these players, all of them on 3 max outs now.
Yeah, and you'll notice that Andy ended up resetting the game right there. He had a bit of a misdrop. He's trying to get a tuck setup going, and then that's why you'll see the capture freeze
again.
like that. Yeah, he's not getting what he wants. So that's a key thing to do here. He's only lost a few seconds. Not going to be too crucial at this moment, but we'll see.
Happened to me many a time when I was doing my qual over on the side there.
Indeed. And we're going to shout out a few people here. So it was ads 20,000. What a handle right there. That contributed the $100. We also just got another one, right?
Thank you so much.
The funny numbers are starting to come in. Oh, Colin. Ooh, Colin. See Chris TM with the $69.35
Hey
contribution.
now.
The hey nows are flowing. Owen Var is dancing the streets. That's a great number. 1169 going on. So thank you so much, Colin, for the contribution. We also had Scamando 72. I know you, big contributor for Classic Tetris events. Gave in some good money in, $185 throughout the broadcast. So thank you. Summer B had given $76. And that was acknowledged before. We got a number of the people that have been doing it. So thank you so much to all you that continue to help and contribute to the match. Let's grow that prize pool. We had a tremendous prize pool last year, Adam. It was like over, when you combined in the Tetris Company, one of our great sponsors here that helped contribute in that regard.
Yeah,
absolutely. $32,000 in prize money. It's insane to think about.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, every single year we look to try and make every tournament the biggest and best one that there's ever been, and I'm sure that this will carry on and continue for this year as well. But the level of competition, and it almost sounds like the same old thing that we say, but it is true. The level of competition each and every year just gets higher and higher. Barriers being broken. I mean, I can remember just a couple years ago, we were talking about, oh, who's going to be the next person to sort of get, like, say, a few lines or a few levels past level 29. And now we have players going beyond that and then some, going all the way around and back again with the rebirths. I saw Dog do that not too long ago. A historic moment, one of the final barriers that's been just completely left untouched for so many years was broken just a few months ago. And of course there's other achievements, but you have to wonder sometimes where can these players go. But as these players show again and again, there's so many things. And they just keep finding new ones, new barriers to break.
I mean, that's just the beauty of the game.
That's
right?
the beauty
it's
of
the game
this.
that there's so many opportunities to make these achievements happen. You know, it always feels like we've reached the pinnacle of what we're trying to untap, and then something else happens. Somebody else
Absolutely.
finds a way to break the barrier, and then everyone else gets into it. So it's truly amazing. That's why we love this game so much. And
Absolutely.
again, Fractal just on fire today.
One Tetris away from a 4th max out of the day. And there's the Tetris and gets it. 30 minutes, 4 max outs.
That's looking on pace for 16 there.
On
Adam.
pace for 16, but you just know he wants more than that.
Oh, yeah.
And right now, if he keeps this up the exact same way, he may just have one more game to try and get that. Because it's a little bit less than 30 minutes he got that.
And shout out to one of your biggest fans here, Dobry, is watching on Twitch.
Hi, Dobry.
Says, hey guys, that's Omen's line. Are you stealing his stuff, right?
We borrowed it. We didn't steal it. We borrowed it.
Well, I don't know about me borrowing that. You know, I was here before Omen.
I'm sure he'd be happy with it being on CT1.
Yeah. Well, that's why he's relegated to CT2 later. he's not going to.
Game right now in 866. Nearing a 4th max out as well. Fractal filling that bar dependency and then getting the Tetris. Very nicely done to keep that stack at a very clean and orderly fashion. He gets another Tetris from that. Meme with a left well setup. She gets another Tetris. And of course, for anyone who might be Meme with that max out. Number 4, hot on the heels. Meanwhile, Dog now, 791, not too far behind. These players all within only about a minute of each other when it comes to their overall speed and pace, when it comes to getting these max outs. It is almost fascinating how, at this level especially, it becomes less about just qualifying and just getting that, rather than just racing against each other because of how close it is at this level in terms of skill and ability.
And I think that's also one of the things we got to note, Adam, is that Meme and Fractal are very good friends. So the thing is that qualifying together kind of gives you that incentive of trying to push one another to reach the goals that you're looking for and say, okay, I know Fractal's got those 4 max outs. Now I got to match as quickly as I can. And it's kind of making you play a little bit more aggressive. Thankfully, players of this caliber are able to work with that, but they also know how to tone the aggression when needed. So it'll be a fun rest of these 90 minutes. We're now at 1 hour, 28 minutes remaining for our players. So they are a quarter of the way done, Adam.
Of course, and Dog with the max out there. That's number 4 for him there. And he's on 604 right now. Those couple of resets have slowed him down a little bit, but still on excellent course for a huge qualifier here. But yeah, I mean, in my own experience qualifying, I was qualifying right beside 2 of my good friends from the TMP days, Omenvar and Arbaro. And they really pushed me because I was looking to try and, if I get 500K, I'm happy. I got 500K and then some, about 530. And that's far and away my best qual that I ever done. So yeah, qualifying with good friends of yours and people that you know can push you to that next level, it really makes a difference, especially not only at the top, but at the sort of bottom when you get to the sort of bronze tier and that cutoff. Andy right now 748, gets another Tetris to go up to 778.
And he's working his way methodically there, and he's going to be behind on time as compared to the other 3. But again, we do allow for that overrun when the clock stops. The players have started a game and they're running, then they'll be able to finish it. So as long as he's working towards that, he might be like 1 or 2 maxes behind. But I mean, if this trio between Fractal, Meme, and Dog can get into that 16 range, I think 13 max outs for Andy, he'll take that. He'll be like, yeah, let's go.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, of course, the aim for these players is to seed as high as possible because that means there might be I mean, not always. You always have some players that might underqual or some players that might come out of nowhere even with a lower seed. But the higher seed you get, of course, theoretically, the easier it might be to sort of progress further and further into the finals here. But Andy is approaching now. Max out number 4. Takes that skim with the L piece. And there's that bar, and there's that Tetris, and Andy's going to be relieved to get max out number 4 there.
Very nice. So they're matching each other. Everyone's got a max on there. This is going to be exciting. Very exciting that they are all matching each other. And, we can't forget Adam, right? We do have other players going on our other channels. As mentioned, CT2 is going. There's some really good quals happening over there. You can see on the leaderboard as players are getting max outs, max outs, max outs. Tristop has 3 also over there. We got Miles Eyeball, SV. They're all over on CT2. You can watch that simultaneously on both our Twitch channel and the CTWC archive channel. First time we're doing that on YouTube. So our friends over on YouTube, we got well over 1,000 viewers at the moment. Some of you want to multi-window this, then yeah, you can watch those quals. It's the first time we're doing that.
That's what I did last year. All 4 Classic Tetris Twitch channels had them up on my monitors, so I could keep everything up at the same time.
So
but
if you love your YouTube and you can't get over to Twitch, then come on over to CTWC archives. You can watch that going on right now on CT3. We've got Night, Opox, Sodium, and Tetris Time, the B3B regional winner. And then on CT4 channel, we got AV Geek, Waffy, ID Kirby, and Laser. So quite a lineup we have. Adam, there were still so many. This session 2 is so jam-packed. There are people here that were in the top 48 last year or the year before, and they can't even make this cut to get on. That's how stacked the lineup is.
Absolutely. I mean, that's just the level we're at now, where even players who would be gold caliber can't even get on CT, maybe even not even CT2 at this point. But that's just how competitive the field is these days and how many players have risen through the ranks, especially in the last year. But now, as I say, that Fractal 1 Tetris away from a 5th max out in just 36 minutes. The question is, will he be able to get it? Yes, he will! Number 5. Fractal is racing towards that goal, well on his way right now. And almost without breaking a sweat.
I felt like I should probably insert like some kind of GD thing, right? Oh, Fractal's on the highway to heaven. But maybe we should say that when he gets a max out 11, if that's the case, right?
Yeah.
Because you got to get that rhyming thing. GD stole that from me. All you guys are stealing all my material.
Yeah, stealing material and popularizing
or
it.
maybe it's you're giving an homage, right, to the elder statesman.
Yeah. I mean, hey, that's the luck. That's the luck of it, isn't it? I mean, that's what it is nowadays.
Well, we got a little bit of Irish luck then, right?
Yeah, a bit of Irish luck, and maybe that's what's propelling these players as well. I won't take all the credit. Don't worry.
Adam, the lucky charm for players here so far. Well, good to have you, Adam. Yeah, this is tremendous. Love to see these players doing what they're doing. And yeah, Fractal crushing it at the moment. He is certainly on pace big time. Maybe Fractal probably honestly is trying to tell himself, I think I could beat Memes 9. I could maybe squeeze 10, right? He's doing all the permutations. He knows numbers.
Yep.
He knows he has a 133% chance to beat people.
Absolutely. He knows that he is just a freak of nature. Absolutely. And Meme gets number 5 there as well. Not too far behind. This is a contest between these two, especially like no other. But right now, Dog up top on 8:05, trailing right behind these two. Don't count him out just yet. Keeps that well open with some very nice burns. Getting those pieces exactly when he needs them. Just needs that bar now to get a Tetris. There it is. Finally, Tetris for Dog.
love these cameras that we have here. You know, again, shout out to the great team that we have. They are doing phenomenal work to capture the intensity on these players' faces. You saw a zoom in of Andy just lock it in, knowing that he's got to try to find a way to keep up with the Joneses. You saw Dog and how determined he is right there. That is the look of a champion, Adam.
Two-time champion at that. But yeah, the camera work, especially I noticed last year as well, was just above like almost anything else that we've seen in Classic Tetris, and it just keeps getting better and better every year. The production quality and everything. We got a great team here. Dog with max out number 5. And Fractal and Meme well underway for their next game. Both are getting droughted right now, just looking for that bar. Fractal will get it for a Tetris. Dog underway for his next game as well. Is playing catch-up with Meme and Fractal right now, but is starting to close in. Only about, I would say, a minute or two behind. When it was about 3 or 4 not too long ago. We have just about to cross the 40-minute mark, so we are now a third of the way through. 1/3 down, 2 to go.
And quick shout out, because Matcherino got up again, $44.44. Somebody be cheeky out there. You want to know who was really cheeky about that?
Who was really cheeky about
Yeah,
it?
it's one of my mortal enemies in Classic Tetris. It's a guy that
You have many.
says, I do. Well, you know, it's hard to be the top heel in the company, right? So, yeah, of course, it has to be Suds. Suds 1821. Surprised he's actually watching this channel. Got nothing better to do with his life.
Maybe didn't know you were on here.
He gave me a
somehow.
message that I will not repeat here. We will not say it because there's an expletive in it.
And this kid's watching. We don't want that.
Exactly. It's a family, wholesome show. But we'll take your money anyway. You piece of trash.
Good.
Thanks again to Suds. Yes,
Thank you,
$44.44 to get us up to 12-14. So, again, so many ways you can contribute to Matcherino. We appreciate it. Get on in there and do your thing. Get these players some money. This is the World Championship.
Absolutely. Andy's on 837 right now. Also closing in on max out number 5 here. Again, did lose a little bit of time to those resets earlier, but still not too far behind, and I think honestly has caught up a little bit with how good of a game he's having right now. 72% Tetris rate. But take a look at Meme and Fractal, 71% each, and that's from 19 starts. Excellent games from both of them. Nice dirty center well Tetris there for Fractal.
Really sweet Z-spin from Dog. Looking up there. He had this awkward, like, hole that was, like, it's kind of like T-shaped almost, but a little bit fragmented, and he found a way to kind of just burn things around. He got a couple of dirty Tetrises, and then he put a Z-spin in just to fix it up, and look, he's pristine again. My word.
I mean, for those players, it's just another maneuver, just another thing that adds natural. But Andy now has max at number 5. But as Andy gets his 5th, Fractal closing in on a 6th. Just pace like no other. Tetris from Meme as well. Not too far behind. Fractal taking some safety triples there. Getting a nice skim there with that J piece. Tetris for Meme. Tetris for Fractal. Tetris
Cowbells
for
are
Andy.
ringing here.
Cowbells ringing all around.
Tons of
I think it's a
max outs
barnyard
flying.
in here.
Tons of max outs flying.
I mean, this is a Tetris barnyard. You could argue the Tetris barnyard. Fractal on 923, level 25, gets a Tetris 956. Within just 40,000 points. Now a Tetris would do it, but just gonna burn down, not make it too complicated. Fractal wants that bar desperately. Massive 29 pre-track, but Number 6 for Fractal
He's on fire.
in just 43.5 minutes. Well, Meme is on 840, not too far behind.
You know, Fractal's facials right there kind of just telling me, like,
Just so surprised, but I mean, when you're that good, it's hard to be surprised, but it is genuinely just so competitive right now. Relentless aggression and just sublime precision that these players have with each move. Every move they make is just so calculated because not only have they done it thousands of times, but these players study the game so much, not just from playing it, but almost by sort of breaking it apart and just finding out everything in terms of the exact perfect moves. And you have, of course, various different tools in the community for that, like Nestris.org, the puzzles people do on there, and just sort of trying to find different ways of optimizing play. And of course, our very own Nestris champs that we use here has some built-in things that even you at home can use.
that's right. It's available for everyone to use.
Yeah, not only is it
There's another max out for Meme there.
max out for Meme,
Add it up.
that's number 6 as well. 45 minutes gone. And it's still so close between all these players. Dog on 649 has lost a little bit of ground, but he's already gained it back 4, so very easily could do it again. But yeah, not only can we at C2WC use tools like this, you at home can also use Nestris champs. All you need to do is link your Twitch, your Discord, or whatever have you account, and then you can play around with all the renderers that you can use. You can make your own C2WC at home nearly. You could get 3 of your friends and do a tournament.
Sounds like a fun Saturday night, Adam.
Sounds like a fun Saturday. Sounds like something I could do when I get back home.
Something that you're going to do when you get back.
Yeah, something I'm going to do.
Right? Everybody coming in, they're going to be fatigued from the World Championships. But what do Classic Tetris players always do?
Yeah.
They're just going to play some more.
They just play some more Tetris. Oh, fatigue? Maybe some more Tetris will fix that. Oh, I'm not warmed up enough? More Tetris will fix that.
Of course, right? This game is just so addictive. So.
But right now, Dog on 796, level 26. Trying to close in on number 6 as well. Tetris for Dog. 862 right now. Andy is about 400,000 back. But again, of course, is on level 18. But for being on level 18, Andy has been keeping decent pace with Dog, Meme, and Fractal only about a couple minutes behind. Of course, every minute matters, but it's just such a stacked lineup we have between these 4. 4 of the best players in the world. Just racing each other to 10 plus, 15 plus max outs.
Indeed. They're putting on show here, Adam.
They are putting on a show.
You at home.
And that is max out number 6 for Dog.
Absolutely. Make sure you're at home. Contribute to the Matcherino. We're going to keep plugging that all day, man. That's our
all
job.
day.
All day, all evening, all night.
Well, it's not CTL, and I'm not going to break out any ridiculous accents or anything like that.
I would kick
It supports the players. It supports the players more than anything.
Leave the ridiculous accents to me, Adam, right?
Yeah.
We miss you, Martz.
Oh, yeah.
Miss you, Adam.
Martz at home is probably not particularly happy with that from you, Kingsman, but
oh,
I'm
well,
sure.
You know, well, we got to get at least Martz's son one
Yeah.
way on this stream, right? We got to give him a shout
Yeah,
out.
at least once.
You know.
At least once, maybe
you know,
10.
Because you know he's at home right now. He's watching this, and he's got like all the 4 channels plus all the other ones that were out on YouTube. He's got everything running simultaneously. He's got his own probably watch party hat.
Yeah, the whole gang there.
I certainly believe it. He's the biggest fanatic we have.
Absolutely.
Oh, Monsieur Kingsman. We won't do it here, Adam, right? We won't do it. We're professionals.
We'll leave him alone for now.
We'll leave him alone for now. I'll get him at top 16 this weekend.
That was a good dig there from Fractal. Did have a bit of clutter on the well, but got it back open very quickly and hasn't lost too much ground. Still comfortably ahead of everyone else here. But Meme is now within just about 150,000. Meanwhile, Andy's on 690. Fractal's almost looking to lap him here. But Andy, of course, is probably just focused on his own game right now and is doing remarkably well. With the 4 players we have, you would almost by default think, oh, Andy's currently playing the solo support. But this is still incredible, like, efficiency and pace that Andy has right now. But these are 4 of the best players in the world.
Absolutely. They've had so many achievements. You'd have to probably build a museum. You'd probably have to build a museum, right, in order to fit all the trophies and accolades that just these 4 alone have acquired over their
Absolutely.
careers.
Just like looking down at my notes, just looking. I mean, we got multiple-time CTM winners across almost all these players. You have 4 times in terms of 3 times CTL winner in terms of Andy, as well as Dog as well. And of course, Dog, speaking of, recently, last month, tied Corion's record in Classic Tetris Monthly, 10 wins.
11.
11.
So your notes are inaccurate.
My notes are inaccurate.
Your notes are as good as Martz's black book.
I was in a rush. But 11.
But it is
that
11.
is correct.
Yes. And you know, Adam, the great thing here is that you have Dog playing right now. You just mentioned he's tied with Corion. Guess who's here in the convention this year?
I wonder who.
I wonder who. He's doing his TGM runs right now. He's having a ball. It's Corion. Green Tea is here. Sight Kinesis, our Team Japan is back. First time in 6 years that they've come out, and it's tremendous. Adam, the ovation they got yesterday, and just everybody swarming them. I ended up being the photo taker for many of those interactions, and I should have gotten paid for it.
I mean, you had warned us before as well. Like, don't swarm them. I mean, you can't blame them for being that excited. I mean, it's first time in 6 years, and especially fans who had been there. Andy getting maxed at number 6. Fractal getting number 7.
So there you go.
It's just 51 minutes gone, and Fractal already on 7. And Andy, of course, with his 6th as well, gonna get started and try to get number 7 there as well. Meme is also closing in, only about 200,000 away from that 7th max out.
So great start. Great start for Fractal.
That's putting it mildly.
That's
But yes, it's just I mean, great start from all these players, quite frankly. They're all well on their way to a very good seed if they keep this. But we still got another session coming up after this today with more players that might be looking to eat into that score. Oh, Fractal doesn't get that bar all the way over.
Ooh, we'll see how he handles
Just
this.
the 5 tap there, but has burnt it down enough. Should be able to get another one. Meme with number 7.
Oh, Fractal, dirty
Fractal
Tetris.
with a dirty Tetris. Getting that back down.
Incredible.
Like it's nothing.
No, it's so easy, effortless, some would say.
Yeah.
But yeah, great segue there, Adam. You have some heavy hitters. You know, we got major stars in this one, but then how could we forget session 3, our final session for today, which will see the remaining group of players. We also have a small session on Saturday that will feature Green Tea and Corion, Dan V. They'll be involved in that one. But coming up after this, yes, slightly after 3:30, we're a little behind schedule, but the world champion of Classic Tetris, Alex T, is here. He will be qualifying.
Yeah,
He'll be alongside the Dangler, the perfect max out, right? We just saw a Game Scout dropping a video just as we were getting to CTWC regarding Dangler's achievement. So we're going to get him with Alex. You're going to get Cole Bucket, one of the hottest players in Classic Tetris, top 10, even starting to climb up in some regard. I think it was like above like the top 7 in the Premier poll recently. And of course, how can we forget, just a little kid by the name of Blue Scuti.
Yeah, just an up-and-coming player, you know.
Just an up-and-comer. We don't know anything about him. See if he's got the chops, right?
Yeah, I think he's got some OK 29.
Yeah, you know, he's okay.
But,
all of them will be on action on this channel that you're watching right now. They'll be on our main channel. And CT2 will have Cobra, Dylan, Huff, and of course, Dad's favorite darling, Sharky will be here He'll be on that one. And Scout, Rhubarb, and Wallband will be on CT3, along with Adam, the youngster, the prodigy of Classic Tetris. Zro is here, his first one ever. It's going to be exciting to see what he can do. And then on CT4, Bendy, Dakpai, Jerpy, and Terrence will be on that
Absolutely. I mean, with Robot especially, just having a prodigy that, I mean, Dog with a max at their number 7 as well. But, yeah, I mean, it's said a lot about the Classic Tetris scene. It gets younger and younger each and every time we have a new Classic Tetris World Championship coming around. But as Robot, our youngest competitor ever, I believe, by quite a mile, I would say.
Indeed. As I'm enjoying Fractal's dig out here.
Fractal had a really dangerous looking board, but again, like nothing, gets it back down.
Tremendous.
Just another Friday afternoon.
Just another Friday afternoon here in Pasadena, California. Of course, shout out to our friends, the SoCal Retro Gaming Expo, Adam. They are such hospitable hosts, and they have done a wonderful job accommodating all our needs here to make the Classic Tetris World Championship happen. So
absolutely, it's a great location, great area. Not just for Classic Tetris, of course, but there's so much going on here at the SoCal Gaming Expo. It is a beautiful place, beautiful area.
Indeed.
And
in fact,
although we wish everyone here could be at home.
Yeah, in fact, the expo is officially open. They've been open for about an hour, so those of you that are hanging out, please indulge in checking things out. They got great vendors here. And, of course, you're listening here in the live audience. You go over to our front desk. We have a merch table there. You can support CTWC by buying some of the hype merch that we got. Our great artist extraordinaire, Danny Doodles, might still be over there hanging out. Could be floating around. She's a very busy person, Adam. You know, she's our social media superstar and executive director of media productions. So she's got a lot of titles on there.
Doing amazing work.
She might be over there. Yeah, we got merch table. We got Cami Rose over there doing a great job for us. So go on by, say hello. And if you are getting set for qualifying in session 3, you can start heading your way over there in about 15 minutes. At 2:30, our registration will be open for check-in, so please make sure to start making your way in about 15 minutes so we can get that process going.
Yeah, don't forget to check in. I almost did. I almost did forget.
Right, because you were just so excited to see.
I was so excited. I just ran right past.
You were a little.
And then I came back like 15 minutes ago and checked in. But
you were like a little puppy dog. You know.
Absolutely.
You had to run over and say hello, just Joe.
Okay.
I mean, well, yeah, players are moving along. We got Meme and Andy on that max out pace. Fractals joined them as well, level 23. No, not for nothing, Adam, but as we were watching Fractal fool around in that dig and just the messy board that he had, how he got out of it, he's still looking so good. 680 on level 24, we know.
Yeah.
Max out pace, even though the Tetris rate will tell you different, you can't really rely on that because he can play past the level 20.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, of course, it is a good metric for the 19 to 29 speeds, but I mean, these players, they could probably max out with even less than 50, maybe 40 or 30, because they can just play for that long into the 29 speeds. Again, as I said earlier, at this point, it's just another transition for them. It's no longer the vicious, deadly kill screen that it used to be. Of course, now we have that as level 39 for the finals. Super kill screen. But even then, who knows? It might be only a matter of time before even that barrier is broken. I mean, we've seen from time to time these players get a few lines on there, be able to stack. Who knows? That might be the next barrier. And then we'd have to make a triple kill screen where it's just completely ends it. But then you never know. These players will probably figure out a way to break the game even further. But Fractal closing in on number 8 on 889, level 28. Gets the Tetris to go to 923. Looking to try to get as much of this done as possible before 29. Still can get 2 more Tetrises before 29 hits, but I don't even think that's going to be a worry for him. Memes on 802. 150,000 points, still keeping very consistent pace with Fractal. Fractal goes into 29, 995, just a few burns. We'll be able to get him over the line, and there it is! It's great, it's number 8! Memes on 840, level 25. and Fractal with 8 max outs. And we're not even an hour done, ladies and gentlemen. Not even an hour through. So something tells me that we might be on for something truly special here if these players keep it up. Meme's on 941 right now. Just a couple Tetrises and change. We'll get her to number 8 as well. Andy with number 7. Getting it in level 28. Still trying to keep up here. Again, still incredible pace on display here from Andy, but I mean, all these players just taking it to the next level, and I mean, that's why they're on CT1, isn't it?
Well, yes. It's simple, Adam.
They weren't chosen for nothing.
I mean, you know, not for nothing, but when the Kings got the book, right? The Booker man is at work.
Meme with number 8. Dog on 684, level 23. Getting another Tetris there. Going to get number 8 down as well. Andy starting his next game. Fractal well underway. Meme starting another game. And now we have reached the conclusion of our first hour. Another hour to go. How many more max outs will these players get? What other surprises do they have in store as we come up to this last hour?
Indeed.
This
Dog continues to make his march over there. Quick shout out to the Matcherino, because we're getting up there, Adam. They're starting to move up. That number, I'm liking that number there. It's getting there. Hello, Jasmine, a big friend of the Classic Tetris world. Lovely lady. Gave in $25 into the prize pool. And then we had a good friend of mine, Fractal's 7th roommate. We don't know who that might be, maybe not, but $30.56 going into the prize pool ad, and that gets us to $12.69. 69.
Hey now, hey now.
Hey now, hey now. Omen Bar, what are we at? Like 2, 3, 4?
I think that's about 3 now at this point. But then we'll see if any of these players will have a 69 at the end of their scores as well. That might boost it up even more.
And you know, there was a notation here. This one I can read. Well, Jasmine said, go Tetris. And then the other one from a Fractal 7 roommate, we do not need Adam's accent at this time. So it's money well spent.
Yeah. We do not need it.
And
there is max at number 8 there for Dog.
Well called there, Adam, yes. So keeping up pace with Fractal and Meme. Tremendous. This is quite a show they're putting on here, Adam.
This is quite a show. I mean, it might, for some people, it might, qualifying might just, it's not like the head-to-head action, but these players are turning it into head-to-head action with just how close it is, and they're just accelerating, trying to get to that very special, I mean, of course, 16 the target, but I think at least 2, maybe 3 of these players might be on pace to try and break that. It is a long qualifying here, but they're already halfway through, and we already got 3 of them on 8. And he's well on his way right now on 229. Fractal has lapped him and then some on 526 as he's looking for number 9.
Yeah, he's just going to do Fractal things right there. So while we allow the players to get themselves going, you see everyone kind of at different intervals of the game because of the length of time it's taken for them to get max outs. Reminder to all of you viewers that we're all worldwide, Adam. We're worldwide.
Worldwide.
Everyone's listening to your dulcet tones all over the world. We're on the main channel. We got Twitch, YouTube, Kick, Facebook, X. We're all over there. We got many other channels. CT2 is over with our Twitch and YouTube. We got CT3, CT4 on the Twitch. Everything's going on. It's nonstop action. But you can help contribute to Classic Tetris on those platforms. In Twitch, you can do bits and subs to help the channel. Because again, we're putting on Adam, you're seeing live in person.
I'm seeing
the
right
production
here.
level.
It's
take some money, man. We got
massive scale.
We got bills to pay, man. So you got to help.
Yeah, you might think it might be just Tetris and that it might not take, but it's a huge production that we have here. There's so much dedicated work that goes in from so many volunteers here. And of course, thank you to all our volunteers who helped us out over the past couple days in getting set up. But yeah, it's a massive undertaking. And we all do it just all for the love of the game. All for the love of the game and these players that we have here. And of course, everything that goes into Classic Tetris channels, whether you subscribe to the Twitch or use bits or what have you. It all goes into making each new event that we do just that much bigger and better.
Without question. So yeah, help out. If you're over on any of those platforms, you know what to do. Hit the like, share, subscribe on the YouTubes that you're watching. You can also use Super Chats. King is watching on YouTube. I will shout you out if you're putting in some money there. That's how you get recognized, YouTube. That's how that works. On our Twitch friends, you know what to do. Bits, subs, that all works out very well. So help us out, help contribute. There's also a donate command too that you could use as well if you'd like to just give direct contributions to CTWC and help us continue to put on World Championships each and every year, and especially the regional events that we do, Adam. You know, that's kind of like the lifeblood too, to keep us going, because that allows people like yourself. You know, we got CTWC UK that you can certainly attend and be remiss. We have the DAS World Championship coming up next month in Germany. Our friends over there are going to start getting ready for that. So keep the calendar open. Go to thectwc.com to find more information on all our live events going on for the rest of the year.
Of course, and I'll be at both, so if any of you at home are thinking about going to those, I'll see you there if you go.
Then you can give them the funny Irish accent.
Yeah,
live,
then I
right?
can, because, I mean, that's the place to do it, as long as it's not here, but
Indeed.
it's all right. Fractal closing in on number 9. Now 957 gets a couple of quick Tetrises there, now within just one. It's now opened up about, I would say, nearly a 400,000 point gap in terms of speed here on Meme. That's allowed Dog to also get within touching distance here too. Fractal looking to close this out. And there it is, number 9, and feeling fine for Fractal.
Wow. Just a little over an hour that he got that. That's crazy.
It is insane. I mean, we talk about 17, but who knows at this point how fast not only Fractal, but all these players are just getting these max outs. But that's just how it is. That's the level that we have here. And I've said that multiple times, but I just had to emphasize it. This is the top level. This is why this is the World Championship.
The best of the best.
The best of the best coming here and throwing down in front of the whole world.
So right now, Dog, Meme, Fractal. No kickers yet, Adam, because
they don't. Yeah.
You know.
And he does have a kicker, owing to the fact that he did have to reset a couple times.
And then we were shout outs to our volunteers that you mentioned. You know, those score runners are doing a great job getting the scores and running them to the table as quickly as they can for those that are qualifying on our main stage and on the offshoots of the other streams that we have and the off stream as well too. They're doing a great job getting those in quickly so we can try to keep up to date. And of course, Stats team over there, we got Marfram, we got Jade Hart. They're crushing it over there to get those things in. Shout out to Marfram for putting this beautiful spreadsheet together, making it so easy for qual judges to just get them in and we get data as quick as possible.
Absolutely, and even if you're following along on as many channels as you can, but still want to see the full results, you can do so. If you're on Twitch, you can use the command !qual, and that will give you the full standings as they're updated. So if you want to follow along with not only that, but these streams as well, that's how you can do it. And I can see a few people using that as well in the chat, following along. Meme is approaching on 947 right now. Has the Tetris up, gets the Tetris one more. Will get hurt to number 9. Just waiting for that bar now. Takes the triple. There it is. Didn't need it. Just took some triples, and Meme is on number 9. And Andy on number 8.
And Dog closing in on number 9 as well. So for those at home watching along, just to clarify a little bit, you can see on the right side of your screen the qual information where players is currently at the moment. So people wondering, Adam, well, DMJ has 13. Why is he so far down at the bottom, right? Well, that's because the way that the qualifying system works is that we're looking at the current players that are running right now. So that's where it's going to take up precedence, and you're going to see that above. But the seed number that you see right now is where they're at the moment, right? So obviously Dog sitting at 5th because he'll have 8 at the moment when they get that recorded. As he's trying for number 9 right now, we'll see if he can close it in right now. There it is. So that will be number 9 for Dog.
Number 9 for Dog.
So you'll see we have Our good friend Burb, who was just on commentating, he's getting the score in. He's verifying it with Dog. Gives him the all set when he knows it's good. And then he'll write it down. Our stats team is going to get the card from our friend Just Joe, who's running around like a madman. And they will get that entered and updated as soon as it gets over there.
Yeah, we love Just Joe around here. But, yeah, I mean, it's important that our qual judges get those scores in, because even you might say, oh, what if they just miss one? One max out missed could mean such a massive difference in terms of what seeds these players get. And it saves us having to go back and look at VODs and see, okay, did they get a max out here? Was this all missed? But we got a great team. And I have full confidence, as I'm sure you do too, that everything will be put down as it is.
No, they're doing a great job. So, yes, those that are blacked out that you see, they are completed. Their calls are done. Those in green are currently playing at the moment. So once their session is done, they will be blacked out, and then they will put in their proper order. And then the next group, session 3, will be green, and so on. So you'll see that throughout the day.
Absolutely. But all these players well on their way. Fractal trying to get number 10 here, but we still have 50 minutes to go. And as people are pointing out, 17, it is on, but it's up to these players to keep that intensity up. And as I said, they are the best in the world, but they are only human. And although fatigue might not be setting in right now, you wonder in about 40 minutes from now where they're going to be and where their headspace is going to be as well. But that's why they're the best. They keep calm under pressure and make sure to always keep that level head and to just keep doing what they do best, which is stacking and getting Tetrises. Nice J-tuck there from Meme Gets a Tetris. With about 370,000 of Fractal right now. Dog cleaning up a bit of a messy board. Meanwhile, Andy will get a Tetris.
So again, one more time to clarify, we have in the green, those are the players that are currently playing right now, and the top 8 scores are what are showing at the moment. Those are the players in play, and those are your top 8 players with the most max outs and scores that are attributed. So they'll see that there, and then we'll have our regular seeds in there, and then the next group after that is what you're getting in sequential order. So that hopefully will clarify. There's been some questions in the chats there.
Yeah.
So don't worry, folks. You know, they're like, oh, why is it out of order? I don't understand. But we want to see the top 8 scores currently being played right now for ease of visibility.
Yeah, and I know there was a bit of confusion earlier, particularly about my qualifier, because it showed that I was blacked out for a while there. Oh, Fractal with a misdrop of that square piece, in a bit of trouble, trying to get the right pieces to get this brained out. Needs to get something over, but he's not going to, and Fractal's going to top out at 777. That is a kicker for him, but that is going to lose him some precious time.
You saw him there, Adam. He was fighting so hard to try to get out of it, to try to find a way to keep that run going, because you don't want to throw that out. That was
exactly
a 777, 77% of the way there. He was so close to the finish line. Can't do it. And now things are heating up, Adam.
Things are heating up.
Meme and Dog, still perfect throughout. They have the advantage over Fractal.
Absolutely. Now Fractal has to do it all again, but he has been relentless all session long, and he's still only 400,000 points down. So it's not impossible for him to catch this up, but it's going to be a massive undertaking. He's going to have to be so efficient. But so far, yes, it is advantage Meme and Dog right now. Dog actually takes the overall lead just about. There's only 200 points separating Dog and Meme right now. It is so close. Well, Andy on 553, still plugging away, getting those Tetrises, but at least for Andy in this four-way battle, things like that slip up from Fractal are going to be what he's depending on in order to sort of gain back some ground, but he has done exactly that, has already gained a little bit back on Fractal, has unlapped himself, so to speak.
So as players continue to get their journeys in, Macherino, Adam, continues to grow. 13-17 now. We're making some headway, man.
We're making some headway, absolutely.
We're getting it going. Shout outs to Gerhard, Skardvate. Well done by you. We got $25 in that contribution. We got Ondolak at $10 and Ikibert $12.37. So that all adds up.
Thank
Gets
you.
us to 13.17. Continue contributing, folks. You're doing a great job. Use that exclamation point Matcherino in most of our platforms that you can do that. That'll take you to our Matcherino link, and you can contribute directly there and help the players out. They get fully funded from that.
But yeah, as I was saying there, there was a bit of confusion earlier when it comes to my qual, and I know a lot of people in the chat as well as on Discord
please,
were
yes, Adam.
kind of wondering about what happened to Adam
What
Irish.
happened to Adam Irish that he caused so much hectic problems for our stats team? How dare you, Adam? But explain yourself.
I apologize. I
Marfram
will
is with an earshot, ready to hear this.
All right, I will clarify. So what happened essentially is right as I began my qualifier, I was just plugging away, getting some Tetrises when my console turned off and wouldn't turn back on. So, I mean, the whole team was trying to figure out what was going on. And essentially what happened, so it was grayed out because obviously I'd stopped. But we got everything back under control. It took 20 minutes, but we eventually got there in the end, and I was able to continue my qualifier. I was by a good distance the last one to finish, but I got finished in the end, and I got a score that I was reasonably happy with. Is it going to be enough to get into bronze? We'll see, but I would hope so.
Well, we'll see. If not, that's okay.
It's okay. I did my best, and that's all I can ask.
Yes, you have a lot of work to do tomorrow anyway. So.
Yeah, absolutely. more time that I'm helping out rather than playing Tetris.
Absolutely.
Oh, Dog didn't get that far all the way over, but it's still low enough to where he should be able to get something up. Oh, no!
Oh, no!
Is there another chance to maybe try
He's going to have to try to chop it down.
Has to try and chop it, but that board is just creeping up and up and up, and Dog is not going to be able to do anything with it. 697. And that really puts Meme in a good position right now. She's still perfect when it comes to her games here on 893, looking for that max out number 10. Fractal's catching up to on 560, now back into second place.
An interesting
Gets
move
a Tetris.
Here. Yeah, interesting move here, Adam. You saw Dog. He ended up taking that as a kicker. He called over Burb and said, give me my score, take it. So that'll be a kicker for Dog. He didn't have anything, right? He's been perfect the whole way. So maybe that might be
smart move.
A move to make in order to help ascend him into a different part of the seed. Right now he would be sitting at 4. He's got 9. Hydrant had 9. Hydrant had a 9-9-4 kicker, so that'll leave Hydrant still in that 3 spot. Dog will sit at 4, but Dog plenty of time, still 43 minutes to increase the max out counter.
Yeah, well, Andy is going to get number 9 there. Meme on 986, level 34, just plugging away, wants to just play this as safe as possible because, I mean, we just saw Fractal and Dog, even they had slipped up there and ended up topping out, but Meme's not going to have any such thing. Number 10 for Meme with 43 minutes to go. Still on incredible pace here, still on really good speeds, but the question is it going to be enough? We're going to have to wait and see, but just going right back into it. There's no breaks at this level. But right now, Dog on 146, just starting off again. Fractal's on 752, looking for number 10 as well.
So players are starting
and Andy's begun the journey as well.
Yeah, players are looking to see how much time remaining. So all around 42 minutes remaining in this qualifying session. 42 minutes and 30 seconds right there, Adam. We can see it on our screen.
Yes.
Players are asking for time checks with our judges, as they should.
Yeah, and this is where, as well, like, frustration is going to set in because now that some of these players have slipped up, they're desperately trying to claw back any advantage they can, try and get themselves up in the seeding. So, and it's only gonna get worse as time goes on. But these players know how to keep calm, and they know when and how to do what they do best. But right now, Fractal's gonna get a Tetris there, 885 closing in on number 10 right now. Yes, from this point on, they will have to, if any of these players want to get that lucky number 17. They will have to get a max every, I would say, 6, 7 minutes or so. And we've seen them do that. We've seen them do exactly that, but to do that consistently 4, 7 times in a row is going to be challenging. But if any players are going to do it, it is our CT1 players here in session 2. And Fractal's going to get number 10.
Well done.
Right back in the fight. Despite having that top out, now right back into it and catching up to Meme here. These two are only within about a minute or 2 of each other.
Yeah, so Meme has leapfrogged over Hydrant, who was sitting at number 3. Now sitting in that spot. Fractal will get to 10 as well. Get him ahead of Dog. So again, this is where things are going to start picking up and get interesting. Man, Adam, these next 40 minutes, this is absolute drama about to happen.
This is absolute drama. And this is just qualifying. We got after this, we got a whole tournament.
Yeah, imagine. Oh my word, I forgot about that.
Yeah,
tournament.
you would think that this is a tournament. It would be an action pack, but no, this is just the qualifier to get into the tournament.
Oh my word! And we still got even more bangers coming up. As mentioned, we've got Alex T, Blue, Scuti, Dangler, and Cole will be on this CT1 for the world to see the defending world champion Alex T. Oh my word! He's probably sitting here watching this. He's like, bruh. Actually, I had a conversation with him yesterday because he was hanging out, and he's like, bruh, I'm going to get number 1 seed. I'm going to just beat everybody. It's easy. I'll take on 1 versus 47.
I mean, when it comes to 1 versus 4, he did actually, there was something like that he did not too long ago. Not to, of course, promote myself again, but
go ahead.
I do have an event, Tetris Boss Battles, where you have one of these grandmasters, these best in the business, going up against 6 players. Meme asking to play on it. I mean, Tristov right now is the current boss in Boss Battles, so you'd have to wait for him to lose that. But it is a really unique event, and that is kind of the thing. If you're someone at home who might dream of being on here on this main stage, but you might be a bit of a ways off in terms of skill, you don't need to. You can play against the best of the best. And it's always streamed on my channel. I have signups actually open right now on various of the Classic Tetris Discord servers, so you can go there. That's my plug done.
There you go. Shameless plug for Adam Irish Experience.
Shameless.
Yeah,
I'm just horrible, aren't I?
Absolutely. You're in Marfram's ire for the qual nonsense. You're plugging your stuff on our CTWC channel.
I'm making enemies here.
Unbelievable. What do you next? Do you want a merch command too? Oh,
not yet. Not yet.
Exclamation point King merch. Hint it, nudge, nudge.
That's why they put us with each other. We're both as bad as each other when it comes to that.
I love how Adam's like we. I love how they put us together, right? Oh my word! Behind the scenes stuff going on live on stream. All right. Well, we got the drama unfolds here. About 38 more minutes left for our players. Dog, Meme, Andy. Currently underway on looking to try to get to max out more than halfway there, as you can see on the screen. They're crushing it. I'm trying to get back down that pace. Looking to hope maybe Meme gets a slip up. Give him the advantage to get right back on. You see Meme with the no. The facials and the reactions from these players, I love it, Adam. You know, it tells you how much they are really into this and what they're trying to accomplish and how important the seeding is going to be. Because outside of the top 8 spots, you know, there is a bye for top 16 as well.
Yeah.
But when you're in that 9 to 16 range, that round 1 match actually becomes a lot more difficult because of the caliber of players that go down from 17 to 48. There are no easy matches.
Yeah,
and in past
absolutely.
CTWCs, we have seen number 48 snipe number 17.
Of course. I mean, yeah, that's just what happens with these, because you might have someone undercall, you might have someone who can just come out of nowhere, and everyone has their rough patches or rough days, but I mean, at CTWC, I mean, you only get 1 chance. There's no loser's bracket or anything like that anymore, so you only get 1 chance. If you lose, you're gone. You are out of the tournament. But, yeah, I mean, as you said there, in that 9 to 16 range, it can be because you have so many amazing players that are going to be in that round 0. And, I mean, we'll wait and see what the end result ends up being in terms of who's going to be where, but you'd have to expect some players who might have been top 60. There's Dog with number 10. And meanwhile, Meme is coming up on 11 here. On 963 right now, level 27. 36 minutes to go.
So we're almost 3/4 of the way done. About 6 minutes left before we go into the final quarter of this one. Adam's familiar with using the quarter phrase.
Yes.
Classic Tetris Wars.
Of course, of course.
So
I mean, I love my fractions.
apparently.
And there it is, number 11 for Meme. And that's good enough, I believe, to put her in second place.
That'll surpass Red Shirt, who is sitting at 10. He had the advantage at the moment because Meme has no kicker. She is 11 for 11. It's insane.
It is just, I'm like a broken record here, but it is just surreal, especially now, with just how many of these players are just going and just getting max out after max out after max out. It wasn't too long ago. It was probably only about 7-8 years ago where a max out was seen as just something like, oh my God, they got a max out. Now it's just, oh, another max out. No, that's number 11. There we go.
No, it's commonplace now. Right?
It's commonplace. If you don't a max out, like, what are you doing? What are you, Adam Irish?
We are desensitized to it now. It's crazy.
Like, if even King can get a max out, you can too.
I mean, there's slides that say that, right? And there's a max out for Andy. He'll get another one. Chalk it up there, Adam.
Yeah, there it is. That is going to be number 10 there. Andy is catching up to the rest of the pack.
Yeah, looks like number 9.
Number 9.
Yeah, 9 for Andy. Because you notice, again, reminder to folks at home that are watching, the top 8 currently playing right now will be at the top of the screen. So those are the ones that have the highest scores in this session. And then after that, you'll get the sequential order
and
of what's
Fractal
going on. There it is. Fractal.
Getting number 11. Hot on Meme's heels right now. It is, again, so competitive between these two. It's going to go down to the wire, I think.
Man, this is crazy. 34 minutes to go. Insane. Love it, Adam. I love it.
I love it, too. I mean, this is, in terms of this session, all I could have hoped for and more. Nice adjustment there from Andy. Gets the Tetris, but now just has to try to get that long bar over, something over to the left-hand side to sort of stabilize the board, but has brought it back down and will easily get that long bar over. That's what level 18 can afford you. Fractal playing quite high, gets that long bar just in time. And gets that Tetris. Bit scary there for a second, but they're professionals.
Yes, certainly. Looks like we have professional commentary going on all over the place. You know, we've got
absolutely
CT2. Well, of course, you have us, Adam. We're the pros here.
We're the pros.
We're the pros. But they got a few other pros. You got a Lifetime Achievement Award winner, Chris Bidwell, and CT2 hanging out with a Game Scout. They're doing some great commentary on over there. And then you've got CT4 is a bunch of characters going on. Apparently, it's the dream team in Wiley and Mari, of all people.
Yeah, that was. I mean, it's a great field of commentators here, and of course, having character is important too. Like we're not always. There's a lot of different, and especially with me coming from the restreaming scene. I can hear the chants of CT4 coming from there as well. They got mentioned.
It's the party
They got their mention. They're happy. But yeah, it's a great atmosphere we got here across the board. And again, as has been said, we're CT1 to CT4 all on Twitch. But if you're on YouTube and you want to get more action, but you don't have Twitch, CT2 is over on CTWC Archives, the new channel. Not only, of course, is CT2 live on there, and you can see more players qualifying, but you can also get the archives of pretty much everything that there is to have about the Classic Tetris World Championships in many different areas, not just the World Championships, but all the regionals and other events that we have going on too. It's a great channel, a great resource that the Classic Tetris community has, and yeah, go check that out, especially with this on at the same time. If your 2 monitors or 2 windows open, More Tetris is more fun.
More touches than you can handle, Adam.
There you go. Didn't want to say it, you did.
There you go. We gotta, appease the crowd here.
As we're now
Dog
approaching 30 minutes to go.
Dog is locked in right now, Adam.
On 7:55 right now. Again, just as a reminder to the people at home and what we're at, Meme and Fractal right now, they're both chasing their 12th max out of the session. Dog is closing in on number 11, and Andy is gunning to get into double digits as well to get number 10. And Andy will get a Tetris. Dog about 200 a bit, 1,000 points away. Doesn't get that bar flip, but will get that bar for a Tetris. Skims that T-piece and is set up again. Tetris for Fractal as well.
I'm enjoying the conversation that Meme and Fractal having. Like, we're looking at a qualifying session where you're trying to focus and get as many max outs.
Rather talk to people, or might rather be like talking or being more animated, because it might help them focus, or it might help them just keep their nerves in check, because that's the most important thing to do. Because if you're nervous, then you're gonna make they might make some decisions that might not be as efficient for their stack. But Meme is now closing in, trying to get number 12 here. Just under 30 minutes to go, 3/4 of the way through this session number 2. It's been a session for the ages so far, and we're hoping that all these players can finish strong and finish on a great note. And we're going to be in for an action-packed finish here, ladies and gentlemen. Wherever you are right now, thank you for tuning in. Of course, we also have our Matcherino as well. We're up to 13:27. Let's get that pushed up more and more and show our support for not only these players, but just Classic Tetris as a whole. This is the place to be in Pasadena, California at the SoCal Gaming Expo. Meme is just burning this away, trying to get that well uncovered, just getting singles and doubles, inching up that score. Fractal is about 200,000 points back, but they're both going for number 12 right now. And Meme very close to getting this open, does get it open. Now just needs that bar, there it is. And Meme with number 12, 28 minutes to go. To match 16 would need a Tetris every 7 minutes, which these players have so far been doing.
There's an incredible showcase from these 4 players. They've done an excellent job. They are setting the standard right now for the next group in what they need to do in order to just keep up. Like, we're not even talking about trying to surpass them. We're talking about just trying to keep up and maybe match what's happening here. This is incredible.
Absolutely. It doesn't matter how good of a player you are. You just look at how these players are doing, and you just think, how can I do that? And I'm sure it's even more for the people at home who might be just starting out in their Tetris journey, like, how do you get there? But these players put in so much work each and every day when it comes to just grinding the game or just doing new challenges to push themselves. There's Fractal at number 12, right on. Just these players only within about a minute of each other, Meme and Fractal. It is going down to the wire. Meme got it within 28 minutes, Fractal 27.
And that's the benefit of the 19 starts here, Adam, is that even though Fractal had lost that one game that he had to drop, right? He had the 777 game.
Yeah, he has that as a kicker.
The 19 starts are allowing Fractal to get those quick max outs and be able to try to catch up now. That's been the difference.
Yeah,
if he was playing on level 18, then certainly Meme will be wide and far away, starting to pull. And there,
yeah,
Burb is letting them know that time is starting to run out. 26 minutes, folks, is what we have remaining for this qualifying session. So we are in the final quarter.
Yeah, of course. And if you are in session 3, might want to start thinking about getting checked in if you haven't already. Because if you're not checked in by the time we start, then, well, you're not going to qualify. Simple as that.
No, you can qualify, but you're just not going to get that time back. You're not going to get that Adam treatment that he got the extra.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I got the royalty treatment, but you might not as well. You might not. There's only so many Adam Irishes in the world.
Indeed. And there's Andy's max out to add on top of that.
Absolutely. That's number 10 there for Andy. It has been a great performance from Andy. It has been sort of a return to form for sure, but then you just have the other players here just being absolutely relentless. It does kind of make it not as significant, but you just have to appreciate Andy is doing incredibly well right now, and all these players are doing incredibly well across the board, and not just here, but on all our channels, CT 2, 3, and 4. There's some great Tetris being played, and even off stream, I am sure there is some great games being played right now, no matter what your skill level. You could be maybe a 400K player just trying to do it, but if you're getting 300K, that's a great game. So shout out to all our players who are qualifying right now.
Yes, Adam is correct. If you are here in the venue currently, you need to start making your way to the registration table. If you've not done so, please do so between now and the next 30 minutes and prepare for the next qual session. We're going to go right into that as quick as we can so we can get back on schedule. As for players that need to get headshots, that will be done later on. You can do that after qualifying session 3 has concluded. We will do headshots after qualification has concluded. So
right now, closest player to a max here is Dog on 634, level 21. Dog is also searching for that lucky number 12. But right now, again, the focus, Meme and Fractal within just 100,000 points of each other. Again, I mean, only about, I would say 20, 30 minutes ago, the gap was about maybe 400,000, but Fractal's closed that again. So even despite having dropped a game, still just hot on Meme's heels right now. It is going to go down to the wire between these two, and we'll see if one of them or maybe both of them will have time for one more game after time expires and try to get that extra max out to get over the line and get the higher seed. Nice fault there of that J piece there for Fractal. Meme will get a Tetris. But Fractal losing precious time here with this dig, trying to get out of this as quickly as possible. Puts everything aligned, has the bar dependency down the left. We'll try to maybe see if he could burn this down. Gets a delayed burn there with that square, but tops out 246. Flew too close to the sun there. Just couldn't get those right pieces. Was waiting desperately for a bar or anything, just didn't get it. And now Meme all on her own pretty much in terms of that. Now Fractal being pushed back down from about 100,000 points back, now 500,000 points back. So once again, advantage Meme, but it just goes to show just how efficient Fractal's been, that despite having dropped 2 games compared to Meme's 0, it's still about 500,000 points. It's not impossible, but I guess we'll just have to see. It's still 22 minutes of action-packed Tetris to go. And still so many surprises left in store. Tetris for Meme, 647, but now Dog approaching max out 12 here on 835, level 27. Just keeping on getting Tetrises and Tetrises. And a dirty Tetris there for Meme, 761 now, level 23. But now Dog closing in a couple more Tetrises, and maybe a bit of change should do it. Is going to need 729, but right pieces come. I'm sure that shouldn't be too much of a problem, although now the pieces aren't really doing well for Dog at all, and he's going to top out at 942.
Oh, no.
So close. He was in control, but that's what Classic Tetris can bring. Just the pieces weren't working out in Dog's favor there.
Oh, man,
that's the luck of the draw, and it can be good and it can do things like that, but
it's a bit of a gut punch right there for Dog.
It is a gut punch. It's not a nice feeling.
And you know, Adam, you know what's funny is that we're feeling bad for Dog. Like, oh, that is huge.
Oh no, he's only on
got
11. Only 11 max outs. Meanwhile, I don't have a single max out to my name in my entire career, and you only got 1, I think.
He's times 11 on me in just this hour and 40 minute session.
And if I put the times to my calculator for me, I think it would break the calculator because I have 0.
Unbelievable. Meme is very close on getting another one. As we get there, real quick, a couple of shout-outs. We have contributions from Maturino, $10 from the White Dragon, and $25 from Jin G, who says, thank you for all the joy this community has given me.
But yeah,
Love it.
Meme right now, just 13,000. There it is. It's unlucky for some, but not for Meme. It's number 13. Incredible stuff there. Meanwhile, Fractal on 445, just close to halfway there. And we are just over 20 minutes to go. Ladies and gentlemen, 20 minutes to go of this session. How many more max sets can these players bring us in this second session? Of course, again, you have this action going on CT1, but you got 4 more players. You got Eyeball, you got Miles, SV, and Tristop on CT2. You can watch that at the same time, not only on Twitch, but you can also watch it on YouTube at the CTWC archives. And then, of course, you got on Twitch CT3 and CT4. I mean, you could do it like me last year. You could have all 4 Classic Tetris streams up so you can get that maximum content into your brains. And, of course, as I said before, if you want to follow along with the whole leaderboard, we got a bit of leaderboard here on the right, but if you want to see the full qualifier leaderboard as it stands at the moment, you can use the command !qual. You can see it all happen, all go down. So if you have like 4 or 5, you got a whole office full of monitors. You can sort of have your own setup going.
All right, so Adam, we had some
You can almost like pretend that you're in the stats team or something like that.
Oh, yeah. No, we had some clarification here because obviously some of our chatters were wondering why is Andy only at 10 max outs when people at home, they're very invested in what's going on. They have their own tally mark that's happening.
Yeah.
They said Andy has 11. So somewhere there was some discrepancy. The stats team, the judges have confirmed it is 11. They are fixing it right now, and you see that on the screen. There's his 11th. So he's right. He's right in the race there with the rest of them.
Yeah. Goes to we're all human. We're all human here. But yeah, to clarify, Andy has 11 max outs right now.
Yes.
And
so
is gunning for number 12.
Our YouTube audience can put the pitchforks away.
Yeah,
It's fixed. It's fixed. They got it. Yes, Mr. Brain, it's fixed.
Cards are found, everything.
Right now, with that out of the way, Andy's now gunning for number 12, not 11, number 12. On 701 right now, level 26. Fractal's going for 13. Dog going for number 12 here, and Meme about a third of the way to number 14. We have 17 minutes and a bit left until the end of our session. Again, if you are going to be in session 3, get checked in and registered as soon as possible if you haven't already, because otherwise that's just time that you're going to be losing and time that you're not getting max outs or getting that score that you're going for, whether you're aiming to get into gold, silver, or bronze. That's time lost. And we had a lot of times, and I've seen it myself, where their final games, that that's the one that gets them their high score. So let's see. 9:14. Apparently I've missed something according to Meme and Fractal. Oh well. He says he'll never forgive me. All right, well, you're on 9:48 right now. You won't forgive yourself if you don't get this max out. 9:79.
Fractal screaming over here at Adam.
We got long history, us two.
Fractal, worry about your game. What are you doing?
Yeah,
here?
don't worry about Adam Irish. Worry about your game.
Yeah, my word. He's jawing at us.
Yeah. 995. He's close to getting there.
Look at Andy go right here. Oh my word.
And there's the max out for Fractal. There's number 13. Got there in the end. Meanwhile, Andy approaching number 12 here.
He is fighting through. You know, people were speculating here, Adam. You know, is Andy gonna be okay to play? Has he healed from the injury? You can see right now he's definitely okay to play.
I would safely say that Andy's all good here. So right now.
Got about 16 minutes left to go, Adam.
16 minutes
We're
as
getting
these
close.
players are potentially gunning for 16 max outs potentially, but time running out. So they just have to continue to be as efficient as they have been. Again, as I said, they would probably have to get a max out maybe at this point, maybe less than every 6 minutes or 7 minutes. But again, these players have shown that they're capable of doing just that. But we're gonna have to wait and see. Dog on 771, but Andy now almost there. And yes, number 12. If I say it enough time, it'll make up for the fact we missed it. Number 12 for Andy.
If you say it loud enough, that's what's going to happen.
Yeah, say it loud. We'll forget about the fact that we were a max up behind for God knows how long. And we might be classic, but we never said we were perfect. But we're close. We're close enough.
Stat teams are perfect though.
Yeah.
They want to be recognized that it was not their fault. It was not their fault. They're doing their job. So of course, again, shout out to Marfram and Jade. They are doing tremendous work over there to make sure things are working out. And again, thank you to the viewing audience, Adam. Right? They were screaming and hollering on all their platforms. Check the tape. Check the tape.
Yeah. But hopefully, at least most of the pitchforks. Oh no, Fractal tops out 123.
But that's okay.
It's okay. It was early.
It's early enough.
So it's not too much.
He's waiting for Rocket
Round
Screen
loss.
to come to an end.
Well,
and then he will
Meme
get started.
is on 990. And gets that another, and there it is, 14. Still has 14 minutes left and gets max out number 14.
We have time for 2 more.
2 more, maybe another. Depends on how quick Meme can get these next max outs, if she can.
Yeah, it's gonna be real
It's
tight
gonna
to
be
get
close.
a third one. She'd have to really push it. You need about a max,
max
out
out
within 7 minutes.
Every 7 minutes, again, it's possible, but just requires so much efficiency. And with time running down, just surely that's going to be in the back of their mind. But so far, you wouldn't think it.
Meanwhile,
They've just been so focused.
now for nothing, Adam, we're looking at our top 8 board. You can see Meme, Fractal, Dog, Andy, great scores, but let's not be remiss. Look what's happening over on CT2. Eyeball right up there with 12, Hunting.
With 12.
SV at 11, Miles has 11. Wow, they're putting on an absolute barn burner over there.
Absolutely. And again, if you are on YouTube and in the past you might not have been able to catch that kind of thing and had to go to Twitch, you don't anymore. CTWC Archives have got you covered for CT2. You can see 4 more players qualify there as well as here. And you can check that out. It's a great place. And again, not only do you have the stream going on there, you also have access to pretty much everything that Classic Tetris has had to offer over the years. All there, all ready for you. No funny business. It's just there.
So Fractal with 13.
Yes, Fractal's on 13, Memes on 14.
I have to remind our viewers at home that there is a little bit of delay because there's procedures involved to make sure that those all get entered correctly, try to be verified. So
Yeah, we don't want to jump the gun, especially at this level. And we don't want to miss anything.
all right. They are working hard to make sure they get them updated quickly. So you are seeing what's currently happening right now. Meme the leader, 14. Question will be, will we see a kicker? Some speculation that maybe, after this next maxed out, maybe just get a quick early top out push down point, such as we've seen that there are a few people that have gotten 16 before. Scuti last year is currently the all-time score leader as of his higher kicker. But Noah Dangler has also reached 16. Of course, Sidnev 16 with a 1 push down point. So 3 have achieved that greatness. Meme looking to try to ascend there and match them, or maybe even better.
Maybe even surpass them. I mean, it's all down to what happens now in these next 11 and a bit minutes.
Drama. That's the drama.
It is drama, but it's the best kind of drama because it's edge of your seat kind of stuff. Fractal's about halfway to number 14 at the moment. And he's halfway to 13. Dog's on 380 right now. Boards are looking mostly pretty good. And Meme could maybe try to set up a dirty left well Tetris, but has to cover the well. And Meme losing a little bit of time here. But gets it dug out very nicely. Now just needs a bar to get it over. Oh no! Misdrops the J piece and couldn't get that bar over. Now Meme is in a bit of a tricky space. Doesn't get the bar over! And Meme tops out 117. Again, not too much time lost, but that not much time could make all the difference when it comes to the difference between maybe getting 16 and 17. But now as we get to that, we are just over 10 minutes to go. Again, if you're in session 3 and you haven't already registered or gotten checked in, do it now so that you don't lose any precious time that you could be doing to get max outs or to get that score that you've been looking for, because every second counts, as we're seeing here.
Yeah, you got to wonder, is the pressure on right now for me? Maybe that's, again, you did mention something here, Adam, about the fatigue factor. These players have gone now for 1 hour and 51 minutes of consecutive play. They haven't really taken a break because they know if you want to get the max efficiency, you just have to keep going and going and going. You cannot take anything longer than that rocket screen break that they get.
Absolutely.
And the drama is intensifying here as we get down to the single digits in seconds and minutes. And so it's 9 minutes remaining in the qualifier for this session 2. As Adam mentioned, session 3 coming up next with the next big guns coming up. Alex T, Noah Dangler, Cole, Bucket, and the Blue Scuti. They'll be all on this channel. And looking, now they know what the goal is, right? We're getting close to that goal that is going to be set by our top players at the moment. Now they know, what can I achieve going in?
Absolutely. I mean, these players are setting the bar, and now those players in session 3 are going to try their best to match or even maybe surpass it. We'll just have to see. But right now, Fractal coming up to max out number 14 on 892 right now, level 24. Look at that Tetris rate, 74%.
Adam loves his Tetris rates.
Indeed. Who doesn't? But of course, at this level, as I said, and as King alluded to earlier, with how good these players are and how well they can play into 29 and beyond, I mean, the Tetris rate not necessarily an indicator how likely a max it is, but it can indicate how early potentially they could get that. And in terms of their overall speed, which is of the essence, especially in this. But Fractal now getting number 14, just under 8 minutes to go. So maybe time for 1-2 games.
You heard him just like go, yes! He needed that.
Just relief there from Fractal. Now just jumping straight into it.
Andy and Dog closing in as well, too. They want to try to get this max out quickly. We're coming up on 7.5 minutes remaining. They will want to start a game so fast. Maybe can squeeze one more, but
one more.
Oh, the drama at him.
It is edge of your seat stuff. And there's the max out for Dog. And Andy now coming up to it too. Let's see.
See Burb, our judge over there, quickly tallying it up.
Gets for Andy.
Letting Dog go quickly. He knows.
And both of them just going straight here. Andy now with number 13. Just under 7 minutes to go. Is there time for one more? And if they can get it really quickly, is there time for 2 more?
Yeah, it's gonna be tight.
It is.
6 minutes. If you're players right now, it's time to focus up. Get it clutched in. Get this one max out. If you're Meme, she has the chance here, Adam. We're at 5:22. Plenty of time. 6 minutes. If she can do this in the next 5 minutes to max out, we got a shot.
Absolutely.
You see Andy with the top out. He was trying to go with a 19 star look like.
Try
He's getting his kicker. That's what he's doing. He got his went and got his kicker.
Yeah,
He
at
did
least
that on
the kicker's
purpose.
on the board there.
Yeah, no, he knows.
He
Just
knows.
put something in there because there might be other players that don't do that.
Absolutely.
You can see on the board that we got SV currently no kicker, sitting with 11 max outs. Who knows? That might come back to bite. But for Andy, he's going to take the strat. I'm going to kick her in, put a number. It might help me in my standing.
Meme on 626 right now, level 20. And we'll get that Tetris. Very clean play from all 4 boards here. You love to see it. Holes in the stack, they don't make me happy. So right now I'm very happy. Very, very happy. Tetris for dog.
This number.
Two, yeah.
And right now, Fractal with a couple holes in the stack, but we'll still get a Tetris out of it. And now we are approaching the final 5 minutes. 115 have already gone, and now there's just 5 to go. Not only here, but everywhere. These players getting their last scores in across this hall, across this World Championship stage. And is there time for some more surprises in store? Let's see. Memes on 773, but all these players now just racing as fast as they can to get that extra max out and maybe, just maybe, have a shot of getting one more game in. Fractal's waiting for the bar. Wondering where it is. Finally gets it for the Tetris.
29-piece drought for Fractal in that sequence, man. Ugh. When you're trying to race like this, that's the worst timing for droughts to start forming in this juncture where you're trying to just score. The efficiency has to be at its peak. And Fractal did not realize that that was not a Tetris. He thought it was 4 high. It was 3 only. Caught him by surprise.
Yeah, that happens more often than you think, and might be surprising that it could happen at this level, but when there's only 4 minutes to go and you're just trying to rush to get every single point you can, sometimes it happens, especially with a qualifying session as competitive and as excellent in performance across all the players as this one. I mean, there was, as I said, there was a lot of hype with Session 2. I think it surpassed that hype and then some.
Oh, believe me, man, it's crazy. Why do you think I picked this spot? You know?
989 now for Meme. Just needs one more. Just one more to go. Just under 3 minutes to go, or over 3 minutes to go, and Meme has number 15. So Meme will have time for one more. Dog tops out at 428. So just 3 minutes to go now. 3 minutes. And if you are registered for Session 3, go over to the front desk and get registered, get signed in now, because you'll be losing precious time if you don't. Less than 180 seconds. Fractal's on 6:02 right now. Is there enough time remaining? There could be. Nice hockey bar there from Fractal. Immediately stood up again. Meme gets that kicker in, 24,000. And how important could that be? Tetris for Fractal, 6:58. 2 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. Tetris again, Fractal on level 23, just trying to stay focused, make all the correct moves that we've seen him do and seen all these players do over the past just under 2 hours. 2 minutes to go, 120 seconds remaining. 7:20. This is a race against time for all these players to get in their final scores, to get in those final points. Fractal losing a bit of time here, but getting the well open very nicely. Gets a nice T-piece over to the right, has the well back open. Now is Tetris ready? Just needs that bar to come quickly, and there it is, Tetris for Fractal. 7:64, 90 seconds to go. Meme puts in another kicker, 72,000. She's trying to put it up more and more, trying to gamble and take chances of how high can I push this. 1 minute 20, 8:27 for Fractal. This is gonna be close, ladies and gentlemen. Fractal covering the well, trying to get it open desperately as quickly as he can because every second counts. Gets that long way to the left open, but I got Tetris Fractal, 863. There is just 1 minute to go. 60 seconds remaining.
Here we go, Adam. Yes,
Here
it's
we
time.
go. Is there enough time for Fractal to get one more game in? Let's see. Just needs that bar now to get up into the 900s. Takes a double. That puts him at 899. Where is this bar for Fractal right now? Tetris Meme trying to push up that kicker even more. Where is the bar for Fractal, though? Needs it. Where? It finally comes up to 949. 30 seconds left.
The intensity
Fractal
on
needs
Fractal's
2
face is
Tetrises.
telling you everything, Adam. He is locked in. He wants
20
this.
seconds to go.
Oh.
The Phantom Burn.
Oh, this is so tough right now for
Oh
Fractal.
my goodness.
Tetris
Tetris.
Fractal.
992. 10.
No.
9. 8. No.
6,
Oh,
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh no.
Just missed it.
Oh my goodness. But ladies and gentlemen, give it up for these players. My voice is gone, but you can understand why.
Final
These
game. This is final game for all players.
Some
Andy coming close and Dog underway. He's halfway there. Meme is underway. This is it, Adam.
Oh my goodness. That is stuff to get you off. That is stuff to get your heart racing. And if you at home, if you've never played Classic Tetris, if this doesn't get you to pick up a controller and start, I don't know what will. Andy's on 842. Looking to finish us off and finish on 14. Dog in the same boat right now. Meme looking to get that number 16. She took the gamble by getting that kicker up ever so slightly. But is it going to pay off? She can take her time with this. She doesn't need to go as aggressive because the time has finished.
Andy's board a little messy, but at 9-11, coming in on 26 now. Clears are very important. He's got the time. He knows that this is it. Last game, just got to finish strong. Looking to go to 14.
Chat's asking, why did Fractal not go again? Well, he only had less than 10 seconds to go when he topped out. I don't think he would have had enough time to start before the end of the time because, of course, when you top out, you have to have that rocket screen as well that takes a few seconds. And I just don't think that Fractal had enough time to start again, so had that 993.
Yeah, some fans that we have, very dedicated, always wonder, oh, you should have started right away. Should have started with, again, we're not playing with any type of modifications here. They're playing with the original card. Andy has finished at the max out, 1,001,000 points.
So we'll end on 14. A very impressive run for Andy. A great return to form, especially after that injury that hampered him last year. People were wondering, would he be back to the Andy that we know? Well, he's given you his answer.
Yep. So he has done what he's needed to do. Dog looking to finish out as well. Dog going hunting. He will have a higher kicker than Andy. If Dog can finish this with a max out, they'll be tied at 14. They'll be tied with Fractal. All eyes right now on Meme. And let's not remiss here. Again, we got multiple channels going on right now, Adam.
Absolutely.
Eyeball over there putting on a clinic. 14 max outs.
14 max
He's
outs.
getting his last game going on
Could
right
get
now.
15. Could very easily get 15.
Tremendous performance by the Canadian.
Incredible stuff all around. And I got to say, so far in these two, there's been some incredible, historic Tetris being played all across the board, whether it's CT1 here, or CT2, 3, 4, even at the side here, the not stream matches. There's been some fantastic stuff going on. It is a Classic Tetris World Championship like no other. Andy played it out, gets a 1.18 score to finish in style. It's great to see Andy back doing what he does best, which is
play
just
Tetris.
getting
and
so yeah, just playing
I mean, he's-
Tetris like very few others can.
I mean, we see. Well, he's been playing Tetris, right? He's just been playing the DAS play style. He's been multi-time champion in the Masters events for our DAS tournaments. You were talking about him in the DAS Champions League, and you know he's he's never left. It's just he's been playing something else.
Of course.
But now returned to form. The mighty Andy has returned, ready to crush. Dog, the max out as well.
Dog with the max out, so they'll both be on.
And now the eyes are on
14.
Meme here, Adam.
The eyes are on. Let's see, 738, level 23, gets the Tetris.
There's a hush here in the crowd right now, Adam, as everybody is just watching. They want to see, can Meme do it? Can
Yeah,
we
I mean-
join the pantheon of the greats and make history as well into the qualifiers, joining Noah Dangler, Sidnev, and the youngster that's coming up next, Blue Scuti.
Blue Scuti. Absolutely. I mean, so far, so good. It looks like 832 just needs a few more Tetrises to be able to get over that line. Meme doesn't even have to do anything too crazy. Just needs to get those extra points. But just putting on a clinic here. All these players putting on a clinic.
And you
It's
know,
a nice game.
Adam, not for nothing. I'm like on pins and needles right now watching
No,
this.
same
Meme is just
here.
having a nice, easy conversation. Just chill. 995 right now, Adam. Here it comes.
Here it comes. Here it is. I'm hoping that we get the crowd on their feet for this. Let's see. 998.
What a meme it would be if she just started trying to push down points here.
And there it is, ladies and gentlemen. Number 16.
Meme has done it, has joined the pantheon of the immortals. 16 max outs in a qualifier. Tremendous.
Tremendous stuff. And with how incredible and entertaining this has been, you would almost forget there's still more sessions to go after this. You have the one coming up immediately after this. And then on Saturday, we have even more players coming up.
I'm tired already.
You're tired.
There it is.
Give it up for all four of these players, ladies and gentlemen. All four of them.
All eight.
On the side
Give
stage
it all
here.
8 of our players
All
on the
eight,
stage
because on
here.
the side stage, Eyeball has just gotten number 15.
Wow. Crazy.
Yeah, all our players just putting on some of the best Tetris we've seen in qualifying to date, no matter what event.
Meanwhile,
It
Dog
has
just,
been
Dog just got
incredible.
casual 1.59 on level 39 there.
As you do. As you do. As you
As
do.
you would do. My word, Adam. What a 2 hours we've just witnessed.
It
That was
flew by.
tremendous.
It flew by. It has been truly. I mean, what do you say? What do you say to that? How can the rest of these players follow up from that?
You can't. You can't. There we got a shot of Meme right now. Yeah.
Celebrating, joining the 16 Max Out Club.
Tremendous, honestly. All 4 of our players that we've seen on this channel put on a clinic of what Classic Tetris qualifying would look like. CT2 didn't want to get upstage. They had their own absolute 4 beasts that were going over there. What a session number 2, Adam, that we've just witnessed. We're about to get set for session 3 momentarily, man.
And
Woo!
what could we expect
I'm-
from that? Like,
I'm cooked,
how do you
bro.
follow up that? But
I'm
then again,
cooked.
knowing these players, they have the ability to follow up that with something truly special, and I'm sure they will. But we're gonna have to see. It is gonna be coming up in just a few short minutes. But first, I think we got some sponsors that we're gonna be talking about here.
Oh, yeah, of course. 'cause
King,
we're
why
gonna
don't you
talk
tell them about them?
Yeah, the King will take it from here, Adam. Let the pro handle
Yeah,
it
let the
because we're
pro
going to talk
handle the
about one of
sponsor reads.
the best sponsors that we've had in CTWC history. We can't do this without them. The Tetris Company. You are all outstanding, for 16 of these tournaments. This is the 16th annual World Championship. They have been doing it by helping to fund the prize pool as well. They've always been there for us. Tremendous job. We appreciate everything you've done. You've given so much back to this community and been able to have this grow into what it is today. And without you, we would not be there. So thank you so much to the Tetris Company. And for those of you that are live here in the venue, tomorrow, special treat, the founder of the Tetris Company, Mr. Hank Rogers, is back here again. He was here last year with Alexei for the 40th anniversary. They are back here at the SoCal Retro Gaming Expo. Well, at least Hank will be here. He's got a new book out.
Yeah.
Perfect Game. Come and check him out. He's got a book signing here. We'll have books on for sale at our merch table. Come and see him. Maybe get a chat. I'm sure he will love to hear all your great comments. Adam.
Yeah, I know I'll be going, so you should too.
Well, you're here, so of course you'll be going.
Oh yeah, of course. Why wouldn't I?
But for anybody out there, yeah, if you're a local, come on down to SoCal Retro Gaming Expo here in Pasadena at the Pasadena Convention Center. Wow, what a day, Adam.
What a day it's been, and there's still more to come.
Still more to come. As Adam had mentioned, we got our next 4 heavy hitters coming up. The Dangler, Coal Bucket, Blue Scuti, and the world champion, Alex T. All 4 coming up on this stage in a few minutes. We're going to take an ad break, and the next group of commentators will be coming in. I believe we're getting a Lifetime Achievement Award where the legend himself, Chris Tang, will be here for commentary.
Absolutely.
We'll see you all a little bit later.
Well done, sir. That is for the qualifier, huh?
That's them again.
Hello, hello. We are back to qualifiers, round 3 for today, and I am paired with the yapping module, Fractal.
And I, of course, am paired with the original Yapster himself, Chris Tang.
Boom, Tetris for you. And many Tetrises in your qualifier with 14 maxes.
14 maxes and a 993,000.
Nice kicker then. Yeah.
Yes. I'm quite satisfied with it, I think, though I believe many of the people in front of us will surpass it.
That's true. We've got a tough round here.
Yeah.
We've got 2 players capable of playing a perfect game.
Perfect game.
Dengler and Scuti. Dengler the first to do it, and Scuti the first to do it on a higher level and using pushdown points. I just saw Game Scout's video on it.
It is an incredible video, yes. And it covers a topic that I have loved for many years that has kind of gone under the radar as a result of the focus on long games and game crash.
Yeah, and I've always been a proponent of the pushdown points because it adds that extra layer of skill. And when you want to be able to see a player demonstrate all forms of skill, the pushdown was actually kind of forgotten for a while, but now with the Harry Hong, Blue Scuti has proven that there is a use for it.
Right, and I bet you would love the special leaderboard that we have. whose maintainer was looking at me with an enthusiastic face.
Hi, Marfan.
Because this is the every lines record leaderboard. So we have efficiency records for every single line count from 0 all the way up to 1,000 and beyond.
Okay.
So there is a person who has the highest ever score with a single line clear, with 2 lines clear, with 3 lines clear, with 4 lines clear, all of those in between.
Wow.
Even 0 lines.
What a database.
Which is one of the oldest world records at this point. And in order to optimize, because people are able to get these perfect runs so often, they have to push down and they learn how to do it really well. Noah Dengler has competed with this extensively, so has Blue Scuti. But I also want to talk a bit about our other competitors.
Oh, absolutely.
All right, somebody who kind of competed in this by accident, even before the event was created, is Alex Thatch.
Really?
Right? He, I believe, was the first person, at least that I know of, that got not 1 but 2 perfect transitions. And in one of those perfect transitions, he cleared a single, which was how we considered perfect transitions back in the day. And the second one, he didn't, but he got so much pushdown that he was able to overcome that and get an even higher score.
Yeah, that's the interesting thing is the pushdown factor on score and being able to, change how many Tetrises you need to max out.
Right. And of course, at this point, we have to mention our other player, Cole Buckets.
Cole Bucket, more than just a friend of Scuti.
More than just a friend of Scuti. He has been playing the game and improving alongside him the entire time.
And a lot of times when you have rivalries among friends, that pushes players to be better, that they've been pushing each other to be better this whole entire time.
No, we've seen it time and time again. We've also seen that Cole Buckets is particularly good at the live events.
That's right.
I believe in his debut there was a regional where he went all the way to second against some really tough opponents. People who had been to many more tournaments than he had.
Yeah, and another thing that I noticed from the recent interviews is that Scuti thought that some of the live elements were possibly the reason why he was distracted and might not have performed as well. So we might see that play a factor. Will Scuti be able to overcome that and actually shine forward full force during the live event?
Yeah, I can definitely attest to it feeling really different. But another thing I can attest to is that I don't believe there's anybody in the community that is more determined than Scuti is.
That's right.
And
yeah,
I've seen a lot. It's just really
the
strikes
work
me every time I speak
ethic
to him.
and just the dedication and always constantly improving. That's what you want to see in a player. All 4 of these have that. And of course, world champion Alex Thatch is currently world champion, looking to take a second. And we haven't had repeat champions in a while. It'd be nice to see it again.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, we have a really solid batch. I think this is the one that I've been personally looking forward to.
Yeah, I saw what was scheduled and who I was scheduled to commentate with. I'm like, this is going to be just epic for the ages stuff.
Especially because, do you remember the first and second seeds from last year?
Yeah.
First seed
was Blue Scuti.
And then second seed was Noah Dengler.
That's right.
Yes, and he's maintained that second seed 2 tournaments in a row. We can see if he can match or even improve it this time around. And that's going to be a pretty tough call because the top end is way more, saturated.
Yeah, there's more players capable of getting perfect runs, fitting in every possible max out that you can within the allotted time.
Exactly.
And before it was just a couple of people, and now we've got a field of capable players, but then how hard they push, how hard they go for it, that might result in taking too many risks and not getting the max that you can.
Exactly.
Or doing it. All right, looks like the players, we got the thumbs up. Judges are ready. Players are ready. We're going to count it down for this third round today of quals. Are you ready? Everybody in the crowd, let's go. 3, 2, 1. Tetris! Tris.
And I've just started my stopwatch so we can have the exact time right alongside everybody else. And this is going to be really important because we have to optimize for seconds. It's not enough just to get your max outs. You have to be getting them efficient. You have to be getting them quick. So
yeah, so actually pushdown, it does play a factor in these quals because when you're dropping the pieces faster, you have more time.
But on the same time, can see that everybody is starting at level 19. It appears that we have some technical difficulties at the bottom. We were working on getting them fixed right now, but rest assured they are certainly playing.
Yeah, so there might be like a 40-second. We'll see when they actually start.
Right, and I believe, the time will just be running. The judges can see we have a very capable person in the back who's watching everybody.
Yeah,
Appears that everybody's being reset. So let's talk.
Oh, okay.
Let's talk about this strategy. All right, so they're playing on level 19. Level 19 is kind of funny with regards to push down because you're not going to see them pushing down because it's already going at the maximum speed.
You still get a point though, right?
You still get a point, but they're going to be really looking for those Tetrises in order to get them most of the way there, and that dwarfs any push down. There is a funny technique where if you push down on either an even or an odd frame, I don't remember which one, but you will save exactly one frame.
Frames count.
Yeah, exactly. But you have to time it right. So in theory, there is a potential strategy where you could roll the down button with the correct timing and then save, like, instead of one frame, you'd save like 3 or 5, even 5 frames. And I don't think we'll be seeing anybody really go for this because the better way to conserve time is to be efficient.
That's right.
On the other hand, it's difficult when you have a drought. 26 drought like Blue Scuti just had, he handled it like it was nothing.
Yeah, great build filling that out, keeping it even. Another Tetris.
Indeed. And we'll be focusing on the top. Oh, we got some custom cams. We can see Alex Thatch off to a fantastic start. This will be 300,000 at the 65 line. Like, that's sort of the halfway points of the first stage of the game. And then that's a monster pace. We got some pretty respectable paces up top. Coal Buckets, I think, actually having...
Yeah, in the lead. Just by a little adjustment there.
Right, but he's going to make short work of that, and he's still just 3,000 points behind, but that Tetris puts him well in the lead. And I guess the missing factor right now is Noah Dangler.
Yeah, we do not know, but he's playing, and we're going to assume that doing quite well because Dangler is a master of efficiency.
Right, and that's the really big thing here. You want to be getting those early max outs because early max outs take less time. That means you have more time for more attempts, more time for mistakes even. So there's a bit of a trade-off. Maybe you can play riskier because the rewards will give you the time to make more mistakes later on.
Yeah, that's the whole strategy of throttling, and depending on what mood you're in, take your risks early or take them later. But if you've got the max in your pocket, then you're actually more likely to play with more options.
Yeah. So I am seeing a slight head check. I am curious. I wonder if we can ask our production team to give us the information on Noah's score right now.
Cole in a bit of trouble.
Yeah.
Needs to clear that off. There's okay, we got a camera on Noah's screen. He's got 474.
Oh my God, that is a great game.
Yeah,
that is great. But Alex Thatch with 500,000, one Tetris better at the same lime counts. And Scuti also up there. Oh my God.
Yeah, great run here. Cole a little bit behind now because of that dig. It's at 452. We've all they're at 118 lines, so it would be 10 more lines till a natural transition to 19. But since they had 19 starts, they're taking advantage of the higher scores that the Tetris has given them.
Exactly. And you'll notice that Cole is still on a pretty good pace. This is what people consider to be the textbook pace for a 19 start max out, and that is a consequence of his great efficiency from earlier. He built up this buffer so that he could get into a situation and choose to take it not risky, play it safe.
Yeah.
And it looks like we have games for everybody, so we'll
go.
be able to move back to the face cams and we'll be able to see everything. The Tetris rates will be unfortunately a little messed up because those early line clears were lost We can see the scores and we can see the players, and
yeah,
they are certainly
Alex
playing.
and Scuti just tearing it up here.
Yes.
Level 20, 682. On their way to some early max. Dangler, 656. And Cole trailing a bit at 580 with that dig there, but has managed to resolve that board.
Alex with the center set up. He wants it. He really wants it. He's setting up, and then he chooses to go for the burn. And
Takes a triple.
Yeah, I think that is the most unfortunate of all those outcomes. It's generally actually pretty safe to set up for center wells because you know you're going to have to take those burns anyways.
Yeah. And the thing is, yeah, all these guys know that they just have to get the max, and then they're on to the next game.
Yeah.
So, you know, if you lose a little bit of efficiency, as long as it's not too serious and you're not in any danger of not getting your max, you maybe lose a few seconds. So just make sure you get that max and don't turn your board into a disaster that doesn't result in one.
Yeah, Cole with a secret grade.
Yeah, what's going on there?
The first 3 Vinos in off center diagonal in a sense.
Oh, and taking 2 triples back to back.
Right.
But like I said, as long as the max out's in view, you know, in the realm of possibility, then this will still be a productive game.
Exactly, and he has very great potential on level 29. I remember seeing some of his clips of hitting inhumanly fast rolls. And he will not need that, provided he plays his cards right, provided he gets this Tetris. Oh, that is a dirty.
Triple, yeah.
Was that a triple?
That was a triple.
My apologies.
That was a lot of triples from Cole. If, you know, boom triple for Cole.
No, but if you've people familiar with their Tetris theory would have watched the Josh Tola's video on going for triples, and they would know that.
Oh, Cole.
They can add up.
Looking a little messy there. Oh, misses a tuck. Starting to look jagged.
Right. I imagine right now he is going to be completely focused on just getting it down, not caring about the line counts, and then playing it safe in the kill screen.
Just get that max, and you're on to the next game.
Right.
That's
Scuti with a misdrop up top.
Ooh, playing up high. Both Cole and Scuti in precarious situations.
He sacrifices his stack for the open well,
Needs
but the
a
bar
long
is not
bar,
coming.
no
That is
bar.
35 droughts.
No! And Scuti's going to top out at 940. Alex with a max. Dangler with a max.
Right at the same time,
yeah.
too.
What a finish line there.
And Cole is still alive, but he's going to want to get this down before level 29.
Yeah. But Scuti with a respectable kicker there of 945.
945, yes.
And Dangler and Alex with a max each.
All right, so that was 7 minutes for both the game itself and the rocket screen for Noah and Alex. So let me talk a bit about timing.
Gotcha.
So we have 2 hours for this entire qual. And 2 hours happens to be very naturally divisible by 7 minutes and 30 seconds.
Oh, okay.
All right, 7 minutes and 30 seconds times 8 is an hour, so times 16 is 2 hours.
Okay. Cole's about to hit kill screen here and is high on the
yes,
board.
we should focus on this. He is more than capable of doing this dig, but he wants that left tap. Gets the first one, gets the second one. He will need a third.
Oh no, that might not be survivable.
And he chooses the kicker. You'll see a lot of players ignore the kickers because they feel like they can do better. But
if that's his only kicker, then he's going to want it. So that's also confidence. I mean, if you think that you're not going to get any more kickers and you're just going to get all maxes, I mean, why not? And Dangler with a very interesting build. Oh, that is. He's going to throw that one away.
Right.
Save some time. Get back into the next
that
game.
for the kicker. I don't see him raising his hand.
No,
so he's
got to throw it away.
Okay. Yeah, but he also didn't reset, which is, I think, usually slightly. Oh, there we go. There's the submission.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought, okay, his hand was like off screen.
Yeah.
Off screen. So he did take, and there's that confidence. Like, if you don't think you're going to get any more kickers at all, may as well just take one.
Exactly.
And plan to never not max again.
And honestly, I think Noah's strategy would actually work. I think it's still possible for him to get 17. So, anyways, you might be wondering where the 17 comes from. Well, if 730 per max is 16 maxes, then doing slightly faster gives you just enough time to squeeze in one more attempt.
Okay. So
that's what we're going to be looking for. We can have this timer. We can use multiples of 17. So it goes like 730, then 15, then 2230, then 30 itself. And we'll be keeping track. So both Noah and Alex were a good 30 seconds ahead of that. So I believe if they were able to keep them up, I wonder if that's actually enough for squeezing an 18th game. My math on this is a bit shaky, but yeah, actually, this would require, I guess, like a max out right into 27. So, yeah, I think 18 is possible, and both players are more than capable of this.
So you're saying there's an advantage to waiting till the last game and determining whether you want to do 18 or 19 to see if you can get a higher score or?
Or no, I'm talking
in?
about the number of max outs itself.
Oh, number of
I
max
think,
outs. Okay.
Yeah, if we're talking about theoretical limits, I had always thought it was 17 because I had this 730 benchmark internalized, but they just proved me wrong by their first games.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
And the thing is, both are capable of much, much faster max outs.
Right.
I think level 26, level 25, even level 24. I would not be surprised if Noah Dangler pulls out a level 23 max. Like he's done so many times in practice.
Yeah, I mean, I remember there were some record holders here, right, for earliest maxes. I think Dangler had it for a while. Or?
I think Dangler, I guess he doesn't right now because now that's Blue Scuti above. So
yeah.
He's unfortunately going to be a little behind. Those high 900 kickers are just about the worst feeling you can have, I think. But he's more than making up with it with this pace.
So Alex still playing perfect here. Got the first max. Dangler also with one max, but had to do a reset earlier.
But he definitely has time for that reset, and like with this pace, 86%.
It was a very partial game, so the more you throw the game away that you know you're going to throw away, then the faster the better. Tear that Band-Aid off.
Yeah, all right. Let's check it back in at the top, perhaps. We have Cole with a very nice adjustment. Did you see him make the hole for the S piece? And that's crazy because he's visualizing like every single possible piece. He's visualizing all the possible holes that he can make so that they can be so neatly filled.
Yeah, Cole's been just so great at creative adjustments like that, and just the awareness you need to have to pull that off and execute.
I'd say he's slightly behind the pace that he wants to be, but I think with this level of efficiency, he is more than capable of being able to match what we consider max out pace. A little under 60% Tetris rates. Veronica,
Alex just cruising along, and it's about to hit level 20. There it is, 610.
Yeah. All right, Nova. So one way you can compare players when it comes to qualifiers is by looking at their score difference, because whoever actually has more points, more max outs in the moment is technically ahead, regardless. So we could say that Noah is effectively 100,000 points behind Alex Thatch, but that can change if, for example, Alex were to burn for 16 lines and nowhere to get all Tetrises, then it would suddenly be much closer. Or the opposite could happen. Anything is possible when it comes to Tetris.
Yeah. Well, Alex definitely wants to get this max here because he's been playing this game a while, and it counts if you max, and kind of doesn't. You turn into a kicker, but right now, since he is the player with no kickers now, then you definitely want to take all that time and turn it into the max where it counts.
Yeah, and you'll notice that the leaderboard right now is a little unsorted.
Yeah.
This is by design. We want to see the people who are qualifying at
Current
this
players,
moment.
yeah, the top 8 that you see are CT1, CT2 current players, where they fall, and then below that is everybody else. So the scores to beat in terms of like getting max outs start with the 9th row with Meme, Eyeball, Fractal Dog.
Not necessarily CT1 and CT2, but top 8 of any.
Oh, top 8, 80. Oh, for all of the whole day. Yeah, sorry. Not for CT1, CT2, but for the whole day.
Or for the whole qual slots, I guess, at this time. Yeah. So Alex with a bit of an interesting,
okay. Not
with a
CT1,
bit of an
CT2, but our
interesting hole. He chooses to sort of lock it off from a clean resolution, but okay, he's going to be in this for a while. Scuti with his first
Scuti
max
backs out.
level 25, 77%
Very
Tetris
early,
rates.
so saved a lot of time there. Great efficiency.
But
that's what you want to see.
But he will need many more such games if he wants to catch up with the leading pack right now, which is Alex Thatch, and it is Noah Dangler. And this is the situation I was talking about earlier. Alex has to burn. Noah can play it clean, at least cleaner in a sense. And yeah, I think he's very slightly closed the Tetris gap.
Yeah, very efficient game here. It's going to be a relatively early max and hopefully make up that 100,000 kicker that happened just a little while ago and try to get as little lost time as possible.
Yeah.
So to clarify, yeah, the top 8 scores are, we have other stations besides the ones that are streaming, and those players are being represented as the top 8 that are currently playing. Not just on CT1, CT2, but also
Alex with a misdrop with the eyepiece. I remember during his long game grinds, he would agonize over the difficulty of long bars to the left. That was one such instance.
Yeah, and now, yeah, Alex definitely want to get that max if possible.
But he'll have to enter 29 to do it.
Can handle it, but it's just more time, and more difficulty.
But just a couple of singles. This one will do it.
One
nope,
more,
nope, nope,
one
nope,
more.
nope, nope. There we go.
Alex's second max on the board, 2 for 2.
But Noah's about to catch up.
Yeah.
He's been way more efficient.
Time-wise.
This is a 26 max.
Yeah. Dengler's going to be seconds behind, and he has a kicker.
And let's take a look at Cole. Like we said earlier, he was a little behind pace, but this is right about where you want to be, so he'll have to be a little bit of kill screen, but it's a massive improvements over where he was earlier, and that's just a testament to his efficiency throughout. All right, so that was right at 15 minutes. So we can see that Noah's actually slightly behind.
7.5 minute benchmark.
Right, so this is, I think, just about 16 minutes, a little behind because he is waiting for that rocket screen.
Okay.
And it's concluded, he has started. And yeah, I suppose this was a consequence of just losing like a slight amount of time to.
Very slight, because Alex only has 7 lines and 6,000 points right now.
They're
so
basically
they're basically neck and neck starting out.
Sorry, what was that you said? Could you say it again?
They're basically neck and neck starting out.
Oh, okay, thank you. All right, and
I mean, Dengler can catch up, like 2 Tetrises, and they'll be actually neck and neck.
All right, but let's take a look at
There
this tense situation up at the top. Cole Bucket, 14,000 points away, gets a misdrop.
Oh, no.
Is beginning to spiral.
Oh, man.
That was 1 tap away.
Just an improved kicker, but yeah, that's...
It's still a good score, 987. He will wants that tiebreaker, especially you can see already with like how dense the top end
for kickers is. Yeah, not a bad one, 987.
48 people will make it into the gold bracket, every single one of these players. We definitely expect to, but it's Tetris. Nothing can happen. All right, Alex, it looks like he's reclaimed a bit of a lead.
He caught back up. Dengler having to do a bit of a high build there, which didn't result in any line clears or Tetrises.
Yeah, we'll see how many burns he needs to get rid of that hole. So he's going to sort of stack up. He waits for 1 piece. So he's going for a very specific solution, which he gets. That was 1 burn for that, but because his stack was imbalanced, that forced him to take the second one right there. Yeah. At least made it very likely. Still an incredible cleanup from an incredible Tetris player.
Yeah, so if Dengler and Thatch continue to play at this pace, Dengler actually has a kicker over Alex right now.
Oh, that's a great point. But at the same time, if Alex is able to put some distance between himself and Noah,
right,
then there is a strategy he can use to completely change that on his head.
Yeah, get a better kicker at the end. Or
get a better kicker at the end.
Or another max, right?
Well, he would use, like, if he had like 3 minutes left, he'd spend like 2.5 of those minutes
to get
playing.
the kicker and then start the last game right before time runs out.
Which is like intentionally topping yourself out. So there's a bit of efficiency in this.
Yeah, that's actually an interesting strat. Let's see how that plays out.
We got a couple misdrops from Noah.
Ooh, yeah, I'm playing up really high, too.
Playing up really high. Maybe his mechanics.
Flying close to the sun, but Dengler can handle it if anyone can.
Or not.
Needs a long bar, but uses a LJ there to fill it in. Okay, he's in a big drought here, too.
He grits his teeth whenever he's focusing. You can see that's right there. He puts the T-piece to the left.
Finally got the long bar, but not in a position where it would be optimal.
When you're doing a down stack like this, you focus on the hole.
Wow.
That is immediate at the top.
That was a high
very nice
elevation tuck there. And you see that sigh of relief from Dengler getting out, trying to complete the dig here. Is Tetris ready? Oh, slight misdrop. Oh, man, covers it right back up again. And that's going to cause Alex to be able to put some distance almost at 400,000 points.
Cole Bucket with an early top out, 250,000s.
Yeah, Cole trying to get some momentum here.
But the nice thing about 19 starts is that, like, especially compared to 18 starts, you are taking risk, but you can make so many more mistakes.
That's true.
You get like 2 extra games in theory.
Yeah, you
and
save
then
time,
that's like,
and when you do mess up, like, you didn't spend as much time in that game.
Exactly. You get like 2 or 3 mistakes per like full run, in theory. So yeah, we got You watching Noah there? He's quite nice with it, as the youngins say.
Yeah, I just noticed chat say that Dengler's kicker wasn't recorded, so
or
I guess
it might be that the judge is just waiting for a larger batch to
it
run
might
over
not,
everything.
It might not
so
have
we'll have to
run
just
yet.
wait and see.
Yeah, we'll have to see.
On the let's maybe give a reports on the other things we can see. We see Cobra is doing quite well. All right, also 2 max outs, no top outs or no kicker. Aaron also. All All right, a longtime friend of the community, and Dylan. Aaron and Dylan in particular are some of the last tappers.
Good to see
that exists.
Yeah, so Dangler losing some pace here. Alex well on his way, 6:06 now. At level 20, this is going to be an early max out.
Yeah. Oh, nice adjustments. He made room for the Z piece.
Scuti on the edge here, 978.
Oh, this is another early game.
Yeah. Just needs some favorable pieces. Okay, triple
right,
ready, Tetris ready.
Yeah.
There it is. Boom, Tetris for Scuti.
All right.
Max out.
That's like 20 minutes for him. Remember the next, I guess the next checkpoints we say is 2250. So Alex has about 2 minutes to get 300,000 points. I'm not exactly sure how the math works out for this, but it is possible. Noah continues to struggle with these misdrops. He has to take the triple there. His pace is improved very slightly, and it is those points at the end that matter the most. But
yeah, actually you want to finish strong because, yeah, the Tetrises are worth even more the farther you get.
But as he gets farther, he's losing time.
Yeah, that's true.
And yeah, that's what makes that's what makes this format like pretty unique compared to what you might conventionally expect from competition. Like,
yeah,
you don't ever have this time aspect.
You don't want to be at the end at 29, like struggling to get a Tetris. You know, when you could have gotten it when it was easier to get them.
Did you see the end of my qualifier?
No, I didn't. I'm sorry. I just got here. Yours.
It was a harrowing experience.
Okay, I'll take your word
almost
for it.
as bad as the time
I'll catch it on the VOD.
It was almost as bad as the time I ran out of radishes.
Ran out of what?
Okay, so we got Noah Dangler continuing to get Tetrises. He's got himself right up to pace. So
yeah, it's come back, and
at this point, he's looking for 2 Tetrises per level.
Okay.
And that'll get him the max out right as he enters the kill screen. But then again, he is losing time. We got Alex Thatch.
Almost there. Just
all right, let's see. He goes for it immediately. Will he get it? He needs one more,
and
that is a max out.
So that's interesting because he didn't go for the Tetris. He just went for the clears because he knew he would get the score.
And it was certainly faster.
Yep,
Noah Dangler
don't have to wait.
Hot on his trails. And Alex is going to start ahead of the checkpoints. We'll see the exact time when he does it, but it's at the 22-minute mark at 22:04. So he has 30 seconds of leeway, and he has the opportunity to grow that lead to something much more.
Dangler right on the edge here. A couple more will do it.
Yeah. Okay.
Smart. He's trying to cash in. Okay, takes a double. Oh, almost.
And it's just one.
Yeah.
And he goes through it immediately, and he gets it. It's 22-27 right now, so he is slightly behind because he has to wait for the rocket screen. Up at the top, Cole Bucket, monster of pace. He is locked in. Let's take a look at his game.
Yeah, 516 at 120 lines.
All right, we're looking at about like a 570, 580 if everything goes according to plan, but nobody can plan for these kinds of droughts. We're looking for something perfect. Scuti, also something respectable. This is a high 500, low 600 if he really locks this one in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Dangler right back in it. You know, just starting out the game, but Alex Thatch is only up to 24 lines dropped and 123,000 points. Dangler can catch up time-wise. Playing this game, they're not playing the same piece set, so the random factor is in effect.
Yeah, so we'll have to see if somebody gets more bars than the other person, then that can balloon the lead. Let's take a look at Scuti right now. He's
look
waiting.
At that. With the Vits there, Dangler keeping that efficiency.
That is beautiful play from Scuti. That is top-level tournament play because he's keeping that well open every single time. He is not letting himself take the excuse of covering the well before the bar comes, because he's never letting that situation happen in the first place.
Yeah. As I mentioned, Dangler kind of did that with the Vits right there. It wasn't another ideal place for those pieces, but he created it with the adjustment.
Right. And the unfortunate thing about Vits is for all the flash and pomp that they receive. Oh my God, that is a choice.
That might have bailed. Okay, so there's going to be a dig on Dangler's. Oh, that left side's deadly.
And he chooses to go. So he's going to be looking at a bit of a maybe not optimal. So definitely Alex Thatch in the fronts right now. I believe then it's Noah. Then it's Scuti still behind him because he has to finish this game out. Scuti does have a nice kicker, so if he's able to catch up, then it's likely that he'll be able to surpass Dangler.
Yeah, there's a chance for Scuti to still be at the top of this group here, minus Alex Still been playing perfect.
Yes, Alex is the defending champ. I think I just forgot about that. He's just it just felt like such a natural assumption to me that I never even thought.
You know, maybe they
that I
needed
didn't
to bring
mention
out
that.
the inflatable kiddie pool just to remind everyone.
I'd heard he's been he has been taking his breaks as of late. He has been taking a bit of a reduced schedule, having seen the wonders of that this game has to offer. But according to some people, breaks make you stronger. So maybe this was his training in a sense.
Yeah, it can. I mean, I always think that, you know, if you do an activity with your mind for a long period of time, then take a break and come back. Sometimes, you know, those bonds, you know, get better. They get stronger. They're made more permanent.
All right. It looks like Cold Bucket is by far the closest person to increasing their max total.
Yep.
It would be his first, and he has 3 Tetrises left to do it.
Looking good here, yeah. It's just inevitable. Keep up this pace. Clean board, level 26, a lot of time. Boom, Tetris for Cole, 918. You know, once that first max is delivered, just a sigh of relief, just knowing you've got it on the board. A couple more ought to do it.
All right,
Boom,
and
Tetris
that's
for Cole.
1, and he'll want 1 and a
change,
triple,
yeah, or something.
But he has all the lines.
Yeah, there is time.
So you're gonna be seeing him taking some really nice burns to make that stack look real pretty.
Okay.
He goes for the middle. He's probably gonna be setting up for this triple right now. You see it there.
Okay, that'll
have to be a double. And yeah, one more.
Get that line clear, and
that is Cold Bucket's max
Cole.
right at 230. Congratulations, he is on the board.
Kind of had to line it out there, but you know, do what it
Yes.
takes. Just guarantee that, keep that board state where it needs to be.
And I'm sure Scuti is aware of this, and he's looking to match that himself. 852,000, a bit of a misdrop up top, but with that Tetris, he has more than enough time to wait and more than enough leeway to hit that roll. All right, so he is looking to resolve this cleanly. Oh, what a setup.
Yeah, Scuti was building something a little interesting there. I don't think it worked out quite as
I
planned.
wonder if he'll play 1 off the bottom, and that's could be a counter strategy to also like make the game go slightly faster.
Yeah, if you center well, I mean, you can drop stuff differently.
Like this Tetris.
Yep. Boom Tetris for Scuti, 931.
Like that Tetris, that was
another
perfect.
one. Yeah, there we go.
The
That's
greatest feeling in the world. And
get that dirty.
Tetrises now are worth a little less than 36,000,
Okay.
so he'll look for a double.
Just throw that down there and get that max, Scuti. There you go.
And that's nice because he's already making it so he can top out faster.
Oh, that's an interesting thing too. Right, you stack up the middle at the very end, and when you know you're going to get the score, you top out faster, and then you don't have to wait
But
long
there's
to
risk
start
to
your
that
next.
because if you stock too high, then maybe you overcommit.
You don't want to hang.
Yes.
That would be very bad.
Yeah. I'm sure everyone here has done many practice quals, has done many quals of this format in person too, so they're well aware of the pitfalls of being at 998,000, clearing a single, thinking they've got it, started topping themselves out. It's totally something I've done.
Yeah, that's what we would do. You know, not to sound too old, but back in the Nintendo World Championships, you know, a million years ago, there would actually be, you know, since it was time-based, there would be a countdown. And we didn't know we'd get the long bar in time, so we would just dump our pieces in the middle to try to get the long bar before time ran out.
Right.
So that reminds me of that setup.
So you see the bottom left? We call that Dangler pace. Do you know who's that? Oh, that's Noah Dangler. He's doing quite well in spite of these droughts. It feels like I've seen so much red whenever I look at his board.
Yeah, that's always an impressive build there. Dangler always finding creative solutions to keep efficiency.
Yeah. All right, Scuti has started his game. Cole has been in it for a bit of time.
And Alex is closing in.
This is another very nice pace. He has a minute 20 left to hit the next checkpoints, and that's going to be...
He's going to blow it away.
Yeah.
Boom, Tetris for Alex. Tetris ready again. Just textbook here. Another Tetris for Alex, 918.
Two Tetrises and change, but I'm assuming he'll want the 3 because that also means that he stacks higher so the pieces fall faster too.
Yep.
You gotta think about so many things.
Then the next level is building high to reduce drop time. Because if you can't push down, you may as well just let the game push it for you. Boom, Tetris for Alex, and one more will do it.
Oh, opts to not go for the triple because he gets that Tetris right there. It's 29-20.
Perfect.
So actually, I want to use this opportunity. I always forget how long it takes to go from like the actual max itself to the next game. And Alex was actually a little bit inefficient there. If he had rotated his pieces, he could have topped out maybe half a second earlier.
Yeah, yeah. That is the post game.
There we go. It is 29:38 when he started his new game. So that's about 18 seconds, including the time it took for the pieces to fall.
Is there a tool in I want to say to top out quickly? Like,
what do you mean?
So if you're trying to train for this, have something that times you, like how fast you top out from start. Like
I don't think people usually care about this. It's always interesting because number of max outs, the way that perfect clear from Cole. Very nice. He is smiling. He's enjoying it. The crowd is smiling. They enjoy it. I grimace, but accept that people will enjoy it anyways. But anyways, I did enjoy that. Thank you, Cole. He can't hear me.
Dengler on the way to the max here. Really good, efficient play here. And banks out another Tetris, 860.
Yeah, so we've been seeing a lot of 27s and 28s from Noah, but I'm really looking to see the 25s and 24s that we all know that he's capable of. There's an hour and a half left in the qualifiers, so plenty of time for him to demonstrate his fortitude, his aptitude, I suppose. Misses that spin. I hate those spins. They're deceptively tricky.
Yeah.
And he won't even be set up for a Tetris. And
some unfortunate pieces to play drag that out there.
Indeed, especially this close to level 29 as well.
Yeah.
He's not getting anything for the rights, and he has to cover that.
Okay. LJ, there's one. Gets a long bar. Triple there.
All right, so he will need 1 or 2 or 3 in kill screen. But it's
something
likely he'll get that.
Okay.
He goes for the triple. I wonder if he realized what was going on. I know that I was taking accidental triples because of the pressure up there.
Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna go into 29 and you only have a few lines to go, you may as well just get the speed up and then just turbo through as fast as possible to get that max.
Right, and he's playing a consistent. He's lining out. He's not stacking up high for any Tetrises.
Yeah, that's a safe way to play there.
Right, and just a double or 3 singles, I think. Takes the double. Gets the max. He's out. So, yeah. Alex on another super solid game. I don't like the stack right now. He doesn't either. That's why he covered it up. He still has an eye dependency. Cole has a funny eye dependency. Which he resolves in 2 burns because he's just built like that.
I do have a backlog of a Maturino donation.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thanks. $20 from Cat My Dogs. Thank you for the donation. And once again, reminding everybody that our Maturino is ongoing. Exclamation point Maturino in the chat to get linked to it. And we are at $13.93 right now, $13.93.06. Remember, all your donations go to the players, encouraging them for their amazing performances here. You know, whether it's the qualifiers now, today, or the brackets tomorrow, that's prize money that they will be awarded when CTWC 2025 is.
And I believe we do have incentives for different prize brackets. So if we hit certain thresholds, then we'll be able to give money, not just more money, but also more to more people.
Yeah, that's right.
Getting the top 8s, top 16s, maybe even the top 32s into the mix. And
yeah, that would be amazing.
We really want to do that.
It grows every year, so we're looking to set some new records here and have a bigger
Speaking
reward.
of records, Cole about to smash his own. This is a triple away, and he gets it, and this is single.
There you go. Cole's got back the momentum. Let's go.
Yes, and I believe that is his second, so at this rate, we might see... At this rate, he's got his stride, still plenty of time. We could see him getting like 10 or 12 maybe. Or maybe he could just blow my expectations completely out of the water. He tends to do that. All right, Scuti, bit of a more subdued game. He had some real bangers earlier, but he'll get the max comfortably, provided nothing catastrophic happens.
Nope, looking good.
It's always funny to me hearing the side station just absolutely explode. They have some of the loudest crowds in the entire building. And I don't like the stack. I don't think he likes the stack either. I do like that bar.
Get rid of that double long bar dependency. And opens it up. Boom, Tetris for Scuti, 931. So yeah, Scuti really playing clutch now, just playing perfectly after that first couple of rounds.
He's lost a lot of pace, but he had the pace to lose as well, so he can definitely get this before
catching
without worrying about kill screen.
So yeah, Alex still definitely in the lead of this pack. Still playing perfect. You know,
I
no
would say
top-outs.
this pace is slightly lower than where he wants to be. It looks like
Yeah,
Scuti
Dengler
is stacking up for the Tetris. We'll see if this pays off. It does
Ooh.
immediately. He knows what he's doing. He's done this 100,000 times over. He'll do it 100,000 times more.
So yeah, another max for Scuti, getting another one on the board. We're at 4 and a kicker.
Right.
Alex is at 4 and impending with the 5th here.
Yes, and yeah, this is actually slightly below his normal. Like, his normal has been exceptional. This one, he will need a bit of kill screen, and that's unfortunately going to take him a little bit longer than 7 minutes, 30 seconds to complete the game.
Yeah, we'll see if it makes it up. I mean, some of these players are, getting their stride now. So, Cole having a rough start, now is just banging down the maxes.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think Noah also having a great start, but struggling a little. And there is that fatigue issue. I think a lot of Tetris players don't think about fatigue because it genuinely doesn't affect them. But personally, I'm getting a little bit old, and I've begun feeling it a little in my hands, and I think my technique slips because of it. So 2 hours is definitely not an easy thing to maintain top form over.
I mean, going for things like Rebirth or Colors, those are long sessions, right?
Exactly.
So and then especially you have multiple attempts back to back.
Oh, I don't like the stack from Alex. I'm suspecting he will have to burn a little more, and with this pace, he does not want to do that. Okay, so we'll have to see. The next checkpoint is at 37.5 minutes. We're at 36:28 right now.
Okay, Alex got it back under control.
Yeah, Cole with a little bit of a hangering on the left. All right, and he chooses to just take those conservative burns, go all the way to the bottom, work this way out in a place where he and all of us are most comfortable. Look at that. That was easy for him.
Oh.
Just had to make it a little harder for himself. He was
Not
just
sure what that was.
So uninterested with the complexity of that.
Left well
Up.
Gets the right pieces for it.
Alex will need at least 2 Tetrises and kill screen. All right, depending on how he handles this burn,
yeah,
he might need a third. Ooh, no space for the S piece.
Needs that long bar. Okay, gets the tap to the right after that.
All right, and he'll want to clean up. I don't know if he'll go for the Tetris, but he will want to keep that well open because that is his safety net. That is his escape hatch.
Okay, gets the left tap.
But misses the first one, and that has been a place.
Right, that was a point of pain there earlier. But if you can survive this, get out of the woods.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13,
oh, come on,
14,
game.
15
come on,
pieces
game.
without a bar. That's like a
the kicker.
10% chance of happening at any given moment.
Man. So,
but on the other hand, I do have to criticize him slightly because he did make that choice to overcommit.
Yeah. I mean, some burns really would have...
It's unfortunate, but yes, he will have a high kicker, and suddenly, it appears the 17 dreams might be a little cooked.
But that evens the field up pretty much. Scuti and Dengler are right in line with that, I believe.
Right. So I would say Noah might be ahead. It all depends on this ending. So if Alex is able to sneak in one extra game after Noah, then he will take the max lead. Or he will tie Noah's max counts and has a really great kicker to compensate. But yeah, and of course, they are all looking to take the #1 spots, which is currently held by Meme, setting 16 maxes and a kicker.
Wow. Okay, Dengler about to max here. Boom, Tetris for Dengler.
Oh, and that's...
Nice early one there. And stacked up high. Nice quick top out into next game.
Yeah, he is locked in. He has overcome whatever instability he had in the middle of the match. And it could be really hard. He's actually playing on a different controller than he usually trains with, so he's been spending some time adjusting to it, and it's a long process, I know from experience. But if you look at him play right now, I don't think he'd even be able to tell.
Yeah. Dengler's been playing super solid.
Yeah. And just to reiterate, the top 8 players of this qual session itself will be in green up at the top, and then the rest of it is the current leaderboard. We want to be showing the people who are playing right now. We want to be seeing how they're doing. And let's take a look. Dylan and Aaron at 4 maxes. And Bendy. I don't know. Bendy is a bit of a multi-playstyle aficionado, so I don't know what he's actually using right now, but whatever he's doing, it's certainly working. 4 max outs.
Yeah.
And then Wallband and Cobra with 3, and heartbreaking kickers, but still really great for those tiebreakers. And you can see, like, there are like a bunch of people with 14, a bunch with 13.
Yeah, Cobra with a 993. Wow.
Yeah.
And
And
then
Wallband with a
998.
And that's so painful.
But at least got the 3 too, so, or, have 3.
You know, Cobra has the chance to actually beat my qual by, 146 points if he locks in. And I know I'm commentating about the other stations, so...
And you're keeping pace in consideration for
we'll have
2
to see.
hours. Yeah.
But yeah, again, you'll want to be checking out our other streams to see these other plays. Twitch.tv/Classic Tetris 2, Classic Tetris 3, Classic Tetris 4. All of these are live. All of these have great people. All right, there are just too many people who are good at Tetris now. We can't fit them all on one screen.
Or like that, the internet years, they throw them up on the video wall, and you have like, I can't remember how many there were, but there was like 16 on a screen maybe.
Right.
That was interesting. That was fun. I kind of missed that, but we don't need to do that now. Yeah.
It's also really hard. I think 4 is a nice balance of like choosing who to focus on. Let's focus on Cole, by the way.
Okay.
Cole will need some kill screen. All right, it feels like he has not felt confident with them recently, and it will be hard to feel confident when you're up this high. You have these holes to get through. It looks like, I would say 2 Tetrises. Looks like he's stacking up for this triple, but no, the gamble doesn't pay off.
Needs to get the board back in shape, and there's gonna have to
nice
play up high.
Oh. So we can do sit and watch, and that's a beautiful piece.
Wow.
All right, and
what a down stack.
It's not over yet. Let's not curse him before he's completed it. All right, he's looking for
the survival.
All right, that L
triple.
piece is the most consistent inputs mechanically that he could have had, and he is now out and down to the ground. Will he stack up? Will he be aggressive? It looks like he is.
What a high dig. Gets a triple.
The triples are huge, especially now. Oh, he continues to stack. Already looks like he's waiting for perfect pieces for those left, then filling up the rights. And that's safe, but it's also
that left
risky.
side. Come on.
He gets one. Boom, and that's the Tetris.
He gets it. Cole just managing to rescue that game from certain doom with that amazing survival dig there.
Extremely clutch, and I imagine this is a huge confidence boost as well.
Oh, absolutely. And getting all those maxes back-to-back now. This is the momentum Cole needs. Getting back on the board and within striking distance of the others in this group.
Yeah. And, okay, Scuti, about to match. Oh, this is also precarious. He has the left and the right built up, but he doesn't get this J. It's all over. Or, okay.
Ooh.
He can make this. I've seen him do this before.
That left side.
But it's not going to happen. It's
wait, flat burn. Oh, man.
And it's another high for 944, and his kicker is 945.
That was heartbreaking.
Yeah, it is frustrating. But learning to deal with that is one of the most important parts of being a Classic Tetris player. With everybody is so good right now, the game becomes mental. It becomes who is feeling most collected, who is able to make correct decisions without going to...
Yeah, and how about that momentum shift from Cole? Just going from not having a rough start and then just now maxing after maxing and then rescuing that last game. That's, as you said, got to be a great confidence booster there, Fractal.
Speaking of momentum, it feels like the bottom has never stopped.
Oh, yeah, they've been just banging him down. Alex had that one game that almost made it, but he still had such a strong performance. I don't think that's phased him one bit.
I heard Nova go like from that, and I internally felt the same way, so he's going to have to dig this down. All right. Oh, I love that. I love that. That's extremely high level. He focused on that. He planned for the center well from the very beginning, and he stacked his pieces in a way that it would burn perfectly into that. And now he's committing to it. This board is beautiful. He'll be able to burn it out of it anytime he wants, but he wants to stick with it, so he will, and he gets another Tetris. What is this guy on? Why is he so good? Why do I have to play against him? It's not fair.
Wait, has that been? Are you guys on the same side of the possible bracket?
Well, I mean, we're both going to win every game and make it to the finals. So.
Oh, okay. Strong words from the former champion.
Yes, and this is not a strong stack for Noah. It looks like some pieces that he didn't want. It remains to be seen whether he could have stacked more optimally. But at the end of the day, this is the situation he's given. This is what he has to deal with.
Scuti playing one off the bottom here.
Alex
Getting down
close.
a couple of Tetrises. Yeah, Alex is close.
One and change. That's the change. And he's waiting for the one.
And
One.
boom, Tetris for Alex. Another one on the board. So
All right, that is
last-
his 5th, and now he has tied Dangler and Bendy actually taking a slight lead. All right, that is a name that you might be familiar with from the Scout video. All right, he was the first to complete 19.5 with DAS.
Oh, that's right.
An
yeah.
unbelievable
And you're just mentioning,
achievement.
multiple play styles, so you're not actually sure what they're playing with now.
No, but he's also just a mechanical beast regardless. All right, and this is an interesting hole on the side of Scuti, like a bit of like the Eye of Sauron. I have to call it. I think I've had that exact situation before, but I don't know if I was able to get out of it as clean as he did.
Yeah, that was pretty efficient. And like I said, he was playing one off the bottom, continues to do so, and does so efficiently.
Speaking of efficiency, let's take a look at the bottom left. There he is again, Noah the Dangler.
About to max.
Oh. I know exactly what he was thinking. He's decided to fill it in for the hole, saw that he had a J piece, then tried to adjust it away, but didn't have time. Adjustments are difficult. You have to make everything correctly at the right time. It doesn't matter for him.
Oh, look at that. 10 points away.
Oh, and he was aware. He was looking for that. He was not caught off guard. This is what I was talking about. I think I have done this thing where I've had that exact score and topped out.
And with 80 at the end instead of 90?
Yeah, no, because it looks so much like a 9 that like I was like, oh, I probably got it. And then I start dropping pieces and wait. Oh. Oops. All right, but yeah. So that'll be Dangler's 6th, and he effectively takes the lead with that. All right, Dylan also matching with 5. All right, so you can find him on, I believe, Classic Tetris 2, twitch.tv, or the CT Archive YouTube channel if you prefer that platform. All right, and none of these players are really platforming right now. They're all just maintaining excellent stacks.
Yep, and yeah, Alex has just been keeping up just this monster pace. Hasn't lost a beat. You know, got other than that one kicker, and you're pretty much allowed that one kicker just to have the kicker.
Exactly, and I honestly, I feel that this struggle for the lead between these four has been extremely exciting. You've had it switched from Noah to Alex, then back to Noah again, and then Scuti has been playing from behind, but like he's the kind of person who you just expect to like come out of nowhere with the left hook and take the crown.
Yeah,
I got Cold Buckets continues to gain momentum with every piece as he places.
Yeah, his pace is so good on this game. Like, not only did he get his momentum back, he's actually stronger as a result, it's seeming.
Right, so I think, so we're about a third of the way through the qualifier, and Noah has 6, Alex has 5. A lot of people on pace for 15, I think.
Yeah.
All right, we'll see about the 16s. We'll see if Noah can get out of this. Oh, he can. I'm blown away. I'm flabbergasted. I could have never expected that. Yeah. And once again, look, it's Cold Bucket with the best pace. Scuti not too far behind. And we got a bit of like an interesting like even and on situation where the top half are like seems like perfectly staggered from the bottom half. So we're always able to see somebody about to pop off to increase their max total, and it seems like they're doing nothing but that.
Yeah, Cole, good pace here, increasing the momentum.
Yeah. Oh, is this a potential 26 max outs on the side of Cold Buckets?
Yeah, looking so strong here.
I don't see Noah missed a spin. He's going to have to take a few burns, but his pace is still good. Alex, his pace is good. I don't think I even really had to look at his board to say that.
932 for Cole. Couple more.
I do want to keep an eye on Alex's because this could be a 600 transition. We haven't seen one of those in hot minutes. Let's also not forget the people about to complete their games.
Cole taking that triple there.
That's frustrating. But he made it work. He made himself not eye-dependent by force of will.
Yeah, and scheduling clearing it off to get those last couple of
And
Tetrises
yeah, Alex
in.
Lash 610 transition, 73% Tetris rates.
Okay, one more for Cole. We'll do it.
All
Just
right.
waiting for that long bar. There
or
it is.
that triple.
Boom.
But he gets the long bar. He gets the
Yep.
Tetris. All right, Scuti's due away. Oh, TT play Terrence Y on the board too. I don't know what station he's on, but you can find him. Definitely give him a watch. He's been around forever.
Hey, we've got a couple of Matcherinos coming in.
We also got a Maxwell coming in very soon. All right.
Tiger Krieger, $250.
Oh, wow,
Thank
that's
you.
big. Scuti gets a max. That would be his fifth
Good max for Scuti.
in 50 minutes.
And we've got some more Matcherinos. I think I should call these because we've got Frito Fries, $10 donation, followed by Scott Gray, 76, $10,000.
Oh my God,
We
this
are
guy.
now up to 11,653, just like that. Scott Gray, always such a great supporter of our scene.
He's made his way out to a couple of events himself.
Yeah, kicking our Matcherino off.
With a bang.
Yeah, with a bang. Boom. Matcherino for our players here, 11,653.
As a player myself, I think I speak for. I'm not entirely certain, but I think we all appreciate it. So there's a thank you, Scott, from me, and maybe a thank you, Scott, for everyone. I don't know. Maybe he's made enemies in his time here that we have yet to uncover.
Scott Gray powering the yapping machine sitting next to me.
And
I love it.
speaking of uncovering, Noah's in the process of uncovering this dig.
Yeah, what a dig.
571,000. About to hit level 21. This is a bit below pace, but he can turn that around. Moment's notice. And he's going to look to do that here. I think, yeah, set up. All right, and I wonder if he would go for 2 off the bottom. Just if it was faster. It might, because it might be faster.
Yeah. Your pieces hit the bottom faster without any intervention.
All right, Alex stacking up high to really
Can
take
handle
advantage
it.
of that as well, but
It's a lot of doubles.
oh,
from
I did
Dengler.
not see that. That was really hot.
Okay, Dengler finally getting a Tetris out of that after a flurry of doubles and triples.
No, we can see he's frustrated. I would certainly be frustrated as well, but it is the mark of an exceptional Tetris player to take that frustration and set it aside for another time.
Yeah, at least it's just quals. You know, you can, as long as you bang out that max within a reasonable time frame. It's all
I was
good.
really trying to use quals as an opportunity to test my mechanics to see if I would be able to adjust to the setups here. And it's like 2 hours of straight gameplay, so it's perfect for that.
And for us viewers, you know, seeing how these players are performing. I mean, Alex, if I didn't have a prediction before, I certainly do now. Boom,
Weathers
Tetris
a
for Alex.
27-piece drought.
Another max from Alex.
That is the level of drought where it's like you should be living that every time, but you might raise an eyebrow, especially if you're waiting for one last Tetris. All right, and we got Noah coming up for the end of his game. He could get it before 29 if he just locks the heck in. It looks like he might be preparing to do it on the fast level.
Yeah, I mean, half the time I'm looking at Dengler's screen, I do not know what he's setting up, but when it resolves, I mean, look at that adjustment.
Oh, that's a TGM4 move right there.
Okay, you'll have to explain that one to me because I do not comprehend.
Just find Green Tea. He'll tell you all about it. I've been following that game. It's been fascinating, and I really love what they've done with it. All right. Noah has not been able to find his way out. He's going to be spending a long time on kill screen, and this is going to take time. This is going to take stress. I don't think it'll take years off his life, but he's done this a lot of times.
Yeah.
Alex Thatch with a curious misdrop. I believe it was a double flip of an S piece. All right, and that is one of the worst possible ones that you can have.
Okay, Dengler opting to burn down to prepare.
And this guy is a ninja when it comes to efficient pace. So we'll see if he decides to tap into that now, but he might choose to take it safe.
Stream speeds. And like you said, he's going to be spending a lot of time here. So is he going to do it with Tetrises?
He wants to.
Cut down on that time. Gets one there, 879.
And it's a lot of time, but I just meant in terms of lines, like in terms of speed, like the way this goes. Like you gain points
Dengler's
with the blink
playing
of an
aggressive
eye.
now.
Look at this. He's already at 900,000.
Drilled down to the bottom and just going to go for Tetrises now.
S pieces, like
Ooh,
3 of
gets
them,
left.
when the board didn't have any space for them. All right, burning that, burn that. Very nice, very nice.
Good down stack there.
Very good.
Okay, back into position. But yeah, making the smart choices there, not playing too aggressive when things are looking rough.
Oh, I wonder if he builds one up. This is the point where I think one Tetris might just do it. Wait, no, not yet, but
Not yet.
certainly now.
Now, yeah. Yeah, just a science of risk reward here. Don't. Oh, yeah, that was critical.
my God.
Clutch that out. Left
No,
side.
but he can do this. I've seen it do
Okay,
it so many times
lining
before.
Out is a possibility.
All right, and he gets the square. Best possible piece. Best possible piece. 10,000 more points. Will he be able to clutch this out?
Oh,
Bringing the board down in some places. It's coming higher into others. 3 more burns, I think. 1.
Okay,
There's 1. That's 2.
998.
That's it. He clutches it.
Woo.
Noah Dangler with a max out number 7. All right, leapfrogs just ahead of Alex Thatch.
What a grind there, and what survival. He went into kill screen speeds with the Tetrises and then just had to grind out those last burns.
So it's 55 minutes in. I believe players have time for about like 9 more max outs. So Alex could hit the both. Alex hit the 15. Noah can still hit the 16. But that's a long time to not make any fatal mistakes.
2025, what a year. I mean, we're talking about, 9 more maxes, no problem. That's just, they could just do it.
But it is a perfect qual, and we have seen that despite everything that we have been trained to believe, they are ultimately human.
Or are they?
Or are they?
Are they like a yapping machine like
Oh my God, what the the top is crazy. When did Cole and Scuti, like this is Cole could get a early 25 max. That would be the earliest that I've seen.
I think Cole like increasing in power here as
right, but he's up high and he's not getting the bar. There we
go.
It is. And it was the same deal for Scuti too. They're both getting drought. Scuti done. Yeah. That's really early. He got his 6. He wants to be back in this. He is waiting for a mistake.
Level 25 max on the verge here.
And Cole is waiting for an L, then a T.
There you
go.
go.
A bar, and he gets
boom,
all of
Cole. Nice early max there from Cole.
What a set right now. 57 minutes, just over an hour, and there's still so much potential.
Cole's like momentum. I mean, there's one thing getting your momentum back and then exceeding.
I have to wonder, maybe we've missed a top out, but it feels like he just hasn't missed neither of them.
I haven't seen Cole skip a beat since getting his momentum back.
Ooh, Scuti
feels like
an interesting
back-to-back.
situation. That cannot be tucked, but that can be addressed with that T piece.
Untuckable.
Untuckable, but certainly burnable. And he, I think, did it in about as few burns as you could ever hope to ask for. That is an eye dependency. He's going to have to spend a few lines to get rid of it. I like to think of like burning and like being efficient in terms of like currency. So it's like you're spending lines to like fix problems so that you can like cash in for Tetris.
That's right.
I don't know. There are probably like gambling analogies.
I feel like there's a cost to burning, so I would agree.
Right. I don't know. This game is. People say this game is gambling.
Uh-oh.
It certainly is to an extent, but it is gambling with a purpose and without any like monetary like Cole.
Just,
yeah.
Cole with a little bit of a problem there, but survives just a very precarious stack.
And I did see a bit of a head shake from Cole, and that's something that's typically reserved for Dask players. So maybe he's channeling his experience with the other playstyles. And all these players are proficient in everything. You kind of have to be in order to be considered top level in this game.
Yeah, I mean, with more DAS competitions, there's reasons to maintain those skills. I think it's great to see that. Scuti, having a bit of a problem with that build, is able to survive that out. Gets the LJs he needs, clear that out, and is Tetris ready. Boom, Tetris or Scuti. And yeah, Cole just getting back so much momentum, playing super clean now. And there's a little bit of a hiccup at the beginning, but Cole able to dig that out and not top out from, I mean, almost anyone else probably wouldn't have.
Oh no, he like missed the rotation. Rotations, I think, become super hard when you start rolling because you have your hands in this like slightly more awkward position. And because the controller is jostling, it's also really easy to like either miss the rotation button or to double flip it, because just as like your hand is moving to press the button, the controller is also moving too.
Do you think even after all these now years of experience with rolling, that's still a factor? That
Oh, absolutely, because there's still so much we don't understand, and one of the big things we don't know is like how environmental conditions come into play. All right, controllers are not perfect. We are not perfect. There are any number of combinations into a factor. Noah, however, is like handling this dig with that situation about as perfectly as you could have asked for.
Oh yeah, just the solve quality here.
But I would say this transition is not great. Alex Thatch looking to get another one on the board. Ty Dangler's max counts surpass him in kicker. But he'll have to get rid of that hole first. Ooh, that's not good. All right, he
gets it open again.
So you want to build up the left. That'll make
any
the
more
early
lines.
stages
there's
easier, but Alex doesn't need to make things easy for himself.
Yeah.
Look at him just bring this down, surgical precision.
Nice.
Gets the bar.
There it is.
And those burns gave him enough.
Yeah.
I have to wonder, like maybe strategically, he like would want to
get
trigger
2 doubles into the Tetris.
To like strategically trigger level 29 so that the pieces fall faster.
That's true. Save a few seconds.
Yeah. So, what are your thoughts on the use of number of max outs as a competitive format? Because this has been a pretty contentious topic over the years.
I like it because it's one of the few forms of competition where you can buy a regular Nintendo and a Tetris cartridge and you can practice for it in its pure form without any modified cartridges, without any sort of extra scorekeeping or goal keeping. And I think there's a beauty in that. And if you start forcing the use of competition cartridges at all stages of quals, then you lose that. And is it really the same game anymore? I'm not so sure. I think the pure form of the game as it was sold retail in its classic form, that's why we're Classic Tetris. You can make new forms of quals for other types of events, but for, I would say, Classic Tetris Prime, you want to have the core game continue to be the same core game.
Yeah, I think my perspective on this is slightly more pragmatic. I think as early as like 2020 or 2021, people were still not happy with number of max outs because it felt like we were getting so close to the optimal. And it seems it has held up remarkably well, like both as like a way of separating people and as a predictive measure to see who's going to be doing well on the good weekend. But like especially now, you see the number of 14s. You have to wonder, like, once everybody's able to do that, and we only will get better, like how people differentiate themselves at the top.
I also like seeing the difference between how they play here and then in bracket play. Like seeing how, like say, strong Alex is right now with all this momentum, and then Cole's return of momentum. How is that going to affect their performance in match play?
Yeah, I think in general it is a little exhausting for us, I will say.
Yeah,
to be playing for this much on end,
2
maybe
hours.
Not great for our hands. I don't know. I would have loved to move to 90 minutes, but then that also increases the randomness because there's less chance for like the slight variations in people's inherent skills to magnify themselves.
Yeah, I mean, if you do something like expanding brackets or something, you might want to shorten the time a bit and maybe find a happy medium, see what works.
Right. I will say I'm personally in favor overall of switching to like a format similar to like what you'd expect for competition. So we uncap scores, like maybe we limit gameplay to level 39 and under. And I do believe people can practice for this because like all stages of Tetris are pretty similar at a certain level. And it's more what people are accustomed to at the end of the day. But we have right now, I do think it's pretty good. I'm excited. I'm having fun. Are you having fun?
Yeah. No, this is a all-star lineup here. This is, if I had to pick one, I would want to witness or commentate on. This would probably be the one. Just it
appears that we have a tragically lost Cole.
But he's still playing.
He had a good run with us. But yes, low battery, what can you do? Noah with another max. Kind of snuck up on us. He had to go to 267, so continuing with maybe these slower games, but it's not due to lack of efficiency like by itself. I think it's due to these misdrops, like not feeling comfortable with this controller.
Cole completing another max out, continues the run.
That'll be his 6th, and Noah jumps out to 8. So yeah, I do think right now Alex does have the advantage timing-wise.
Yeah,
because I don't think Alex. I'm pretty sure I might be wrong on this, that Alex will be forced into a situation where he needs to like rush to get the last max. We'll see. All right, Scuti, starting a new game. Did he get a max?
Yes.
Or did he? Okay.
Yeah, all three there. Just Cole, Scuti,
Oh, I
Dengler.
must have completely missed it. My apologies.
Yeah, Scuti and Dengler got it simultaneously, and then Cole just getting another one. Just this field is just insane, and then Alex has just been playing so consistently. Unfortunately, I wasn't here to see the other quals, but how were the consistency? Were the fields as strong before this?
Oh, yeah, certainly. I mean, the numbers, I think, speak for themselves. You see how many 14s we have, and it's looking like this session is going to match that. I was on this section earlier today, and my experience was that we all started out strong, then showed instability, so it was kind of an inversion of what we're seeing right now. So I think fatigue was more of a factor for us, and it remains to see whether it becomes a factor for him, but the average age is 12 years, so I don't know if they even know what that means.
Yeah, Cole just doing a Vitz there. I had to mention that.
Zilbear in the Twitch chat has the suggestion to turn Alex T into a filter and have his face on all contestants. What are your thoughts on that, Chris?
I mean, it would be interesting. I mean, they have, the ability to change angles here and there, so I don't know. We have to ask tech if that's possible.
I'm not sure the people up front would be totally jazzed with that. Yeah. And I guess the other point that I forgot to mention earlier, going back to the whole number of maxes as a competitive format thing, is that it is much more technologically viable because we don't have the infrastructure to manually track every single person's score, and now more than ever we would need that.
I'm sorry. So wouldn't you need more special cartridges?
It's special cartridges. Game Genies are not really an option because they're notoriously fickle, and dealing with dozens of them and making sure every single one works and doesn't malfunction, and you can fix them when they do malfunction because it's going to happen.
Right, but in terms of having special equipment, that's still, you're going to have that dependency on the special equipment.
Right.
So
and it depends. We've definitely been trying to make efforts to making a lot of equipments more accessible, more affordable. I'm assuming you have. Do you have any knowledge of the recent controller discourse?
A little bit, yes.
This is a really fun topic because people are just deciding to just push boundaries irrespective of whether the rules allow them.
Yeah,
I love that. I am all for that.
For people pushing boundaries.
No, because trying stuff for the sake of trying them and
personally, I do that. I mean, I build crazy crap. If you've seen the kind of controllers I've built, it'd blow your mind. I don't show the general public.
Really?
Alex just gets another max.
Oh,
just
that's
like that.
a shocker.
Yeah, what a shocker.
Look, Cole, he has 76% Tetris rate. That's a shocker. That was Scuti, 77. Oh, I'm flabbergasted. Novo Dengler, 40%. Yeah, and I have to imagine it's just these misdrops for him. But yeah, I don't. That's the worst feeling. I have said the way that Tetris feels good is that it feels like you're asserting control over an environment, and having a faulty controller is one of the worst ways to have that control be taken away from you.
Yeah.
And you're up there for 2 hours. Just trying to deal with that. That's awful.
No, I know that feeling. When I find a controller type or a mod that I like, I build as many as I can. I buy as many as I can. I totally know where you're coming from.
Oh, that's a misdrop from Noah. We'll see if he can get a bar over. This would be a Tetris, but he chooses stack for it and then goes for 2 triples. And those are some good tabs. That's practice, honestly. Every opportunity, an instance to improve yourself.
Everybody playing so high right now. So I just see all the stacks are high, and I'm not sure who's to comment on.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're all able to dig out of that.
I'd say that's the kind of thing. It's you're comfortable, but you're holding your breath while you're doing it.
Yeah.
And I would definitely hold my breath right now. Noah having to reckon with a 30-piece round now, and is climbing, continues to climb to 35, and that is when the bar comes.
Tetris for Dengler, 437.
And
able to fly close to the sun and survive.
Looks like yet again he'll have to do it on the kill screen. All right. Yeah, we got some great paces up top still. Scuti has dipped very slightly. Cole's has increased since I last checked.
I know. Cole is just increasing in power. It's the longer this goes on, Cole is just... Okay. That is an interesting way to
And that is an interesting stack for Scuti. This is not free for anybody. But with that bar, he's able to bring it down, and now he's comfortable.
Those pieces. Not out of the woods yet. Okay.
All right, we wait. Oh, he stacks aggressive for that opening, and yeah, building up the right is one of the safest things you can do in this instance.
Masterful dig there by Scuti. Not out yet, but just
this is comfortable.
Okay.
Very much so now.
Okay. Yeah.
Noah is at a similar level, but I don't know if he's feeling comfortable because he's been having these problems.
Okay.
That I don't think we've necessarily
Scuti out,
seen
and
the other
dirty.
competitors.
Boom, Tetris for Scuti, 800,000.
But even that can't stop him. All right, it is ultimately up to the players to like overcome the difficulties they are presented. And that is what we're seeing right now. That is what they understand they have to do.
Okay. Oh, Dangler.
All right. He's high up. This is a dependency. This is not free.
Yeah.
And he can't do it.
And that's going to be another top out for Dangler. So Dangler losing some momentum there.
And
that's not going to be.
You got to feel it for him,
Alex
man.
playing up really high. Everybody flying close to the sun here.
You know, I talk about Dangler's mechanics maybe feeling a little incompetent, but I've been noticing that some of Alex's like tough rolls are coming out a little slower, cutting it a little closer than I expect. So there's a when you're rolling, there's a trade-off between speed and timing. Can you imagine it's like you want to be as close to the first frame without like actually like going too early? And if you're close to the first frame, then you can roll slower. But if you're far from the first frame, then you're going to have to go for like a 30 hertz roll.
Scuti just
another 900.
Yeah.
No, and this happens.
And after that,
I think it's honestly a
dig,
miracle
too.
that it hasn't been happening in the earlier sessions either. All right, this is just the way the game is.
But
yeah, you lose control, it escalates, you don't get pieces. You're playing for 2 hours. Every contingent of good RNG will happen. Every contingent of bad RNG will also happen at the same time. All right. The great thing about a qualifier this long, for like all the concerns about stamina earlier, is that you're forced to reckon with everything you're given.
Right.
And at the top end, you need everything you're given.
Nice left well by Cole. Cole is just tearing it up here.
All right, and yeah, with these top outs, he's actually going to be like catching up pretty close to the to Noah and Scuti.
Completely reversed the momentum here.
Yeah, actually, I think with this max outs, if he can lock it up, he will have the lead.
He's got to go kill screen speed. He's going to have to play a little bit on 29 speed here.
All right, it's 2 Tetrises and ample burns. That's
Triple
there's the ample.
Help a lot. Yep.
And now he's going to wait. He's going to want to take it safe. That is a beautiful left side. He's going to build it up as high as he possibly can. All right, the comparison that people like to use is it looks like when the typical person plays 19. I tend to disagree. I think it's actually higher. He wants one more. He might choose to line it out. I don't know how concerned he is with time.
It's a good stack.
That is a great stack.
Needs a flat bottom, flat bottom.
He did have to gamble on that T. All right, he's waiting for the L. But he made it into not a dependency.
Yeah, can line out.
But he's still so high up.
Oh, wow.
Oh, he's going to
992.
This is possible.
994.
He just needs to get that tap. He does. He has the means. 998. I think one more. No. Yes.
Oh.
He clutches it. 999, 980 yet again.
We saw that.
Times.
Yeah, that crazy, dangerous number. You don't want your digits to end in the 80.
He did not let it. If he let his guard down, that would have been the game. There's no way he could have recovered that. But he knew to take the extra burn just for safety. He knew that it was a close call.
What a finish. And Cole maintaining this momentum.
He has surpassed Blue Scuti.
Wow.
But that being said, Blue Scuti does have the lead over him, so like at the slightest mistake, he will take a pretty nice advantage. So we'll have to see whether he's able to clean that up. That's a weird J piece, but he made it work. And that's also a drought.
I like it when they make it work.
They tend to do this quite often.
I do enjoy that maneuver. Okay, Alex looking good. Takes the burn into the Tetris. 765 at level 25.
Yeah, 97. The pace is a little below where he wants. All right, we can see 57% Tetris rate. I tend to actually not like Tetris rate as a statistic because I feel it does a bad job of reflecting local changes, especially as you get to the end. But when it comes to level 19,
yeah,
for the full time, it's pretty good, I have to say. I don't know. Maybe I'll
a little less.
Yeah, maybe I'll yell at Yobi to add some new stats.
Cole. I'm not sure what happened there.
I think he just decided to reset. Did it quickly. So yeah, when the pieces fall, that probably means that he went back to the title screen, and Nestor Champs isn't built to detect the title screen. All right, Noah. This is kind of a good score, I think. I don't know. What do you think? Well, like 70,
it is.
70, 70.
Uh-oh.
Oh. I'm not gonna say anything.
Okay. Okay. And if anyone could get out of this, it's Dangler.
Alex with the max outs. And I always believed. I never doubted.
Yeah, Alex just maintaining.
Yeah. In spite of this, Noah, in spite of all those burns, he still had a 600K transition. That's a monster.
Yep.
I think he missed another triple. So let's take a look. Let's give a bit of a time. Oh, we can't do that. My phone's dead.
Oh, man. Do you need a charger?
I would, if you have one, I would certainly benefits. But yeah, Scuti with another top outs. Yeah, and this is definitely the time. You don't want to be topping out in matches for sure. And with quals, there's a bit of leeway. Like, given like how volatile it can be at the top ends.
Mm-hmm.
All right, it is likely that like strong players will play themselves way earlier than they're expected. So we'll have to see how that works out. I know I don't want to play anybody good early on. And
Okay, Dangler with the Tetris, and yeah, level 22, 762.
Yeah. Just Dangler things.
Yep.
If you take a look at the leaderboard, you can see the past the top 8, they're beginning to creep up, assert themselves into the top 48. Unfortunately, we can't see what the top 48 cutoff is, but it's looking to dip into like the high 5s, low 6s, which is, I believe, a record. That's ridiculous.
Yeah. No, that's at 34 and 5 max outs. And
like in 2022, 14 max outs was first seed.
Yeah.
And look at where it is right now. Look at how many people
yeah, it's like
are good enough for 14.
Look,
Alex with the crazy
10.
setup does not get the tuck. I'm honestly so disappointed in him. He should know better. He shouldn't be missing those. I'll speak stern words to him after this.
Yeah, at 14, you might not even make top 10 at this point.
All right. Yeah, but we'll have to see. Noah,
this round.
His earliest max out by a long shot. If he was able to close this out, and there's every reason to believe that he will.
And boom, Tetris for Dangler. Beautiful max out. Nice and early, save some time.
Back in it. He is caught up with Alex. Still has a lower kicker, and Alex has like what 300,000 points on him when he'll start his game. Cole and Scuti dealing with some instability. Cole with a fascinating setup. Oh, I love that. I love that. Thank you. I love that slightly less.
I don't love that, and that's going to be.
I don't think he does either.
A throwaway, but at least it it ended soon enough. Catching up on our Matcherino, thank you, Belingus B for 1663.
Nice adjustment by Scuti there.
And Quinn Culver, $50. Thank you for contributing to the Matcherino, and we are up to $11,800.
All right, so unfortunately, because my phone died, I can't give precise.
Yeah, we have to
I guess there was the timer on there, but it was like off by like a few seconds. So, but yeah. Yeah. You know, I think this is Tetris.
It is indeed more Tetris than we can handle. I mean, on multiple channels, don't forget to tune in to CT2, CT3, CT4, all of our qualifiers going on now. Remember that the top 8 that you see highlighted in the green are the leaderboard for
nice
the
bits, Alex.
Round.
You're welcome. He can hear us. He just chooses to pretend he doesn't. He can't.
That's the power of the yapping module. Goes right through his earbuds.
And boom Tetris for Alex.
Dangler with a bit of a misdrop there.
Yeah.
He's going to clean it off somehow. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
It's a... Oh, man. That's
I think this is possible. I think this is... Oh! That is either 26 or 30 hertz.
This is going to be some crazy survival.
One frame of error.
Could be witnessing some magic here from the Dangler. Look at that.
But to him, it's just necessity.
Uh-oh.
I hate the square taps to the left. They feel like they should be so easy, and then you like do them a frame early.
Yeah, and they're so destructive when you don't hit them.
Yes. All right, up at the top right, we have Cerulean Scutifer with another excellent game about to hit 500,000s.
Did you just make that up now, or is that a
I've
known
used this
alias?
once before.
Okay.
Yes, and the general benchmark is 500,000 at 130 lines. 130 lines we consider the halfway points.
Okay.
It's the balance between the points increasing later on and having more lines earlier on. Works out pretty well.
Yeah. Just feeling the consistency from Alex here, like really, that's gonna.
Yeah. Oh, I know. I didn't say that though. I did not like the look of that roll. He kind of stopped in the middle. I don't think that was for an adjustment.
So you're actually looking at their control execution.
Yeah, exactly, because that's what fundamentally matters the most here. All right, and he's making it work. He's been able to close out most of the games, but that's
I know what he wanted, and yeah, that didn't. Oh, nice recovery there.
Exactly, but that's the kind of thing that kills games if it happens at the wrong time.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. That adjustment, jeez.
It's like it could maybe there's like only 10% of boards where like it could have an actual effect, but that's the 10% that they're all looking for. Honestly,
I mean, I'm really impressed when Alex does do a misdrop, able to recover, being able to know what can get you back out of the situation you put yourself in.
Right, everybody kind of going through it right now, to be honest. Noah is the cleanest, and even then, I don't like the left side of his board, which is fortunately been made nicer. He is missing 4 taps yet again. I'm so curious. There are like 5 different ways that they can go wrong, and I wonder which one of them is plaguing them. All right. I think diagnosing like your issues while you're playing and actively fixing them is one of the hardest things you can do. Something equally hard is getting through this dig. Alex has to go through a lot of garbage.
Jeez. Looking like
but that's efficient. That's so efficient. That's scary.
Type B training in real time. Look at that.
If I'm screen looking at him, I'm assuming that like I can chill for like the next like 2 levels. But as we're seeing right now, he's done.
So you're
fine.
thinking
he's fine. He could set up for the Tetris on the left if he wanted to. He's just that kind of a guy.
Just like that, out of it.
Right,
I think it's funny that you're basically circling your prey right now, and it's like, if this was a comp match, how would I feel if this was a comp match?
I don't know. I don't think I'd ever feel easy. We have some insider information. Bit of a dead drop from Hello Jasmine, who has, I believe, watched some of Noah's practice streams and says, in practice earlier, he was rolling too early. So yeah, this is a bit of a timing thing. It's you want to be so close to that, and like if you're wanting to like average that first frame, that's actually bad. Because that means that's on average you're going too early, and then just one of those inputs disappears out of thin air.
Yeah, I wonder if we now have all CRT PVM setups, which is going to be great for our consistency in our setups for the future.
Yeah.
But I wonder if that, the environment may play a factor.
Right. I did feel that so I care about timings more than Alex Thatch in transition. He's setting up for the center wall. He loves the center wall, and he knows how to make it work probably better than anybody in the world. All right, he's looking for one more Tetris. Will he just get it outright? Has the ability to burn this.
Tetris for Alex.
Does it. That is max out number 10, and with 37 minutes, that is time for 5 more, maybe 6. So he's suddenly on the way back to getting 16. I didn't know if this was possible, but I guess it was just a lot of it.
Scuti on kill screen speed, bangs down to Tetris, 1 away.
Yeah. See, Scuti and Cole and Alex earlier were in these situations, but they survived, and that was the important parts. And it's because of the survival that they're able to convert this.
Scuti opting to go for triples there to push up the scores. Going to line it out, it looks like. And that triple will do it.
Boom. Oh, I said your line. That's my bad.
Boom, max out for Scuti.
There we go.
That's, I believe that the yapping module is licensed to use that.
Oh, I have permission from the man himself.
That's right.
It is my honor. And that's max out number 8. Cobra checking in on the other people. Cobra, Dylan, Bendy, Huff, keeping pace with the people that we see. All right, you'll find talent anywhere you look. Classic Tetris 1, Classic Tetris, Classic Tetris 2, Classic Tetris 3, Classic Tetris 4.
Yeah,
any of these
channels. The
channels.
field is just so insane, just even in this quals.
Noah misses one spin, but hits the next. This is right about the baseline pace that he's wanting. Honestly, I have to imagine none of these players will feel happy about these quals when they're over, just because. Yeah, you have like one dig that lasts longer than like 10 lines, and that's just the only thing that you can think about. And there have been many unfortunate situations all around. All right, I think This will be Cole Bucket's biggest test so far in the qualifier. This is not a great score.
But he's
He's
been
going
surviving in kill
Oh no,
streak.
Noah Dangler tops out on the right
man.
side.
Yeah,
it's
that's
these
a
4
bad
taps. And we have to wonder, is it rolling early like our Twitch chatter Jasmine said? Hi Jasmine, by the way. And or is it something else entirely? There are any number of reasons.
Yeah, it could be controller, it could be fatigue, it could be some of the loss of momentum.
Right, and Cole chooses to put the hole in the stack to make the surface really nice. I just dropped one of the spare headsets completely by accident. Had the perfect
Nice
clear
set,
setup,
Nicole.
would have been his second of the qualifier.
Yeah, the pieces kind of have to agree with you to make that happen.
Yeah.
But
anybody who has to go against him is, and go against Cole Bucket is not liking what they're seeing right now.
I know. Yeah,
Just
no,
look at
Cole
him.
is
No
just
fear. That's a bit of instability, actually.
Uh-oh.
And he's not going to be able to
That
convert
left
it.
side. Oh, man, that's not going to...
Right, and it's because his kicker's already so good. He's used up like his freebie in a sense.
Yeah.
So.
But still, that was a long... Yeah, that would have been a long game.
Yeah, one of the things about
level 3
max
speed.
out quals is that you're incentivized to not play on level 29, and that's, I would say, is pretty
Yeah, 'cause you're
widely agreed
spending-
to be like the most interesting level and the one that like has the most weight in competition itself. So
Yeah,
I
see
think
what you're
even these
saying,
moments of like being able to practice that for a little bit can be nice.
That's true. That's true.
All right, we got 34 minutes left. Any number of max outs can happen. Alex Thatch looking to surpass Meme if he's able to get 16, which I believe is right about what he's able to do.
Alex pointing at the camera.
Yes. No
All the
question
confidence
is,
in the world.
was he pointing at me or was he pointing at you?
He was pointing at all of us.
Oh.
Everybody in this room right now. Alex T in command of more Tetris than you can handle.
Yeah, and oh my gosh, we continue to see these hangs for Noah. I wonder actually if this is fatigue, if this is the reason we hadn't seen them earlier.
Yeah, or equipment could be as well.
It could be. Controllers are old, rarely functional pieces of hardware. Like just the way they're like minutely positioned within the controller, like the pads themselves.
Yeah,
I think that can have an effect.
silicone does break down within the controller during play.
So yeah, up. He clears that up very nicely by keeping space for that. Scuti with some more holes, but has the pace to do it. So we've been seeing 70% be like sort of the top end for what these players are pulling out, but 80 and 90% is well within reason, for sure. Maybe not necessarily likely, but I could definitely see a pop off.
Got some updates on Matcherino. $50 from Quinn Culver. Thank you. And 2 donations, one for $200 and one for $80.31 from Avi Schrerer. Thank you for contributing to the Matcherino.
All right, I believe that is cousin Avi, who is with us this weekend. So thank you very much.
Awesome.
We'll try
Up
and
to
find you later.
$12,000. So.
And it looks like Aaron has cracked it into the top 34 that we can see. I think he was looking for a 10 max out qual, so I don't know if he's exactly the happiest with this, but he's in the brackets. He'll be able to play at least one match, maybe even take it further. Alex is certainly looking to take this further. This is 77%. He might challenge the very assertion that I said earlier. If he can play this perfectly, I see the greatest possible stack you could ever have.
Yeah,
he might bump it up to 80.
So clean, so clean.
And 80% Tetris rate, I don't know where that ends up, but that's probably like 25, maybe even 24.
Uh-oh, Dangler.
The left side.
I don't think that's survivable.
No, I don't know.
Oh, just on the left and the right.
At this point, I
Fatigue?
wonder if it could be fatigue. I wonder if it's good to just like take some time and not go for max outs right now. Just diagnose the issues. Make sure the remaining time you have left is quality.
Yeah.
All right, at his full potential, he certainly has the space for many more. He could get up to 13, maybe 14. But it looks like he's just going to keep going with it. Alex Thatch having to burn. I think the pieces are not friendly with his Tetris rate back up to 78. Scuti was 71, rocking the left well. All right, in this house, we love and respect the name of David Vulich.
And yeah, left well continuing. Scuti 76 at level 22.
Right, so people in chat asking about who's qualifying tomorrow. We actually do have one more qualifying slot for people who aren't able to get in at the earliest time. So Corian and Green Tea and Dan V as well.
It feels like, a lot of TGM players are going to be playing tomorrow.
Right.
Alex Kerr, Corian, as you mentioned, And yeah, people flying in late.
A lot of our favorite people. Yeah, like come on, guys, we got Green Tea back this year.
Yep,
This is like
yep.
we all kind of win. Alex with a
for Alex
76% Tetris rate.
And Cole taking
start
a
at level 26.
top out there. Scuti closing in now, 875.
So that's his 11th. I believe if he gets 4, getting that 7-minute 30-second pace, then that is 15. And then if he has a bit of extra, you see there's like 18 seconds extra.
Yeah.
Then he'll be able to contest meme for seed number 1. And he is the
That's
defending
gonna be
champion.
exciting. Yep.
All right,
Reigning
what better
champion.
statements to assert that he is very much the one we should be focusing on, despite everything, despite all the narrative we have.
And he looks extremely excited, and I love to see it.
I think I have. There are like 5 people here who are my favorite Tetris player.
And they're all Alex Satch.
Well, that's what he wants to. That's what he wants it to be. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah.
Oh, Scuti.
Oh, he's fine.
He's
This is
up in a high dig.
What do you
close to the end
mean?
of the
What are you talking about? Did you not believe? Boom, Tetris. Up.
Yeah, he's fine. There
Not
we
even
go.
close. All right, Noah, hit that spin. All right, every successful input. All right, you can use that.
Yeah, you're
confidence.
really analyzing their execution performance here.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
All right, Cole, maybe slowing down a little bit more. I didn't see. Did he get a max out?
No, that was a top out.
That was a top out, unfortunate.
Oh
So,
no,
yeah.
Dangler not able
But
to
yeah,
get
no,
that to the left.
there is something that is going on. He is making the correct decision. It is just that the controller
Yeah.
is not agreeing with him for one reason or another. It
And-
is a tough thing always. It's something everyone has to deal with. Will Alex get? Is there a swag way to fill that in? I don't think so.
I was expecting that long bar flat.
He missed the
but it
swag.
didn't.
He missed the swag. He missed the swag.
Okay.
All right, Noah. And he's up again. Like there's just the slightest thing goes off.
Yeah, and whenever it happens up high, that's when the top outs happen.
Yeah, like I feel, I firmly believe that he will get a max outs. Like I've had him over at my place a number of times, and we've played Tetris. I've seen him play firsthand.
Right.
He
So
can
you
recover
tell-
from everything,
yeah.
and this like next max out that he's gonna get is gonna mean so much, and then he's gonna start piling them on. All right.
That's kind of what happened to Cold Bucket earlier.
I think my honest opinion is that he's the scariest opponent to go against.
Dangler?
Yeah. There was a match, I think last month, he played against Blue Scuti and had, like, actually, genuinely a generational performance. All right, so I was a little bit smarted by this because I had actually set a world record in the match before against him. I got the highest transition ever by a person in CTM history. All right, then he tied it, then beat it in 2 games in a row.
In the same competitive.
In the same stream.
Wow.
Everyone was watching. I had my record. People were like, oh my god, good job, Fractal. Unk still got it, whatever they say now. And then, nah, he still watched. He doesn't even have world record. What a scrub.
Did you talk to him after, and was it on purpose?
I believe it.
Okay. that's
But
pretty
yeah, I know
epic.
but that's the kind of take he has. He has, I
Well-
think, twice as many 1.4 million scores into level 29 as the rest of the world
Cool.
combined. I think it could be 3 times. It's ridiculous.
Cole having some difficulties up high there.
Yeah, but he digs this. See?
Yep.
I have faith. I believe in the Tetris players. Like, these are all, at this point, they're veterans. We got Blue Scuti with the top out. Oh, he's so high up. I wonder if there's this pressure, if he's, like, forcing himself to play, like, stack higher
I'm seeing
than what is,
all
like,
the players playing up as high as possible. I mean, that's probably part of the strat to save time.
Right, but it's also just such a gamble, and 2 hours does things to a man.
Yeah, I mean, even
see things other people wouldn't believe.
And then, yeah, I mean, all the time that is spent practicing even for this.
But yeah, it
adds
looks like,
up.
yeah, by this point, like while everyone else appears to be struggling, Alex is just chugging along. He has a 2 max out lead over his next place
I'm just-
in this qual block. He is approaching the top seeds. He will very soon reach the block of 14s, will be placed rather highly within them, and then may even surpass them.
Definitely Alex with a strong performance here. I mean, like I said, if I weren't broken, I could gamble. Smart money. Yeah. Look at that. Keeping it so clean.
Oh, yes. He stacks, he protects, he attacks.
Boom, Tetris for Alex. But yeah, everybody here, having a really good run. Dengler losing a lot of that momentum with those missing those taps, like you were saying,
Right, but
which could be
has a high stack, has to cover the well. No. It can feel like the universe is conspiring to just like tilt you in the greatest way possible whenever that happens.
Yeah.
Especially with this kind of session. Oh, he sets up for the premature bits. Oh my god, he's so far gone.
There you go.
He gets it. Nice bits. Nice bits. Nice bits.
So yeah, this could be key.
But it's a good game, yeah.
Getting that momentum back, you want to see it. We saw Cole come back with that. You lose your momentum early, and then you come back stronger than ever. Get 6+ maxes in a row. Got enough time for maybe like 3 and 4 if you time it.
Oh, Alex, he cannot believe it, that he, the world champion, could ever make a misdrop. I honestly couldn't believe it either. I was shocked. I was bamboozled. Yeah.
Yep. Nice and clean again. Boom, Tetris for Alex, 9:02. Got to be nice and early here at level 25. Going probably get on level 26.
Yeah. We'll say
did a well transfer there.
I tend to gas up these players a ton, but it is because they have personally all like beaten the crap out of me in Tetris. So I know they're high end, and what we see now may not be necessarily representative of that, but that doesn't mean that they can't just flip it on at the blink of an eye. That's how Tetris is.
Okay. Well, that should do it.
Oh, Alex max out number 12. He is ahead of pace. He will be able to get 16, and if he does, that will be seed number 1.
Seed 1
for the reigning world champion. All right, Scuti building 2 up. What a guy.
Cole closing in at kill screen speed here.
Right, and he'll have to do, it looks like he's going aggressive yet again, getting in those reps on the fastest speed and the one that decides games.
Yep. Oh, has to take a triple there.
Yeah, but he's chilling. Even it low. He's learning from each of those previous attempts too. That's the other thing. You want an environment, you almost want to have one where you make mistakes and you top outs, because you get to understand like the upper end of like what's too risky.
9:32. Handling it well.
Yeah.
Okay, Tetris ready.
Oh, that's a highlight right side. What is he? What does he want? He can't build that, but he gets the Tetris anyways.
One more. And boom, Tetris for Cole. Another max out.
That is his 8th, and I've been waiting for that one
must
for
have been
sure.
feeling good.
All right, this is a monster qual on his side.
And Dengler with a max out as well. That's got to feel good for Dengler.
Exactly.
That
Level 27
back.
right at the start. That's pretty efficient.
With just over 21 minutes to go, that's 3 games guaranteed, possibly a 4th.
All right, and it looks like everyone is right at the start except for Scuti, who has transitioned maybe a little lower than the baseline. Cole's reset early. Just did not want to deal with that stuck. Decided, nope, I'm out of here. Has the time for it, I think. He's not catching that earlier cycle. We have a Mario tournament in this building tomorrow.
For what?
Super Mario Bros.
1?
Yeah.
That was my first gaming competition.
Really?
The Hawaii State Nintendo Championships.
Yeah. No, we got Nifsky here for the tournaments. We got, I've heard that Cosmic will be there.
Oh.
I haven't seen him yet. Cole restarting again. Yeah, it's nice to use these early rounds of the games to like try and go like extra aggressive, just because you can.
Yeah. I mean, with 20 minutes to go, you can actually count how many times you want to attempt it, and then get a good game in.
Yeah.
but yeah,
Fascinating message by JC Katz in Twitch chat. High-level Scrabble does take a lot of mental resources. There isn't really a flow state like you seem to get in Tetris, but you aren't likely to hurt yourself. I don't know. Has anybody here ever experienced a Scrabble injury? Yeah.
You ever watched? I've mentioned this anime before. Hikaru no Go. They like slam the Go pieces.
Oh
down
yeah,
really hard. Ka-ching.
No, wait, this is a plot point in one of the episodes where like Hikaru like has to learn how to do it in the anime fashion, the way that everyone else is doing
so he doesn't look like a noob. When
he doesn't look like a chump.
He's using his fingers to gently place it on the board.
But yeah.
So you place
I was
those
thinking,
Scrabble
I
pieces a little
personally,
too hard.
my greatest injury happened at math camp.
At what?
Math camp.
Oh wow, what happened?
We were playing basketball, and the ball was there, and I just reached straight for it, and my finger was like at a 90-degree angle.
Ouch.
Another top out from
basketball,
Noah.
though. Oh, man.
It's so tough. I can speak onto this, I think, more than most, because I've been playing with like really questionable mechanics for the better part of a year. It sucks. It's why I take long breaks. I hate it. I hate it so much. And I cannot envy Noah Dangler, because it is his burden to be up there and finish it out regardless of how he's feeling. And he's doing it. He's just that kind of a guy. All right, he'll have the opportunity for 3 max outs. And then that would put him at 13, and that's good enough for top 16. Top 16, you really want that because you get a bye early on. I'm certainly glad to have secured mine, essentially.
Yeah, now that it's starting
Alex,
to filter
it
out.
appears that Alex has noticed the other camera. Oh, and they switched away! No!
Okay, Scuti with another max.
Yes.
So 10 and a kicker for Scuti.
Zook.
Really, this whole field is, up in the 10s here. Alex Thatch up higher than that, though, at 12.
Zook is sharing more injury stories. I got hit in the head with a baseball at church camp when I was a kid.
Wow.
I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, 2 hours, it definitely is brutal. At the same time, like, championship runs, like, require a lot of Tetris, too. Especially now that, like, games are, like, lasting, like, super long.
Right.
So it's a bit of a mix. I don't...
Taking every game past kill screen to deciders,
double flip from Alex. They've been happening, like, I think, fairly rare. And the times I've seen have been resolved quite tamely.
I mean, a lot of times sweeps happen, but, when
Sweeps
the inverse happen.
But, yeah, but especially, like, games that go to level 39, and they've been doing that more than ever at the top end. I haven't really been able to experience that because I keep dying for that whenever I play online, so it'll be particularly tough for me. But everyone here has experience in spades. Nice T-spin for Noah.
Ooh.
And it's just like every victory, you want to be taking this. This is like how I was able to cope whenever I feel bad. Noah, I'm sure, will have his own strategies. All right. But you will not find a top Tetris player who has not experienced this kind of thing.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see Dangler if what you're talking about with the execution continues to happen.
It's so hard. It is so hard. I cannot stress this enough. Like, I think I used to not think it was hard because I was able to do it without really thinking about technique too hard, and now I can't.
Yeah.
And I'm forced to, like, consider what is going wrong, and that's the case for everybody else. You do it until you don't, and then if you can't control when you can do it, where do you go from there? And everyone will come up with their own answer.
And maybe we'll hear back like what any particular issues might have been on the road.
That being said, I can't think I've ever met a strong player who wasn't able to overcome this. All right.
Oh wow, Alex just stacking up high on the left.
Blue Scuti had a pretty high stack up there. I like that left side. But yeah, he's been on complete tear. I was about to say cruise control, but I think that does a disservice to this kind
moment to moment. There's so many stressful points.
But he's high up, and this is a drought. Have you seen any 40s so far? I feel like we should have by now, but
not really. That's been pretty. I mean, there's been a high quantity of droughts, but not anything completely unreasonable.
No, it's tough. Oh, he's going for the center. He stacks efficiently. He wants it. He needs to burn anyhow, so maybe he could have just done it earlier. He gets that. He has 4,000 points. Now he has 3,000 points. Now he has 2,000 points.
And
1. And will he do it right at there?
Man, it's not giving him the right piece.
And there we go.
Yep, another one for Alex. Consistency machine there.
Remember
the job done.
Remember the first time he ever qualified live? He played until like level 52.
just getting his reps in.
But he's probably been. But we know that he's been listening to us, so he knows what's at stake. He knows that he has to like play like hell in order to get the 16.
Yeah. But
it's possible.
He's in the driver's seat right now, but he might just be if he didn't. Just play completely consistently. Maybe he would have been doing that.
Yeah. Do we believe that Alex can do it?
He believes,
he
and
believes.
that's what matters.
I wonder if Meme believes.
I
wonder if he's watching right now.
There is just the 15-minute warning we heard from the judges.
Yeah, and 15 minutes, as we said, right enough for 2 games. Unfortunately,
two and change.
none of the other players will be able to like squeeze in the optimal 3. They'll be getting their 1. They'll be getting their 2. They'll be finishing out these games, and then I think they get 2 more attempts, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah, and then when it gets down to the last minutes, you have to decide whether or not you want to keep that game or not.
Kickers, I think, are so good that Noah could
pretty good.
conceivably
that's
improve his
the only
kicker,
one.
but that remains to be seen whether he even wants to try that.
It'll probably be if a game fails.
It's a different game.
Probably.
Yes. And I feel like I'm repeating myself over. I just want to make this abundantly clear. Day-to-day performance can change very wildly. This is not an accurate depiction of the kind of Noah Dangler we could see tomorrow.
This is a strong game here, though. Level 23, 855. We're going to be in early max if we can keep this up.
All right, and yeah. I just have to imagine the way that the controller can feel in certain instances can change so variably. All right.
Just the time for the drought, jeez.
Yeah, but his well's covered, so it's not like he's losing anything on it.
Right. Boom, Tetris for Dangler, 918.
Yeah, and he clears it just in time.
Going to be extremely key here to maintain this momentum coming back. Getting that top 16. Boom, Tetris for Dangler, 952. A couple more.
Yeah. Oh, when he flips that.
And it's going to go
for the bar piece. He goes for it.
There it goes. Boom, Tetris for Dangler, 990.
Instant gratification. That's the kind of thing that Tetris players love. It's also the kind of things that ruins their lives.
Takes the triple into the max out.
Max out number 11. That puts him right at, I think, 15th seed. Just ahead of Red Shirt, just behind Tetris Time. But he got room for 2 more games. Maybe 3 if he just Noah dangles.
Play it. You play it perfect. You get that 7.5 minutes times 2, and then get that last game started.
No, but it's even more dire. He needs 6.5. It's like 23 maxes. Which I'm pretty sure he's done this before.
Right.
Back-to-back 23s, which is
we could still see it.
Absolutely mental to think about. Also absolutely mental. Look at Blue Scuti. Look at this guy. 1 more Tetris.
Yeah, level 25.
Just Tetris away.
And boom, Tetris for Scuti. Another early max on the board.
Yes, the Azure Scootington strikes yet again. Yes.
So yeah, 2 games guaranteed, but depending on what happens.
Right, and Alex, how's he doing on? Oh, he's doing really good on time. Okay.
Oh yeah. Alex hasn't let up one bit. Just that one game that turned into a kicker is the only game that turned into a kicker.
All right, everybody else kind of just starting off. All right, we got Callbucket, we got Blue Scuti, we got Dangler, all trying to make their mark in the world, 1 game at a time. And yeah, these are pretty good starts for each and every one of them.
Cole having to deal with some traffic on that board there.
Nah, he's simply getting his burns out of the way higher up so he can get through them faster.
That's one way to look at it.
No, but he has time. He can make
believe?
these mistakes. He has 4 minutes, 3. Okay, let's
if you're
say
gonna top
3
out
minutes.
now, that's probably the time to do it.
3 minutes of mistakes because his kicker is 987. He's not going to be able to match that with a one-off attempt.
That's true.
Not going to want to match that, I imagine.
But yeah, now's the time. Players will have to make a decision. Is it worth wasting time struggling, or do you want to get a good run in?
Noah has been looking pretty good these past few minutes. And his stacks are clean too.
Interesting, his pad doesn't have the factory overlay on it.
The factory overlay. Oh yeah, he's he has definitely done his fair share of dabbling into thing. Yeah, he was actually
I've
he had
heard.
actually petitioned. You heard about
the screw adjustment machine.
Yes, the screw adjustment. A large orange shell that he puts. And like the advantage of this is that you don't have to like get a screwdriver to like manually like tune how the controller feels. But it seems that the Tetris world is not quite ready for this.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things is
I think it will happen one day. I really want it to happen one day.
It has to be viably accessible for all players. It can't be an unfair advantage situation. I think that's probably
and he's putting in the work to make that happen. So
yeah, like I said, I love controller mods. I guarantee you, I've probably built more controllers and crazier stuff than probably anybody else in this room. I'll show you someday. So I respect the effort. It's just that. What is going on over there?
Is that wing fryer popping off? What does he say?
Whoa, Evan, go.
Wait, who's he pointing for? Sorry, okay. 54 drought for Ala. Okay, that's the big one, and he just survived it, and we were completely looking away.
Yeah,
I am personally ashamed.
Don't forget to watch CT4. I guess they're pretty spirited over there.
CT4. But yeah.
It's just that I think for controller modding, there has been so many players that have invested into the way that they play with the original equipment, the entire development rolling. You don't want to trivialize that effort. And if you open the floodgates in the wrong way, that can happen. And you don't want to have controllers arms race like some of what we've seen in fighting games. That's not what you want to have happen to our community that's built on a different, more
standard.
Yeah, we've gotten where we are for a reason. I think a lot of it has to do with respecting the original equipment and rule sets.
Yeah, and then I think the other side of the coin is that a lot of like the controller. Oh, that's a. Okay, let's focus on Alex for a minute.
Alex, yeah.
Well, he's been having these misdrops I think once every 2 or 3 games. And this is the highest one so far, the most dangerous, and I don't think it even phased him after the initial shock.
It hasn't affected his overall performance, but you see, of course, his reaction to it. But he's able to survive.
And Noah is high up. He can get out of this, but not without his pieces.
Man. Yeah.
Yes, and he has time for 2 more games that would put him up at 13, which is still a great qualifier. It just feels like I imagine he just feels like he spent so much time just trying to get all of his ducks in a row. Is that how the saying goes?
Yep.
Is that an old person saying?
I don't know why it's that term, but that is the term. Alex,
have you ever had
drought.
Ducks? And Alex with the Tetris. That is number 14? 14.
Go, go, go. 7:39. Get that game in. So
Oh
you get
yeah, that was a
extra
little
game.
slow.
Go, go, go. Go, go, go.
This
7:34.
Yes.
Now I think they might have a little bit more. I don't know. We have to check with the judges to see if that timer is accurate for the bottom row.
Right, and I think we'll be going. Arbaro is our referee at the top. He is doing everything he can to make sure people's scores are recorded instantly and correctly.
So yeah, at this point, if you just started your game like Alex and Dengler just did, you want to speed run this thing so you know what you can do with those last minutes.
Right, and this is tough, especially for Dengler, because this stack is a bit, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, yeah. If you can do a fast run here, this is the time to do it.
But this
nice
is also
center
reminding me of the Jonas speedrun strats from his 100-line days. He used to do this on stream. Do you remember?
I didn't see it live.
I don't think I was following him back then, but it was always really fun to watch. He would get, back in the early days, he would get records by accident. This is before we innovated tree strats to really optimize it.
Oh, look at those nice build adjustments from Dengler, maintaining that.
Yeah. All right, and Alex Thatch staying strong, so he's going to be wanting to get a mid-27 max, and yeah, this is actually a similar situation to my qualifier at the end, where I started my game, and
right on the edge of a.
Right, I was I was never able to get into a groove of pure efficiency. So I forced myself into a situation where I needed the bars to come, and they didn't come, and that's unlucky in one sense, but on the other way, I could have prevented that earlier. So that's the kind of thing that Alex Thatch is thinking about. It's the kind of thing He doesn't want those droughts.
Is that the difference between you having a 14 and a 15?
No, actually, that was because I was stupid.
Oh, okay.
But it's fine. I sucks. Scuti gets his wax. He'll have one more attempt.
Yeah.
He'll get up to 13. All right, along the lines of Tristop, DMJ, Sodium, Guafi. No, he's tied with Guafi right now. He hopes to surpass him with one more game.
Yeah, it's the top seeds are going to be brutal.
Yeah,
because the level of talent with that many MXs.
But look at Eyeball, man. He did so well. I'm so happy for him.
Wow, yeah, 15.
He's playing in both the Tetris and the Mario tournaments, so he
Wow.
could come away with 2 pieces of hardware if the weekend goes his way.
2 pieces of hardware. That's one way to put it.
2 pieces of hardware.
Cole.
Cole with a
Yeah,
towering right side right into transition, but look at the score, 81% in spite of the recent digs. Oh, Wing Fryer is going crazy with the time. We got 5 minutes remaining. In just 5 minutes, they will be stopping all vendor sales. All right, I don't believe his audio is being patched through to you, but
the vendor being the Tetris giveth. Oh, Cole.
All right, and Cole, if he can get this, if he can clutch this max
Oh,
out,
nice.
he will have time for one more, but it's not easy by any means, especially with the height that his board was at. He'll be able to get out of it, but
yeah, 7-11 is either going to be a throwaway or a max out.
yeah. No, but he has the time. Like, that is a gorgeous transition. I'm mad that I missed it.
We will know the outcome of this game by time of 4 minutes.
Right. Yes, and speaking of good games that I seem to be missing, look at Noah Dangler. Look at this guy.
Nice.
Forcing piece drought, whatever. 84% Tetris rate. That is low,
Good pace.
low,
This is
low,
what you
low,
wanna,
low.
For when the game started, this is where you want to be.
Exactly.
Get that last game in.
All right. Despite everything, it is still Noah Dangler. He has a 20 drought. He covers the well. He doesn't care. It's uncovered. He waits. He waits. He waits. He waits. He waits some more. He gets the Tetris.
Nice. Boom. Tetris for Dangler. 651.
650 transition. Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Nice tuck.
All right, Dangler. I think he's the guy that got me to fill the bar dependency.
This is a great way to end the run for Dangler with
Yeah.
strong
Whoa,
game. Probably the cleanest game we've seen definitely in a while, if not the cleanest.
Yes. All right, and we got Cole on a pretty clean game himself. This is the board that you show to your parents, and you hang up on your with a magnet on your fridge. It is that clean.
Okay, Scuti throwing out that game.
Yeah. All right, he
Totally
will have
valid.
one more, and
Oh,
that
Dangler
means
needing a long bar.
Huh?
Okay.
Yeah, the thing with top players is that anytime it looks like you need one piece, we usually have 3 or 4 other options.
That's the way to do it.
And that's how you make the odds in your favor. Cole, all right, has looking for one option. Oh, he's been set up for that Tetris PC so many times more than everybody else.
I know,
you have to wonder, is it coincidence or is it a sign of things to come?
Okay, this is good, looking good for Cole.
Right, and all the time in the world. Can take 2 triples. Do it.
Probably want to build out that.
Oh, no.
Build for burn. Getting
Oh, that's
dependent.
one triple.
Okay, I was going to say.
But he won't be able to take a second one, not with this board.
Yeah.
And he's just waiting.
The drought.
And he's just waiting. No, he can take 2 doubles though. No!
Oh, no. Well, the kicker did go up a little.
Oh, yeah. And that will that matter? So where is Cole Bucket right now? He's tied from 9, so if he gets one more, he will surpass Red Shirts. All right, but he has 2 minutes to compose himself. 2 minutes.
Okay, Dangler got a little slower there, but there's still 2 minutes. We'll know the end by that time. Gets a triple.
And drama-free Alex T on another great game.
Yeah. Just should be able to bang that down and get that last game in.
He has so much time. It is well within his power. He can do the 16. It, I believe, will be a qualifier record by a fair bit. 16s have been done before, never with a game with a kicker as high as Alex.
Flat bottom, where's the piece? He's got to take the triple.
Yes, but he has the time. He does. I don't know, he might not realize it, but he's probably listening to me right now, so he probably does. I guess I'm being a bad commentator by giving one-party misinformation. No one needs 3 Tetrises. I think he has time too, but no,
Not now.
don't do that, don't do that.
No.
Don't do that.
Oh, God. That was just so hard to watch.
Right, yeah, and I don't know. I don't know if there's time.
Okay, he needs to get this thing under control.
Wingfire making sure everybody. Alex is.
Yeah, Alex.
Oh my God. Okay. Shout out to Wingfire, by the way. Hero.
45
killer of the
seconds.
community. Killer. It takes, I believe, 18 seconds to top
Okay,
out. It will
Alex
take
with the
less.
max out.
Alex with the max out. He has the time. He just needs to take quickly.
Dangler now having to contend
He needs 2
with
Tetris
kill
and he
screen.
needs them fast. We get them, but that's a misdrop, and he can't get it over, and that is it.
He'll
have
get
one more game.
another start.
He'll
Yeah,
get
he'll
one more
get another
game, but
start.
he will be capped at 12 max outs.
Does that improve Dangler's kicker, though? It does.
It does.
Yeah.
By quite a bit, and it does put him ahead of Guafi, and that will be
That's
his
key,
contemporary
right? That'll
in
change
that bracket.
seeding, right?
Right.
So not a complete waste on
Yes.
Dangler's game there.
All right,
Gets a
Scuti on
chance
his
to get
last
one more
game.
in.
We got it kind of sounds out. 6, 5, 4,
3, 2, 1. Timeout.
Alex has switched to level 18. Time no longer matters. All that matters is the max out. 999,999 points. He's done this 1,000 times. He will do it 1,000
Yeah,
more.
I'm seeing 18
Will he do
colors
it now?
here. Everybody opting to go for the slower speed. What are your thoughts on going 18 at the end? I mean, do you think?
I'm a fan of it. The last time I did this in a tournament, I died after 30 lines because I wasn't adjusted to the timings.
Yeah, I was going to say there's probably a bit of adaptation needed if you've been playing 19 that long. Also, the level of the number of.
No, but this. All right, sorry, I didn't mean to run around.
Just how much time you have to think between pieces changes so much.
It's also just a breath of fresh air. You get to rest your hands.
That's true.
You just got to do this. You got to take a breather, close your eyes for a bit, think about your path to the championships. Oh my God, that is $12,000 in that matcherino. That is a ridiculous number, and the weekend is barely begun.
It's just started, just barely begun, and thanks to Scott Gray.
Scott Gray,
$10,000.
and all the other people who have contributed.
Yeah,
we have $2,000.
Suki, $10.
Suki,
putting us at 12,010.
And that's a name I actually haven't heard in some time. Veteran Japanese player had this really interesting grip. Actually, one of the first glove users.
Interesting. Do you still use lotion?
Huh? I do. Yes.
Excellent.
Yes. Glove users, but he used it with towel. I guess Harry was actually the first glover.
Yeah, the shirt,
think about
the
it.
thumb in the shirt.
Yeah. But yeah, so we'll see. Alex Thatch currently third, can leapfrog the first. Cobra, Scuti, Dylan, Dangler, Huff, Benny, Coldbuckets, all on the front. They can all increase their games if they just close this out one last time. Yes.
And yeah,
I imagine for Noah, oh my God, he's still going for the spin adjustments in spite of all the instability he's had earlier. It will be nice because there is more time for him to correct.
Yeah. And also, if this last game, level 18, does well, just having that mental momentum
Oh
going
my God,
into
Aaron's
tomorrow.
been on a tear. He might get his 10 max outs. Out of there, but Noah looks tried a little too hard there. It seems. And this does happen. All right, it is a fact of life. All right, he goes for the burn very quickly. But yeah. I'm going to watch Noah in particular because his 18 is a work of art. I love it so much.
Right, because, with every bit of adjustments and cool solves that we've seen on level 19, can you imagine the 18?
Yeah.
You can witness it right here, right now.
For many people.
Look at that. Vits out of nowhere.
Didn't even see that one.
Just pull that Vits out.
For many people, it is a lifetime achievement, an end game goal to get a perfect transition once. He got one 3 times in a single day.
Yeah, that's quite the achievement. Once again, check out the Game Scout video.
That was a bit goofy. I don't know if I agree with that.
Oh, look, that's all.
Yeah. Let's give some respect to everybody else. We got Alex Thatch at 76%. No, of course, leading the pack.
Scuti at 69%. Hey now.
And Colebucket at 73. These are all great things. This is a preview of what we're going to see in CDWC.
Yep. Because
just
you go
tomorrow.
back to 18 starts, in comp in bracket play. So
Can you believe it, guys? CDWC, just a day away. I'm so excited. Just a day away. Can you believe it?
I believe it. We're here.
We're here.
The lights are shining, and got nice LED screens.
Yeah, we got Scuti first. Mid 500 transition. All right, that is pretty baseline. For the most part, he wants higher. You always want higher.
Yeah. Cole had a 28-piece drought there.
Right, and he's blowing one off. Doesn't seem to care. especially on level 18. He's just like, whatever.
Yeah, pretty good baseline transition score. As well.
Don't you dare! Don't you dare!
No. Oh no! That left side.
That's hard.
Oh, okay. Okay, good piece there. Oh, right on the transition too.
He's getting everything. 1, 2.
Oh! And that's gonna end Cole's run, and he's gonna finish.
But still,
with
what a
9
performance for the guy. 9 max outs,
and,
22nd seed
995.
as of right now, and a kicker that I don't think anybody else can beat. He beats Hydra Dude out. That mattered.
That actually, yeah, getting that last kicker in there did indeed matter.
Yeah, fantastic performance. I think it really just goes to show the potential that he has that any of these players have.
Right, and also just seeing that momentum shift. Cole just transforming in mid-run there. With those, I think it was like 6.
It could happen tomorrow. There's no reason to believe it won't happen tomorrow.
And all these players, will be able to take what happened here, learn from it. Hopefully Dengler can figure out what the execution issues are. We know what Dengler is capable of.
Yeah. Scuti, interesting stack. He is the closest to a max, though I think if you just looked at Dengler's score, it seemed like he's not far behind. That's just how efficient he's been. 637 transition. That's low. I don't think he's happy with that. I think he's disappointed. Anything that's like not 700, he's like, eh. We look at Scuti.
Tetris for Scuti, 848. Ever so closer to that getting that next max out on the board, and another Tetris. Nice clean board, wants to build out that left.
He's done this a dozen times before today. Maybe he can add one more to that total. Double Z dependent, didn't have space for that, but he can burn.
Okay. And not in the best place to burn, but gets.
Oh, I love that triple. I love that
that was
so
that
much.
Was a good solve. Boom, Tetris or Scuti, 925, couple away. Maybe change after that. Okay, there's 1. So 1 and change, we'll do it.
Yeah.
Getting a little jagged. Gets the right pieces to clear it off. Isn't able to use that long bar. Has to wait for another. We're at level 28.
Yeah.
Boom, Tetris or Scuti, 999,
a single.
not maxed out.
Well,
yet.
I don't know. I don't think it's. Oh,
Okay,
it does.
there it is.
Yes.
Yeah, Scuti gets a max out.
So
on
we
the last
direct
game.
our attention to the bottom. Both players on max out pace. If Alex can close this out, he will have 16 max outs and a kicker.
Placing
Nothing
the
to
first
sneeze
seed.
at. He will take the first seed. All right, as of right now, he is 3rd. And it's a new record, too. Nobody else has had a kicker as high as this.
Let's not count the chickens before they're Tetris.
Right. Scuti continuing to play. We'll be seeing some immaculate kill screen from him.
Boom, Tetris for Alex, 834.
All right, down. What? Already 9,000? What is this guy?
Scuti is mullining.
Oh, not just that. He's also at 900,000. But, yeah.
Dengler looking good in this last game.
Dengler I think he will get
And
the first
gets a
max
Tetris.
out, and then we'll see if Alex Thatch can follow. One more Tetris. This is the best board.
This is how Dengler wants to finish
in
here.
the entire world. Keeps it clean, anyways.
Keeps it clean.
And I wonder if he'll
and
continue to play.
boom, Tetris for Dengler.
Max out number 12. And Alex Thatch, 2 more Tetrises. But he'll have to get through this situation first. He waits. We all wait.
Covered it up. Okay, he's gonna choose to dig. Keeps it clean.
2 more. That's
Oh,
1.
Tetris for Alex. 1 more will do it.
Bar dependence. He can go for the center well. He can. I think he is. Or he can also choose convert it back to a right well. He can also choose to just burn it out. He has all the options
he's
in
got
the world.
line clears to
He is in
give.
complete control in a game that is all about asserting control.
And
ready.
Tetris ready. And there's the long bar. Boom! Tetris for Alex.
Radish.
We have a new record.
The radish is the blood red eye of God, and he does put it in his salad. 16 max outs for Alex Thatch, a 900,000 kicker.
Your number 1 seed is Alex Thatch.
All right, he is the world champion. And don't any of us forget it. Now let's see what he can do. Scuti with a 1.5 million at level 36.
Yeah,
that
Scuti
is
with a little flex there.
messed
with
up.
That last
That is
game.
so messed up. That is crazy pace.
And yeah, they're just. Yeah,
And Noah with a 1.1 in level 27 too. That's also crazy pace. So yeah, we'll be waiting for the judges to get those entered in. They have been phenomenal all week. Everybody, please give a hand for our judges. Give a hand for our players. Give a hand for everybody
What a round.
who is involved. This is phenomenal.
Yeah, and your world champion is mullining this last game.
All right, and we got some
Asserting
clutch games on the
dominance.
other sides too. You got to check out all the other ones. CT 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, they could be finishing up right now, and you could be the one to witness it.
Or you can just watch Alex Mullen this.
Oh, 42, 45.
Oh, look at that drought.
That's so mean. We've seen 2 40-plus droughts, and they were both
Yeah.
Alex
See,
Thatch.
the only thing that's going to knock out the current reigning Tetris World Champion is a drought that's like 50 pieces long.
In like when he's like at his most uncomfortable too, yeah. All right, so that's
here, yeah, so stay tuned. We've got a couple of really special things happening. We're going to have the legendary movie trailer, Blue Scuti documentary.
Blue Scuti, Tetris Crasher.
Tetris Crasher, yes. You will get to see it here first, here on CT1, I believe.
Yes, we got
and
an
we
exclusive
also
clip.
have the TGM4 competition coming up a little bit later, so definitely stay tuned.
We got
Boom,
some
Tetris
really
for
great play.
you. We're not done
Sponsor,
yet,
sponsor.
and we've just begun.
Sponsor.
Yes.
So do you have that? I don't have it pulled up.
Yeah.
Yes.
So our sponsor is actually Arika, the creators of TGM4, Tetris the Grandmaster 4, Absolute Eye. So thank you, TGM4.
No, they've been
and
doing this for a
Arika.
long time, right?
And
They
we've been wanting to see a new TGM game for so long. Our community has been supporting TGM. You know,
Right.
we'd have Corian out for our TGM side events, and you know, it's been with us. We didn't know whether or not we'd ever see another TGM again because, you know,
There was
older
just all the
Tetris
stuff,
games,
yeah.
everything was guideline for a while. You'd have, you know, the Puyo Puyo ones and some other side games.
No, but I think Arika really, they put in the work. Like, they started with Tetris 99. That was a huge hit. So I imagine they gained trust.
Mm-hmm.
And then they saw with the re-releases of TGM that's happened
And
in
a
the
lot
past
of
couple
that, yeah,
years.
kind of happened starting with Tetris Effect, where they put classic Tetris into that, and that
And
sort
ma-
of
and the master mode?
validified, right? Validified other play styles existing in modern releases. So now you have, you know, the floodgates are opened, the sky's the limit, and you know, TGM4, maybe anything is possible.
Right, and
again.
one of the things I love about TGM4, and I think this really speaks to like the way that Arika wants to present themselves, is that this is like the first TGM game that has patches.
That's right. The game is evolving like during release, and you're also seeing, you know, they always post in the Steam forums a new challenge, something new to try.
Right.
You put the little code in, and you know, it sets it up for you to take it on, and it keeps it fresh.
The
It's
game's
like,
released
basically
there.
like a live service TGM.
Right,
And you're not even like paying a subscription either.
it
It's
is
amazing.
wonderful. Like, they clearly have no intention of stopping to work on this game. And I
Yeah.
think that speaks well for any projects that they have in the future.
And you know, I liked seeing that because I mean, they'd have a little. They started that with Tetris Effect, and now seeing TGM do that as well, it's just the future of Tetris is so bright. I don't know where it's headed next, but I'm happy to be along
I'm
for the
more
ride.
optimistic than ever as
Yeah,
well.
yeah, it's
All
super
right.
good.
So,
Yeah. So thank you for Arika sponsoring us here at CTWC 2025.
Shout out to Arika. All right. It's been a pleasure.
Yep. The yapping machine, the yapping module.
It's
is
the
an
one
honor
thing I do good
to
here.
to be a part of your journey, possibly for another world championship. You're definitely a contender. 14 max outs. Let's go.
Yeah. So did I end up seeing number 4 then? Wow. Okay. Okay.
So
We take
yes,
that. We
definitely
take that.
stick around. Once again, Blue Scuti Tetris Crasher documentary trailer coming up next.
This trailer's
Boom,
good.
Tetris for you. And you, and you, and you, and you.
And
And definitely Alex T, the current reigning.
Not you though. All right. So we just wait for them to. Oh.
Yep.
But I'm.
Please stick around.
Oh yeah.
Green is on.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to ask if you can take your seats here. We've got plenty of seats available for our next segment of the evening. We're about to get into a wonderful segment featuring the blue Scuti. So if all of you can come and have a seat, we're going to get started momentarily. Please have a seat. Thank you.
Test 1, 2.
Test 1, 2. Test. Ooh.
Put this wherever. If you want to turn it off, green means off.
Think we're good? Shark. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we are. We are back now at CTWC 2025. I am the King's Man. Let's give a round of applause one last time for all of our players that have qualified today. Tremendous job by all of you. Congratulations on the great feat you have had today. I'd like to invite you all now, as we're about to begin our next part of the program. It's a very special part that we're going to have dedicated to a wonderful individual. Last year we had the honor of being part of something special where a documentary crew from the great Legendary Films is here to document a young man and his journey in Classic Tetris, and one of the greatest achievements occurred. And along that way, we've all grown as a larger community because of it. And I'm proud to present a great friend of mine and an individual that helped grow this community for many years and helped to document this and get it going into that direction. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm about to present to you Mr. David McDonald, a Game Scout.
Important part of the process. Hello, everybody. So, it is time. It is my honor to introduce something that has been in the works for over a year now. Legendary Entertainment has put together a documentary called Blue Scuti Tetris Crasher, which is about not just our very own Willis Gibson, it is about all of you, the community, everybody who comes together and makes this happen every year and is the reason why we all gather here. So we have, for the first time, an ability to actually look at the film. The trailer just dropped on IGN today, and let's take a look.
It's 40-year-old anniversary of Tetris.
People always think of Tetris as this eternal game that can't be beaten.
We've actually gotten really close where we could, in a way, beat the game.
I heard there was a person who was on an insanely good run. That was Willis Gibson. That was Blue Scuti.
Every tournament we go to is practice for Pasadena.
Is it Tetris or Blue Scuti?
This is the craziest showdown that we've ever had.
These guys are ridiculous.
3, 2.
Wait, my CRT isn't on.
Oh, we need to get people out.
The game's code starts breaking at a certain point.
The colors start to glitch out.
You start to overload it.
Please crash.
And eventually, it just breaks.
In a developing story tonight, a Stillwater teen is the first person to beat Tetris.
Humans win!
Suddenly, he becomes the most famous Tetris player of all time.
When we came back,
Willis's father was diagnosed with a severe heart condition.
Before she even told me, I knew.
It's hard to talk about that, like I can't.
Tetris is a metaphor for being alive. The one thing that we all know is that you won't always be.
You don't know the pieces you're going to get. Tetris, it's very therapeutic for some people.
This is the most supportive family I have seen. They're all there cheering him on.
This community just called him in. It's just amazing what he's gone through.
One day, you will get that piece you need. You will find that success.
Is there anyone you want to give a shout out to?
My family and my dad.
You know what Blue Scuti is in real life? It's a giant star.
So now, it is my honor to hear from the executive producer of the film, BJ Levin.
What's up? Hey, everybody. I'm BJ Levin. I'm an executive at Legendary, an executive producer of Blue, Scuti, Tetris, Crasher. Really excited to be here with you where the movie was made in this room. I'm excited to be here with Willis Gibson, AKA Blue Scuti. We are so excited to let you guys be the first to see this. And just a couple quick thanks. Thanks to Tetris Corp, Alexi, Hank, Maya, Jamie, the whole team over there, and all the Willis family. Karen, where's Karen? Hi, Karen and family. So the film is really a love letter to the CTWC community, and for the dedication and passion for all you guys for being here. And it's been an honor to be alongside Willis, AKA Blue Scuti. Let's give it up for Willis. I'm gonna pass it over to him.
I want to thank the CTWC, the Tetris community as a whole. None of this would have been possible without this. I would have never even gotten into Tetris in the first place. So I just want to say thank you guys, and it's been an honor.
Thanks, Willis. So we have a never-before-seen exclusive clip from the movie. I know you just saw the trailer, but we're going to be able to show you guys an exclusive clip of the film right now, right here. Let's go. Can't wait for you guys to see the movie. Thank you.
Another miss drop. Players up top are in trouble. Scuti is set up for a dirty Tetris. Doesn't get the long bar. Nice skim. Gets the Tetris ready in the center again. And there it is. Dirty Tetris over there for Scuti. Set up for a Tetris root bar, great down stacking effort. That's going to be a beautiful double. Scuti's just going to bring the stack down to the bottom. 947, transition to 29. 991, transition to 29 for Fractal. All players are on level 29. There it is! Tetris over there for Fractal. He needs to get an eyepiece over now. That deficit is 9. Oh my gosh, the Tetris for Sodium, and it does
at the very
it!
moment.
And Dog clutches out game number 2. Wow, no way he goes for that. Derby, let's see. Let's go. There he is, he tops out at 1,018,000. Blue Scuti is good for game number 1. Alex T over here, Flex T.
So now we're going to get to hear from some of the stars of the film. First, of course, we have Willis Gibson, aka Blue Scuti. We have Michael Buster, aka Sharky. And we have Justin Yu, aka Fractal.
Hello.
So, we have a little scoring challenge, I've heard.
Oh, is that the case? Can we multiply my score by 2 in that case?
That's why you're the one playing. They'd have to multiply my score by 8. So, my goodness. We just saw a documentary about this community.
Hey, do you want to
come a long
squad?
way.
Oh. We good to go?
Give your mic.
Oh, how do you trust?
Swaps, okay.
Oh.
Wait, I need my shoe. Hold on.
Oh. I think
All right, are we ready?
I guess so.
Okay. So, we're gonna do a little talk and chat while we're all playing Tetris. So, we're all very experienced with being on camera because we get filmed every year at this event. There's always a camera on you while you're playing. But the experience of making a documentary is pretty different. Sometimes you'll have a camera on you in times where you wouldn't normally be having a camera on you. So I guess we'll start with you, Willis. What was it like when the documentary first started being filmed? When did it start?
It started at the Phoenix Regional in late March of last year.
So what is it like having a documentary made about you?
It's definitely something I never thought would happen. And I mean, it's been really cool to see, I mean, the process of making one from behind the scenes. And it's been
Was there anything unexpected? So we've all grown up seeing movies, seeing stuff, seeing TV shows being made, but to be in it itself, was there anything that surprised you about the process?
Definitely.
Well, I can say one thing I remember from our very first, because I was there in Phoenix, and it's very important to get takes of everything. I remember when you brought out your controller, you were like, wait, pause. We got to get a nice cinematic shot of this. And it's something that you normally never think about, just taking out your controller, having breakfast, walking down the street in Paris. A lot of stuff that normally you just go about your daily life, but it becomes part of a movie.
Yeah, it was definitely weird how, the amount of things that were recorded just back to back to back to back, and things that I don't think about at all that were recorded. So.
Yeah, so I guess we can also go over to you, Fractal, since you were the one that was the person behind the push for the achievement that led to all of this. So what interested you about the game crash? What is the lore about finding out that that was even possible?
I'm in a pretty unique perspective with this because the part that fascinated me was a lot of the research behind it, the technical aspect of the puzzle that we were given. Because, so to bore everybody with details, one of the first documents that anybody who wants to understand the code of Tetris reads is from this guy named Meat Fighter. All right, and he talks, shout out to Meat Fighter. Shout out 01. And he talks about the game crash there. It was discovered as early as 2013, and people had even discovered it before then, but he just mentioned it as something that, oh, this happens, and I kind of hacked my way around it, which didn't ever seem like that satisfying a solution. So it really gave the game crash this aura of mystique, in a sense. But eventually we grew this community, and I think it was really because players started getting really good with rolling that we decided to revisit our knowledge of what happened in levels that no human should have ever been able to reach. And in doing so, we found that the game crash could be understood and then controlled. And that was why, how we were able to come to this realization that, a single at level 155, when the line counts is exactly this much, is able to, crash the game with exactly this percentage. I thought that's fascinating. So yeah, that's what drew me to it. And then the idea of, becoming the person to, achieve this thing that was theoretical is something I imagine many of us can relate to.
Right, because you had your own spot in history. You were the first person to reach the glitched colors. We're all so used to these same 10 color palettes, and you were the first person to see all of them in a game performed by a human. What is your favorite glitched color level?
Favorite glitched? Oh, that's a great question. Not that one, not that one, not that one. I actually really like what has been dubbed by Greg Cannon as Squid, and this is actually the level that you play on right before the game crash. I think it's a very nice palette, and the one afterwards has been dubbed Lime Factory or something, which is also nice because that one looks like it could be part of the actual game.
So Scuti, when you saw that Fractal was going for game crash, what did the achievement mean to you at the time before it became the biggest achievement we all know today? What inspired you to go for it?
Originally, the thing that made me make the push for it was I was playing on PBTV, and I had an insane run, and it made it to the glitch colors, and it was the world record at the time. It finally surpassed Eric's 6.4, and it was like a 6.6, and I was only 18 lines away from where the game crash was. And so once I saw that, I saw that Fractal was going for it, and I figured I'll tag along. I figured I wouldn't make it first, since I knew Fractal was better than me, but I thought it'd be way more interesting as a race than just like one person going after it.
Yeah. So let's go over to Sharky. So Sharky, you are actually a significant part of this doc. We really get to see sort of what it looks like from your perspective when you're commentating games online and games in person, which we've all come to know from you. But there's something else special about you. Hundreds of journalists reached out to Blue Scuti to talk to him about his game crash after it happened, the boy who beat Tetris. But the very first journalist to interview him on camera about it was you, when you put together the video for the Classic Tetris YouTube channel. So what was that process like of after Willis achieves this game crash, and you know it's a huge achievement, you know you're putting together something for Classic Tetris, what were you thinking about that time, and what did you want to ask him about it, and what did the achievement mean to you?
I think the achievement, it kind of presented itself as like just something that was a culmination of not just Willis's work, but then work as the community, because everyone has a part into the community, and that includes the role that I played, because all the time that I spent commentating matches and helping with CTWC production, it does its part in growing the community, and I'm glad that I can play a role in bringing people into the community through my commentary, through the videos that I create. And so when I wanted to interview Blue Scuti, I wanted to kind of help share that story, kind of bring the achievement to more people, to help them realize like, hey, this is something amazing and everyone should definitely take a look at it. Then I think that was also the first time that I tried interviewing someone in that fashion. So it was a new experience for me. But I think overall, it was something that was enlightening.
So Scuti, after getting interviewed by Sharky, that was kind of the first interview you had for a while about it. It took a few weeks for the news media to pick up on it. What was that process like in the first day or two? When you first started, there was a trickle, and then it turned into a flood.
Yeah, I think I noticed the interviews starting to come in by just gaming articles, gaming websites, and at first they weren't even interviews, they were just articles about me, and then after a while it turned to interviews, and I think at first, like on January 2nd or January 1st, we got a few, and then the next day was probably the most interviews. It was probably, I just remember my mom was getting a call probably every 30 minutes about it. So, well, let me see, hold on.
Yeah, oh man, still a max out. But yeah, oh my goodness. It is crazy when a news story goes viral and suddenly every journalist is reaching out to you from all over the place. So, Fractal, let's go back to you. So this is coming right
why would you do that?
Oh, something happened.
Okay, sorry. Go.
We're gonna save the game using Fractal's patented grip he has that I saw him debut at Jonas Cup. So you were the reigning world champion when this happened.
Yes.
And it was something that you have been pushing for a long time, and you had finally achieved it. And with the role of world champion comes a position in the community where people are looking towards you as something to go for. And Scuti looked at your achievement you were going for and decided to go for it too. What have you felt like has been the best part about the role of being a reigning champion?
The role of being champion, I felt less bad about arguing with people about Tetris because I figured that I was right. But actually, I don't know. There is a bit of responsibility. I think one of the parts is that people did seem to genuinely think I was deserving of it. So that was very validating for me because it is always like a struggle of like there's always a question of like how much do you have to give for like something to be considered, let's say, legitimate. And I think there are other avenues to like getting the acceptance that I wanted, but like winning the thing that everybody watches is nice for that in a sense. I think a lot of people started playing floor 6 because of me, so that's another big thing. Yes! Oh, I'm so good.
Nice.
So Sharky, we'll end things with you. So what would you say is the reason you would want people to see this documentary? What would you hope they get from it?
I think that the biggest thing that I would want them to get from the documentary is that you can really look at life as like a game of Tetris. You don't know what pieces you'll get, and sometimes the pieces you get might not be great, but as long as you're able to adapt, you're able to do your best with what you're given, one day you'll get that perfect piece. And at the end of the day, you'll realize that all those droughts, all those bad moments, all those mistakes you made, it's all worth it when the reward comes at the end.
So the film will be premiering next week at the Tribeca Film Festival next Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday in New York. So we hope as many of you that are in the area can make it. We hope to see you there. Many people will be there, including many of the stars of the film. But we hope you'll all get to see it someday because many of the stars of the film are all of you. So thank you again.
We can just keep playing?
Yeah,
or,
I guess.
I don't know.
Maybe.
This game is not exceptional for me, but I can't take my hands off the controller. This is a problem. Somebody.
I mean, how often do you have a 19-star DAS match?
Oh my god, I might hit. Oh, that's exactly 400,000. That's so cool. I have 60 bars.
Man, that was a lot of quick taps.
Boom, Tetris refractor. Wait, we're commentators. What are we doing? And then Fractal takes a 90,000 point lead over Sharky, but he gets his response back with the Tetris, and Fractal is stacking high. What is he doing? Why would he make? Okay, that's good.
And Fractal was able to get a long bar. Sharky is Tetris ready, and oh no, a big misdrop. Does he get the long bar? He's waiting for it. Maybe he can get another single. Oh no, Sharky tops out.
And Fractal takes it.
Fractal takes it, and that's why he is the Jonas Cup champion.
He beat me the 2 games before that, but we don't talk about that.
Folks, let's give it up for that segment there. Blue Scuti, the trailer, and the first exclusive clip. Congratulations. Wow, that was hot. Now, folks, we're going to get up in just a few moments. Our next part of the program, the one you've all been waiting for, is about to take place, baby. We're going to crown the first ever Tetris, the Grandmaster 4 World Champion. And we got some of your favorites that are going to be here. We're going to get them up on stage in just a moment, so get in your seats. If you got to go get popcorn and beverage, do it now. You got 2 minutes. Hurry up. Go do it now, because we want your butts in the seats, because you're going to see something amazing.
I told you they should put Alex on because I don't know anything about it. Oh, yeah. You actually play it. Well, I play TGM. At least it's a TGM. Yeah, okay. The thing is, I tried to play a little bit of TGM before, and I'm just like, I tried to do it under the rules set too. I was just like, I am not good at changing like lockdown timing. Oh, yeah. And all right, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for the main event of the evening. It is now time for the first ever TGM4, the Absolute Eye World Tournament. It has been such a ride. We've gone in there. I want to thank one of our great sponsors, Eureka, that is here with us tonight, as well as Tetris Company is here. We're going to put on a damn good show. And let's get it started, baby. We're going to bring up our top 8 finalists at this time. So when you hear your name, come on up stage. We're going to start first with the Summer Burst. Congratulations. Along with her, we're going to have LSF. Congratulations. Next up, making the top 8 of today's program will be Broden. Here he comes, here he comes, here he comes. Congratulations. Come on up the stage. Up next, we're going to have one of the legends of Tetris, the Grandmaster, and also the main organizer for this tournament. He put a lot of hard work and effort to make this happen. Please give a round of applause for Alex Kitaru Kerr. Up next, absolute star in the world of TGM. Give it up for the Grandmaster himself, returning after a long 6-year absence. It is Korean! Up next, making it into the top 8 as well, is Picaz. Congratulations. And now our final 2 members to join the top 8. One, an American that loves this game so much and is ready to see if he can take the trophy home. This is Eric ICX! And finally, last but certainly not least, he's running up already. He doesn't want the intro, but he's going to get it. It is the magical unicorn all the way from Japan. Coming back once again, it is Green Team! Ladies and gentlemen, this is your top 8 for the Tetris, the Grandmaster 4 Absolute Lie. They're about to begin getting it started. I'm going to throw it to your broadcaster himself, a legend in TGM as well, too. It is James Chan!
Going out there again. I won't be here by myself. My co-commentator is going to be Alex Kerr, of course, so he will be rejoining me up here once he gets done from being on stage over there and getting his photos taken. But yes, so Tetris, the Grandmaster 4, brand new game that just came out, I mean, just a few years ago. We never thought we would see a TGM on any sort of modern systems or even on PC ever again. And then we got TGM 1, we got TGM 2, and that seemed to have basically gotten us to the point where they were able to finally make Tetris the Grandmaster 4. And, you know, this game has had a long road. There's been, you know, earlier versions with different names and such, and it seems like we finally reached this point. So this game is now out on Steam, and all of the Tetris Grandmaster fans out there are ecstatic because, you know, it's almost been kind of like one of the white whales of Tetris players, especially Tetris the Grandmaster 3, which was a game that basically is like almost impossible to find. And in fact, I think the arcade boards for that thing are like thousands of dollars, right? If you can actually find one of those. And so to finally actually get a TGM4, a new Tetris the Grandmaster, has been just such an amazing thing for all the Grandmaster fans out there.
Yeah, definitely. It's it's been a decade coming. The last time they tested this game in arcades was in 2015. Actually, also in Southern California for the U.S. test at Pointell's Mall round 1. So we, a select few of us that road tripped over there and played it. And now it's actually finally available for us to play again. So
yeah, and the nice thing about it is, obviously, just a lot of different modes that you can play in this game, and a lot of different modes at varying difficulty levels as well. So definitely recommend for everybody out there interested, try to pick this up. It is only available on Steam currently, so that's the only platform that you can get it on. So.
Yeah, I agree too. I feel like there's a lot of good ways to practice like other TGM games in this too. Like if you're like coming into the series for the first time, don't feel like, oh, it's like coming in at number 4 is gonna be like super hard, it's gonna be unapproachable. There's things of all difficulty levels. There's ways to set up the practice mode in different ways. There's ways to set it up to practice like other games in some sense. Like you can like reduce the number of previews, turn off hold. You can change the skins to like match certain skins that were in some of the older games. Like there's like a bracket block skin, like the Electronica 60 style, like like Shirase and TGM3. So you can practice all sorts of stuff. It's a good game to play.
And honestly, like there aren't many, especially for like consoles and all the home releases for Tetris that have had practice modes. Like this literally has the practice mode, and you can, take your time and just like test out a bunch of things too. So.
Yeah, it's like if you play like fighting games or shooting games and stuff. Like when stuff comes from arcade to homes, that's when you get your practice modes. You can try different things out, and the practice modes are really good for this. Once you get to a certain challenge in the main mode in TGM4, like in the arcade mode, then you can go bounce it to practice and like, okay, let me try that again from that level, or let me try it with that gimmick turned on, that sort of thing.
Yeah, so if you guys are familiar with NES Tetris, I'm really curious right now in the chat, like how many people are actually familiar with Tetris Grandmaster rules and, and just basically because the pacing of this game is wildly different than NES Tetris. And there's just like so many, especially these versions that we're going to be watching, we're going to be seeing some very crazy things happening.
At the pinnacle of what this series can show you, definitely. Yeah, 'cause it's like there's interesting, like there's different like family trees of Tetris, and this is sort of based off a different classic game.
Yes.
In Japan, Sega's arcade version was like wildly popular, and they never got the NES Nintendo version of Tetris over there. So there's like 2 different sort of branches that happen there for classic games.
I feel like Tetris the Grandmaster 1 was kind of the first time they tried to build Tetris so that at the most ridiculous speed there was a strategy, you could survive, and so you'll see a lot of players, the way they build is like they kind of make a mountain in the middle because you can still slide the pieces to the side.
Yeah, it's like, the floor is lava versus like the floor is like a mountain that you've got to traverse, right? Yeah.
And so, what you're going to see is like, so 20G is another big thing because Oscar mode that we're going to be starting with starts at 20G.
Right off the bat.
And so what does that mean? It means that the piece is basically at the bottom, like frame 1.
Yep.
Frame 1, it goes down as far as it can go, but because it doesn't lock down right away, so if you watch NES Tetris, as soon as the piece touches down, it just locks, and that's it. But here in TGM4, especially in Oscar mode here, it'll touch down instantly, 1 frame, it just comes in at the bottom, but you can still slide it around, you can still rotate it. You can even take the pieces when they come in, and if you hold the rotation button, it'll start rotated in that direction.
Yeah, you can buffer stuff, Yeah, it's gonna be like all about like trying to like build your stack in a way where you have ways to get things. Whereas like in NES you're trying to keep it from landing. You're trying to make it in a way where it won't spire up and like grab things. Here you'll be trying to build things so you can get things to the left or the right side of the playfield.
Right, and actually it's kind of nice too because someone mentioned this that slowly by slowly they've added more mechanics. Like TGM1 didn't have any kind of hard drop, soft drop. It was just the one kind of drop. This one we're actually going to see hold pieces as well. Which we've never really had before. Up until, was it TGM3 was the first one that had the whole piece, right?
Piece,
So, but again, like, for those of you who aren't familiar with TGM, I'm serious here. Like, as soon as this starts getting going, and you see how fast these guys play, and the speed of Grandmaster is just absolutely insane. And I'm just going to do my self-brag here. Even coming from a person who's grandmastered in TGM1, it's hard for me to tell what they're doing because it gets so much faster than even what TGM1 ever got to. So
yeah, basically each time they put a new game out, they're like, okay, we see where players are at this point in time. It's been a couple years. We need to put them back in their place. We need to show them what they really are capable of. Let's put them into another challenge right now. Yeah.
So every time, it's almost kind of like, you know, when people were like hacking a console, like they fix it and then the hackers come back at it, and that's basically what's happening here.
It's an arms race, right?
Yeah, exactly. So the devs are like, oh, you thought, huh? Because I heard you talking earlier, even the Grandmaster ranking here, like someone got it like pretty quickly after the game came out, or like how long was it?
To the first game?
Yeah, well, to TGM4, I mean.
Oh, TGM4. Oh, well, I mean, I guess it took like a month before somebody got the Grandmaster grade in this.
Right.
Yeah.
And so they added more grades to Grandmaster.
Kind of, yeah. There's sort of like tiers of Grandmaster.
Yeah.
It's like, I think the first time somebody got just the normal Grandmaster, yeah, it was probably like around a month, and it took a little bit more time for people to like get through the next challenge, and then now they have like differentiated, like there's scores of Grandmaster, like degrees, I guess, you know.
Yeah. Now, the way that we're going to play here, just so you guys know, the first round is just going to be 1v1, and it's going to be the Oscar mode,
Yeah,
right?
it's going to be races of Oscar mode, yeah.
And so Oscar mode is not about scoring, right? So obviously, if we know about NES Tetris, it's about scores, et cetera, et cetera. This one it caps out at 1300, level 1300. I can't even say lines, because dropping pieces will actually build the levels. So it caps out at 1300, and so it's basically a race to 1300.
Right. Yeah, and it's also the part that is like sort of like score-wise is you do need one Tetris per section of 100 levels. So we will see people, you know, if they don't have things clean, they'll need to like clean things back up, hit that Tetris to make progress, because the game will stop you if you haven't like put in your scoring requirement.
Right, and this is the part that's going to sound weird to everybody. See, so you know they can advance to the next level when you see the little fox on the screen. And if they're clearing lines and they don't have a fox, you'll see it falling over a bunch of times. Yeah,
right. The fox is like, oh no, you haven't done it yet.
Yeah.
No, you need to get a fox on deck before you can keep going.
But again, what's interesting about this is because it also has a 7-minute time limit, right? So there's going to be a couple of features that are interesting, because you're going to watch it and be like, how is this fair? Like there's a rewind feature, and I'm not even sure we're going to even see a lot of these players use the rewind. But anytime you miss drop, you can actually hit rewind and just go backwards.
Right.
But it adds to your time, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of balanced by the fact that when you rewind, it's slow. Like when you use it, you go back a few pieces, it like waits a little bit for you to get ready for your next piece again to keep going. And that's costing you time. And if you're working against, you know, the 7-minute time limit to make it to 1300 in the first place, or if you're working against an opponent who, you know, is putting down pieces while you're going back and trying to fix your mistake, you want to use it sparingly.
Right.
If you're overusing it, then you'll, you know, not be able to get the score potential that you're looking for.
Yeah. As you can see right now, we have Summer and Green Tea up here. Obviously, we're seeding the brackets over here, so Green Tea had the highest score, and Summer was in 8th place over there out of all the people who tried to get in. So they're going to be going up against each other first, and I can't wait for people to see this, because again, TGM. So my favorite thing about Tetris has always been, you know, I mean, Tetris Effect kind of talked about this, that whole kind of here.
We got a rug pattern.
Glitch blocks here.
It's like when you turn your TGM1 machine on and the little color bars come up.
Exactly. But yeah, I completely lost my train of thought now. But yeah, no, I'm excited for people to watch this because again, the reason. Oh, that's right. I was talking about the Zen mode kind of thing. When you actually play, you know, even this mode, which just goes blisteringly fast. The players who have become some of the most experts in Tetris the Grandmaster, I mean, like I said, I don't even know how they can process it this quickly, you know? Yeah, it's gonna be a good time. It's gonna be fun. Yeah. And I mean, you've officially Grandmastered in every other Tetris Grandmaster, right?
Right, up until this point, yeah.
Okay, okay. and so you're working on the 4. How close are you at this point?
Not close right now. Yeah, if we kind of have the master mode settled as sort of a grand finale for this tournament. So if it gets all the way to the top 2 and goes to the decider, you will get to see some of that. It's got some mean stuff in it. It's got some stuff that has made me think things about Tetris that I've not had to use those brain muscles in that way before. So
I've definitely seen some of the videos that have achieved and survived the entire final section of that game. I mean, I don't know if we're trying to avoid spoilers on that, but yeah, for sure. It's like there's just. I don't even know how anyone thought of, when you were developing this game, did you just make that mode and think, we'll see if anybody can pass it, Because it's seriously a kind of Tetris that has never been played before.
Exactly, yeah. I have to imagine, whenever you put something like this out there, you look at where the players are right now, you look at what you've tested internally, you get sort of an idea of what players might be capable of soon, right? I think they get an idea that people might be able to do a thing. But it's true, you put a game out there, you're not sure, will somebody be able to do it? I mean, there's the famous story of Arika's port of Dononpachi Daiojo to the PlayStation 2. The boss rush mode in that game was so difficult that it took 7 years for the first person to be able to complete it. It's one of those things that, especially back in that day, it was before patches, you just put something out into the world, you think maybe somebody will do it, and if they prove that humanity is strong enough, then nice, good, you showed us it. If not, that's okay too. Sometimes you just put a challenge out there and see what people are capable of, and
And you can't ever underestimate. I mean, let's put it this way. Obviously, I've been doing commentary for this for a long time, and when I first started was the year that you and Jonas went in grand finals. And if you talk to those players back then and said, hey, in over 10 years, we're going to be crashing the game,
exactly.
and the player who crashes is going to get a documentary,
Right.
And then, someone's actually going to loop the game, and it's just the level that humanity has to be able to achieve these things is absolutely ridiculous.
Absolutely, yeah. You never know where people will end up with it, right?
Yeah, I mean, you said that there was a Super Mario speedrun tournament going on over here, and someone just recently finally matched the time of the fastest Taz out there,
perfect
right?
Possible, yeah.
Yeah, and that's just I mean, you make it tool assisted because it's no human can do this, but then eventually they do. So, and the fascinating thing for me about NES Tetris too, when they do that, it's just that it was a technique, it was rolling that they came up with, and that's how we ended up beating the game, And so, yeah, I mean, it's crazy that you can just kind of put these out there and someone will find a way. So nature finds a way, basically. So, all right. So we're trying to get these set up and ready to go over here. All right. I mean,
sure.
Okay.
Talk about the format a little bit?
Yeah, well, so I talked about the Oscar, right? So that's the mode that we're going to be playing.
We can also talk about the qualifiers. The reason why that's the first mode to play is because that's what they were. Yeah, okay, we got some of that on screen.
Okay, there we go.
This is what they were playing to practice for their qualifiers. So that's why it's the first mode that we'll be seeing them race in today.
Right. And so you can see, for example, on Summerbird's side over there, you can rotate the pieces infinitely just to kind of give yourself a little bit of time to think. But again, this mode is all about time. And so, yeah, this is the mode that they were practicing in so that they can actually, because that's going to be the first round that they're going to fight against. But once we actually get past this first round, which will bring us down to only 4 players, then there'll be 2 matches, and that will just be played in basically regular versus mode.
Right.
And regular versus mode, if you've played any of the modern Tetrises, like Puyo Puyo Tetris, or even Tetris Effect and stuff, it's the same rules, the same system. It's all the standard Tetris rules that you're used to. And so a lot of the techniques, like 4-wide and setting up, triple T-spins, double T-spins, is all going to be effective as well.
Yeah, there'll be some interesting differences that we'll kind of talk about when we get to that round of the tournament. But yeah, it'll be pretty familiar if you played another modern version of this game.
Right, but you can see, I mean, just as an example of what's going on right here on the screen, look at how fast that green tea is playing over here. And like I said, I'm used to TGM without hold and all these other things, and when you start throwing that in there, like, my brain just kind of melts at that point, you know, because it really does become about, you know, knowing the order of things to do.
Yeah.
And not only that, too, but like, TGM players have, obviously I'm from a fighting game background, you know, they even have like techniques named after fighting game moves, right? Like there's the Zangief spin where you actually kind of almost do a 360 to drop a piece and rotate it and slide it in just the exact way. There's definitely a lot of technique to learning how to play this fast.
Right. And I didn't catch from production if this is like it looks like they're kind of going for it, so maybe they're playing the live game right now.
Is this the actual live? Okay.
It feels like, you know, normally a button check you probably wouldn't be playing, you know, to level 5.
Okay,
so,
okay.
You know, if we can get a confirmation on that aspect, that'll help. But in the meantime, let's just like start talking about what we're seeing in the game right now. We got Summer is at level 239, trying to catch up to the blistering pace that Green Tea is putting down right now. Green Tea is at level 660, so they've gotten, you know, around you know, the halfway point of the mode at this point.
Now take a look at oops. Well, I guess that wasn't officially. Well, I was going to say, if you actually took a look above the level counter for Green Tea, we talked about how there's sections, right? So every 100 lines is a section.
Yeah, 100 levels, yeah.
100 levels, yeah, sorry.
It feels so like natural.
Yeah, right. Oh, okay. I'm hearing that we're about ready to start. But if you actually looked at Green Tea's screen, he had that little fox that was dancing up there. And you can build up like up to 5 or something like that. But you have to have one of those. The only ways to get that is an all clear or get a Tetris. Right. And so basically it's going to be get a Tetris. Because getting an all clear that consistently is going to be very, very difficult to do. Yeah.
It looks like we're getting ready to count them down.
Okay. We're getting a thumbs up here. All right, so we're going to do the countdown. We're going to start at 3 or 10. What do you want to start at? 3?
Yeah.
3? Okay. All right, here we go, guys. In 3, 2, 1, Tetris! And so, yeah, again, it starts at 20 G, so the pieces will snap down instantaneously. You cannot move it at all. It's going to drop in the middle. So that's why you try to build up high in the center, because that's where you can drop a piece and then you can slide it to the left or right and make the adjustments.
Right, you kind of want to have it so it's like kind of flat, like even or, you know, higher in the middle to the sides, so you have some way to kind of get things over to the left or right. Because if you get stuck on one side or the other walled off, then you don't have those options.
And you can see there's above the word level on Green Tea's got 4 foxes over there, and Summer's got the 3 over there. And you have to at least get 1 fox, Kitas I think they're called, right?
Yeah.
You have to get at least 1 to be able to advance to the next section. So when we talked about every 100 levels, I guess, is as a section. So you will get stuck at 99 if you have no Kitas at all.
Right. Yeah, you do have to be mindful of that. So you can't just be playing only for speed. You have to get a little bit of you know, scoring potential in there. You can't like go for broke. You got to clean up sometimes.
Yeah, and it's interesting too. Like right there, we just actually saw this. Oh, so now a couple of times, Green Tea has had some misplaced blocks, and he hasn't used the rewind.
Right.
So you'll see the rewind. They have the ability to literally just, you know, like almost like change time, Back to the Future style, you know. But Green Tea, obviously playing for speed and is confident in his own ability to clear the stack, that he's not worried about that. I haven't seen him use rewind a single time yet. So
yeah, I was watching his balls earlier, and he just goes for broke. He just tries not to use rewind very much at all. You know, which if you can manage it cleanly enough, that's definitely a strategy. You know, you're working against a time limit, you're working against your you know, opponent in a race format. If you can avoid using it and like find a creative way to clean things up instead, yeah, go for it.
Right, and I mean, you can, just as an indication of the difference in paces here, you can see Green Tea is at level 420 right now, and Summer's at level 205.
Yeah, Green Tea has been blazing through all the levels all day, so doubling the speed of some of the players out there. Or, you know, even more in the case of, you know, some newcomers that tried their hand at it, you know, quadrupling. I don't know, he has been going really fast today.
Yeah, and again, you know, they specifically designed Tetris the Grandmaster to have means of which you can continue to play and survive at these levels here. So a lot of very interesting techniques to achieve that. Hard to explain in a very quick time, though.
Yeah, but I think one thing is just using, since things are on the ground all the time, you can use dash to move things left and right. Catch it onto little hooks in the stack. You can do little rotations to push things off the walls a little bit more quickly.
And one of the most interesting things I remember in my quest to try to get to Grandmaster in TGM1, you were actually the one that gave me this advice, is that the height of the stack is almost like kind of negligible. It's almost like your life bar, right? Even if it goes all the way up, you're still playing the same game as you would be playing if it was all the way down. So like as the stack goes up, like you have to just feel confident. You can't let yourself panic kind of in a situation. And you can, as long as you keep playing well, you can burn your stack down the exact same way.
Right. Yeah, and we're at a point in the game where it's going really fast at this point. I know you're already like, wait, it was already fast. But it gets faster. So even though the gravity is at the highest, the amount of time that you have between pieces before the next comes out, or like how much time it takes for the piece to lock into place, gets shorter. Like those little frame timings just keep on getting tweaked faster and faster as you go through the game.
Yeah, and you just saw Green Tea right there. He just had a nice little, like, I think it was an S-piece rotation in there at this speed is, like, how do you even spot that? Oh, he's in trouble here, and he's going to be in a lot more. He's going to get into a lot more trouble because he's almost at level 1,000, and things change. Remember, I said 1,300 is the max, and the goal. Well, yeah, things will get a little harder, if you can believe it, once we get to level. He's finally. He's like, okay.
Oh, that was a little too spicy.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
Now he's going to get himself out of this one. All right, there we go.
The crazy. Oh, here we go. Now, this is the weird part, is that every piece that has been placed from this point forward will start disappearing.
Yeah, they're doing a good job of deleting all of it, but you can see some of these Minos are disappearing. Yeah, that's what they're working with right now.
And the worst part about it is, the part that makes it even more confusing, is that the pieces disappear, like, just like if there's only 2 blocks left of it, then just like 2 pieces go away. It's just so weird looking to see that happen. It's almost like a glitch. But then he's at 1,100, so now they disappear even faster.
Yep.
And if he can get to 1,200, then he will be playing Invisible Tetris.
We're almost there.
Yeah. And yeah, look at that. He has the Kitas. He has the Kitas to be able to get to 1,200. So you can see right here. Yep. Now we're just playing. You've all seen the videos of people playing Invisible Tetris, and that is what Green Tea is doing here right now. And a lot of you people are wondering, like, how do you even play Invisible Tetris? A lot of it is landscape memorization. You just know that if you put a piece down, what the landscape looks like, so you kind of know what you want to do. The problem is, anytime you misplace one thing or you forget what the landscape looked like, that one mistake can cascade into just like a ton of mistakes, but not for Green Tea. He actually got to the 1,300.
Excellently played.
Wow, it's mind-blowing. It's mind-blowing, right? I mean,
an excellent showing from Summerburst too. I think she's a bit of a chameleon. She can play a lot of different Tetris games. I think came from NES and then came over to play TGM.
Nice.
Started learning arcade stick for this tournament, and also now that we have the keyboard support, played keyboard. Yeah, good game from her as well. It's a tough game to just jump into, and she's done really well.
Yeah, and didn't I tell you guys, like, once you finally start watching this, just how insane and how fast it gets? And, we were talking about all the weird gimmicks in Master Mode, and that didn't even include most of the crazy gimmicks that we would run into in Master Mode.
There are meaner things this game can make you do, if you can imagine that.
Oh, man. You know what, usually they all have the subtitle, right? The absolute I and everything. This one just should be called, like, Tetris TGM4, like, we hate you or something.
Well, I mean, I think Terror Instinct, TGM3 Terror Instinct is already a pretty harsh subtitle.
Fair. Yeah, but again, this is what I love to see, and this is what one of the most interesting things about Tetris to me is that we've had so many different versions of Tetris throughout time, right? And what I love about it is every single one of them has like a different strategy to it. Obviously NES plays a certain way, TGM. Even if you play Tetris 99, you have to use a completely different strategy. But actually, I think we're gonna throw it over to Kingsman right now, real quick. Kingsman, take it away.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, what an exciting match we just saw right there. Woo! All right, there we go. What an exciting match we just saw right there. Give it up for Green Tea and Summerburst. And now we're going to call up next the next matchup. This one actually could have been a finals anywhere in the world, ladies and gentlemen, but you're going to get it right now, right here. Let's bring up the two Grandmasters. It's going to go one-on-one. It's a dream match. Alex Kataru Kerr and Corian.
All right, so Mr. Kerr is going to be stepping off over here, so you guys are just going to have to put up with only me for now. But again, as I was saying, one of the beautiful things about Tetris is this is one game, and you know, I've often said my favorite video game is Tetris, and it's a really weird way to state it because there are so many different versions, and everyone that you play and everyone that you learn is a completely different strategy, different mindsets and such, and it's amazing how this one single concept, you know, created by a Russian programmer in Russia has just morphed into this just like phenomenon, right? Like there's just so many different ways to play this game, and they're all very enjoyable in their own unique ways. And so yeah, TGM4 is the continuation of what the Grandmaster series has done. And I still remember the first time I ran into Tetris the Grandmaster at my campus arcade. They just got it, and yeah, I mean that game was probably one of the first times that I really started experiencing what you know, they called the Tetris effect, where literally just at night you like lie down on your pillow and all you see are just blocks dropping in your head, and I'm just thinking about how all the pieces fit in with each other and such. And I actually had really bad insomnia at the time, and it actually fixed that. So it actually helped me fall asleep. So Tetris Grandmaster holds a very special place in my heart because it is something that, you know, helped me a lot back at that time. And you know, one of my goals of all time was always to become a Grandmaster in Tetris the Grandmaster 1. And like I said, there were no home versions of it. There's basically no way to get access to any of the Grandmaster games. And then they finally, and in fact, I had to buy a super gun and an arcade board. And I basically purchased it from somebody. And when I went to my first CTWC, I picked it up. The person who sold me the TGM1 board and the super gun to play it on was Alex Kerr. He's actually the one that got me a copy of it, so I was able to play Tetris the Grandmaster at home. And then somehow we actually got to a point where you know, the game came out. It was in the Arcade Classics series, or I forgot what it's called. I think it's called the Arcade Classics series. And it was amazing and really allowed me to get back into the point where I could rebirth my TGM obsession. And honestly, it was last year that I finally managed to get the Grandmaster, and I know Alex was in the chat watching that, and it was a great moment. But now it's time for their moment over here. It is going to be Alex Kerr going up against Corian. Here we go in 3, 2, 1, Tetris! All right, so again, starting here immediately at the 0G speeds. We saw a little bit of a misdrop right there from Alex right at the start, and we're gonna have a little guest jumping on over here. I think you know who this guy is. It's Chris Tang.
Well, Tetris for you, yeah. Now we are on TGM4. I'm sitting in for Kataru, up there competing against Corian. Now both these guys have been in our side events here at CTWC in the past, helping build the community and make this tournament that you see here for TGM4 possible, since we have the experience and infrastructure to bring the competition to you.
Right, and Corian, like, I remember he started with TGM. He is a TGM player first, and he picked up NES Tetris.
Yeah, and what you have to understand is that Japan got TGM, and America never got an arcade release, and until just this past year, we didn't have the home releases either. But Japan also did not get NES Tetris, so Corian, being a player, did not grow up with NES Tetris like we did. They had a Famicom BPS made Tetris, which had a completely different rotation system. It was a completely different piece of software. So crossing the barrier here.
Yeah, I mean, the crazy thing too is that TGM1, the way the rotation system worked, there was like wall kicks and all these things like that, and they've added a lot of that since then. So the later TGMs are a little more familiar. See, it's interesting because Alex is getting a few missed drops right there, but he hasn't used the rewind feature just yet. So he's actually just going for it right here. He does have one Kita on the screen, as you can see. Both of them have just the one there, and I'm not sure what Corian. Okay, so he finally just gave up that ghost right there. And what's interesting about this is because it's, about time more than it is about score, it really changes what you're trying to do here.
Yeah, you're trying to get that level up as high as you can with the time that you have remaining. So using the rewind is detrimental to that. A player who does not use the rewind will advance the level faster.
Right.
So you want to use it when you can. When I tried playing this game and I accidentally hit rewind, it just destroyed my stack. I did not get used to playing it. So I'll try it again at some point. But yeah, definitely. Okay, we got a lot of features on the screen now.
Yeah. I mean, the funny thing too is I was talking, about the fact that you have like the hold pieces and the initial rotation system. Man, like I've been playing TGM1 for a really long time, and now I have to think about pulling in a hold piece and then also adding the initial rotation to the hold. Dude, my brain exploded.
Yeah,
like,
there's a lot to deal with, but so much. I mean, the reason why this game has been so successful in Japan is it really took the Tetris formula and brought a layer of complexity to it that the world hasn't seen, and yet the control is precise and fast, and it really makes you think, in terms of being a puzzle game, you have to think so fast. Really, it's almost like a completely different sport.
Yeah, like I said, it was like one of the first times that someone actually tried to create a system by which it wasn't like, oh, I got to this level, it's just too fast, I died. Like they wanted it to be a method that which you could just play. And you can see right there, I don't know if you could tell, but Alex's pieces just started getting faster because again, the timing of when a piece drops down,
it changes.
It changes.
Yeah, it's a lockdown timer, and that's the one thing that's like when I tried to play this game, I was like, I don't think I'm gonna be able to play other games other than this once I start playing, so I'm probably not gonna try to master it because every time a piece drops, as you increase in levels, the lockdown timer gets shorter and shorter, and you have to adapt to that in real time. Sometimes you can scrape the bottom, wiggle left and right to reset it, but once that thing locks down, then sometimes the pieces can do things you do not expect, and that's why some of the stacks get ugly.
And it's funny, I see some people talking about the chat, like, the rewind, like, almost feels like it's cheating. Does it make you learn bad habits and stuff? It's its own problem. If you actually
even if you get good at it, you're still dealing with so much. And then
sometimes you do the undo, and then you get lost, and you're stuck in that situation for a while. It can be its own issue, basically. Oh, that was nice from Corian, getting the eyepiece flat over there on the left side.
So if you notice, Alex is pulling ahead in level. He's at 860, almost 860, and Corian's still in the 700s. So just to give you an idea of what's going on. But, just one wrong move, and if you stack up too high, if you end up topping out, then your opponent will be able to catch up.
Yeah.
So staying alive is just as important as getting those levels as high as you can within the time limit.
And that was really beautiful for Gitaru because he had the, dirty Tetris all the way at the top of the screen, and that allowed, because he was right at like 890 something, and so it just gave him a Kita to be able to advance. And there's another Tetris for Gitaru. Again, like I said, once it gets to this height, it looks scary, but you can play it just like you're playing at the very bottom.
And we're starting to see the pieces on Corian's screen starting to disappear.
Well, not quite yet, because that'll be at 1,000. So he's at level 900 right over here.
Yeah,
so Gitaru, so Alex,
the pieces
you can see,
the
pieces are starting to disappear.
And starting to get that stealth in, and then, soon enough, they'll turn invisible.
Yeah, and again, you just watch this and you're like, how do they do this? Like, how do they play this? And once you start getting to this level of Tetris, the reason why you can do this is the game is really just about the top layer.
Yeah.
Right? You know that it's just the top layer. You have this memorization of what that top layer kind of looks like to you. But now the pieces are just completely disappearing. Oh boy.
Yep, here we go.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, and now you can see Corian now has achieved the same level over there. But remember, this is a race. Now, if both players top out, it's the player who has the highest level
right.
That can do it. and you know they still have that 7-minute time limit. You can't see it on the screen right now because it's covered up by their names, but on the game itself, there's a little bar there with like rewind buttons and pause buttons and stuff like that. But it actually shows you like how your progress on how close you are to actually completing.
All right, yeah, we're getting down to almost 30 seconds left, so...
Yeah, Kitaro's in full invisible mode right here.
Yeah, and I'm still up about 100 levels, so definitely in the lead here.
I mean, if he can finish at 1300, he basically wins this, who will win versus Corian here.
Yeah, 20 seconds to go. Can Kitaro do it? He's getting so close. 1270, 15 seconds left.
Boy, yes, here we go.
1290.
And he does have Akita as well, so he can get it. He can get one line. He needs one line. Where's that line?
Oh,
there it is!
There it is. Kitaru completing Asuka mode with the finish.
Dude, at the end
wow.
there, I could see the panic on his face. He was just
yeah,
like...
are you going to make it or not? that was an amazing performance. Great seeing Corian again, but Kitaru emerging victorious against Grandmaster Corian.
I mean,
I didn't know who, I'm fans of both of them to such a huge extent, but to see that legendary battle unfold before my eyes on a new TGM 4 game in 2025, that was an honor.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, like, for me, I know Kitaru hates it when I say this, but like, I think like him and Green Tea are like two of the most talented Tetris players because they play them all and they're good at all of them. You know
and they know so much about the inner depths of the game, and they share that knowledge with all of us. And because Green Tea, we have the NES Tetris Classic Score Attack mode and Tetris Effect. I mean, he actually works for Enhance and help gift that to the world, to be able to expand the reach of Classic Tetris for all these years.
When I first started commentating here, right, I was like, okay, I gotta look up all these like terms and like exactly how DAS works and all this stuff, and I found these like great long like blog like forum posts and everything, and I was like, who wrote these? And it was
it always is. All right, we're gonna kick it over to Kingsman. Take it away with the interview.
Wow, ladies and gentlemen, that was a tremendous matchup. Give a round of applause one more time for the two Grandmasters, Kitaru and Corian. So let's move on to the next part of the bracket. We continue on. It's our next matchup. It is Eric ICX and LSF. Come on up.
All right, and I will kick it back over to Alex, and I'll be back when his next match is up.
Eric ICX, obviously you know him as one of the... Chris, dropping headsets everywhere. Eric ICX, obviously you guys all know him as an NES Tetris player, but he's also Grandmastered in all three of the Grandmasters, if I'm not mistaken. And so, he's another one of those talented players that just can jump from Tetris to Tetris almost kind of like seamlessly,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. I think we've had a handful of the new gen of like NES players like come in through NES and then pick up TGM. Like there's some cross pollination there, right? Because they're both like classic based games, right? Obviously they like went in different directions. The rolling versus the 20G, etc. But they both have that like root of classic spirit in them, which is kind of carried over forward.
Yeah. You had talked about, we were talking about this a little bit earlier, and I forgot who you said came up with this term, but going from one Tetris to the other messes you up really badly. It takes like a few games before you can remember to change your muscle memory. You said it was called a
tet lag.
Tet lag.
Yeah, when you're traveling between different Tetris games, you might experience a little bit of tet lag. It takes a little bit to get accustomed to. Definitely like switching between games.
Oh man, I love that. Who did you say came up with that?
I think that might have been Color Thief.
Okay.
Yeah, it's definitely like an old like Tetris concept forums type of term.
It's such. I'm gonna use that name. I'm gonna use that word as much as I can now. But I mean, hey, by the way, great match there.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. How many times have you completed Asuka mode up to this point?
Hard to say because once I started getting some of my records in Asuka, I did switch over to practice some other ones. But Probably like 5 or more, like probably less than 10 so far.
Oh wow! So
I mean, the game's only been out for since April 4th or so, and then there's a lot of content in it to delve. So
yeah, but you just did it here live on stage,
yeah,
so
I felt pretty good about that.
Although I did enjoy the little panic for that last line.
I was like, oh wait, I only need one line. Where am I gonna find it?
Right.
It's somewhere here.
And when that line disappeared, I saw you were like, oh, good.
I was like, oh, that was one. Good. I knew it was fitting into something. I didn't know if it was 10 across.
Right, yeah. So, but yeah, again, great game. I mean, obviously so much fun to watch you guys go up against each other, two of the best TGM players out there. So, yeah.
Always an honor to have a chance to play with Corian.
Yeah, and great to see him out here again. You know, I've missed seeing him out here, missed seeing Green Tea out here.
Yeah, definitely. It's great to have them here for the debut tournament for TGM4.
Like I always kind of want to like have a one day we can see Green Tea play a match against Fractal, because it would be like the happiest Tetris match in the world. Just have two people laughing and smiling throughout the entire match. So.
I think that would be good vibes.
Oh man! I mean, obviously Green Tea and Joseph had one of the greatest matches, in CTWC history that one year. It was one of the first times when both players maxed out in the same, in the same match. Yeah. And they were both just like laughing and having a good time as well. So.
Yeah, always a good time. Well, yeah, excellent.
But I'm like, what is your strategy on, because it's weird, because like when it's all invisible and when it's like slightly disappearing, it's almost like kind of two different mindsets, right? Or do you feel like you're playing it the same way?
Yeah, I can explain more when we get into it too. I think we're ready for the next match.
Okay, are we ready to go here? All right, in 3, 2, 1, Tetris! So obviously both of these players, well-known NES players.
Yeah, definitely. I think there's that cross-pollination going on, like I was saying before. Some of the players start with NES, see it through that, and then find out about the TGM side of things. We're like, oh, I want to try this out too. And it's never been a better time to get into it with TGM4 and all the console ports and everything.
I mean, obviously this can look very intimidating when you're watching this, but I don't let that discourage you from picking this up and try. Because again, a lot of the other modes, feel a little bit more normal, start slower.
Yeah, there's a mode in here. Like there's for standard rule, there's the marathon, which is the marathon from a lot of other standard Tetris games. And then for TGM rule, there's the normal mode, which is sort of like the mode from like TGM1. Like it's like a slower speed than it doesn't start right off at full speed, so you can learn how to play.
And actually, interestingly enough, this game also gives you the two control options like TGM3 did. So you can actually play with more modern rules, and yeah, sure enough, like then you can do like a lot of the crazy triple T spins and everything like that. It actually brings the rotation systems over, so you can do different tricks. So if you don't want to get accustomed to the TGM rotation rule sets, you can actually just play on the standard rule sets.
Right. Yeah, and I think we saw Summerburst earlier playing with standard rule, but I think so far we've seen more of the players accustomed to TGM rule and just using that. So we got both Eric and LSF in this match.
Yeah.
Just going with the standard. I know it's confusing. I say standard, but I mean not call it standard. I mean the traditional TGM style rotation rules.
I am glad they called it standard and TGM in this game, right? Yeah. So before when it was World and Classic.
World and Classic. It's easy to understand, I think, standard and TGM.
Yeah, but again, the piece is coming down so fast. Like I said, it's just hard for me to even process here. But also, the style of play, if you've played a lot of the old TGMs, you're going to be used to using the TGM rotation
rules, yeah. I think like one of the things is knowing how to make it go fast too is like if you're not used to how standard works, you might prefer TGM, or if you're not used to how TGM works, you might prefer standard. It just kind of depends on like what you're used to and like how you handle. It's like driving a different type of car, I guess.
If you actually look at LSS, actually no, never mind. They literally just got past it because for a while they were stuck there without a Kita, and you would see the Kita fall over, and you could see that they were stuck at level 399 for a while. Again, if you don't have one of those Kitas, you can't even advance forward, and that's not a problem. Obviously, you can just stay alive, but again, you're racing for time in this game, and you're just wasting that time.
Yeah, you've got to draw the right balance between like when do I, let that mess stay where it is, or like when do I need to clean up? When is the mess so bad that I need to rewind? And you can kind of see like Erica's, staying in the like halfway area. Like they have a mess down there, but if they're able to, play at the halfway point, they're happy to, just keep on digging down with Tetrises until they can make it all the way.
And I also should mention too that you cannot rewind literally all the way back. You can only rewind as far back as the last section.
Yeah, the start of the section.
Yeah. So if whatever your stack was at 400, that's where you're going to.
Mm-hmm. So you do want to, cross section barriers with things like relatively clean, at least so you're not going to like top out imminently. But beyond that, you're kind of drawing the line. Oh,
see, interesting that we didn't get a rewind right there.
Yeah,
I thought that might have been a good time for a rewind. I mean, technically he could still. Oh no, actually he just crossed the.
Oh, the
threshold.
barrier.
Yeah,
you're right. Yeah, just now.
Yeah.
Sometimes the background is different depending on who's ahead. Yeah, definitely.
I mean, look.
It's also like a skill to like learn how to rewind effectively, to know like how many times to press it to not overdo it or like lose track of where you are.
So line 1000 or level 1000 right now for Eric ICX. So we are getting we have a top out from LSF. So Eric ICX is going to go ahead and just claim the victory here and go ahead and stop early. That's a good question. Someone's asking, is the music determined by one of the players, or?
I'm not sure because this is the first time I've like really been able to play with a two-player set that's not online right now. So I don't know which music it picks for. In older games, I think it used to be based on like who was further ahead. It was like a music priority system. But now I am not 100% sure when it decides to make that transition to 1000 music. Yeah.
But it's always really cool because I mean that was one of my favorite things about. So another really cool feature about Tetris, and I've always wanted to see if somebody could actually play it this way because we've seen people get good at invisible Tetris, right? Mm-hmm. Tetris the Grandmaster also has an audio cue unique for every piece. The next piece that's coming up, it has a different sound. So every time you get a piece in the screen, you'll hear a sound effect, and it's always based off of the next piece coming. I want to see someone play Tetris blindfolded. I want to see someone play TGM blindfolded. Yeah, I want to see that happen. Let's go.
I think we're throwing it over to Kingsman.
Yeah, I think we're going to throw it over to Kingsman. So, Kingsman, take it away.
Thank you, James and Alex. Another fantastic match there. We're going to get set for our final first round matchup. Let's get them down here. It is Picaz and Broden. Let's get ready to rumble.
Yeah, so again, this game is a very audio game, and you really feel it when you especially in TGM1, I'm not sure if it does, I think it does the same thing, but like right before you transition to like the really fast speed, like the music actually goes away and you get this really ominous feeling, and then all of a sudden it just kicks in when you make that transition. It's just a lot of emotional cues.
Yeah, there's a lot of like iconic moments like that they set up for. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I think we got another keyboard player with Broden right now setting that up.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's nice that we were able to get that beta branch of TGM4 set up that has multi-keyboard support. So we were even prepared, thanks to Arika, for the possibility if we had 2 players with keyboards. It actually handles that very gracefully. You can set it up in the current beta. So it's really interesting. The work that they put into that, the UI and the UX for it works really well.
Yeah, I mean, shout outs to that whole team over there. Obviously, Mihara-san, as well as Jinpachi, who you said is here this weekend, right?
Yeah, Hiroshima, the producer, is here this week as well.
Okay, nice. So yeah, again, I mean, it's just, I'm just curious if anybody in the chat actually has any questions, about what they're seeing here, or wait, what's this rule and how does this work? Again, it's a very different rule set, especially if you play by the TGM rotation system. And again, the nice thing is if you are familiar with a lot of the modern Tetrises, you can actually just use the standard rotation system and play that way as well. So. So what's the background here of our players that are up here on the stream here?
So Broden is another one of the players that kind of came over from the NES side originally. I'm not sure what they were playing before NES, because I know some players, kind of done the full circle. Like I know, for example, Miles went from Tetris 99 to NES, etc. But I know at least Broden started with NES and then picked up TGM from there. And then Picaz is a player in our general, Western TGM community, and they've been playing, and they've got their Grandmaster as well. They've been doing a lot of practice for this. I know. They were talking before. They were worried that we might have 8 people clearing Oscar. And we have 6 people nearly clearing in quals. We had a bunch of 1200s. So we're looking at 2 players that could potentially put that up right now. If not clearing, getting very close.
Right.
Yeah.
So Picaz is more of is a TGM specialist then.
I think that's their main. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, okay. I think I missed some of the the questions in there. Let me see if I can. Well, someone asks, "Do you not age?"
I do age, believe it or not.
I don't believe him. I think I missed a lot of the questions over there. I guess.
I've been catching some here and there, trying to comment on some of it, but chat does go by sometimes.
Yeah, for sure. If you did ask a question, feel free to ask again, and I can just get over there. So, no, you did not help program this version, right? Oh, is he? Oh no, that's the same question about you not aging. Okay. What's harder, Oscar or tap death?
Well, I guess they're the mechanics are a little bit different, but
what is tap death?
TGM2, the absolute plus death mode.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
I would say that in some ways death mode is more strict, but you also have to contend with some fairly short lock delay in Oscar. You do have the rewind to work with it, but you have the 7-minute time limit, so it's kind of it's a trade-off. There's some things that are more lenient, and there's some things that are harder. And the big hurdle is that death mode even doesn't have any invisible at the end, so you do have to contend with that. Even if you are able to rewind and do this, you also have to be able to play the invisible cleanly enough to clear this. So I'd say, it depends on your skill set, but Asuka might be a little bit harder for, I think, the average player.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Although I don't know, they're both pretty gnarly modes.
Yeah. Again, it's just a lot of different skill sets that you need to have between all the different versions here. So, and if you guys want to pick up TGM 1 and 2, those are available on all the different platforms.
Yeah, they're Switch and PS4.
Yeah. That's right. They're not on the Xbox, right? So yeah, just the Switch and the so it's PC, PlayStation, and Switch. So that's where I typically play the Grandmaster games, right before bed, play a nice, relaxing game of TGM, to lull me to sleep and curse my RNG and such,
Yeah, one chatter also asked about the Infinity help in Oscar at all. I would say that it does, but the game gets so fast anyway that it doesn't help as much as you would think when you get toward the end. The lock delay is just short enough as it is.
Yeah. Again, it's interesting because you see all this. When you read about it, you're just like, oh, what? You can rewind? Oh, what? You can rotate forever? Doesn't that just make it so easy? And then you try it, and it's like it makes it almost more information in your head and gets you even more confused. But it looks like we're ready to go here. So this is the final first round. So this is going to be the final, for now, Oscar match that we're going to see. And let's start the countdown in 3, 2, 1, Tetris! All right. I mean, that is a good question. If we're going to get a TGM4 on Switch, I mean, I would really like that. So.
Yeah, let Arika know.
Yeah, exactly.
maybe there's a potential one time. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I really do hope that one of the reasons why that this game was even able to be made was because all the Tetris fans were just like, oh, TGM is finally out on console, and it sold well on all the different platforms.
I think so.
Yeah. So shout outs to the Tetris scene out there, doing your work over here, supporting this game. So
if you build it, they will come.
Yeah.
And they came and they showed the force, and
Yep, absolutely.
that's where we go.
Oh boy, a little bit of a high stack right there for PCAS, and a little bit of the head shake too. I mean, that's the classic head shake.
I think when you want the game to be going faster, or doing something, but it's not quite feeling smooth, sometimes you'll put a little head shake in there because you know what you want, but sometimes you're not able to put it in quite the way you. Some little bit of messy stacking that they're reacting to. But I would say that they're doing fine. Both players are kind of on the same sort of pace right now. They both have a pretty good control. Nothing's gotten too messy or out of control. But sometimes there'll be little micro things where it's you didn't adjust things exactly the way that you wanted it, and then you're trying, okay, how do I freestyle to get back to where I want to be again?
And we saw the rewind right there from PCAS just now. Oh, nice little JP spin right in there. But yeah, I mean, it's just so funny because I swear every Tetris player has the same little physical cues.
There are a lot of shared body language. Yeah.
And again, my favorite one is when the stack is really high and then you get it cleaned up, you always see someone actually take the time to exhale.
Shoulders.
Yeah, the exhale and stuff.
Yeah. Ooh. Things are getting a little bit spicy, a little bit fast. I'm not sure what's going on. Oh, nice little tuck under there. Yeah, they're okay.
Got it mostly clean here, but now needs the eyepiece, and there it is. Yeah, look at this. Okay. So got a good stack here if he can get through to that side, but for sure we see PCAS definitely has a lot. You can tell he has the experience with using the rewind because he's using it very cleanly,
Right. Yeah, you don't want to overdo it because then you might throw yourself into a position where you don't actually know what you're doing anymore. You kind of got to do exactly the right amount.
And you can see right now, because of that rewind, Broden is definitely ahead right now at about 450. Not too much ahead.
Yeah, pretty close.
Yep. Oh, see, and right there, PCAS chose not to go for the rewind right there. Had kind of a little unfortunate placement there.
I think they kind of see the path that they want to get back to getting their Tetris to get into the next section because they're set up again.
Yeah, because they need that Kita and they're at 490 something, so otherwise they would have been stuck at 499. Again, it's not even just about trying to survive and such. They gave you these goals here that you have to accomplish. It is just getting a Tetris, but even at the speed, that's hard.
Yeah. Yeah, so both players kind of a clean stack. I guess Broden's down at the bottom, also into the 600 section now.
Yeah.
So
again, at 1,000 is when you get the change in terms of gameplay with the invisibility. Yeah. Obviously, once you get around to this number here, that's when the lockdown speed also.
Yeah, 600 or 700 is where you have to start worrying about the pace because if you're a little sluggish, you might press down when the piece already locked. You might be a little bit behind. It might lock somewhere where you don't want it to be, and then you kind of gotta work around that.
You say that, and all these terrible memories of TGM2 right now just came flooding to my head because that has definitely happened to me many, many times.
Yes, master mode in TGM2 is the same sort of experience where that's where it starts picking up the speed. Okay, yeah, we're gonna redo that set of pieces. Yep, there we go, got it clean.
Yeah.
So they're around a section. Well, I guess a quarter, 3/4 of a section behind, but they're picking up. I think they can catch up on this.
Yeah, and I think that almost just happened to PCAS right there because he had the piece come down at the wrong place, and it might have been that pressed it down just a little too late here.
Yeah, or sometimes if you're letting the piece lock on its own, because you can sometimes decide I'm not going to press down for this, but even then you might sometimes accidentally move it a little too early, or not quite do all the button inputs as fast as you were expecting.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, you're like, well, yeah, so why would you want to even hit down, But, you can still mess up your timing even if you're letting it, lock in place manually. But, automatically, I should say.
Right.
But, you see, PCAS almost got his stack down, and right now, actually, he just got that dirty Tetris, did Broden, so not going to be stuck in this section.
Yeah,
he's about to approach.
Starting to pull away a little bit. They're getting into the 1,000 section.
You see how far he rewinded there, and that is because he knows he's approaching the invisible section. And so you do not want to go into the invisible section with a big messy stack.
Because then even if you had a lead, you might be, throwing it away, rewinding your way through invisible, getting lost for the rest of the match.
Yeah, and of course you do have that a 7-minute time limit, but you know, in
Your
terms of
opponent is catching up on you, right?
yeah, and in terms of a chase down, if you know you're close enough and you're not as much worried about the time limit, yeah, you can just kind of reverse things and move the piece back and forth and forever until you slowly beat them.
Yeah, but you can see now, Pika's actually kind of caught up due to some of the invisible rewinding going on right now.
Ooh, yeah, he can't get that eyepiece all the way over there. He's got one.
Pika's just cleaned it up. I know you can't see it, but it is clean down there. This should score a Tetris if they throw it. There we go.
Oh, man. Yeah,
I know, commenting on things that aren't even visible on the screen anymore.
The problem right now is Broden is not sure what the layout of the stack looks like right now, and he's
yes,
having
Broden
trouble.
is having there's like spires right now.
Yeah, I mean, if you notice, he has rewound so many times now that Picaz has caught up and surpassed him now at this point. So while it looked like Broden had the lead over here, Picaz is definitely caught up, and they only have 40 some odd seconds here left in the game.
Yeah, we'll be scrambling for the last few lines here. Oh, but now it's back.
Yeah.
Broden is caught back up. It's going to be tight here.
Wow.
Okay, yeah. Good rewind from Picaz. I understand what's going on there. I think Broden has kind of got it cleaned up and it's just going. So it's going to be tricky.
20 seconds
to catch that.
Look at this. They're so close. And there's only 15 seconds left. Oh my God. Look at this. Are we actually going to get... Here we go. 5, 4, 3. Oh, Picaz actually topped out. And you know what? Broden is already has a higher level. And he actually got to the 0 there. I'm not sure if he actually topped out or got to 0 first. But Broden does end up taking it. And yeah,
very close match there. It got to the invisible and it was the mess. Sometimes you're going back and back down.
Yeah. It was so good. It was so good just to watch that and see how, like, at the end there, they're just both trying to stay alive with the rewind and just stay ahead of each other. But Broden is the one that is going to take that one. So that's the first round here. And again, that's just one of the modes. We're playing Oscar mode here, right? And we're actually going to be moving to a different mode for the next round, correct? Mm-hmm. We're going to be playing, if I'm not mistaken, just the standard versus mode.
Yeah, we'll get to that when the next round comes up. Thank you to Arika for bringing this excellent game with so much content in it that we would love to show you more of it in just a little bit. And I think we're going to throw it over to King on the stage and see what he's got to say. Yeah.
I think we'll throw it to King.
All right, thank you, James and Alex. Man, what a first round we just saw, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get a round of applause for all 8 players that just played. Tremendous job by all. Now it's time to get into the second round, just like James just mentioned. Let's bring up the next group because it is another dream match you've all been waiting for. Let's get it on. Alex, Kataru Kerr, and Green Team.
So I hope you guys have been enjoying watching that. Again, shout outs to Arika.
Yeah, we need to thank Arika for bringing us the opportunity to present the TGM4 World Tournament premiere here at CTWC 2025. Thank you for sponsoring us.
Yeah, and as Alex has been saying, he finding things, asking for more features, and they keep adding all these things too. So
the equivalent of, it's like a new kind of live service where you're designing a game and you're making a game for the players and you get the feedback from the players, in real time. And the game is available to play on Steam. It's $34.99, I believe, US dollars for the Steam release. And if you go there, they release challenges, for different events. They give you a little code and you put that in and it sets the parameters and then you can submit your record and win some prizes. It's really kind of cool. It's a new kind of live service Tetris. And something new to experience. And there's all these different modes in it too, like being able to train players, like for the rotation system. You can start with a puzzle, and then you let the piece drop, and you can learn, like, oh, I rotate the piece here in this position, and it will teach you how to do it.
Yeah, exactly. So it's really cool. And that's the thing. They're good at taking the feedback. So it's a great time to jump in for some TGM. Now, as you mentioned, so many different modes here, right?
Right.
And so for those of you who are actually familiar with just modern Tetris from like a Puyo Puyo Tetris, even like Nintendo DS Tetris and stuff like that. this next mode that they're actually playing, so we're not going to do Oscar mode this time.
So that was like more like a score tactic. Now we're going to go to a more versus mode that you're familiar with, garbage sending.
Right. But for those players who are not familiar with, modern versus Tetris, like if you're just used to seeing the score challenges between, on NES Tetris, this one is obviously more directly related because they're sending junk over to each other.
Yeah.
You're actually trying to like top out the other person.
And attacks start mattering, countering starts mattering, and the entire dynamic changes and the interaction changes.
Yeah, and because of all the different rules that they've put into Tetris over time, there's all these crazy, setups that you can do. So obviously, if you're familiar with modern Tetris, you're going to know about this technique called 4-wide, right? I'm going to be curious to see if either of these players are going to start with the 4-wide technique, right? So basically, they added this combo system to Tetris where basically if you clear a line, every piece that comes down, if they can clear a line, like if you get like 4 in a row, you can send some garbage over there.
Right.
Designed basically so if your stack is bad, that you can compete with someone with a clean stack, right? So otherwise, most of the time, the guy trying to clear the stack just died.
Like a clash of sending the garbage back and forth, repositioning, where the well is, and then dealing with the garbage to try to top out the other player.
And so what people have discovered, with 4-wide is you build a stack with a column of 3 on one side, a column 3 on the other side. You have 3 like random blocks in the middle.
Yeah, and then the way that the piece distribution works is if you get the right combination, you just keep it going.
And because you can't top out unless the middle of your stack goes off screen. So the reason why you build it that way is that every time they send you junk, it keeps going up, but you won't die because the columns are literally on the side.
And then just try to keep it as long as possible without doing a bad hang.
Yeah, and then once you get started, it's just piece clear every line, so you can get up to like maybe 16 combo, and by the time I think what was it like it's 5 or 6 combo, it's already a Tetris basically that you're sending over. And if you're doing that multiple times in a row, it's just like every piece now is sending a Tetris worth of junk, Tetris worth of junk, Tetris worth of junk, and it's just like it's overwhelming if you don't know how to combat it, right? So
and it's interesting to see like there may be things that the developers will learn from the players. What's more too overpowered, what's fun, what's not. We're still in the game is brand new, so we're just discovering now.
Yeah, and it's really interesting. I was talking to Alex, and I hadn't even really thought about this, but you have the 2 different rotation systems, right? So I think in versus mode, you can pick either one. Okay. But I think in this one, standard is the advantage because you can do all that stuff. It looks like we're ready to go.
All right.
Wow. All right. Do you want to start at 10 or 3? You want to start
at 3?
Okay. Oh, wait. Oh. Hang on a second. But yeah, I mean, this is going to be exciting. Like I said, I personally feel like that this is a matchup between 2 of the most talented Tetris players on the planet.
Absolutely, with their in-depth knowledge of the game on so many different levels and what they provide for the community with that knowledge.
Yeah, this is really cool to see these guys going up against each other. And again, like a lot of people who have watched a lot of classic Tetris here, they're not familiar with a lot of like the 4-wide setup and everything, so it's going to look new to them. That is if they decide to use that, which I feel like they should. I mean, I feel like most people would. So
I have not yet witnessed that technique in this version because a lot of that stuff came as a result of guideline Tetris.
Yes, of course.
After Tetris World and going on to Tetris 99, Tetris Effect, and such.
Yeah, and like I said, it's beautiful because every version of Tetris is different, right?
Yeah, especially the ones before Guideline. This is one of those games that came before, and it represented like the high skill ceiling.
Right. I mean, even
that
like
Japan was used to.
Like 4-wide with the modern rotation, the standard rotation system is really good 1v1. You can do it in Tetris 99.
Yeah.
But what do? You take out one guy and there's still another 97 guys coming after you. And so like
the whole dynamic, changes.
Like you play Tetris 99, you have to use a completely different strategy. You play Marathon, completely different strategy, and it's wonderful.
Yeah, so many different flavors. And we are ready to go. We got the thumbs up. We're gonna count down from 3,
2, 1, Tetris!
Tetris.
All right, here we go. Let's see how they both start.
Kitaru, another legendary matchup.
Oh, okay. Looks like Green Tea is going more for the T-spin double setup over here.
Yeah.
Not sure what happened on Kitaru's side over there. Got the eyepiece dropped over there, and all my brain was thinking is, why didn't he rewind that? But that's the tet lag happening over there. So you can see right now what Kitaru is trying to do right now is he's trying to make sure he gets his T-spin double so that he can still send junk as Green Tea is. Oops, Green Tea now with a misplacement as well.
Yeah, like in modern Tetris, T-spins are incredibly powerful to send garbage, and that seems to be the case as well here in TGM4.
Yeah. So interestingly enough, neither of them did go for the 4-wide start over here. So again, this is a completely different skill here, right here. What you see Green Tea and Kitaru doing, they're just constantly setting up T-spin doubles, and
if Alex is getting pushed up on the screen,
he can still survive.
And
oh no! All right,
one round, but yeah, we're not
that's just
done
the
yet.
one round. That's just the one round.
But yeah, the strategy for Green Tea to set up the T-spin double just seems to be paying off here. The garbage sending is good for countering with the Tetris. So, having something in your gold chamber that best suits the situation can be a factor.
Right. And so right now, again, you can see Kitaru still trying to clear out a little bit of that junk that was sent over there. He can set up a T-spin double right there, but didn't quite get the right piece. And like I said, this is a different skill all in itself, is learning how to set up the T-spins constantly while you're in cleaning mode like this.
Yeah, Green Tea just set up again and again.
And again, another miss drop right there from Kitaru, which is going to be really rough for him to clean out because Green Tea is so fast. He does have the eyepiece. Okay, you know what? He still has a chance if he can get another eyepiece. The next eyepiece is coming. Yeah.
That helps a little.
Oh yeah, that helps a lot here. So
yeah, just to survive.
This is going to be perfect timing for that eyepiece.
So the down stack from Kitaru.
Look at that!
Nice
Beautifully done.
That's gonna help.
You can see he doesn't want to get that triple. He wants to set up something. And okay.
It's a 200 out of 200.
Oh yeah, okay, there
level.
we go. Yeah, got to the level 200 first.
Yeah, I'm new to this mode, but you can tell that there's many ways to victory. And Green Tea's performance there, getting that level up to get the victory, even without getting the garbage kill, is still a valid way to.
Look at all those rotations right there, taking advantage of standard Tetris rules right there to be able to rotate the pieces in.
Okay, so try to figure now getting some garbage on Green Tea's board.
Yeah, there you go. Green Tea set up the nice little T-spin double over there.
Kitaru doing it with Tetrises.
Yeah.
Boom, Tetris for Kitaru. And boom, Tetris for Green Tea.
Yeah, both of them going back to classic Tetris style over here.
Looking classic here.
Yeah.
Kitaru gonna have that.
And that's the craziest part, is just being able to transfer.
Combo well
transfer
with Green Tea.
Yeah, back and forth between
T-spins and Tetrises.
Yeah, it's crazy when you're able to do that. You see Kitaru right now trying to down stack. Ooh, I see he slid that over there because he saw the T-piece coming, but
yeah, he needs to get that board back under control.
Yeah, the I-piece is going to help right there, but he needs the S, I'm sorry. But again, Green Tea at 200, and you can see Kitaru only at 160 right there. So a lot of the times cleaning up, basically had him playing a little bit slower. Green Tea speed is just a little bit too much.
Yeah, Green Tea's just so impressive and versatile with all those setups, being able to do Tetrises and T-spins back to back and send all that garbage over. And Kitaru getting knocked out by Green Tea means that this is the end of my commentary run here at TGM. It's been an honor, James.
Oh yeah, of course. And, people got the pair here early on in day one here, so.
Yeah, no, I'm glad Kitaru definitely is the best expert to explain this game to everyone. I'm so proud of the community and the chance that we get to present this to the world. Thanks again to Eureka, and here's Alex.
Yep. All right, so again, this is probably a little more familiar what you guys are used to from modern Tetrises, if you guys play a lot of the modern Tetris versus modes out there. And it's hard, because like I said, playing just for Tetrises for speed isn't necessarily the most efficient way because, if you're setting up for T-spin doubles, they send just as many lines as a Tetris, right? Doubles send just as many lines, correct?
Yeah, so if you're playing standard rule, T-spin double would send 5,
Right.
and then if you're playing TGM rule, my Tetris would send 5. So, there's different ways to kind of approach, which rule you're playing and what kind of play style you're using. And I decided, I think standard might be like a little bit favored in the meta, like how people play this mode. But I wanted to take a chance with TGM and see how that, how that went. We'll talk about that a little bit.
All right, but before we do that, let's actually send it right back to Kingsman once again.
Thank you, James and Alex. Man, what a match that one was. We're getting set now. We're getting close to the end. The main event is upon us, so get ready, folks. It is now the second semifinal. Let's bring up Eric ICX and Broden. Let's get it on!
Excellent. Let's give them some time to set up. I think we now have, although not physically 2 keyboard players, we do have 2 keyboard-style players going right now. Broden is picking the keyboard up once again, and Eric has got a Mixbox.
Oh, right. Okay. Now, my question for you is, what is because I was talking about 4-wide with Chris Tang a lot, and neither of you went for the 4-wide start there. What was the decision in that?
So in the player versus player, in the default speed timings. It takes a long time for combos to come out. It's like kind of Tetris 99 style. If you've seen how it's another Arika-led game in terms of the rules development. And the way that it works there is that each segment takes a little bit of time to reach the other player's playfield.
Oh, okay.
So when you do 4-wide, it's not quite as powerful because they do have a little bit of time that they can spend kind of blocking some of that because it'll only come in one segment at a time.
Right. Okay.
You also have to be consistent at 4-wide in order for it to be like an effective strategy. You have to be able to not break that chain.
For sure.
So I think you can get pretty far with just conventional T-spins and Tetrises in this style. And then with the win by level rule, you also have to kind of just play for speed to some extent.
Right, that's true. That's true. Because 4-wide can be a little bit slow as you're trying to figure
more line
out.
clears.
Yeah.
Which you saw in that match too, right? That taking a lot of line clears, trying to combo down stack stuff, it keeps you safe, but it doesn't keep things moving very fast. And so if you have sort of those misdrops, you kind of have a hard time winning by level. But Tetrises are good for that. So TGM style can put some work in with Tetrises being a little bit stronger. It's 5 by default and 6 for consecutive damage. But and also because I was able to get some of those Tetrises onto Green Teeth's field early on, and then also the level bonus from clearing Tetrises. Clearing more levels with less line clears.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. There was one, what would you recommend to somebody trying to learn how to set up T-spin doubles and such? Because that's something I've never learned, and I can't do it at all. Just while you're cleaning, what's the best? What are you looking for when you're going for setting up those T-spin doubles?
Well, I think some of the good way to learn is to look at some of the really basic setups that people have come up with. Back in the day when Tetris DS first came out, players would look at how each other were setting up their T-spin openers in the beginning to kind of get an idea of okay, here's how I can put the pieces to build that T-shaped negative space and then put something over it. An easy T-spin opener and an old school one is the TKI 3 T-spin setup.
Oh yeah.
You can just look at TKI and kind of see I can put these pieces, and then you can kind of see the shape and you kind of understand it. And then from there you can kind of try to understand more of the freestyle. If you see a negative space that's got a T around it, you're kind of just trying to put an overhang. The S's and Z's are useful for putting something over a slot where it's a Tetris. Oh, I put an S or a Z over it. Now actually it's a T-spin, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. And again, it's just more efficient that way because then you can every T-spin double that you get, you're sending just as many lines as if they're just going for the Tetrises, basically.
Yeah, and an interesting feature that you might want to try in this game is in the practice mode, you can turn on the guide AI, and it, you can set it to optimize for Tetrises or verses. You might want to watch its versus AI and learn from it a little bit.
Okay. Well, we're going to get another versus match coming up here. Again, it's going to be Broden versus Eric ICX. Here we go. In 3, 2, 1, Tetris!
Okay, so we're seeing a more conventional, where both players going for standard right out the gates, both playing on keyboard-like controllers.
Yep, and both of them just going for Tetrises right now. Yeah, as you see Broden right there.
Broden's got a fractal type of T-spin set up that they're trying to clear down.
Yep, there we go. So not really much of a place to put that one piece in. So,
A little bit of misdropping here and there. Yeah.
It might have just hit like a diagonal or something like that and just caused it. But the it happened again. It happened again. Not sure what happened there.
Yeah, maybe just like a little bit of input error.
I mean, it happened back to back there, which is a little interesting. But again, I mean, they're on the, like you said, keyboard style controller, so it should be cleaner from hitting the diagonals. But sometimes you don't let go of one of the keys fast enough or something like that.
Right.
Yeah. Unfortunate situation for Broden right here, but obviously it's 3 out of 5, so he's got a long time to catch up here.
A little time to work this out. Yeah. And sending some good garbage over to Eric's side, got some good pressure.
That was a nice little combo sequence. We were talking about the combo sequence earlier, and so he was able to keep up in that situation. So
and keep the pressure with follow-up Tetrises. That's a good way to go. Once you have a lead, you can just start putting stuff down.
Yeah, Eric's really got to find a way
setting
to
up for a spike.
Here. Oh, that was great. Perfect right there.
Oh, yeah. There's another.
Oh, he's actually going for the T-spin. He could have actually gone after that gap right there, but the T-piece is not coming for a while over here. Now, obviously, one of the biggest advantages of modern Tetris as well is you have so many preview slots over there, so you have a better idea of when the T-piece is coming. And of course, the 7-bag helps a lot for T-spin setups as well. Oh no, Eric with a couple of misdrops right over there. So Broden coming back here, taking game number 2.
Yeah, it's tricky. When you're on the back foot, you're trying to figure out how to use as many of your T-spins and things in the constrained space as fodder to counter what they're sending to you. Meanwhile, Broden is trying to use that time that they have, since they know that Eric is on the back foot, to try to build up and send something big. And the same sort of thing is happening here. They're setting up and then got the 2-wide combo that they're going to follow up with right now.
Right, yeah.
It puts a lot of pressure.
Nicely done right there. You saw he had that T-piece in the hold for a while, but he was saving it for that
to try to spike.
The post-combo situation there.
Although, Eric is not too much worse for wear. They've got some time. Things are still raising. I think they've got a bunch of stuff queued up on them right now.
If he can get that eyepiece right there, that's beautiful right there. Oh!
They hit hard drop instead of soft drop on that one.
Yeah. That's another tough one right there, is making sure you have the control over whether you do the hard drop, the soft drops, and now, does this mode have the extra for the other kind of drops available?
Yeah, so if you're playing in TGM rule, you can use the extra button to...
it's only TGM rule.
Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha.
But that does let you use traditional hard drops instead of the sonic drop.
Ooh, okay. Just winning by speed.
Level,
yeah. All right, so Eric there taking game number 2, so it's 2-1 right now. Broden needs to take this one to take it to the decider.
Right.
Yeah, so at this point, I wonder
if
Eric just feels like, I can just play for speed right here, and as you can see right now, he's at almost a little under twice the speed of Broden right now. Oops.
Yeah, it's definitely a strategy you can go for. If you feel like you can withstand the pressure of the garbage and just try to win by level, it's available there.
That's really interesting. Being able to win by speed actually puts a little interesting twist on the normal versus right here.
Yeah, not many other Tetris games have that, but other... Ooh, gotta watch this real quick. Oh, no!
Yeah, and again, it's just one of those things where if you know your opponent is playing that fast and that clean, you kind of rush yourself, right?
Right. Yeah. Some other puzzle games like Magical Drop and things also have that, where there's a norm that if you clear a certain amount of material, then you can win by that as well to prevent stalemates.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Well, there you go. So it is going to be Eric ICX, and he's going to be getting into the grand finals here now. The grand finals is an interesting format, but obviously I want to see if we are going to throw it to Kingsman first, but I see him over there. So talk to me about the grand finals format here.
Yeah, so the grand finals will have the two players drafting what modes they would like to play. It's going to be a best of 3, but we're going to have more options for them to play. So we could see them go back to the Oscar mode or the player versus player that we just saw. But also in the mode pool will be a normal race, the normal mode, if they choose to play. That's a TGM rule only mode. So that is something that, if you had a standard player at the end, they might want to ban that mode from selection. And then also,
Okay. And what's the last one? Is
right. The last mode is kind of a hard mode.
Okay.
It's an all clear mode with big pieces.
Okay.
And then there's a little bit of surprise at the end if we have a decider. So we'll throw it over. But some announcements and things coming up soon.
But I do think we're going to go ahead and take a quick break before we get to the grand finals. So again, you definitely want to check this out. I mean, we've got two of the greatest players that we have today. Again, two people so talented in multiple Tetris games. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this break.
Sorry, once I get production in my ears, sometimes it's hard to keep talking. Yeah.
one out. But I have to play it. I'm gonna confirm. But I want to like play well and like not feel. Okay. You know what's definitely? Yes, it is. It is. The last time I went, I threw up for like any time, and then I had to like play something typo for a tournament, and that was not fun.
I only got to see that. Oh my god! Every picture I had seen, I was like, yeah. I'm like, don't you dare say that. Down there would be hard. No. Except there's 10 maybe. 7 or 8. Between 6 and 8. What blows my mind is grotesque amount of people. That, and like we show rarely thought of that many people after actually seeing that screen.
No, I did too. Then I learned after, because I was actually like in Yoshi's channel, so about to start talking. I don't know. I just like how they force people to do something. I think it's just like the thing about it is that like it makes a lot of sense.
I saw it over there. I'm like, I guess I can give it yeah, exactly. I just went out of your dreams.
depends on what kind. If it's a restaurant where they're like bring out their food, I think you have to. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay. That's a hard thing to. When you change the heart rate, I think a lot of people. Format is like yeah, we're good. We just had a routine. Engineer come up and ask a question. That was present for the class next week. Good luck.
And welcome back, everybody, to Tetris the Grandmaster 4 here. We are down to the grand finals. Going to be between Green Tea and Eric ICX. And I am joined by, of course, the Tetris expert here, the walking Tetris encyclopedia, Alex Kerr.
Yeah, thank you, James. Yeah, it's gonna be an interesting match that we're gonna see here. We've got two of the top players, two grandmasters coming up, and we've got an interesting format for them. The theme of this tournament is sort of like a grand tour through all of the different things that TGM has to offer. And our last format is going to be a draft battle where we'll have the two players picking from a selection of 4 modes to begin with, and picking which ones, each one that they want to play through a sort of pick ban phase. And then for the decider comes up, we will see the devilish master mode.
Yeah, that was the one that has all the crazy surprises at the end. And before we start this match, I definitely also want to shout out Arika, of course, and everybody who has helped make this game over here, including Mihara-san, who graciously also thank you very much, because he put me in the special thanks section. I'm immortalized in a Tetris game. Let's go. So definitely happy about that. So he was asking me some questions before the game came out. So
nice.
It was really cool. So oh man, it's crazy. Thinking about just me playing Tetris a long time ago, and now being able to do these kind of things, it's just so cool.
Yeah, it's nice the interaction between the player base and the developers.
Yeah.
They've been really responsive to a lot of feedback, and the interplay, and just seeing us enjoy the game has been, I'm sure, rewarding for them as well.
Yeah. So the 4 modes that they can pick between, once again, we can go back to Oscar mode, right? Mm-hmm. We can also play the versus mode, and then there's Konoha, which is the large blocks.
Yeah,
right?
big blocks, and going for perfect clears within a time limit.
I mean, because it's interesting. I remember, I think it was in the versus mode in TGM1, it could turn the things into the large blocks, and one of the items you could turn the enemies, and I was just like, this is impossible. But I guess a lot of people have kind of figured out a system by which to survive that way, right?
Yeah, it's definitely a cult classic. It's one of those things that was added in. It's we've got this interesting feature they added, probably as a debug mode, and then they tried making it into more of a series classic. They put it in there probably for testing, but players really enjoyed it when they were exposed to it, and it just became a thing that's been in the game ever since.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
And then what's the last mode we have here?
The last mode is normal mode, which is a TGM rule only mode. It's similar to the master modes of previous games. It's starts at the low gravity, goes to high gravity. They'll be racing to the finish in that.
So it's kind of like the classic TGM style, right?
Yeah. So normal is a good name. It's sort of the classic what you would expect in TGM. So normal kind of gets it across.
But if you are going for a grandmaster in this game, you have to play the master mode, right? That's the only way you can get officially grandmaster.
Grandmaster title.
Game.
Yeah.
Whew, man, and not a few people have done it, but let's actually throw it over to Kingsman once again.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for your Tetris the Grandmaster 4 Absolutely World Championship Final! This has been a great tournament so far. We've seen 8 heroic players go do battle to get to this moment, and we're gonna bring up our finalists first. Let's get going with our #1 seed overall, crushing the competition all the way from Japan. It is Green Team! And his opponent is coming from the United States of America on the East Coast, looking to keep this title here in the States. It is Eric RCX! And now, ladies and gentlemen, as we're about to get this match kicked off, I'm going to ask 2 very special guests to come join us here on the stage to get the kickoff going. Please welcome in from Arika, the chief programmer and producer of the TGM4 series, Hitoshi Hiroshima! And along with him, the founder of the Tetris company, this is Hank Rogers! Welcome, gentlemen.
We're not live to the chat right now, or to the stream. Or...
All right, folks, final things are being put together. Players are getting set. Let's hear a round of applause. Come on, we're really excited. This is the finals now. Come on. So again, thank you so much to Arika and Tetris Company forming this great union. This is going to be an amazing moment. You can get this game available now, and of course, Hank's book is out for sale. He'll be doing signing here tomorrow, so make sure you're here. You don't want to miss out. It's a good book. It is the perfect game, right, Hank? Absolutely.
Ready? Okay,
Ready? We're going to count it down. It's time for the main event. Let's go in.
3, 2, 1, Tetris!
Oh wow, so they've already done their mode selection. We're playing some versus right off the bat.
Okay, so they're just going with the same thing that we saw in the last round then. Yeah, because they were both allowed to ban one, right?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, that was nice. The T, placing the T with the point down like that.
Good cleanup. Yeah, that was looking dangerous.
Yeah. Also, I gotta say, I also appreciate the name of Hank's book there, because I have long stated that I do think Tetris is the perfect game. Uh-oh, again, another misdrop from Green Tea right there. See right now, they're still neck and neck on levels though. So, Green Tea, despite the fact that, it is a little bit messier here, actually now he's a little bit ahead. So he might even,
Yeah, so there's a possibility of just winning off of level right now.
Yeah, and you see that, he had that ability to slide the O piece in there, but just for speed's sake,
chose to stack over it. Yeah,
he was like, whatever. And another Tetris, he's at 190, 200, there it is, and 192
192.
Yeah, that was maybe neck and neck, as we say. All right. So Eric off to a great start over here. A couple of Tetrises there, but he needs another eyepiece, and there it is. Holding those eyepieces. Oh, just thinking about that a little bit right there. He wasn't sure if he wanted to put that over there, and now he's got the eyepiece, and he should get the next one over there. Yeah, so he's in a good situation right now. Green Tea, however, actually kind of in the same place right now, and still kind of has a little bit of a messy stack, as you can see right there.
They're both kind of in the same scenario right now. Similar level progress, similar stack height, similar garbage pattern almost.
And again, as I was talking about earlier, how you said the height doesn't necessarily mean as much. Sometimes you can see oh, they could have cleaned. Why didn't they clean there? And it's because 200 is the max you can go. So why bother at that point? And just try to get yourself your Tetrises.
Ooh.
But Eric ICX is gonna just top out. So Green Tea now. And again, even if Green Tea wins this one right here, we still have the next game to go to, the next mode to go to.
Right. Yeah, so we'll see what they select next.
Yeah, but it's not quite done for Eric just yet. I mean, he's playing very clean right now. But Green Tea has that set up over there. Eric is just slightly ahead right now in speed, and the stack on Green Tea's side is slowing him down a little bit. As you can see right there, Eric already at about 110, and Green Tea just surpassing 100 just now. Oh, he wanted that O piece, yeah, so there we go. Nice little tuck there for Eric. Green Tea still a little bit behind. This one is going to be about speed at this point. I don't think there's going to be any funny stuff going on over here. There we go, nicely done. And Green Tea, yeah, he's just trying to clean up right now. And so the stack is uncoverable for him. So this is a really tough situation because, oh no!
I think Eric needs to clear a line.
There it is, okay.
Get that, yeah.
Almost hurt himself right there and gave Green Tea a chance to come back, but I think Green Tea's stack was just a little too, a little bit of a mess right there to be able to do that catch up.
Yeah, it's tricky. Even if you got enough pressure on somebody, once it gets down to the wire, they're both fighting for those last few lines.
Nice dirty Tetris from Green Tea over there, but now a misdrop of that S piece. So, he's okay. Actually took the time to go for that. I was wondering if he was actually going to sacrifice that like we've seen earlier. Nice stacking, and now he's got the Tetris ready. He just needs that eyepiece. There it is. Boom, Tetris.
Okay, nice double afterwards. Split double into T-spin, into down stack. Yeah, they have another Tetris waiting for them.
There you go.
Very
like
nice
that. He can set up another Tetris right now. Yeah, there you go. And again, cleaning is not necessarily your main goal. It actually gives himself a T-spin double right over there.
Yeah, if you can make your way down with T-spins and Tetrises, you can put a little bit more pressure back onto the opponent, or defend yourself from stuff if they're
He's at 193. He's playing
very
so
close.
fast, and he's gonna do it. He's gonna do it just purely by speed once again. And let's see, so they're both able to ban one of the modes. We don't know which ones they banned, but obviously Versus was not one of them, and we're gonna find out what the other mode that was not banned was.
Exactly.
Okay.
We don't see the screen right now. We just hear some menu selections in the background.
Can't wait to see what they're gonna go with over here.
It's a surprise.
Yeah. And if they do end up going one-on-one in this section, do that. I think we should. Yeah. Okay. But and if they do happen to go one-on-one, then we will be going for a final master version there. So, all right.
So I think they're getting ready. We're going to get a thumbs up here in a second.
Yeah,
be able to count them in.
Up here. All right. Yeah, I'm really curious to see which mode they're going to go with.
So they went with the, it looks like they went with the conventional modes. Just saw the Asuka banner there.
Okay.
Input test,
Oh,
okay.
input test. Okay. Gotcha.
Maybe switching styles, switching things, just getting a button check. Because I can also see that too. Potentially Green Tea, is playing on keyboard. It's possible they use different buttons for TGM versus standard rules, since they were the one player that kind of, I guess a few of them, the keyboard style players, kind of switched between standard and TGM for some of these things. And Green Tea is currently playing on keyboard. They seem they've switched from arcade stick for this, and they've probably just, since they were playing TGM rule with arcade stick earlier, they may just be getting used to playing a TGM conventional 20G mode again with keyboard.
Yeah, it's really interesting because, obviously, just through history, we've all gotten used to in arcades having joysticks and buttons. But for a game like Tetris, I feel like just having one of those all-button controllers, like a hitbox or like a snack box or something like that, is really, really a very strong way to play. So. All right, but I think we're ready to go here. So this is going to be the second match here in Grand Finals between Eric ICX and Green Tea. Let's hear it out there and get ready. Here we go. In 3, 2, 1, Tetris! And off to a quick start here. So again, you said Asuka mode here, right? So.
Yeah, we've got Asuka mode again. We've got back to TGM rule for both players. Ooh, some interesting stuff going on early on.
And of course, this is the mode where you can rewind stuff. And right now we have not seen Green Tea opt to go for that right now.
Yeah, I think both players are kind of just opting to try to find creative solutions on the way down if they can do so, instead of losing that level progress from rewinding.
And Green Tea set himself a T-spin, but it really is just about speed in this version right here, because you're just trying to get to the level 1300 as fast as you can.
Right, and we do see both players very close right now, though the level is basically tied.
It's neck and neck.
Both are set up to, pile on Tetrises. They've already got plenty of foxes stacked up on the side there. They'll have no trouble going to the next section.
There we go. Finally was able to transition right there, too. So,
Yeah, Eric needed to clear a line clear at that 99 barrier to move on. They were set up with the foxes, but they needed to, finish off the section with the line clear.
Go and should be able to get another Tetris very soon. There we go. But a couple of missed drops from the players over here, and Green Tea is in a rough situation right now. Actually, wow. Oh no, he just missed getting that the J piece over there.
Yeah, sometimes you see the path down, but you still feel a little bit scared when it's okay, they're kind of high up. Are they going to take their path down now? Are they ready to make their way?
Oh, beautiful down
nice.
stacking. Look at that.
That was a good time for it.
Yeah, but Green Tea still needs to get that. Oh, there it is. He got it right there. So he's got to keep that in place right now so he can advance to level 400. And as you can see right there, Eric ICX just tailing right behind. So yeah, he's at about 408, 410. Green Tea at about 425 around that time. So right now, Eric ICX is trying to play catch up here. But again, obviously once we get to invisibility and all that stuff like that, if Green Tea tops out early, then Eric can just basically try to play survival.
Right, yeah, both players, are worrying me right now. I feel like they're both playing to go as fast as possible, so feel like I'm seeing a lot more mess and things than earlier.
A lot of little minor mistakes over here.
So it's been kind of going back and forth, I feel like. Oh, okay, yeah, Eric was stuck there on that section, but they got their Tetris to move on.
Yeah, and he's trying to set up for another one, but he just goes for the triple instead. There we go, he has another Tetris set up over there. Just couldn't get the eyepiece quite over there. There it is. Now he's going to be able to get another one, but he's saving that eyepiece as you do when you play it with hold, just because for emergencies. And look at that, burned all the way down here. But Green Tea is now actually about 70 levels ahead of him because Eric hasn't been able to get to the next section. There it is, finally gets to the 600 section here. Trying to set up another Tetris, but actually settles for the triple over there. There we go, now he's got a Tetris ready. Green Tea 750, so he's encroaching
away.
upon invisibility land here.
We're gonna have to start talking about it soon. It's gonna be in the conversation.
Yep. And it is terrifying. I mean, before in TGM1, when they were just like, it's just in the credits, this is fun. And then eventually they're like, no, actually, you need to do this to be able to get Grandmaster. Have fun. Green T with another Tetris setup. Got his Kita right there, so should be able to get to the 900 section right there. Eric ICX with plenty of Kita over there. You see they're having a nice little hugging it out party over there.
Yeah, it's interesting to see, like, players are just kind of going for broke right now. Sometimes, you know, a strategy you could also see is once you've got your one Tetris per section that you already got, you don't need to stack up a whole ton of foxes. You could just go for, you could quick clears and then, you know, have some material stacked up. But I don't really see too much of that at the moment.
Yeah, and the crazy thing about it is, you know, like I said, they do have the rewinder here, but they know who they're going up against, and they know that every rewind they do is just way too much time added to their game. Because look at this, here we go. Green Tea is already in the thousands. You can see the pieces are starting to disappear, and then once it gets to 1100, they disappear even sooner.
Oh, accidental backstep there, looks like. Accidental undo.
So yeah, you can see the pieces are
a bit of a
going
mess.
away.
There
Yeah.
are some holes in the left side of the stack.
Yeah.
So I think they're just gonna have to build on top of this flat.
Yeah.
So this is probably where they're gonna be for the rest of the game. So this
Yeah.
could be pretty scary pretty soon.
A lot of times you just kind of reset the situation. You're like, I don't know where the stack is. I'm going to just drop pieces down so I know what the landscape looks like.
Oh, it was a triple. They went too early.
Uh-oh. Yeah, because now he doesn't have the Kita. Now you see the fox bumping his head
upset.
against the wall.
No.
So he's going to try to
They've got to
rewind.
find one at the top here, but it's a big mess.
He got it. So
Okay,
he's through the
he's through the
1200s now.
1200s.
But Eric ICX was the same
similar
thing.
situation.
You see the fox just bonking his head
no.
against the wall. No, it's not going to happen right there. Green Tea taking that Oscar match over there. And is it just 1 out of 1?
They are the champion.
Okay, there you go. So it is. Green Tea is going to be your first Tetris Grandmaster 4 champion. And carrying his signature green tea bottle over here. The audience chanting green tea behind us. And I think it's very almost safe to say, like, green tea might be like one of the greatest players on the planet right now, right? So
yeah, they're good at so many different Tetris games. You know, the Versus, the TGM conventional speedrun stuff, the NES Tetris. Yeah, they've got it down in a lot of different categories.
Yeah, from an overall standpoint, I mean, he's pretty much unmatched in this game, and it's great to see. And like I said, it's always fun to have Green Tea and Corian and everybody coming back and visiting and gracing us here at the CTWC with their presence once again.
Yeah, absolutely. It's great to have the Japanese players back. It's been a little bit, and what a better time to have them to take on the new TGM.
Yeah, but it's also really exciting to see because Eric ICX, obviously such a strong player, coming from the NES Tetris background and also learning to play all the different versions. I would really like to hear his thoughts about that match right there. So let's take it over to Kingsman, and he will be talking with Eric ICX.
All right, thank you so much, guys. Round of applause once again for our finalists here, Eric ICX and Green Tea. Eric, what a finals there to get to play Green Tea. Why don't you talk to us about getting a chance to play one of these iconic players here live and in person?
Honestly, it was incredible. Green Tea, I've heard so much about them from TGM, and to be able to play them in person, it is incredible.
So you everything you imagine, right? Living up to the hype to play Green Tea?
Everything I imagined, yep.
Now, Eric, let's talk about the fascination with TGM. You are synonymous with Classic Tetris. You're the world champion from 2022. What is it about TGM that you really enjoy playing?
I personally think that TGM is a better designed game than Classic Tetris. So, oh my God, got some stuff from the audience. So basically...
Hey, Hitoshi, you heard that, right? Thumbs up, Hitoshi? Thumbs up? Yeah?
So the reasons I think that TGM is better than Classic Tetris is that it's not dependent on rapid button mashing. It actually lets you use skill. Like, you can get good at TGM just with a standard arcade stick, just playing standard. And the mechanics are very, and like, it gets harder, like the mechanics, like 20G for instance. But like the control scheme, the tools that they give you with every new game, they scale up in comparison. And I just think TGM is a better designed game for that reason.
I'm sure many might agree to disagree sometimes, but I think all around it's a wonderful game. You know, Eric, you were world champion 2022. This seems like it's been picking up here at TGM. Would you like to see this come back again for next year and try to attempt to maybe add that to your resume?
Oh, absolutely.
Everybody, Eric ICX, our finalist for the first ever TGM4 Absolute I World Tournament. Thank you. Have a seat there. Let's bring up the winner, ladies and gentlemen. One of the most popular in Classic Tetris, and now the champion for TGM4. It's Green Team!
I have one request first. Because of my English skills, please make the question pretty easy.
I think I accommodate that for you, yes. How does it feel to be the first ever champion?
Yeah, I'm really happy to be the champion. Yeah, just happy. Yeah.
Always happy. He's always happy. Let's talk about, you know, we talked to Eric about the challenge playing you. Let's ask you the question. You know, Eric, very prominent here in the United States as a TGM master, right? So how does it feel? The first match, the first game you played with him, he defeated you, right? So let's talk about that.
Sorry, but I couldn't answer the last part.
Yeah, so playing Eric, how difficult is he as an opponent to play in a match?
Sorry. One more.
Yeah, how hard is Eric to play against?
I see. Thank you. Eric is pretty great TGM player. Yeah, he has very nice record for the previous titles, and then he's pretty fast. So yeah, I'm thinking. I've started to think that I need to be pretty be in rush, so that he's pretty fast. Because so I need to be really fast. So that's that made me really nervous. But I was happy to beat him.
Yeah, no, we see it on your face. The people love your reactions, the smile you have. You know, talk about being here for the first time in 6 years. How does it feel to be back live in the United States at a Tetris tournament?
Yeah, live events is amazing. Yeah, I love it. So it's been 6 years, right? Yeah, since the last visit. So I'm finally back, and then I feel really lots of happiness here. Yeah, and I love this. Yeah.
Well, you can hear from the crowd reaction. They missed you. They love you. Now, you know, potentially, maybe we do this again next year. Will you come back to defend the title?
Yeah, pretty likely. It's pretty likely, I think. Yeah.
You heard it. The champ, pretty likely coming back to defend the title. Congratulations to you, Green Tea. Well done. Excellent job. Have a seat there for a moment. Have a seat. Folks, what a tremendous tournament this has been. Thank you so much again to Arika for sponsoring this. Tetris Company as well to be here. This has been such a fun night. We are going to close out with the ceremony for the top 4 finishers. So we're going to have a little medal ceremony for them. We're going to ask them to come up. First, we're going to start off with Broden. You can present it to me. Broden, come get this medal. Folks, medals are courtesy of Arika. They are absolutely gorgeous. Broden, take yours. You can show it to the camera right there. Perfect. Look how beautiful that is. Thank you, Arika, for that. Next up, we're going to ask our other semifinalists to come up. He's the man that put this all together. He's worked tirelessly and with all his heart to make this happen. Alex Kataru Kerr, come on up. Woo! And now for our finalists here. So these are our bronze medal finalists. Let's bring up our finalists here. Finishing in second place, Eric ICX. And now for our grand champion, the gold medal winner and your world champion for TGM4, Green Team!
Ladies and gentlemen, these are your top 4. Congratulations and thank you, Arika and Tetris Company. Let's do it again next year, folks. And one last thing, they're getting their medals, but also our friend, Mr. Vince Clemente. Come on up, Vince. Let's not forget, Vince is a very important man in this company.
Nah.
All this doesn't happen without him. He's going to gift our winner, our grand champion from our end here, a very special gift. Green Tea, come and accept your championship. Congratulations. Thank you so much again, everyone. We're going to send it off to James to sign us off. James, thank you.
I mean, look, you heard it, right? He said he'll come back if we run this again next year. So let's make sure we run this again next year so we can get Green Tea, Coriana, and all the more players back over here. I had a great time commentating this Tetris Grandmaster 4 event. And again, shout outs to Arika and shout outs to everybody who's been, working with the community and making sure that they keep improving the game and giving us all the things that we want. But we've got a lot more Tetris action for the rest of this weekend. We are done for tonight, but make sure you tune in tomorrow for even more qualification rounds for NES Tetris. And we'll see you all tomorrow. Do not miss it. Peace.